Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Awakening. It's been 3 days since Eve awoken in this cell. I don't know how I got here or where here is. I just know one thing. These freaks in suits kept coming after me talking about some X-gene. So I'm aware I'm in some sort of Marvel universe. Fuck you Stan Lee and Jack Kirby for creating such a dangerous world. Yo Damien, wake yo ass up, it's almost your turn. A ball comes flying in my cell and hitting me in the face. God damn it Domino, how do you keep hitting me in the face every time? That's right, I'm talking to the dark-skinned beauty Domino. I guess I'm just lucky, she snorts. You're right, after I awoke I pointed out that she can't be that lucky if she's here. She just replied, who knows, maybe she's bound to run into someone worth all the bad luck. Laura is almost back, so be ready, you know they love you too the most. I looked at the empty cell across from me that usually houses the forever cranky Laura Kinney. She and I have started real weird relationship due to being the ones that received the most of the abuse. Oh, lover boy is awake. I expected a few more minutes of peace, teased the girl down the cell block that Eve learned to be a Mara Aquila. I was about to rebuttal when the doors buzzed and were slammed open. They dragged in an unconscious Laura and threw her in her cell before pointing their weapons at me. Easy guys, I know the procedures. I raise my hands and get on my knees as the soldiers run in the cell and put their guns trained on my face. One of them cuffs me before dragging me out the cell. I go past Laura's cell, passing Amara and Domino looking at me with worried gazes. Further down I pass Warren sitting in the corner wingless and bandaged, and Ellie Mister throwing a rubber ball on the wall. I'm led outside the cages to be dragged into the standard research room. I'm met by a team of doctors, but only two pique my curiosity. One of which is Stryker. This man is well connected and very well established in America, and the other is the mad scientist. Nathaniel Essex. It's a pleasure to meet you again, document. Young Nixus, a pleasure as always. Tell me Damien, how is it your X-genes are the most powerful we've seen yet you have no abilities? No enhanced strength, no wings, no firepower, no super luck. You're all the more interesting, you anomaly. He snaps his fingers as his goons go to work on beating the shit out of me and proceeding to strap me to a table. Essex walks over with a pair of goggles on his eyes. He slowly takes out a remote and starts his monologue. I've seen hundreds of thousands of genetic variants, but yours truly fascinates me. Nuclear, solar, electrical, any and all forms of energy completely useless for altering your DNA. As if it's saying it's already superior, yet you're so weak. His guard punches me in the stomach as Essex backs away and leaves the room with Stryker. After the quick punching bag demonstration, the guard too leaves the room and a red light and buzzing sound echoes through. Warning, radiation levels high, warning, radiation levels high. Damn, these fuckers are trying to radiate me. I start struggling on the straps, trying to break out. I feel my skin starting burning as the radiation seeps into the room. I start screaming as every cell in my body starts getting excited over the radiation. My body jerks and seizures uncontrollably, jerking around the table. I'm strapped too. I can hear the buzzers going on in the background, but it's useless to my current predicament. I thrash around as my muscles tighten and my skin starts cooling down. The lights are still blaring, but I tune it out as I flex my arm, and this time my arm comes right through the strap holding me and it's free. The scientists behind the glass panic and start to evacuate the site, except for Essex, who floods the room with even more of the radiation. My eyes widen and redden at the sudden increase of pain as I collapse on the ground convulsing. I feel my body numb as I start getting flashes. A race of beings capable of moving through space freely. With technology far beyond anything I've ever experienced. Stronger and sturdier than anyone I've seen. Capable of surviving in a vacuum by holding their breath. Then I black out. The next time I come through, I'm facing the ceiling of my familiar cell. I try to get up and I hear a rattling sound stopping me from moving. I strain my head to see chains strapped around my body from neck to ankles. I struggle for a second before hearing a familiar voice. It's Adamantium. Congratulations, you were exciting to them before, now you're irresistible. I calm down hearing Laura's words. Adamantium chains. Damn it all, how do I get out of this? How long was I out, I ask. I know a radiation blackout isn't something I can hope to just sleep off in a day. Laura confirms my suspicions by saying I was out for 6 days. The doctors have tried waking me up, taking my blood, and trying to radiate me again, but it all failed. So they threw me back in my cell without any chance of movement to escape. Oh sleeping beauty, you're awake, teased Domino. Damien's up. Yo sleepyhead, rise and shine, yelled Amara from down the way, while Warren just stayed silent in a further cell. Hey Nixus, we got 2 new prisoners. Blonde girl over there just came in and Shadow Dude is about half dead by now. I tried to listen to Domino but I couldn't as my new senses were overloading me. I could hear the scientists and Essex upstairs speaking about moving me and Laura to a more secure facility and just taking the other samples and disposing the original. I start to freak out as Laura gets up from her posture. I'm thinking she heard them as well. She tries slashing her bars again but the adamantium cell shocks her to the point she almost passes out. Oi, what happened? Laura usually never attempts to attack the bars. Asks Domino in concern. I ignore her and start straining my muscles to break the chains. I keep on straining as the chains dig into my skin. I bite my lip to hold in the pain when it happened. Snap. The chains fall from my body as I stand up from the bed I was chained to. My body has changed a bit since the radiation. Whereas before I was small and scrawny, my body stood at an astonishing 6 feet 6 inches packed with muscles I didn't even know existed. Laura looks at me in amazement as I'll walk over to the bars and bend them out of place. I stand there in the hall watching everyone's shocked gazes. I go over to Laura's cell and rip the bars off. They fall to the ground with a clank and Laura steps out before flashing her claws and giving a very evil grin. Well, it's about damn time, muttered Domino. Chapter 2, Escape. Damien, bro, you know I've always loved you, right? Now get your ass over here and open this cage already. Amara can be quite the spitfire but it makes sense considering her powers. I walk over in between her and Domino's cages and rip a bar each off the structure. Domino walked through the gap slowly and gracefully. I snap her cuffs and she stretches her limbs with several pops. Amara jumps through the cage and the room started getting hot. I mean really hot as Amara coats herself in a layer of magma, grinning from ear to ear. I hear a slashing sound and look over to see Laura cutting through Warren's cage. He looks at us with a determined gaze and unfurls his wings. They seemed bigger than I remember. Turning my attention to the newest kids on the block, I instantly recognized Cloak and Dagger. I gotta do something about those code names later. What's your stories? The two share some looks before the girl spoke up. I'm Tandy, he's Ty. We just met each other after our powers showed up a few weeks ago. We were still figuring it out when we got snatched. I look at the two then back towards my group and they all shrugged. So coming to a decision, I walk over and open their cages. We all take a second to ready ourselves to fight our way out. I open the door with my super strength only to be met with a hail of bullets. I cross my arms in front of my face to protect my eyes as the bullets touched my skin and immediately lost momentum and crumpled, falling on the floor useless. The soldiers don't give up their trial by bullets, but Laura doesn't wait as she uses my back as a springboard to propel herself over the spray and into the fry. She unleashes her claws and goes on a gore spree, slitting throats and puncturing throats. Amara comes out next and starts launching balls of magma at people, Warren sniping down and Outliers using his feathers. I jump into the free-for-all and start throwing my strength around. With no restraint, my arms go through rib cages like they're paper. It's crazy how easy it is to kill these guys. But I should try and hold back. A lot of these people are just grunts who have fuck that bitch shot me in the EAR. Fuck it, they're all dying. I go to punch the ear shooter in through the face but a bullet comes ricocheting around the room before it hits my target. I turn around to see Domino smirking before mouthing the word, lucky. I roll my eyes and focus back on the escape. Tandy is doing fine but Ty needs some cover, it's too bright for his powers to work. We continue our rampage through the facilities leaving a bloody mess. Lockdown protocols mean nothing as I kick adamantium doors down with a bit of effort. The rest of the group right behind me, we book it for the door when Essex stepped right in front of us with some weird gun. It glowed blue for a bit before slamming into my chest, sending me flying back from recoil. Getting up from my me-sized crater in the wall, I see Laura slicing his heels and wrists as he falls on the ground. I stumble out of the wall and look at the bleeding, deranged madman collecting people to harvest their DNA. I walk over without a trace of hesitation and squish his head under my foot. I now know I'm not above killing, especially in a world as dangerous as Marvel where planetary-level threats are always hanging around. The X-Men, the Avengers, the Defenders, all useless. They cater to the public, but with so many millionaires running around who all have some ulterior objective, I refuse to leave any pawn pieces for them to recover. Essex has been alive far too long with far too many clones of his. I will not let him have the leeway to keep doing what he wants. I look over at the group of teens waiting on me. They had several ways to break down that door holding us here, but they're waiting on me. I walk over in front of them and I give the order. Magma, burn down this door. Amara smiled and didn't hesitate to melt the door that had been holding us for years in some cases. The alarms start going even wilder as we walk through the molten door to be met by a plethora of trees. Laura looks around warily while Tandy and Warren both cry at our freedom. We embrace the quiet for a second before Laura unsheathes her claws and lowers herself into a pouncing stance. We all see her and tense our bodies. Laura's senses are dialed to the 15, so if she gets serious that means something's coming. Amara lavas up while Dom aims her weapons at the clearing. Tandy creates a couple of light daggers while Warren covers Ty with his wings and a dark force starts seeping out from under him. Everyone is battle-ready when Laura leaps into the brush. We all take off after her to find her circling off against a man who also had claws outstretched. Both carnivores circling each other, refusing to give their back to the dangerous individual in front of them. Upon recognizing who the man is, I'm about to call Laura off when a red beam comes flying through the woods, hitting me, causing me to fly back. "Logan, are you okay?" Scott yells as he comes out with his hand tightly on his stupid headwear. Behind him are Jean, Kitty, Rogue, Kurt, Aurora, and Hank. The classic X-Men. But that's not what I'm worried about. Scott's stupid beams hurt. Domino helps me up as she mutters something about unlucky standing spot. I'm pissed and my group sees it, so they all start flaring their powers to counterattack as the men did the same. I'm still a bit disoriented, but the war is called to a stop by the bald man in the wheelchair. I believe that is enough damage is done here already. He comes rolling out of the foliage with a classic Xavier grin, and I see my side visibly relax while the men are all still tensed up. Not even a second later I understand why, as a wave of calm slams into me. I glare at Xavier. "You know it's rude to force my people to calm down while your boy here still has his hand trained to attack." Again. I call out Xavier on his bull and my group snaps back to alertness. "Laura." She looks back at me out the corner of her eye, then back at Wolverine, and she decided to listen to me. She retracts her claws and comes to stand by my side. We stand off against the men, awkwardly quiet when Charles decided to break the atmosphere. "My name is Charles Xavier and I run a school for gifted youth such as yourselves. We came here today after being made aware of your presence a few hours ago. I believe that each of you have extraordinary gifts and we would like to help you learn more about them." My group all look at me, causing Xavier and the men to do the same. I think for a second before deciding. Chapter 3, The Foundation of the Watch. "You know, thanks, dude." I casually dismiss Xavier and his offer. His group looks baffled that I turned them down while my squad just casually followed my word. "Are you sure? Surely you must be aware that you're not safe out in the open." Xavier asks again, this time with a wave of "trust me" vibes coming out towards me. "Will you stop doing that?" I ask, causing Xavier to flinch. "You ask why I won't follow you? It's because first impressions fucking matter. And yours is the worst. Your boy shoots me with a laser out of his ass, then you proceed to mind fuck my people not just once but twice. And you want us to come live with you to join your little child soldier army. You know, fucking thanks." The men all had different reactions. Scott looked ready to attack while Aurora and Jean looked shocked at hearing the professor tried mind fucking us. Kitty looks conflicted at the conflict while Kurt and Anna look indifferent. I assure you that things aren't as simple as you imagine it to be. This world is very dangerous for young mutants such as your dash. Metahumans, I cut him off. Mutants make it sound like we're not human. Mutants are what people refer to zombies and cancerous tumors as. We're not some cancerous cells, Charles. We're humans with metaphysical powers and abilities. Aurora seems to nod in agreement with me, but Xavier brushed it off. Very well then. Are you absolutely sure that you don't want your fellow members to have a choice? We can provide a stable home. I look back at my group and only Tandy had a bit of hesitation before deciding to stick with us. Turning back to Xavier, I think we made our stance clear. I turn to leave, but I'm stopped by Scott's hand on my shoulder. "I'm not going to let you get them all killed," Scott says with his eyes glowing. Xavier just sat back quietly. Aurora stepped forward but then stepped back as her eyes glazed over. I didn't even move as Tandy and Laura were already on either side of him with a sharp object on either side of his head. "Do it, laser boy, give them a reason." I see his knuckles tighten before he reluctantly steps back. I have nothing against this men, but I don't want to live in a mansion that's always in repair. Our groups depart from each other and the first one to speak was Domino. It's a good thing we separate. The luck around them was also shallow. Like a calamity would happen to them soon. That's about right, this men are really unlucky. No surprise. The first thing we all did was find our way out of the woods. I fly up above the trees and I can see where we are. About 20 miles out from the nearest city, not to mention that it's New York. Great. It takes us about a day to reach the city and another day to settle into an abandoned warehouse on the edge of the city. Domino goes out for a bit and comes back with a little over 50K. Of course, she said she got lucky and found a 20 and put it all into one slot machine and won the jackpot. Well, I forgot how much of an asset luck is. We spend about a week searching for a place to live permanently while Domino and Tandy goes out and get lucky. Warren was extremely business savvy, so in the end we bought a small mansion that had a huge underground bunker that only cost about $3.5 million. Of course that amount hurt our finances, but when you consider we made that all a week after escaping our imprisonment, then it's not a huge loss. Laura refuses to leave my side, so we share a room. Warren took the highest room with a balcony for him to take off from. Amara and Domino are in the rooms to the right and left of mine. Tandy and Ty chose different rooms close to each other. We have plans to turn the bunker below into our temporary base of operations. Right now it's 2003, which means 5 years until Iron Man. All right people, the first order of business. We're all sitting at a round table that Domino found. We can't simply live off of luck. Warren, I want you to start a public company. Dom and Tandy will help you get initial funding. I want our focus to be improving basic lifestyles. From smart TVs to medical. Stay away from making any weaponry deals. I want this company to bring people nothing but joy from our name. Dom and Tandy, for the moment you two are on finances. After Warren gets the company started and running, then I'm gonna have you two switch to recruitment. We're all strong, but we can't believe we're strong enough or lucky enough to survive any threats by ourselves. Laura, you're gonna be training Amara and Ty. They're both useless in certain situations if they don't have their powers, so I need you to change that. The others nod and start making notes to proceed smoothly when Amara speaks up. What you gonna do, boss? I'm gonna be starting recruitment, find people who are exceptionally gifted in their fields and get them under us. I'm strong and fast, but I can't be everywhere. We needs brains, planners, schemers, fighters. And most importantly, we need a telepath. Xavier had you guys by brains and we couldn't do anything. If he truly wanted us to follow, he would have made us. Wait, you mean he could have dash? Tyrone started. There's a reason no one questions Xavier's school. It's because the world's strongest mind rapist is living there. Very few people could resist him. That's very true, child. Even the most gifted telepaths can find themselves in a pickle against him. All of our attention is pulled to the woman who just poofed into our base. We power up as she smiles and waves her hand, neutralizing all of the others. Fascinating, Damien, was it? Tell me why every timeline I go against you I lose. But when I join you, that you take me to the stars and beyond. Very interesting. I look at the pale gothic chick floating in front of me with obvious discomfort. Oh silly me, let me introduce myself. My name is Celine, and I do believe I will join your little crusade here. She takes a seat at the other end of the table and everyone looks at me. Damn, magic's making life difficult. I sigh and retake my seat, signaling everyone else to do the same. We throw a few ideas back and forth before the meeting finished. Celine was very insightful on some of the hidden dangers on this planet. I'm not stupid enough to trust her 100% yet, but for now she's my strongest ally. By the way, what are you calling this little group of yours? Celine asked, and every perked their ears up. I look at my team and I smile, thinking how this is the beginning of something bigger than anything this world has ever seen. The group that watches over the planet and protects it from threats both in planet and off. We shall be the Overwatch. With that finished, I get up with Laura and Celine following me. It's time to go catch a spider. Chapter 4, Wonder When the Widow Wails. Tokyo, Japan. The city is nice and I would love to tour it more, but instead here I am hunting a spider, hunting her prey. Sitting in a cafe with Laura and Celine, we sit there sipping some boba as we watch a redhead bombshell saunter across the street after some Japanese businessman. Silly Natasha, you're getting careless. I look over at Laura, who slips away from the table and gets lost in the crowd. Well, it's always amusing how you two speak without ever speaking, Celine chirped. That's due to years of being stuck inside of cells across from each other. They loved us, the girl who would heal from anything and the guy whose cellular structure never deteriorated. They believed the two of us to be the key to true immortality. My cells that won't die, coupled with her high-speed regenerating abilities. Essex truly pulled every experiment he could with me and Laura to obtain his perfect immortality. I believe he's not wrong. The sheer vitality I feel from you, it's almost as if yourself will live hundreds of thousands of years. The pure thought of it excites me. Looking at the mischievous and lusty grin Celine is giving me, it takes some willpower to turn my head and ignore her. My watch buzzes 3 times, which is Laura's cue that she has the widow base. Celine does a quick teleporting to Laura's location. We find ourselves in an unfurnished apartment room. The only signs of someone living here is the suitcase in the corner. Small and compact, not a lot to her name. Which makes sense. The Black Widow can never stop or else she'd get caught. Oh wait. Laura, good job, you truly are the greatest. How'd you find her base in this big-ass city? Laura looks over at Celine smugly when we hear a clicking sound coming down the hall. Celine covers us in an invisibility field while Laura stands in front of me a bit. She's so cute. Natasha opens the door and comes inside, taking off her jacket and peeling back her skin to reveal a completely different face. That's the real Natasha, the Scarlett Johansson look-alike. She walks into her apartment, locking the door behind her. She strides over to her suitcase and takes out a small black phone and sends over something via text. A minute later, a message comes back that said payment received. She smiles wryly and tosses the phone back in her bag. At this time, Celine uncloaks us and Natasha spins on her heels with a gun trained on my face. Who are you people? How'd you get in here? Easy, Natalia. She flinches at her real name. My name is Damien and these are my associates Laura and Celine. I have an offer for you. She lowers her gun but stays visibly tensed as if she's ready to run. Aren't you tired of running, Natalia? Or would you rather widow? In the end, does it even matter? You're still the same girl still running from that room. Her eyes widen at my comments. How do you know about the room? Who sent you? She steels herself as she kept her sidearm trained on me. I've already explained, Ms. Widow, I'm not here to capture you. I'm here to make you an offer. A name, a home, a free slate. No more running and hiding and staying in shabby apartments. What happened to you? Happened to us. Shouldn't happen to anyone, but that doesn't mean you should have to pay for it for the rest of your life. She relaxed a bit of the tension but keeps her weapon ready, and what if I say no? I gesture to the door indicating she could leave. Which she does. She walks backwards grabbing her go bag and out the door, constantly having her weapon on us. Now what? Surely we could have made her come with, Celine barked. But I just shake my head and let her go. Natalia isn't someone to be controlled like that. She always shined brightest when given space to run. We begrudgingly leave the apartment in silence. Our first recruitment went very badly. Maybe I should rethink our process. Well, if anything, I can meet her again in S.H.I.E.L.D. later on. Exiting the apartment complex, we're surprised to see the redhead sitting on the steps looking out at the street. I walk down and sit next to her as she starts speaking. When I was a little girl, all I knew was fight or be punished. Kill or be punished. So that's what I did. I fought back. And I killed them. And in my heart I knew the punishment was coming. I spent years running and destroying any of their bases I came across. Years of constantly changing my name, hiding. It's exhausting. Hearing you call me Natalia for the first time in years. I wanted to be a dancer. She stared back at me with tears in her eyes. If you can promise me a fresh start, I'll take this chance. I smile and stand up, brushing off my pants and hands. Well, Natalia, let's get going then. We have much to talk about. Natalia grabs my hand and we all teleport back to the OW base. Black Widow acquired. Meanwhile, a large elevator opens up into a grand office laced in white. A slender woman walks out of it down the hall to the double doors made out of a adamantium alloy and with a pearl trimming. The doors open as the woman steps into the private room and walks over to the chair that's facing the windows overlooking the city. Ma'am, the new company Star Enterprises has agreed to a meeting to promote their new wave of smart appliances. This is next-generation home software, and even though the company is small, I believe it's worth making the partnership with them. The chair remains unbudged as a clear British accent is heard in the room. Tell me, Tessa, do you believe in fate and miracles? The now-known Tessa looks taken aback as she replies, ma'am. You see, I've had a clear vision where Frost Internationals is an unmatched conglomerate. However, whether or not that happens is yet to be seen. Very well, dearie, set up the meeting with this Star Enterprises. I shall meet the company which caught your eye personally. Right away, Ms. Frostaholes, I said it in the usual. Receiving silence as her answer, Tessa walks back outside of the room as Emma overlooks the city. A few days later. Warren, this is the place. I ask my business angel. Yeah, this is the best I could find. I have a team renovating it already and filling it up with equipment. Laura and Natalia are running security points and Amara and Domino are underground viewing the different facilities we're having set up. Tandy and Ty are with Celine back in the bunker. I look back at Star Labs in construction. This will be my main meta facilities. Meta training rooms, housing, and of course the labs. I have a whole planet's worth of advanced tech in my head. I just needed a place to make it all. Tomorrow I meet with Frost Internationals and then after that back to recruitment and training. Only 2.5 years till Tony goes missing. Then it's all hell breaks loose. Inhumans, aliens, mutants, robots, war, shit, there's even that stupid hand group running around, not to mention Hydra. I look back at the building being made. So much to do, so little time. Chapter 5, Meetings. Do you take me as a fool, Frost? I slam my hand into the desk glaring at the presumptuous woman. You dare ask for 51% of Star Enterprise for what? Promotion. I suggest you calm down, Nixus. Your Star Labs has bright future and it'd be a shame if you got blacklisted for threatening me. I breathe in and out to calm my beating heart. Since Eve arrived in this world, Eve noticed at times when I feel anger my adrenaline spikes way higher than it should. Probably Viltrumite bullshit. I lean back in my chair with Natalia and Warren by my sides. This meeting has been going back and forth in circles for hours. Not knowing how to proceed, Emma made the suggestion of buying out Star Labs' share up to 51% to spread the company across the globe using Frost Internationals as a baseline. Obviously, I shut that down. Sage counter-suggested allowing us to collaborate on the pharmaceutical side of things only. Whenever Star Labs makes a breakthrough for medical purposes, Frost Internationals would hold exclusive selling rights for the first 90 days and 10% shares. In return, they can donate as much as $2.5 billion startup capital. We begrudgingly take the deal while agreeing to meet up in the future in order to hash out details. We leave Frost Internationals after saying goodbye to Tessa aka Sage. What's next, Nat? I made Natalia my official secretary and she takes her job very seriously. You have meetings with those scientists you wanted to hire. But I must admit some of these people have nothing to their names and others are still teenagers. Are you sure these are who you wanted? She flashed me the list and I smile seeing who all agreed to come for an interview. We head back towards Star Labs with Warren driving. We avoid the workers and trucks moving around everywhere. Finally coming up to a door with Laura standing outside of it. I open the door with Natalia and Laura right behind me. I take a look at the people inside this room. Dr. Susan Storm, world-class geneticist. Gwen Stacy, high school student, thank you for making time to come see us. Shuri, thank you for making the time from your busy college classes. How could I not after seeing some of the blueprints and samples you sent to us? I must admit the girl is right, Amadeus Cho stated. The interplanetary ships alone would revolutionize space travel. I thought we were meeting because you were interested in funding the Baxter Corporation, asked Susan. Gwen just kept her eyes on me the whole time, not wanting to mess up her chance to join this project. A projector starts as I begin my presentation. Well, let me explain. Thousands of years ago an alien civilization made contact with this planet. They were like us but stronger, more powerful. The Vikings called them gods. Later on, Earth was once again visited by another species. This time they took humans to space and did experiments on them. These humans eventually split off into two groups. One came back to Earth and the other chose to reside on the moon. These were the first Inhumans. Around that time a child was born on Earth. The first Omega-level metahuman. He became known as Apocalypse and luckily he was dealt with and buried deep in the desert somewhere between the now known Wakanda and Egypt. He started the first wave of metahumans. Human beings who awoke their own power instead of externally induced like the Inhumans. That sample I sent all of you was a real sample I took from an alien life form I had Natalia steal from a madman. These symbiotes are alien parasitic beings that latch onto and live on a host. The reason I called you four is that in a few years' times Earth will be challenged over and over in the stream of galactic dominance and war. I want you four to be the first wave of Star Labs. On the outside, Star Labs is a company working for the general public, but for us this is going to be the base we take back the world from. I take a second to breathe as I watch them stare at the images of metahumans moving around the world causing chaos and damages. Why us? Shuri asked. Despite the fact that you all are geniuses of the era, I know I can trust you. Whether it's Shuri living in your secret city, Joe hacking government servers to give people a better chance at life, Gwen secretly helping your dad's cases, or Susan trying your best to hold onto the legacy of your father through his company. You all used your brains to better the people around you. The world needs you all if we're gonna break the chains of fate and move forward. At this I start floating, surprising everyone in the room. In the end Shuri and Gwen both agreed to join Star Labs, while Shuri said after 5 years she has to return home. Cho said he needed time to think about it, while Susan wanted to talk about it more with her brother. Turns out the government had just took over the Baxter Foundation and was calling in geniuses Richard Reed and Von Doom to work on a big project. I told Susan to let me know when she's ready and she thanked me and left. Today was tiring, so I go to take a bath. A quick flight to the mansion later and am sitting in a perfectly warm steamy bath. I close my eyes and unwind from my troublesome day when Laura comes in and sits next to me. I wrap my arms around her naked waist as she pulls herself into my embrace and we sit there silently. There's never been a word between us. Two scarred young adults who's more familiar with each other's screams than smiles. The fate of this planet is in the hands of a broken idiot. Kind of fitting. Chapter 6, The More Things Change. To what do I owe this pleasure today, Mr. Coulson? It's been a year since Star Labs opened. From medicine to home appliances to cell phones, we blew the market out of the water. Star Enterprises is one of the world's biggest markets, but still not the size of Stark, Doom, or Frost yet. Warren has taken great care of the business, but he's plateaued when it comes to his power. Natalia is on a mission for me right now, recovering some interesting samples for our tech geeks Shuri, Gwen, and Cho to go over. Susan declined due to her father's company being used to build some machine set to go live in a few months. Celine trained Tandy and Ty to the point that could function without being around each other, and their powers have grown too. Tandy has turned basically into a White Lantern without a ring, and Ty is basically an MCU Raven. Yet none of these things can explain why Coulson is sitting in my office at Star Labs. Mr. Nixus, it's a pleasure to meet you. You as well, Ms. Kinney and Ms. Gallio. As you know, my name is Phil Coulson and I work for S.H.I.E.L.D. He hands me a badge before continuing. The technology that your Star Labs have been producing has been very forthcoming and we of S.H.I.E.L.D. would like to extend a partnership. I raise my eyebrow. What could S.H.I.E.L.D. want from me? I know my servers are clean and there's no way even Hydra could access us. Shuri made sure of that. What kind of partnership? S.H.I.E.L.D. has a couple of young talents that are too smart for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, therefore we would like them to study here for a year or two and possibly you can help them raise to new heights. I close my eyes and stop and think. In one way S.H.I.E.L.D. is providing me free talent. But I can't have them tell S.H.I.E.L.D. about Overwatch. And if they're as smart as they seem, then they'll eventually figure it out. What to do? Well, Mr. Carlson, before I agree to that, I'd have to meet said individuals and talk to them myself. As you can tell, I keep a small and elite staff here, and I refuse to allow just anyone to enter. He gives his famous Carlson smile and says, I understand, I'll contact my boss and work out the details with him. In the meantime, please keep us in mind. Have a good day, Mr. Nixis. You shall be hearing from me again soon. I wait a few minutes after Carlson leaves and walks up, handing me 30 different listening and recording devices he left behind. Impressive, agent. I smile when Gwen buzzes my intercom informing me that Natalia just arrived. You know, when you said you were sending me on a field trip, I didn't expect it to be an actual field trip. Natalia saunters in the room with a metal box on wheels. She stops in the middle of the room, leaving the box, and walks over to me, giving me the remote. Amara and Shiri looks at it with interest. Only Nat and I know what's inside. I press the button and the box opens up, showing 20 different containers holding 18 various spiders. I look at Natalia and she shrugs. One of them was already gone by the time I got there, and another bit me, then ran off into the sewer system. What's so special about these spiders, though? I could stolen everything Oscorp had, but you only wanted spiders. It took me a second before I realized what she said. Wait, it bit you? Which one? I ask with visible concern, since some of those spiders are packed with horrible mutations. Seeing my panic, everyone stares at Nat, which makes her uncomfortable. Number 1610. Why? Is it poisonous? Poisons don't affect me. They're not poisonous, they're way worse. I exclaim. Everyone looks at me quizzically as I look at Nat, and then proceeded to throw a punch her way at 1/4 speed. She senses it and flips upwards before sticking to the ceiling, shocking everyone. These spiders have had their DNA enhanced, and a bite could either kill you right away, or if you're compatible, grant you super spider powers. Congratulations, you're an actual Black Widow now. She seems dumbfounded by this development. She's a meta-human now. She's no longer helpless in the group training sessions. She's got her own powers now. Watching her internally plan her training routine, I look towards Gwen and Shuri before asking, you girls want to go on a road trip? Fast forward a bit, and now I'm in a Star Labs van with Laura as my security, and Shuri and Gwen as some of my scientists. We drive up to this nice coffee place outside downtown and head inside. We look around for a bit before I spot my target. Sitting down in a corner booth typing away at a computer, wearing dark sunglasses and a hoodie. Laura stands behind me as Shuri, Gwen, and I make ourselves comfortable. The girl looks up from her computer before closing it and giving us her attention. Can I help you guys? Sky. 18 years old. Orphan. Living in that god-awful van out front. As brilliant as you are, tell me, why aren't you in college but instead playing around with that hacktivist group? Well, sir, I need answers and they can help me get M. And don't insult my van. She starts packing up her stuff and gets up from the table angrily. I let her go, but while she's in earshot I say, Daisy Johnson. And she stops and turns around angrily. That's your name? What you were looking for? Daisy Johnson. I see her curiosity peak and she finally cracks. What do you want? I can't help but evil grin for a second before I calm myself and face her. It's simple, Daisy, I want you to come work for me. Truth be told, I value your technical skills, and Star Labs always has room for the talented. Shuri interrupts there and say, no offense, but what can a hacker do that we can't already do? But she shut up when her Komodo beads light up and a message appeared saying nice toy. She looked over to see a smug Sky holding out her cell phone. Damn. That's more than I expected. With no more complaints, we all get into our car and Sky follows us in her van. Arriving at Star Labs, we head down into the lower floors and arrive at the training room. The things Shuri and Cho could do once they got serious was incredible. Upon arriving to the danger room, I see Amara and Domino sitting in front of a giant tarp. Do you know how difficult it was to get this? I was lucky, but even then I was nervous, complained Domino. She didn't really care, she just wanted to be spoiled. I walk over and pat her head, watching her pout, and Amara starts giggling. They walked away from the Terragenesis crystal as I unconver it. Everyone looks at it confusedly as Sky takes an unconscious step closer. I break off a small piece of the rock and throw it at Sky, who catches it. We all step back and marvel at how Sky becomes surrounded in the crust. Looking back at Gwen and Natasha, who successfully bonded with different spider bites, Amara with her magma abilities, Laura my right arm, and Domino my left. Warren and Celine now adding Sky and Shuri for now into the fold. Overwatch is growing nicely. Alright ladies, get your earplugs, you're going on a rapist hunt. Chapter 7, Welcome to the team. Xavier, it's a pleasure to see you again. I greet the bald old man. The girls are currently out catching a purple dickhead while I'm meeting with some friends. Xavier excluded. I came here for 3 reasons. Mr. Nixis, it's a pleasure you were willing to meet after our last encounter. No hard feelings, I presume. The elderly man in a wheelchair asked. None whatsoever, Professor. When we first met I was a young man with no idea and no plans, but a year later I'm the head of the world-known Star Labs and the shadow CEO of Star Enterprises. We shake hands before I turn to Hank and Aurora and greet them as well. They lead me to the main office and I pass by a bunch of kids running around the school. Coming to Xavier's office to meet Logan waiting for us, I take my seat and start our discussions. Professor, I'll be frank with you. The meta-human population of Earth is rising exponentially. Without proper guidance and public support, we're looking at a bunch of kids and young adults suddenly getting superpowers they want know how to control. Me and my people are getting ready to make ourselves public. By becoming the face of what we could be, we stomp the idea of what they fear we can be. The tides are changing, Xavier. Aliens, gods, I'm not asking you to put a target on your backs, but I'm asking you don't sit on the sidelines and keep preaching your equality bullshit. We're not equal, but it doesn't mean we can't coexist. But this game you're playing, having all these metas in one place with only 6 or 7 actually combat ready to defend yourselves, almost every government agency knows you're here and you exist. Be careful that you don't get sidelined and ends up making the job of catching us easier. He leans back in his chair and closes his eyes. I just wait patiently for the men to finish thinking. It's a big decision and there's no foreseeable reaction to how the world could take it. After a few minutes he finally starts. So what are your plans for my students? I'm not against getting better publicity for meta-humans around the world. However, I shall not allow you to make these children into soldiers or weapons. I smile briefly before unfolding my plan. Fear not, Xavier, I'm not into child labor. Well, except Shuri, but she's an exception. I'm creating an organization that monitors the planet 24/7 for any meta-related issues. Smaller issues that can be helped will be up to the individual opinion of members, but our main focus will be stopping meta-abductions and incidents. Of course, also global-level threats will be under our jurisdiction as well. And I assume you already have a few candidates for this Overwatch program of yours. Very well, I shall allow you to talk to them, but if they decline, please do not press the issue. Xavier. Very well, Professor, I respect your stance on the matter, and if they decline I won't press it. The members from your school that I want to include in the first generation of Overwatch includes Princess Aurora Monroe, James Howlett, Kurt Wagner, Cyclops, the Phoenix Avatar Jean Grey, and Rogue. Princess. Aurora asked, I am no royalty. Actually you are. You're the last descendant of an extinct African royalty tribe. Your mother died back in Egypt, leaving you the last to have a claim to your throne. Although there's not much left of it. She goes silent as she absorbs the information. Logan left to get the others as Xavier speaks up. The others are all here, but who is James Howlett? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the name. Telling him he'll explain once everyone has gathered and answering some small questions Aurora had until a blue puff comes into the room. Professor Logan said you AV zooming to tell us. Kurt Nightcrawler Wagner pops into the room before seeing me and poofing next to Scott still leaning on the wall. A minute later Kitty phases through the door. Hey Professor, how come I wasn't invited to the party? Kitty, please, this is a serious matter, we can discuss it later. Xavier reasoned. It's fine, Professor. She can stay, the rest of our guests are about to arrive. As soon as I finished talking, the room was flooded with the future first wave of Overwatch. Now let's begin the presentation. As I told the professor earlier, I'm starting a public meta-human superhero organization. The Overwatch will be in charge of what the SMEN are currently doing. Rescuing and relocating meta-humans and stopping global disasters. I asked for you guys because I'm aware of your powers and I know how to fully utilize them to protect this planet. What makes you think that you know about my powers better than me? Scott asked. Arrogance, pride, but no strength to back it up. Your brothers have no issues controlling their powers, Shades. Why do you? His glasses start glowing brightly before Jean puts a hand on his shoulder, calming him down. Fine, I believe a demonstration is in order. I activate a new short warp tech I made based on boom tubes from the DC universe. The hardest part was stabilizing the space fold, but Cho and Shuri quickly came up with a solution. Arriving in the field stunned everyone, especially Kurt, who's never experienced being forcefully teleported. All of you come at me. I'll teach you all about your powers. Scott doesn't wait as he takes off his glasses, launching his eye beams at me. But I'm prepared this time. Holding out one hand I catch his beams. Scott Summers, your meta abilities allow you to harness energy from the red dimension. Seems as if a head injury is stopping your control. I grip my hand over his eyes, stopping his beams from emerging when I felt the air move behind me. Turning around to find Jean trying to block me, I just smirk. Phoenix Avatar. The living embodiment of the cosmic entity of rebirth. Unkillable, almost uncontrollable. But it seems as if you have barriers in place. Correct that, or else it could be deadly to you. I grab her leg and throw her into Scott, causing them both to tumble. Kurt appears behind me trying to grab me. I quickly dodged his grip while grabbing his wrist and slamming him down. Kurt Wagner, son of Raven Darkholm and Azazel. Teleportation through a separate dimension. Gotta be careful with that brimstone smell. Sneak attacks will be harder to overcome. I look over to see Logan and Kitty still standing there next to Aurora and Shank just watching along. I feel someone grab my neck from behind and then I heard a gasp. Anna Marie, firstborn of Raven Darkholm, unknown father. Electro-biokinesis absorption. The downside to your power is it activates through skin contact. But there's always a way to block or stop an ability. Standing there leaving everyone shocked that I'm perfectly fine, I face them and finally, James Howlett, the Wolverine badass who's the best there is at what he does. Father, ex-husband, brother to Sabretooth. Logan looks solemn at my words before it sinks in and he says, I have a kid. Remember Laura, the girl who attacked you when we met? The reason you two smell so similar is that she's a genetic clone of you made by taking your DNA and introducing it to the womb of a scientist by the name of Dr. Kinney. I look at the group picking themselves up and I ask, are you finally ready to talk? Chapter 8, Overwatch Live. Standing in the underground of Star Labs, the Xavier group stares at the state-of-the-art lab before looking at Shuri and Cho working on our boomtube central warp pad. Isn't that a little girl? Why is she playing with a welder? Asks Kurt. Poor fool. He gets blasted back by a purple energy wave. I may or may not have given Shuri the idea a bit earlier than normal. Never mind, I take back my question. Ignoring the cringing Kurt, I give the group an introduction. Welcome to the Watchtower. From here we'll be able to monitor the globe for any unknown events. Meet Shuri, 10-year-old child genius, and Cho, 16-year-old genius. My other scientist Gwen Stacy is currently out right now, but they should be back anytime now. I go around giving them a rundown of living quarters, kitchen, bathrooms, pool, gym, library, and our danger room. We end the tour in the aviary where they see one big jet with the Overwatch symbol on it and a few personal two-person jets. Wrapping up the tour, I hear the warp gate power up. Shuri and Cho gets excited as the first warp starts up. Recognized OW 02 Domino, OW 03X23, OW 04 Black Widow, OW 06 Ghost Spider, OW 07 Magma, OW 08 Quake. The girls come out of the warp gate excitedly with the Xavier group looking interested in the warp tech. Ooh, will we also get cool code names and teleporting rights? Kitty beamed with excitement. Well, it seems we missed the party, but we brought back a gift. Natasha teased to the bound and gagged Purpleman being dragged by Laura. Who's the poor dude? Asked Scott. Gwen took off her mask and she was the one to answer. Meta. Codenamed Kilgrave, he can control people using his voice. Uses his powers to rape women and make them believe they wanted it. If he comes across other metas, he has them do his dirty work before offing themselves. Everyone looks at him with pure malice and the looks of Aurora sparking lightning kind of scared me. Ya'll live, but ITLL still hurt. Making sure that Kilgrave was secured in our cells, I do some introductions. Domino, Laura, Nat, Amara, Gwen meet the new Overwatch recruits. Cyclops, Phoenix, Nightcrawler, Shadowcat, Rogue, Wolverine, and Storm. The team greets each other while Celine finally made herself known with Tandy and Ty in tow. She really made those two her disciples. Or more like servants. Alright guys, welcome to Overwatch. The satellites are in place and I believe that practice makes perfect. Cho, turn the systems on, let's make the tower live. We all stand around a big hollow table with a floating OW logo in the middle. The logo transforms into a giant globe with several different colored dots blinking on it. What are the colors representing? Cho spoke up. Green represents freshly awakened meta-human. Red represents a meta-related crime in progress. Blue is a natural disaster, black an unnatural disaster. Gray means something unknown. I take a look at the map and start splitting roles. Cho, Shuri, you guys are command codenamed Watchtower. Get the gate open to move, we're deploying now. Storm, Widow, you guys are on green 1. Domino, Anna, Scott, you guys are green 2. Amara, Phoenix, red 1, Wolverine, red 2. If you need backup, call the tower. Daisy, Kurt, and Kitty, you guys are blue 1. Tandy, Ty, Gwen, you guys are blue 2. Celine, you stay on tower ready to support where you're needed. I'm taking black 1. Overwatch, this may be our first outing, but I want you all to stay focused, accomplish your goals, then call tower to bring you back. If you're exhausted, call it a day. If not, have tower send you where you need to be. Now move out. The groups get together and give a quick summary of their powers and specialties as I suit up. A black suit with red lowercase I symbol with the dot making up a part of my mask. I step into the warp gate as I feel the air around me shimmer. Recognized OW01 invincible. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. Sue shut it OFF, Reed screamed in his intercom. Everything was going so well until just now. They had successfully figured out how to travel between dimensions when the government decided to send astronauts instead of them. The boys were pissed, so they decided to use it first. But then an accident happened. Victor touched something and got engulfed in green unknown liquid before falling into a river of the stuff. Ben was buried under some rocks and Johnny was screaming as his body caught flame. Reed was the most normal one as his hand stretched forward to reach help. Yet his arm didn't stop stretching. Sue was in the lab desperately trying to close the wormhole when a wave of energy came flying out, hitting her in the chest, causing her to fly back. She struggled to get up and try to shut off the machine. But she realized that she couldn't find her arm. She screamed in fear, not seeing her arm where it was supposed to be. It's not registering that she could still feel. She was sad. She only wanted to get the grant necessary to save her dad's company. When Johnny signed the deal to finish this project when she was working on the deal with Star Labs, she was livid. But now she's given up. The experiment went horribly wrong. Reed and Doom just had to be the first ones to go to some unknown space. The machine is starting to beep loudly and spit smoke. The pile of rocks started moving and Johnny passed out from shock. Reed was conscious but in no control over his elongated limbs. When all was lost, that's when he came in. Flying through the roof, he came in, looked at the control unit and typed something in at incredible speeds. The machine powers down and he ran over to Sue. "Thank you." She choked out before fainting from all the excitement. Invincible looks at the wreckage and states in his comms, "Watchtower, I need emergency medical attention for 4. Have Celine bring us in." Not even a second later, the 5 people are covered in a reddish light and whisked away, leaving the smoking remains behind. Chapter 9, 4 is a crowd. "All right, Doc, give it to me straight. How long until they wake up?" Gwen had just given the failure for a checkover and said they were in all sense of the word healthy. Ben was the biggest issue to deal with, however, giving him a bracelet with the function to filter out cosmic energy allowed us to finally break all that rock off of him. Viltrumite knowledge is OP as hell. As of now, they can wake up anytime between tomorrow and next week. It's already been 2 days, so now it's up to them to wake up. Gwen explained to me. It's been a few days since Overwatch went live and the 4 have been unconscious this whole time. The groups have been making teams and relaying around the world, helping in everything from robberies to avalanches. I let them design their own costumes, but each one has a belt with the Overwatch badge on the belt. I based the badge off of the plumber's badge from Ben 10. Each one hosts its own mini supercomputer that can access and control anything with a computer. It also serves as the key to our warp tech. The badge also has another function that's a secret to all except me and Shuri. Natasha walks in with the men in antimatter cuffs I prepared. They shut off the connection to the host's X gene. Arsonist crazy guy was going around burning down small villages. The premise of mutant superiority. That's the 4th one this week. This brotherhood is extremely dangerous and everywhere. Nat is tired, I can see it. Every time we take care of one red dot, 2 more pops up. Fucking Hydra, AIM, even a few Inhumans. They all have a hand in this. Even though the Overwatch is constantly moving, taking shifts, always having someone active, it's too much. So it's time to expand. Luckily I found a few heavy hitters worth getting. Laura was the first to succeed in bringing back her target. Hisako Ichiki, codenamed Armor. She has some training to do before she's up and ready, but she's here. The others are still working on recruitment. Laura comes up to me and says, "There's a guy named Phil Coulson upstairs. Says he has an appointment with you." I glance at her and she simply nodded. I turn to head to the elevators with Laura on my right and Domino sneaking in from somewhere on my left. I look at her with a quizzical look and she just shrugs and replied, "What? Everything is more fun around you." I shrug her off, paying attention to the now invisible Nat standing in my shadow. Damn, she really is a perfect assassin. Walking down the hall I pass by Shuri, who begins to follow me as well for these new recruits. Honestly, I was against the idea, but Cho told me that he needed more capable hands. Him and Shuri could only do so much, and with Gwen now being a super spider, she spent less time in the labs. I thought about getting Peter in the loop, but Spider-Man hasn't shown up yet. His spider wasn't with the rest and I'm not sure how others would react to him. Putting my thoughts to the side, I smiled and greeted the always lovable Coulson. "Coulson, my friend, it's good to see you. A shame you only show up for work." He smiles. "Well then, I'll make a note to stop by more often. Let me introduce you to Gemma Simmons and Leopold Fitz. These 2 are the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. and we are ready to make you an offer for your help in nurturing them." "Coulson, what kind of offer can possibly be enough to divulge all my secrets into S.H.I.E.L.D.? He passed me a folder and I peek at the picture of the redhead on the corner. With a smile I relay the folder with a few red X's marked on a map and the last one being Budapest. I don't even care how S.H.I.E.L.D. knows Nat works for me, but it's a good thing to have her hit these bases. Well, how can I say no to such a gift? "So Fitz and Simmons, you'll have to sign confidentiality agreements before we can allow you past the public areas. I'm sure you can understand. And Coulson, I made something just for you as well." After the 3 of them signed magically binding contracts that Celine whipped up, making it impossible for them to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. about anything they see down here, in any way, shape or form. After getting the geniuses who share a brain settled in and getting Coulson equipped with his mini force field generator and back down in the labs with Gemma and Fitz going crazy. They act like they've never seen a warp gate or a interplanetary capable ship. Or maybe it's the meteor of 80% vibranium I mined from space. Either way, having them here should speed up the Overwatch development. What happened to them? Their geometric scans are off the charts. Asked Gemma after taking notice of the slumbering four. They were subjected to extreme amounts of cosmic radiation and it's altering their biologies in different ways. Their vitals are normal, however, for the meta-human spectrum. Shuri explained. Gemma looked at the little girl before questioning, how did they get exposed? If these vitals are normal, then this is a scientific breakthrough. Also meta-humans. Do you mean mutants? No, Natalia chimed in, uncloaking. Mutants are terms of demeaning and insulting views of us. Meta-humans is because we're all human who have manifested different metaphysical powers and abilities. While Gemma receives her lesson from Nat and Fitz is geeking out with Cho, I walk over to the four. Susan Storm, calm and collected, brilliant geneticist. Johnny arrogant, flashy, but he's a top-class engineer. Ben Grimm, excellent mechanic and a wrecking force when powered up. His only issue was anger from being stuck in a rock state. But that was taken care of. All excellent members for Overwatch. Yet then there's Reed. Brilliant, arrogant and super dangerous. Gave his team cosmic radiation, blew up multiple buildings. He's someone I don't want here. But knowing him, he'll follow his teammates. What to do? I keep walking in between the beds wondering what to do about Reed, when suddenly Susan's eyes open wide and she grabs my arm, pulling herself up abruptly. She looks at me and with uncertainty in her eyes she asked, what happened? Chapter 10, Storm Rising. Susan Storm. Ugh, my head hurts. I've been getting a lot of headaches this past few weeks. Gemma says it's from my brain adjusting to the new spectrum it has access to. Ugh, I hate this. I was the first to wake up from Reed's accident that turned us meta. I'm glad Damien was there to help us out, otherwise who knows what could have happened. I was the first to wake up. I learned of the incident and where it went wrong, and I can't believe it's all Victor and Reed's fault because they wanted samples to study. Just my luck, hang around two mad scientists and I become the result of an experiment gone wrong. Not to mention that bastard ran away. As soon as he woke up he attacked Gemma, who was checking his vitals. He managed to crawl out of the air vents before running and is now in hiding. He didn't even care about the rest of us whose lives he affected. Johnny was the third awake and he was loving it. He's still training with Tandy and Logan to be watch ready. Ever since he learned about the Overwatch members coming and going from the watchtower where we were resting, he has been wanting to go out there and prove these gifts we received wasn't by dumb luck. Which according to Shuri it was. We had a 3% chance of coming back from that incident alive. The other 97% was what we consider dumb luck. So you ready? I look over my shoulder to see Natalia standing in her widow suit. I think she sleeps in that suit. Especially since she got the Widow Bites upgraded web shooters of hers, she's been loving it. But for now it's my turn to train. We arrive in the training room to see Jean Grey floating in a lotus position and the new guy Amara and Daisy brought in. Quint inquire, he's a telepath. He's not the strongest but he's growing steadily. Okay, focus Sue, now your training today is simple. Find me. She disappears and get ready to send out an invisible wave to act as sonar when I feel a finger poke my throat. Dead. Natalia spoke as she rematerialized. Ugh, I didn't even hear you, I complain. I've been training on cycles with Natalia, Jean, and Laura for various things. I can't fool Laura's senses, I can't match Jean's barriers, and I definitely can't out invisible Nat. It's frustrating, right? If you could hear me after only training for 2 weeks, then I wouldn't be worth my name now, would I? Besides, you need to read the situation better. You immediately switch to offense trying to find me without setting up a defense shell. So you are a glass cannon, so better always put up a defense before you attack. Hearing it coming from her, I can't even be mad. We get back in our stances and continuing practice for another half hour before I'm on the ground unable to move. Note to self: work on Susan's endurance. Nat speaks into her watch. Her Overwatch. So you're so funny. I leave the training room headed towards the female showers. Walking past one room I see the glass glow a bright red. I move closer to find my brother getting flung around the room by Nightcrawler. Stupid Johnny, if he had read up on creatures from the hell dimension then he'd know Kurt has fire resistance. He'd need to be way hotter than that to even singe him. Johnny gets up before yelling again and flying off towards Kurt. I smile at my brother's antics and walk off to the showers. The girls' bathroom is amazing. A line of showers and an indoor sauna and hot springs. The hot springs use an artificial nutrient solution to heal our bodies while making them stronger. The things this place comes up with is amazing. If only we had came here first before the government. I take a quick rinse in the shower and head to dip in the hot springs. That feels so good after getting my ass kicked all day. I hear a chuckling and look to my left with Aurora and Nat sitting there with some vodka. Aurora passes me a glass and starts speaking. The ass-kickings never get easier. But it's good to see you adapting to the new life. Being a meta isn't bad. Maybe it's due to me having manageable problems. I'd probably sing a different tune if I was stuck looking like Kurt. Kurt actually chose to remain like that. Since joining Overwatch, when people see him they cheer for Nightcrawler. He enjoys it, Nat chimed in. We three women keep on drinking for a bit before the alcohol totally got to me. I mean, how is it fair? Domino and Laura stay next to him almost 24/7. It's not like either of them are ready to cut the cake. I complain to my new two best friends. Haha, well said, Sue. But believe me when I say that any man who can lift entire collapsed buildings in one go and fly into space by holding his breath will never be satisfied by one woman. You want a piece of the cake, you need to let him know you're standing at the table with your plate ready. Aurora is a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Natalia looks over in contemplation before getting up and out of the water. I ask, where you going, Nat? She simply smiled and said she's feeling like cake tonight and walked off. I looked at Aurora, who smiled and pulled herself out of the water saying, save me a slice. Damn it, Sue, are you really gonna let get ahead of you? I make my decision and pull myself out of the water. Mama's going for a slice of cake with extra icing. Bonus scene, Damien Nixus. Yes, Professor, I would like to meet with you tomorrow. The new year is right around the corner and we have much to discuss. Yes, tomorrow around noon would be perfect, thank you. I get off the phone and look around. Normally I'd go to bed with Laura cuddling next to me or Domino straddling me. Oh well. I climb in my bed and turn off the lights. I wasn't even in the first cycle of sleep when I felt it. Chapter 11, 5 is better than. Frost, we have got to stop meeting like this. Standing across from me was Emma Frost. I have a meeting with Xavier later today, yet as soon as I come to my office I find Emma sitting in my fourth favorite chair. Next to her was a woman with dark hair sitting in my third favorite chair. To what do I owe the disturbance this morning? Cut your shit, Nixus, Emmy jabs back. I put a sly smile on my face watching her have an internal struggle. I decide to get serious, seeing this wasn't something simple. I need your assistance. What kind of assistance are you referring to? She walks over to my desk and sits herself along the edge and purrs, just because I cannot read your mind does not mean I cannot peer into the minds around you, invincible. Damn it, I can't believe I forgot that. After a while of blocking out both Xavier and Jean, I just put telepaths out of my mind. With a heavy sigh I look at her and ask, what do you need, Frost? When I first started my company, Frost Internationals didn't really take off. But it had potential, and that potential caught the interests of a certain group of people. She starts as she's walking around the office now. The Hellfire Club. I state back. Shaw and his queen Celine made me an offer and I took it. They have stakes in my company, but it's all legal. Now I could take the risk and separate myself from them. I have confidence Frost Internationals will survive and prosper again. But they have something on you. No, you wouldn't be careless enough to leave a trace that can be tied to you. She started smirking from my compliment, maybe someone. Her eyes flinch for a second and it hits me. The only person they could have would be my daughters, technically. My eyes widen as I realize the Frost sisters are still alive. I have to get all 5. The 5 of them together are a hive of telepaths stronger than any other telepath par. Jean Grey hyped on Phoenix Essence. Esme, Phoebe, Celeste, Sophie, and Mindy. 5 genetic clones of me with my telepathic powers. I've been keeping my eye on them since the club got their hands on them. I didn't have the confidence to get them all out alive, however. However you think Overwatch can. I pretend to be in a thinking state for a while. I'm just counting to 70 in my head. Natalia, I call out as my Black Widow materialized into the room, dropping her invisibility. Frost and her guest are startled they didn't catch her earlier. Get me Celine, tell her it's important and now please. Natalia disappeared from my sight as I turned back to the 2 shocked ladies. Who was that? Where did she come from? How do you know that sorceress? Dodging the million questions a minute, I feel the space ripple as Celine pops into the room. This better be good, Damien, I was in the middle of something. She looks around the room, stopping on Frost, then back to me. Oh, I see, she came to you for help after learning your identity by reading the minds of those around her. Clever. I spend a few minutes learning everything I could about the facilities the girls are in. Hearing them put collars on the girls, I look at Celine, who shrugged and said she was only asked to enchant the rooms to stop telepathy. Emma looks visibly worried, and I now knew time is often the essence. At any point in time 3 of the girls could go rogue and the last 2 get their heads blown off. Natalia, this time when she materializes no one is surprised, inform the Watchtower I want building schematics of their prison. Take Kitty, Kurt, Domino, and Laura and go get those girls. Disable the alarms and security. None of them are allowed to die because we made a stupid mistake. Natalia clicks her heels and straightens her back. Yes sir, she phased out of existence and Frost relaxes in the chair saying, thank you. Turning my head towards her I nod with a smile and then look at her friend, Ms. Darkholme. I hope you don't mind me sending your son on this mission. She starts chuckling before her skin starts turning blue and her hair turns a bright shade of orange. Please call me Raven, and no, Kurt is no longer the little boy who needed to hide from the world. I've seen his and Anna's deeds in the news and as a mother I'm so proud. Sigh, if only things were different. But I'm here to ask for a favor as well. A favor from the Mystique? How intriguing. What does Magneto's little plaything have that she wants from me? I am NO1's plaything, she exclaimed, slamming her hand onto the desk. She takes a letter out of her titty magical space and passed it me. That letter is information about Magneto's plan to eradicate human life and restart the world as a mutant paradise. Taking the letter and reading it over, I must say I'm not surprised. Due to the old man's way of thinking, I knew he'd try something eventually. Why me then? I ask, holding the letter up. She's never known to be trusted. Always had an ulterior motive that normally benefits herself. Charles is an old friend, but his idleness will be his undoing. Eric has let hatred and vengeance take control of him. What you're doing, bringing it all to the light. Making the public not only accept us but even cheer for us. I want in. I don't really need her for Overwatch. But that doesn't mean Laura and Domino can't use her talents in other situations. Plus push comes to shove, she'll be great at proving my identity. We'll discuss this afterwards. I know you're kind, Raven. You and Frost are both prideful women who always has an ulterior motive. But I'll extend an olive branch and see where it goes. I reach out my hand and she grabs it with a smile. Welcome to Overwatch, Raven. Now where is Xavier? Chapter 12, Phoenix. Amara Aquila. Founding member of OW, codename, Magma. It's been a long day. 2 earthquakes and a small volcano eruption. Honestly, being a member of Overwatch, I thought it would be a lot more fun. However, I do still have that thrill knowing him all that stands in between the civilians and death in most cases. But there is one other thing that makes me happy. Mara, what ya thinkin' bout? My best friend Kitty asked. When Kitty joined the team, we instantly became fast friends. As much as I like Domino and Laura, our relationship was never as close as Kitty and I. With a cheeky grin I reply, I'm thinking about payday. 1 or 2 more paychecks and we can buy that house in Manhattan we were looking at. A couple of us women had decided to live together. Me, Kitty, Jean, Anna, and Tandy. Oh, I know, so exciting. Who would have ever expected we could get paid to be superheroes? Kitty and I change out of our work clothes and take a quick shower, passing by Jean working with Frost. When did she get here? Anyways, a quick check to my bank account had me frozen. What the hell? I thought it should have been more than this. A quick glance at Kitty checking her bank account to see something amiss, and I knew it wasn't only me. In short, 2 days. Kitty said after doing some quick calculations. The members of Overwatch are only required to work 1 full day a week or 5 to 6 missions. Damien doesn't want us burning ourselves out. Which is funny considering him on fire when I use my powers. Come on, we'll go to Big Bro and find out why. We can't be the only ones with this issue. Kitty and I started heading towards the main office when we run into Quentin and Kurt. The 2 of them were also on their way to deal with their messed up pay. We finally get to the office when we hear a slam sound. Xavier, this is a serious issue. You have to remove those barriers in her head or you'll kill us all. Wow, Eve never heard him sound so pissed. What did the bald weirdo do now? I see Kitty and Kurt look taken back. Apparently they never expected someone to yell at Xavier. They were ready to go defend him when Quentin stopped them with a shush. Damien, I assure you the barriers in Jean's mind are for her own protection. They aren't to harm her, I assure you. Xavier. They won't harm her, you're right. I'm not worried about Jean. I told you she's the avatar of the cosmic embodiment of rebirth. That's what I'm worried about. One day the Phoenix's power will overflow and it'll be Jean who breaks first as it comes tearing down her barriers. Then it'll be you for constraining its host. Then it'll direct its answer on the planet, knowing damn well the Earth can go boom and Jean will be fine. Holy shit. I look at my compatriots and we all share the same look. If that happens, can any of us stop her? Damien is by far the strongest meta Eve's seen, and if he's afraid then. Young Damien, if you truly believe that to be the case, then I will reinforce them. But letting all that power out is not a good idea for anyone. You'll break her, Xavier. Her mind won't handle the stress of the Phoenix fighting your barriers. Release the barriers. I'm afraid I cannot do that, Damien. You haven't seen. I don't care. He slams his fist again. Well, Natalia already has backups made anyways. Remove them from her or else I'll find a way to do them myself. I wanted to stay, but at that time we heard footsteps coming. Kurt panicked WND teleported us away. But the thing about his teleportation is that it's mental-based. And after the conversation we just heard, Jean Grey was the one thing on all of our minds. Landing in front of Jean and Frost was enough to startle them both. But the thing about mind readers is when they see you they instantly read your surface thoughts. And seeing Jean's eyes widen I can tell exactly what she just read. Her eyes start glowing and Emma looks taken back. Jean's eyes start to calm and she's crying. 12 years Eve followed him. And to think he's been messing with my head. After all those lectures of minding my own mind. He dares mess with mine. Jean flew out of the room with a burning passion and Emma has a wry smile and shake her heads talking about American hypocrites. Kurt is the first one to speak up and say, should we stay around for this? Of course we're staying. Jean has all that power behind her and now she has the rage to back it up. Me and Kitty takes off running back to the office soon followed by Kurt and Quentin. The alarms start blaring on the walls telling everyone to evacuate. Shit, she's already going dark. I activate my powers and take off. If we're not talking teleportation in the fastest one here. Kurt disappeared and I'm almost to the room when I spot him again. Unconscious stuck to the roof with everything not bolted down flying around the room hectically. Kitty phase us through. She grabs me and Quentin and we run straight ahead ignoring all obstacles. We kick open the door to see Jean and Xavier locked in a psychic battle with Damien doing his best to cover Natalia from the fallout. The tides change when Jean starts releasing flames and starts melting her surroundings. Amara, I turn my head to Damien's voice, you gotta grab her. She's angry but you have to calm her now. I nod and rush in to grab my future roommate. I don't blame her at all. I'd be mad too if someone fucked with my head for most of my life without telling me. I get close when I start sweating from the heat. And I never sweat. I grab Jean's hand and pull her closer. Jean snap out of it. You're losing control. I must admit her telling me to let go with the double voice and glowing eyes unnerved me but I refuse. Jean, take control. It's your power. Control it. She starts fighting it off and with Xavier's help she succeeds for a second before it comes back stronger. All seems lost when Frost kicks the door down and joins the psychic battle with Quentin behind her. Under the combined might of 4 telepaths they manage to force the Phoenix back to sleep temporarily. I catch Jean as she falls to the ground and hold her. Xavier, Damien huffed finally moving from his spot, fix her. Or I will. Chapter 13, the plot thickens. Damien Nix's POV. After Xavier's attempt to end the world in fiery hell I had a new level of disregard for the cripple. How dare he greater good the threat we were facing. At the end of the day he still said it was best we kept her mind sealed and needless to say I was livid but not as livid as Aurora who slapped him. That was a sight to see, there's nothing worse than a bitch slap from a mad black woman. I asked Emma if she could handle it and according to her breaking them is easy. But breaking them without mind fucking permanently is too much for her. So back to plan 1. First I tell Xavier to leave the tower. I no longer wanted to associate with him. If it wasn't because he was taking care of all the kids we found and rescued I would have already took his head off. Sigh the hard way it is. Nat, I want those girls rescued. Make it a top priority. I want to see them getting checked up in the med bays by tomorrow. Frost, you're free to stay for now. Once those girls get themselves acclimated I want you to connect to their hive and treat Jean. If the 6 of you together can't do it then you're not as good as you think. Nodding to my orders Nat disappeared and went out to collect who she needed for this mission. Emma didn't like taking orders but nonetheless she understood the severity of leaving Jean like she was. It took 4 telepaths including Jean herself to push the barely awakened Phoenix to sleep. If it fully awakens and Jean can't control and access that power then God help us all. I feel a headache rising. Magneto is planning to attack the UN, gotta deal with that. Jean is awakening, gotta deal with that. Reed is still missing and he's a loose cannon that has to be dealt with. Not to mention Hydra is becoming more and more active since the Watchtower went online. I also need to think of a more permanent solution for these metahumans. Well, one problem at a time as I take out a pen and ruler and start drawing up some blueprints. Hopefully my ideas are feasible. Natalia Romanova POV. Today has been nothing but a wild ride. Waking up under a pile of bodies is nothing new to me. But the pile of bodies all still breathing and cuddling was new. Shadowing Damien was nothing new. I do it all the time. I love the look on others' faces when they realize Eve been there the whole time. However, being attacked by a sentient firebird was new for me. I've seen people act in their self-interest with stubborn ideals. Happens all the time, but for that old man to sit in his chair believing that what we saw today wasn't enough to warrant him to fix his mistake. That was a first. But I have a feeling it won't be the last. I walk over to the watch console. This thing has seen a few upgrades. There are 5 levels of Overwatch badges. White for newbies, they have basic access to the tower, blue for experienced members then green for people who are more technical support like Cho and that Shuri kid. Gotta admit she constantly surprises me. It's a shame we can't keep her forever, but having an alliance with Wakanda isn't a bad deal. The last two colors are red for squad leaders and orange. Red badges give 90% access to the Watchtower's systems. Everything except the black servers. You can call everyone to assemble or even forcibly warp someone with a lower badge. There's only 4 of those in circulation. Laura, Domino, Aurora, and Logan have those 4 red badges. And finally orange, only 2 people have orange badges. The orange badge allows one to track all other badges, have full system access including the black servers, but it also has a built-in supercomputer of its own. I could halt a country with this orange badge. Walking over to the console, I place my badge and it shows up with a list of all of the active watch members currently on standby. Tracer, Contact Domino, X-23, Shadowcat, Nightcrawler and Invisible Woman. Mission details: infiltration and rescue 5 telepathic meta girls. Priority level Alpha. Copy. Black Widow sending message. Message sent. Replies received. Members are waiting down in the hangar. Ms. Widow. Thank you, Tracer. I don't know why he designed the AI to be a peppy British girl, but she's effective and gets shit done. I head down to the meeting site to find my team already dressed in their stealth suits. How big a facility is it this time? Domino asks. We've been going to facilities all around the globe setting metas free. We had to give a few meta inhibitor bracelets like Anna's to control their powers, but even then they were happy. Twice as big as Ontario and extremely secured. According to Celine, the whole facility was made with magic and ability suppressors, so make sure you have your biofields active if you don't want to be powerless. The targets are quintuplet telepaths. Daughters of Emma Frost being held to keep her in check. The main thing to stay focused on is they have collars set to blow at a moment's notice. Kitty, that's your job. Once we have them all, you need to get those collars off and underground as fast as possible. Once we're gone, they'll try to blow the collars leading to their base, getting a decent hole. Kurt, you're our way in. Sue will make the walls invisible so you can see the other side. Domino, me and you are on locating duty. You find one, you report. Laura, keep your nose sharp, allow no one to press their red buttons. If those alarms go off, then we lose the girls. I look at my team standing ready and I couldn't be more proud. All right people, let's move out. Let's do this quickly. I want to make a stop since we'll be in Russia anyways. I walk into the jet and strap myself in the front with Domino as my co-pilot. This is a mission we cannot fail. Bonus scene, Shuri. Damien, if this blueprint of yours is feasible, then you have practically changed everything. I mean, a planetary dual terraformer making breathable atmospheres on void planets. If this works, then we can actually pull off your Mars idea. But even with Fitzsimmons, I don't think we'll have enough hands. I've always thought myself smart, but this 23-year-old man in front of me keeps blowing my mind. But I won't lose. He'll make sure my name gets remembered with the greats. If it's manpower, don't worry, I have Aurora and Anna tracking down some genius hands. He's a bit lost, but they'll find him. That's great, we'll need all the help we can. Beep 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 beep. Oh, I'm sorry, it's home, give me 1 second. Hello. Baba, what's the matter? Wait, slow down, what do you mean come home? My experience at Star Labs is going so well. Wait, what? How did he get past the barrier? How much did he take? If that's the case, I might know some people who can help. Yes, I'll bring them with me if I have permission. Yes sir, no sir, I understand. Damn, I don't want to go home, just not yet, not when I'm facing such a era-breaking technology. I make a bright smile and turn towards Damien Nixus aka Invincible and I ask, so Damien, what do you think of a road trip? Chapter 14, Wakanda. Whoa, hold on Shuri, I get it's important, but why are you rushing so much? I'm looking here at Shuri as she's packing up all her things in a rush. Apparently Clow finally stole all that vibranium from Wakanda and they wanted to call Shuri back to keep her safe. I may sound a bit arrogant, but really, where's safer than next to me? She had the same thoughts, which is why I've gotten a free trip to Wakanda. They already know I have my own source of vibranium, and by that I mean I had Shuri keep them updated that I went into space and brought back my own meteor filled with vibranium. I decided to trust Wakanda when Shuri showed me a picture of her and her brother and I saw the late Chadwick. Well, I guess he's alive. This universe is weird and I'm not making it simpler since I have Viltrumite technology sitting in Star Labs and an underground watchtower down in the same city as Stark Industries. Oh well. I told you, Damien, I need to get back fast before they send someone to retrieve me. If any of the Dora Milaje show up, they could get into a confrontation with any of the team. Especially how hot-tempered Scott is. I only sigh and watch as she stores her things in our new Star Labs capsules. I may or may not have taken a Viltrumite storage pod and relabeled it as Dragon Ball Tech. I plan on releasing it to the public in 10 years or so. Since the last thing I want is Scott picking a fight, I decide to fly Shuri myself. Where's your pickup ship? She types in a few commands on her beads and within a minute a location pinged on her phone. Taking a look at the location, I pick her up and use our warp pad to get to the edge of the city. From there I take off across the skies. Shuri has taken a liking to flying for a while now. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out a way to give her superpowers. She's been a great help and I can't help but think of her as my niece who's also the princess of the most advanced country on the planet. We take off across the skies as she takes a few selfies for her Instagram. I don't mind since I'm in costume and it's great publicity for me, not that I need it. It takes about 2 minutes of flying when Shuri yells stop. I put on the brakes slowly to not give her whiplash, but apparently I was too close and smacked head first into the cloaked ship. It was a bit awkward because I left a dent the size of my head in the side. Shuri is dying of laughter and after a few seconds the ship uncloaked, revealing a sleek black airship that's only 5 points below mine. Since mine can go into deep space. A side hatch opens and I take it as my entrance into the ship. I levitate over to it, allowing Shuri to jump in first, and she takes off immediately looking for a brother. I land in next to 2 rows of armed bald women with sharp spears. Even though I'm a Viltrumite, I'm still young. Over time my body will become unbreakable, but for now vibranium and adamantium, not to mention you still will hurt like a bitch. I walk inside cautiously, followed by the bald badasses, to find Shuri embraced in the hug of a younger Chadwick Prebeard. He turns to me and offers his hand. You must be the invincible Shuri tells me so much about. Thank you for giving her the chance to learn new things. She was always bored at any school or classes we could find. I can tell he genuinely cares for his sister, and Eve decided to give him my trust. Taking off my mask, much to Shuri's surprise, based on how much I value my identity to those not in Overwatch, I grab his hand with a firm shake and meet the prince halfway. Damien Nixus, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you as well, Chala. Shuri goes on and on about trying to recruit you for Overwatch. Oh. The same Overwatch who goes around the globe from doing anything like stopping robbers to calming volcanoes. I believe I'm a bit lacking for such an endeavor at the moment. He's still a warrior, but he has yet to take the herb giving him his full abilities. He has some in his blood, but at best he'd be at half of Natalia's strength. The two of us hit it off, much to Shuri's delight. He asks me some questions about how do I operate on a global scale without worrying about my tech being in the wrong hands, and I ask him about how they managed to make vibranium fine enough to sew into his clothes. The two of becomes fast friends as we descend into the hidden city below. He tells me to brace myself, and wow, was he not wrong. This city is magnificent. I'm half tempted to offer them land on Mars once it's cultivated. Maybe I should rename it Viltrum. Food for thought. Welcome to my home, Damien. Shuri excitedly grabs my hand and runs up to the doors as they open. She drags me out with an extra bounce in her step and drags me right in front of her waiting parents. Chaka and Romanda are people with a regal aura. One look at them and I can tell all the love they have for their home. Greetings, King and Queen of Wakanda. My name is Damien, or some people calls me Dash. Invincible. I've heard about it almost every time Shuri calls home. You truly are a man of many mysteries. Some of the things Shuri showed up that you created that even our scientists are having problems recreating. Thank you for looking after my child. Chaka reaches forward and I shake his hand with a smile on my face. I have heard you can breathe in space. Is it true? Romanda asks. I can't blame her for being curious. No, I cannot breathe in space. I see the disappointment appear on her face, and Shuri was about to clarify when I continue. I just hold my breath. My current limit is 14 days without breathing. I love watching everyone's jaw drop and Shuri puffing out her non-existent chest like it's her achievement. They parade me back to the city and into the castle where all the clan heads are awaiting. We would like to welcome you under better circumstances, but as you can tell, this is important. Ulysses Clow has managed to not only infiltrate our nation, but he also managed to grab nearly 10 tons of vibranium with him. We're currently checking every satellite feed, every web post, every known location he likes to hang out, but it's all for naught. Shuri said Overwatch facilities are more advanced than our labs and you may be able to help us. Anything you can do would be greatly appreciated. Seeing Chaka speak so humbly and all the council listening to me, I start racking my brain. In the movies they took years to find him. Even if I knew where he's gonna be, that doesn't mean I know where he is now. I can try to track him, but that crafty bastard will have gone dark by now. What to do? I begin contemplating my options while everyone looks at me in silence and anticipation. Shuri looks extremely confident in me. Oh Lord, does she worship me? Not that I mind. After 2 minutes of thinking, I finally have a feasible idea. I don't think I can find him easily. He's a crafty son of a bitch after all. They show their disappointment on their faces. Just for once I wish people would wait for me to finish first then get emotional. However, I think I know of someone who can find him. They all brighten up and Chala is the one to speak up and ask me who. The only person I know of who can find Clow easily is Eric Stevens. The Lost Prince of Wakanda. Chapter 15, Lost Prince Point. Insolence, screamed Wabi, the grieving son of the border guard tribe, Zuri. Explain this outsider's words. King Chaka sat in a gloomy silence as all the elders' eyes drifted towards Zuri, the advisor to the king. Everyone looked at Zuri, who had a starry-eyed gaze. The atmosphere suddenly felt tense as Zuri withheld his tongue. Gradually, one by one, the elders' gaze turned to the king. Damien, sensing the awkward silence by the crowd, was ready to offer some support, yet however Shuri was a spitfire, nothing ever fazed her as she coasted through life. Cousin Eric is alive. He is living in Washington in a military compound right now. He's special forces and highly respected in the United States military. I heard he even has his own squad of special forces. Is this true, your majesty? Questioned Ftuka, the mining elder. Why did I not know I had a cousin living on the outside, father? Questioned Chala, naturally believing his sister to have no reason to lie. The silence intensified as everyone held their breath, waiting for their king to speak RHE next words. My younger brother Njobo was a good man. However, as a man he too fell into temptation. On the outside world, during a negotiation with S.H.I.E.L.D., he fell in love with one of their potential recruits. So we made a deal. We know of the deal, Chaka. Stop stalling and tell us what you have done, interrupted an elder, gradually losing his patience and disrespect of customs by the king. The king's Dora Milaje gripped their spears tightly, but a single hand from the king was enough to halt their actions. Chaka just continued as if he wasn't even there. We let him join S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few years, and if he can't convince her to come back with him, then he shall leave her be and choose from his Dory. Yet even after 9 years he still refused to return home. Father, you said after 4 years he died in line of duty and was buried in honor in the U.S., finally granting Wakanda a seat in the UN. Chala interrupted after seeing Chaka take a pause. Shuri decided to speak her truth. When she learned a year ago that Eric was alive, she wanted to march right back into Wakanda and scold her dad. I barely managed to hold her back by convincing her it was better to wait and help Eric gain more status before introducing him to his homeland. She was proactive in contacting him on behalf of Overwatch and granting his squad some high-quality missions, having them run back up for us in big situations. His life went from being a private mercenary jumping from place to place to a private mercenary jumping from place to place for us and more money. So she didn't hesitate and said, Cousin Eric's squad is a contractor of Overwatch for jobs we need support for. Finding Clow would definitely be in his field. If we call a bioship, we can get to his location within the hour. All eyes moved back to the king, who was sitting back in melancholy thinking of his past crimes. He heaved a sigh and spoke, very well, if and at all possible please bring him back, and if you can bring back Clow at the same time that would be appreciated. Chala chimed in with 2 cents as well, I will like to go as well. I cannot sit here knowing my bloodkin is out there and he doesn't even know my face. Seeing how the situation completely escalated, I knew there was only one result. I heaved a big sigh and stood up. I may or may not have taken the idea of a Martian bioship and given it to Shuri, Cho, Gwen, Fitz, Simmons, Johnny, and Ben to work on. I have a genius collecting problem. Although a super rare genius is sitting in some old dimensional rift in his garage. I'll have to grab him after this. I call out to the very first bioship created by human hands, and I named her Megan. She's created using liquid metallic nanotech. She even turns invisible and have sonic blasters. She's capable of deep space travel as well. I make that a requirement for all of our vehicles. Megan will be here in 5 minutes, so we should get outside. Chala was confused, so he asked, who is Megan? Shuri grabbed his arm, pulling him outside, saying, oh, don't worry, you'll love her, come on brother, let's go meet our cousin. Wait, I should get my suit. You never know when I might need it. I break in on their conversation, oh, you'll need it. We're visiting him as Overwatch, not just Wakandans. Operation of approach is Overwatch is looking for Clow because he stole Wakanda's vibranium. That's our in. And don't worry about your suit, you're gonna love what Shuri made for you. Oh, Megan's here. A few minutes later we're flying away in my bioship in front of Shuri holding a box with a silver necklace imbued with 5 Pather Claw nano holding claws. It's made with a mixture of adamantium and vibranium nanotech. I'm telling you, having a guy who can fly in space and just grab what we need is super convenient. It also absorbs kinetic damage and turns invisible. Your claws can superheat to iron cutting degrees without you ever feeling the heat. Shuri loves bragging, but she did amazing work when he puts on the necklace. One magical girl transformation later and Chala is dripped out in a black and dark purple interwoven panther suit. It has sleek silver markings running down the side to the utility belt with a panther roaring logo. I just sit off to the side as Chala clenches his fists and checks out his new suit while Shuri is taking some notes. I always taught her that everything can be improved. You just have to figure it out. If Shea Veritas was able to create a nanotech space-traveling city in the DC universe, then I should at least be able to create a civilization on Mars. The terraformer won't be done for 2 years at this rate. Maybe less if I get Forge. I also need citizens. Metahumans alone won't be enough to populate a country. An island, yes, maybe a small country, but definitely not the first and only country on a freshly terraformed planet. Anyways, enough future plotting, I get back to steering the bioship. We've got a family reunion to stage. Chapter 16, Lost Prince Point. Eric Stevens POV. Ever since I found my dad dead with holes in his chest, I've always been searching for answers, for a target of my revenge. Who killed me, father, and why? This question has driven me through life. Through school, through boot camp, through my 7 tours, straight to nothing. I've searched every corner of the world but still found nothing. But it's fine, I'm a patient man after all. It took time, but I worked hard and quickly rose ranks through the army. I always strove to be the best sniper, the best fighter, the best soldier, the best killer. Me and my boys were so efficient we even got called by that Overwatch group. Wanted to have us run backup and area control whenever they had a wide-scale meta threat. I've fought side by side with monsters capable of destroying cities. Today should have been just like any other day. Get up, work out, meet the boys, run our drills, check for work, the usual. So why is it that Overwatch just called me for an important job? I'm used to it, but work from these guys never end easily. I hear my doorbell ring and immediately knew it was Invincible. I had no qualms with the guy, all that power he has at his fingertips, yet he goes around saving the planet and even recruiting others to do the same. I open my door ready to greet the boss man when I see 3 shadows under the door. Thinking it to be a trap, I keep my sidearm ready on my hip. Never be too careful. Who is it? I call out to the other side. One of the voices calls out and I recognize the voice. Sorry, bossman, can never be too careful, right? Invincible has always been a laid-back guy until it's time to get serious. So when he just waves it off and walks into my crib with a little kid and a walking catman, I was chill. I've seen weirder dressed people than this. I lead them to the living room and grab some sodas from the fridge. Now I know this ain't a casual call, so I ask, what's the surprise? Eric, I have a job if you're interested. Oh, a job? Yup, didn't see that coming. I motion for him to continue. Ulysses Klaus stole a hell of a lot of vibranium from the nation Wakanda. Vibranium is a very dangerous and reactive metal, and I figured you're the best guy to hunt him down. Did he say Wakanda? That place is where my dad told me he was born. A small village in Africa. If this Clow guy really stole from my dad's birthplace, this might be the closest link I've found to someone who would have wanted to hurt my dad. It'd be my pleasure to catch him. My pops was a Wakandan, it's the least I can do. I get up off the couch and stretch my back. Let's go get the boys. The 3 guests sit up from their positions and start to follow behind me to the barracks. The new guy keeps taking glances at me, so obviously I say something. Yo, you a new member? Name's Eric Stevens. I subcontract to Overwatch from time to time. I hold out my hand waiting for a shake. He tenses up before choosing to let his helmet off. Most of these guys are super lax about their identities, but there are some who I never see without their masks, like Invincible, Widow, or her sidekick Ghost Spider. Nice to meet you. My name is Chala, Black Panther in the field. He grabs my arm back in a tight grip and it feels familiar. We walk for a few minutes having a decent conversation with the little Shuri interjecting from time to time. We finally arrive at the barracks and I greet my crew the way anyone would. I kick the doors open and begin to yell. Yo, where's Prodigy? David Aline, but his call sign is Prodigy. That guy can find anyone anywhere on the planet. I scan the room to see a stunned Greenbug laying on the couch and McDermott playing the new game Gears of War on the Xbox 360. Seconds later, David comes from around the corner. He sees me and walks over and salutes for a second before waiting for my orders. I train my boys right, they know when it's a time for action, it's not a time for games. Prodigy, Ulysses Klaue Klaue, find him. Fast, he's got some dangerous stuff and we need it back. McDermott, get the boys ready, I want 6 bodies ready to sweep. Both men give me a salute and run off to get their jobs done. Chala gives me a look of respect seeing the way my men treat me. I get the feeling he has a high military ranking himself. David comes running back into the room 3 minutes later and gave me an approximate location. He's currently somewhere off the coast of Sweden in this 15 kilometers range. That's the last known trace of him. The boys are ready and waiting for orders. Invincible speaks up, tell M head outside, I got the ship ready. Prodigy looks at me and I nod. He runs off to tell the squad we're heading out. Invincible turns to head outside and I grab my go bag and follow him. I walk out and hold the door for Shuri and Panther. Once they're out, I look around and ask the $1 million question. Where's the ship? Invincible gave me a smirk and a huge red ship just materialized out of thin air. I stand unsurprised. After working with these guys a few times and seeing their toys, I don't feel much shock anymore. The ship lowers itself down and a hole opened up in the wall. I follow the Overwatch crew inside the ship as Invincible takes his seat. I find a seat by one of the many radars on board, familiarizing myself with the tech. It's complex yet understandable. My boys all make their way in one by one, sitting themselves and strapping in. I nod over to Invincible with an all clear and he takes off in the ship. Incoming Klaue, and one way or another I'm getting answers. Bonus scene, back at Star Labs with Celine. Listening to Frost go back and forth in her annoying heels was starting to get on my nerves. Would you please stop that, it's getting annoying. Ever since Natalia left to receive the kids she's been pacing back and forth. She glares at me and was about to speak when a giant blue vortex appeared at the other end of the main hub area. My senses go on alert, feeling a cosmic force channeling through the vortex. Interesting. I watch a man in a scarlet suit and a weird machine on his chest run through the portal. Emma looks ready to attack, but I hold her back. The man looks around and sees the Star Labs logo and gets a big goofy grin before looking at us. Wait, who are you two? Oh man, am I on the wrong Earth again? Maybe Kara overshot me. You guys wouldn't happen to know a Harrison Wells, would you? Oh. A Speed Force user traveling through temporal portals again. He seems young and naive to the Force charging through his blood. So young and powerful, yet not glimpsing the full authority of what they wield. Same as young Damien. Speedsters such as yourself are rare in these parts. And no Harrison Wells either. What's your name? We can accommodate you until Damien returns, and he should be able to return you home. Oh, what's your name, by the way? That's right, if I make a connection between Damien and this young man, I can't imagine just what they'll accomplish. It's been such a long time since my blood has boiled in this much excitement. Oh sorry, let me introduce myself. The young man takes off his cowl and reveals a young face with messy brown hair. My name is Barry Allen, the fastest man alive. Really? He says that way too proudly. Chapter 17, Intermission. Damien Nixus. Head of Overwatch. Didn't sign up for this shit. Celine, what do you mean we have a special guest? Look, him in the middle of something here. I'll deal with them once I finish this little trip with the Wakandan royal family. You just keep them out of any of the important rooms, but if you vouch for them then I trust your judgment. We were approaching the coastline of Sweden when Celine sent me a secure message. Someone special came to visit us and it requires my attention. I thought this Marvel world was gonna be amazing. I've been here for 17 years now. When I was 7 I woke up in a lab. I didn't know what was going on or where I was, I just knew my life sucked. 2 years of experiments and experiments on my blood before I finally got the first clue to where I was. Dr. Nathaniel Essex walked into the lab for the first time that day and told me I was meant for great things. He ended up transferring me to a base where he was working with Stryker on a project and thought my blood was the missing link. They already had 22 failures. So this time they mixed my blood into the clone DNA strand. The DNA fought against the new bloodline, yet they were intrigued how no matter how much my blood tried to kill the other cells they just kept coming back. They bonded. That was when Laura was born. Due to a side effect of our bloods mixing, she grew up quite fast. She was even bigger than me for a bit. But she slowed down once she reached the physical age of 10. We became best friends considering how our cells were across from each other. All we knew was each other and the doctors who tortured us. Brought us closer, brought us together. That continued for years until we were 15. That's when they made her kill Dr. Kinney. She was never the same after that. More quiet, more reserved. Distant. She stayed in her shell until we were 17 and they brought in Domino. The two of them got along as expected. One super serious and the other happy-go-lucky. That all changed later on as we familiarized ourselves. We took care of each other. The guards never tortured us outside of the labs, and whenever we did get a courageous one, I'd anger him to make him focus on me. We kept each other alive. At 19 they brought Amara. She was broken. The barely 15-year-old girl had burned her parents alive in magma when she was taken. She didn't have time to grieve before she was taken and tortured. Domino and I spent a lot of time talking to her to bring her back. That same year we met Warren. His dad had sold him away to the government in order to hide him away. The 5 of us became friends. Me and Laura became the de facto leaders, but that often fell onto me since Laura very rarely spoke after killing her mother. I was 21 when my Marvel memories came back. I was in a coma for a week and Laura thought I died. She went on a mini rampage and they put her in an actual Iron Maiden for 3 days. After I was woken up I realized just how serious the situation was. I was a mutant. I knew it, but I only knew my DNA was unkillable. No fancy claws, no powers, I was just a guy who would die from a bullet to the brain, but my body would never rot. Never decay. I trained myself harder than ever. My squad saw my determination. I would very hardly ever exert myself in this place. So seeing me push myself made them do it too. Stryker thought he finally broke us and turned us into his special own little suicide squad, but we knew. It meant get ready. A year and a half later, September 11, 2005 became the day I got pumped full with nuclear radiation. That's the day I changed. I went into another coma. I gained memories of a past life. A guy who died on the sideline of a superhero fight. A father who beat his son senseless. Welp, I guess Domino was right. I was just unlucky. I had knowledge of their people. The Viltrumites, strong, fast, deadly. But there was something more. Something dangerous hidden under the surface that always worried me. I've seen titans erase galaxies. Gods kill men of steel, and dark nights fall. I've seen the world eaten by threats too great to understand. Yet why was it me? I was nothing special before, so all this pressure. I'm making sense of it as I go, but this place hasn't given me rest since I first announced Overwatch with just 6 members. Invincible, me, Talon, Laura, Domino, Magma, Amara, Black Widow, Natalia, and Angel, Warren. With so many big corporations such as Star Labs, Frost Internationals, Oscorp, Baxter Foundation, and more backing us, we got legalized by the government. We were the first and last line of defense. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first people who came to us for a partnership. Fury was thrilled to talk about a legal team of superheroes, and he constantly sends jobs for my people. Of course we can decline especially dangerous ones. Since then we've been to every inch of this planet. Ghost Spider, Gwen, who trained under Natalia after finding out she was compatible with one of our spiders, as well as Halo, Tandy and Shade, Ty, who trained with Celine, and once she deemed them capable of combat, they along with Aurora, Logan, and some of the students sponsored by Xavier became the second generation of Overwatch. Right now we're looking at Sue, Johnny, Ben, Piotr, Quinton, and the quintuplets to be the third generation. I've also recently gotten a tip on Iceman aka Bobby Drake. He hasn't awakened yet, but I'll make sure I get him before Xavier does. He's coming straight to Overwatch instead of the mansion. This world is constantly throwing shit at me. It's 2007 and I know what's coming next. I have to deal with Magneto and Jean. Reed is still missing and that worries me. If Essex got his DNA, that'd be troublesome. Speaking of Reed with the Fantastic Four not forming, I wonder how the interaction with the Silver Surfer is going to be like. Not to mention I expect a green overgrown child running wild next year, and a rich overgrown child flying through the skies of the Middle East late next year. I need to get to space soon. This is a galactic battle, and the sooner we get our footing in space, the sooner we can fight it. I need more space-abled people. There are no other Viltrumites in this world, and I'm not expecting a Kryptonian to pop out of nowhere. Invincible. Shuri yelled in my ear, pulling me out of my thoughts. Finally, I've been calling you for a few minutes. We found him. Just waiting for you to give the order. I look around to see Chala with a blue Overwatch badge clipped on his belt, and Eric and his squad all having temporary active yellow badges. I clear my throat and look over to Eric. Stevens, Panther, you two secure Clow. I'll go with the boys and clear ship before rendezvousing with you on his point. Shuri, bring us down quietly. It's time to go hunting. Chapter 18, Slipping Through the Cracks. Third POV, trying it out. I may or may not write the rest in third except important scenes. Alright, you lazy blokes, move that metal. Hurry up now. We need to get it into one of the safe rooms before those Panther people show up. Clow was extremely excited to own as much vibranium as he did. Knowing he had the power to topple the world in his fingers made him eager to contact some of his people. Hey you. Don't you dare drop that case. It's worth more than your life. He stood back and watched his men load and unload different cases into multiple drop boxes. He was gonna spread the vibranium into 3 safe zones he made in preparation for this day. Bang bang bang. 3 shots and his boys dropped down. Clow spun furiously on his heel with a gun drawn, ready to gun down whoever he met. Yet, he was met with nothing but air. But he's not the type to lower his guard that easily. He's seen invisible people before, so he knows there's someone here. He started scanning the room hoping for a giveaway. But, he was unlucky when he felt the cold sharp claws press into his neck from behind him. I suggest you turn yourself in, a smooth voice said in his ear. He wants to turn and shoot, but suddenly his gun goes flying out of his hand and he feels another barrel push against his chest. He doesn't test his luck in this situation and just holds up his hands in defeat. There was no winning this time. Invincible, target secured, bringing him back to the ship. The Panther and Soldier led him upstairs to the top of the cruise ship. He saw all of his men already round up and a Coast Guard ship coming up off the port of his ship. The big guy himself with a lowercase I approached Clow with a teasing grin. Clow, what happened? I thought you were supposed to be as slippery as an eel. Clow opened his mouth to say something when a metal brace is slapped over his face and extends into a band that clamps over his mouth and locks behind him. No fancy comebacks from you, Clow. Alright people, get him on the ship, he's going into the pipeline. And someone find me where the last 1.3 tons of vibranium went. There's no way he sold it, so find it. Watching Clow get dragged back into the ship by Eric, Damien couldn't help but smile by how much he changed the timeline. There's no Killmonger showing up this time around. He sent a few masks on notices to Watchtower, which is standard protocol whenever bringing someone new into the pipeline, a high-tech metahuman holding center. Beep 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 beep. Natalia. What's up? We're on our way back to base. What? You found him? Throw him into the pipeline, he'll talk to him personally. A manic grin appears on Damien's face thinking about the rewards of this trip. He gains a friendly foothold with Wakanda, Clow off the streets, the quintuplets are safe, and Nat even found him. He walks onto the ship and tells Shuri to set the course for home. The sooner they get the location of the last 1.3 tons, then the sooner he can focus on his Mars project. First POV. A few dozen minutes later we're back on American soil cloaked as we touch down into our base under Star Labs. The ship isn't even fully docked yet when the hatch opens and both Natalia and Celine are standing there waiting on me. I heave a sigh and turn back to my crew to give my orders so I can focus on what's happening here. Panther, Stevens, go with Shuri and secure our prisoner in a cell. The rest of you know your way to the showers. I dismiss them and finally turn towards the two patient women. I walk down the ramp towards them with a haste in my step. They can see it's time to walk and talk, so they waste no time. They turn and start walking, the second in between them. I glance at Natalia and she takes her cue to report, no casualties, but their kitty did burn herself with one of the bombs. She phased it off of the girl and took it into the last room we were planting them in, yet they went off a bit earlier than expected. She got out of the room but received a burn on her arm. Medical is currently checking her condition. The girls are safe yet clearly underfed and in need of medical attention. Frost is with them now, slowly giving them a basic psychic education to make up for their lack of common sense. I mean seriously, they just followed us without an ounce of hesitation. Also, Domino found our little friend hiding out on the 3rd floor trying to collect all the quintuplets files and research before he tried to slip away, but she got him and he's currently in pipeline cell number 08. I process all the news I heard. So it's mostly good news and I have to go see Kitty later. Give her a few days off and see if she's fine. She's been hurt before, but normally she just phased out of her harm's way, so this must be a big shock to her. Making a mental note, I look at Celine, who just smiled and grabbed my arm. I don't resist as she pulls me towards the danger rooms. She likes her secrets, so I allow her to surprise me. Nat just follows behind us since her and her team just arrived as well and she's curious. We walk over to the danger room and she opens the door for me. I can see a crowd of people on the upper floors enjoying the show, and occasionally I hear someone say, "So fast." Without being able to stand any more excitement, I fly into the room slowly. It's a common high-speed course I designed. The objective is to touch the lights, which only flash for a second before reappearing somewhere else randomly in the room. I'm the only one fast enough to even attempt the course, but for once in my life I'm dumbfounded. I watch a red streak running around the room, touching all the lights the second they appear before flashing off to look for the next. He currently has the highest score at 123, which he rounds out at 130 before stopping in front of me. "You're fast," I tease, looking at the Arrowverse Barry Allen. He smiles and takes off his cowl, stretching out his hand. "Barry Allen, back on my Earth they call me the Flash. We have a Star Labs too, but it's nothing like this." I smile hearing him mention my copy is bigger than the original. "You're pretty far from home then. What are you doing Earth hopping, friend?" There's an evil speedster running around my world right now. I had a plan to gain more speed by using tachyons, but it pushed me through another Earth where I met a friend who goes by Supergirl, and then she pushed me fast enough to open another breach, but I landed here instead of home. Does this mean that this version of the Marvel Universe is stuck in Barry's timeline fuck-ups? He'll have to deal with that eventually. Well, you're welcome to stay until we figure out how to get you home. My people are the best, so if anyone can map you a way home, it'll be Celine. I smirk at my internal plan to throw all the work at Celine. Barry thanks me and asks me a few questions about metas on this world and how I set up the team. He has his own meta-human problems, and seeing my Overwatch gave him an idea to form his own super team. Did I just give the Justice League its intro? Me and Barry goes on and I give him a yore and even how our pipeline works. Yet the tour was thrown off when I came across Panther and Shuri locked in a cell. I run over and open it to their surprise and they stammer out. "What the hell happened? Where's Clow? Why are you guys here?" I have 1,000 questions as to what happened here. Chala looks shaken up about something and Shuri seems different. It takes a few seconds and Shuri is the first to speak up. "Eric helped Clow escape, but Damien, father, he killed his own brother." My mind pieces together the information and formulates a possibility. Clow told Eric what happened to his dad and Eric acted out on his impulses, choosing Clow to get more answers. Chala was smart enough to know it's the truth, and his wise and honorable father just lost the last bit of respect his son had for him. Damn it, this wasn't the plan at all. We need to find Clow now. I pull out my badge and start firing off orders. Nat, I need a search team ready. High mobility people: Gwen, Warren, you, Laura, Aurora, Kurt and Logan. Spread out to all of the directions leading from exit 23. Clow has escaped, expected to be with Eric Stevens, and both are possibly armed and extremely dangerous. Do not hurt Eric if it's unnecessary. Barry put on his mask and offered his services. "What do you need me to do?" I look at him and then open a door leading outside and shows him a picture of the dynamic duo. These are the targets. You want to help? Then run, Barry, run. Chapter 19, Fugitive Series Point. Eric Stevens. Confused and angry. Dragging a half-conscious man into the sewer systems was more work than I expected to do today, but he had answers. Flashback no jutsu. Just get in the cell, Clow, no more words from you. I push Clow in his cell and Chala and Shuri closes the doors. Every time I come here this place overwhelms me. Thank you for the assistance, Eric. You are a very capable warrior, I must add. Panther seemed like a chill guy. Definitely one of my favorite costumes these guys wear. He, now ain't this quite the sight. Our eyes flashed to the trapped men. Who would have thought the prince himself would come all the way here for me? Tell me, Prince, does your daddy know you're so far from home? You should be careful, last time one of you strayed so far dear old daddy put his claws in his stomach. He. Claws, in his stomach. My eyes flash over to Panther and an image of 5 small circular holes in my father came to mind. What are you talking about, Clow? Do you really expect me to believe the words of scum like you? Panther tried defending against his words but they fell on empty ears. Scum. Now that's just hurtful. True, but hurtful. Tell me, Prince, did you know Njobu? Nice fella, met him a couple of times. Real upstart man. Loved his boy more than anything. Yet he was sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. Saw the world how it really was. Believed Wakanda could have made a change to the world. My fists tighten as all this information is being processed. Chala is taking all of this with a grain of salt while Shuri seems to have already painted a picture of what possibly happened. Your dear old daddy decided Njobu was getting too vocal in his time away. So he killed him in his own home. Left the body there and let it be buried in America instead of his home, knowing how his people would take the death. Liar! Chala flew into rage, opening the cell. He grabbed Clow by his collar and slammed him into the wall. Shuri rushed in to calm her brother but the fire was still there. My father would never do that, growled the Prince Panther cub. Oh. Would you like to make a bet, Panther boy? He, chuckled Clow as he wiped a bit of blood coming from the corner of his mouth. It was then that I knew I needed answers. I pushed Shuri into the corner of the wall, grabbing her Overwatch badge. Chala throws his attention in her direction, which I use to grab his badge and drop him on his back before grabbing Clow and closing the cell. I'm sorry guys, but I need answers and he seems to have them. He, look at this, who would have thought your own people would turn against you? Must be my birthday. I clocked him in the side of the head with Mugun before looking back at the cage. Shuri spoke up, Eric, you know if you do this, you'll be wanted not only by Overwatch but by most governments as well, right? Think about this, is this really how you want your answers? I look back at the 2 locked in the cage and the guy unconscious over my shoulder. I have to do this. I need answers and he knows more. I won't be able to get a one-on-one with him if he stays here. I looked Shuri in her eyes and she looked at me. Not long after she sighs, very well, cousin. I do hope you gain closure of your own, consider this my last gift for you. Tracer, open maintenance hatch number 38 sewer lines. A gray wall glowed with an orange light before revealing itself with stairs going down. Thank you. 2 words spoke a lot between us. She didn't ask and I didn't explain. I dragged the guy towards the maintenance hatch and watched the door close behind me. Looking into the dark sewers, I pick a random tunnel and start moving. Back to the present. Wake up, I say, slapping the unconscious man who began to stir in his sleep. His body twitched and rustled around before sniffing the air. Asterisk sniff sniff asterisk ugh, this place smells like shit, mate. Couldn't have found a better hotel. I ignore his ramblings and I look directly at the bound-up man. What do you know about Njobu and Wakanda? He looks at me in the face and I see the gears in his head turning vicariously, trying to figure out some kind of option to turn this situation to his favor. Clow finally spoke and said, why would you like to know, kid? Look, if I were you I'd get moving. You just pissed off a bunch of metas and they're gonna be coming. I get into a low squat and bring myself level to his eyes. We're not moving from this spot until you tell me everything I need to know. I take out my knife and ram it deep into his leg right underneath the kneecap. Ignoring his scream, I ask again, now tell me everything you know about my father. Third POV. In the dark tunnels of the sewers, a few 10 minutes after Invincible found out Clow escaped, a red blur was racing through the sewers looking for traces. Moving at top speeds, he almost instantly found Clow, alone and unconscious, tied up with a piece of paper strapped onto him. He signaled the rest of the search squad that he found on the targets. Nightcrawler popped into existence before looking at Clow and taking him back to the pipeline. Barry looked back into the sewers, deciding to do one more search before heading back to the surface. Meanwhile, at the OWHQ, Damien is pacing back and forth in front of the 2 Wakandans. He knows there's more to the story than what he was told, but he also didn't want to force it out of them. Just then Nightcrawler poofed in with a sulfuric smell, holding an unconscious Clow. Did you find Eric as well? Neen, but Flash is searching the sewers one more time before coming back. Should I put a fugitive alert on him to all active members? Kurt. Damien has him hold off on it until the others come back. He hears from different people how they all cleared their areas and Barry sped into the room saying he was gone. He looked over at Shuri, the little girl whom he realized has grown on him, and he says, "Shuri, I know he's your cousin but I have to dash." "I know, Damien," interrupted the girl, putting on a brave front. "He broke the law and then ran. I understand you have to do what you must. I'll go enter it into the servers." With that we watch the little girl turn around and run off to hide her tears. I could input it for my badge and she knows it. I gesture to Chala to go after her and I turn to the rest. Taking out my Overwatch badge, I press the button in the middle as Tracer records my words, set Eric Stevens as a rank 3 fugitive. Current whereabouts unknown. Current danger level is unknown. Approach with caution, non-lethal unless necessary. Tracer voiced out, confirming target. Updating fugitive rankings. Update complete. I look back at the solemn mood. Most of us have worked with Eric for quite some time now and it hurts watching him show up on our own watch list. Fine, then only one thing left to do. Bonus scene, 3 days later. I'm standing in a field with Barry as some of our resident members are here. We're sending Barry back today and they're excited to watch us race. So here, I hand Barry an Overwatch badge which he takes with a smile. Celine enchanted it to work inside the Speed Force. Just think about where you want to go and the badge should redirect the Speed Force to take you there. It also should allow you to send us an emergency beep should the need ever arises. He leans in and hugs me, which startles me, but I remember his universe is centered on a TV drama, so they have a lot more physical contact. Thank you guys for everything. With your help and that formula you gave me, I feel faster than ever. Barry says with a smile. Feeling fast, Flash? Well, channel that and focus, it's time to send you home. As much as we've enjoyed him being here, I already optimized his suit ahead of a few seasons and made him faster. Too many changes are dangerous for his timeline. Alright you two, enough bromancing and let's get on with it. Celine orders and we both do a mock salute before laughing and getting in position. My job is to move at my top speeds, and when I'm exactly 3 miles away Barry comes running through my slipstream and I give him an extra push to send him into the Speed Force. Which went exactly as planned. I look at the back of my friend and say, "See you next crossover, Flash." Bonus scene 2, Shield HQ. Early. Agent Maria Hill moved through the agent-packed building swiftly and with a purpose. Her goal is clear and she expertly avoided any and all obstacles in her path as she aims for a certain room. She reaches the room and knocks before she finally hears an enter. "Sir, we have bad news coming in." Hill spoke as she dropped a file on the desk before backing away and standing at ease. A black-skinned man with an eye patch and trenchcoat looks down at the file with a crease in his brow. He slams the desk and stands up and looks at Hill. "Get me Barton and Carter, we need to stop this madness before it causes a rift in our already stable work with Overwatch." "I want answers, Hill. Now." "Yes, sir." She responds and rushed out of the office. Fury looks back at the packet on his desk and he says, "God help us all if this reaches the Senate." He throws the file in the trash. The file that read Mutant Registration Act. Chapter 20, the start of it all point. It's now January 2008. This is the year everything begins. Overwatch has grown immensely over the years. The thing I'm most proud of is I moved the watchtower to space. It took some getting used to it, but overall nothing changed. The Xavier bunch finally moved out of Xavier's Institute. Some of them bought houses in New York. Others chose to live around the world. After all, they each have a badge that can teleport them here to where they can take a warp tube to anywhere in the planet. Shuri and Chala went back to Wakanda. After we made Eric a wanted fugitive, she changed. The job was getting to her and I knew it. She was barely 11, so sending her home to rest SNDB with her family was the best solution I could think of. Over the year a lot of things changed as well. I've started a pretty weird relationship with Laura, Domino, Natalia, Aurora, and Susan. Laura even got pregnant to our surprise. The girls were jealous, but Laura was freaked out. We never had parental role models, so her being a mom terrified her. The original members of Overwatch all have started their own lives. Amara has been going out with Hisako and they're cute together. Although sometimes Emily will join them. I think being around me influenced her to have her own harem of sorts. The quintuplets are finally opening up to others and even exchange words now instead of constantly using telepathy to talk. Quentin decided he wanted to retire and focus on becoming an educator. So that's what he did. He now teaches younger metas at Xavier's place. Kitty started to develop a crush on the new guy Piotr, yet he's oblivious to it all. Frost keeps coming around often enough with Raven right in tow. She's been our double agent for Magneto. He's managed to create a machine that can forcefully turn a regular person into a metahuman using dark matter. He plans on unleashing it right before the UN World Summit they're holding at the end of this year. We managed to pick up Forge and he was downright excited to work with us once he found out my plans. Right now he's on Mars putting the finishing touches on our first city. Forge created the terraformers in almost under a month. At which point I flew them on the planet which was filled with glaciers I pulled from space. The entire terraforming process took a week. The planet was beaten and broken as ice caps were crushed and water pushed into the very soils of Mars. The atmosphere stabilized about a month later with magical help. The city itself is capable of being self-sufficient, built right on the edge of the new Martian Sea. Most of the planetary water became salty after terraforming, but it's fine. I gradually added more and more icebergs to the planet, most of which burned up in the atmosphere, allowing it to rain all over the planet, forming clouds. Mars is almost ready to populate. Next comes the details. The new Mars has a total of 9 continents and our city is built on the largest one we call Viltrum. We have too much space and that's an issue. There's no wildlife yet, but Celine was talking about asking an old friend to help her move the entrance to the savage lands on one of the continents. This would indeed add animal wildlife to the planet as well as populate one of the continents. Although we'd have to deal with them sooner or later. Hopefully giving them space will be all they need. Knock knock knock. I look up at my office door, then at the clock. Oh, it's way too late. It's open, I stammer out and look back at my laptop. I try to appear busy and not like I just got caught being late. I hear the footsteps walk around me and a pair of arms slouch across my shoulders. You know, if you work this late every day the others will start taking turns to bring you home, Domino purrs in my ear. I look over at her and see her smile. It makes me relax and I can't help but chuckle. Remember a few years ago? We were nothing more but lab rats, you, me, Laura, Amara, Warren, Ellie, Tandy and Ty. Us 8, and the first people we met after escaping were leather and tights wearing metas. She leans down and kissed my cheek. You need to stop over worrying yourself, Damien. Ever since then you've always taken care of us. You've always put yourself in harm's way and always took the brunt of the beating for us. What happened to us broke each of us in a way. Laura has nightmares about killing her mom and thinks her kid will do the same. Amara can't sleep alone at night without waking up in cold sweats. Warren still has a fear of his dad. I can't help but look at her as she explains all of our trauma, but she continues, even I get shaky when you're gone for too long. I may be lucky, but I don't want to gamble my luck on losing you, Damien. So come home soon. There's always going to be another meta needing saving, another bad guy around the corner. The world may need Invincible. She leans and implants a kiss on my lips. Savoring her time and the breath we share in that moment before she finally breaks away. But I need you, Damien. In a few months' time you'll be a dad. If Natalia's looks after that serum you gave her, you might be a dad of 2. What about you? I tease her before pecking her on the lips again. Don't you want to settle down and join the mommy race? Hee hee, when it happens to me. Well, I'll just call it my lucky day. Enough talk. Go hang up your lab coat and come home. Overwatch will be here tomorrow, the city will still be being built the day after. But you need rest. She pulls me out of my chair and pushes me towards the door. I just chuckle at her attempts and allow myself to be manhandled. Maybe I have been moving too fast. After all, just because I'm in this world doesn't mean I have to solve every one of their issues. I look at my office one last time for the night before shutting off my lights. Tonight I'm just gonna sleep with my girls and spoil my pregnant girlfriend. Trauma, huh? I guess everyone has their battle scars. Chapter 21, the start of it all point. Me and Logan were walking down the streets of New York City. We were a strange pair to hang out, but he's one of the few people I've come to rely on throughout the years. All right, bub, what's the catch? We both know you're too busy to just come for a walk. The stoic Canadian was always a straight-to-the-point guy. Him and Laura had that in common, to the point where they didn't know how to speak to each other at first. I slow down and watch the people walk past and around me. It's beautiful city, isn't it, Logan? We watch as Gwen thwips overhead in her ghost spider outfit off to save the city. It's so amazing how much happens here, yet the city remains unfazed. Get to the point, kid. I stop and look at the man who is technically my stepfather and I announce, I'm taking a break, Logan. From the day you met us I've been on a survival high, but now what? I've survived the first wave. I've got 5 girlfriends and a kid on the way. I've saved this city and this planet so many times. People say Damien Nixis and they think CEO of that Star Labs that almost caught up to Stark despite not dealing weapons. I take a pause and look at the men. I'm tired, Logan, so I'm taking a break. Invincible will be there when the world really needs him, but the foundation is set. Overwatch is there and it's going good. The people love us, they collect action figures and Kurt even got a movie role. I want to spend some time with my family and I want you to take my place. He blinks and a scowl appears on his face, but he doesn't deny why me. I'm not exactly the pose for the camera type. You don't have to be. Overwatch is public, yes, we do meet and greets, we sign autographs, but before that all we're heroes, Logan. Those who, despite the fact, take up their swords and armor and fight for those who can't. You've been a fighter since day one, James. Now I'm offering you something more. Step up and lead those nitwits. They all respect you. Hell, I respect you. You're the only one I would trust to lead this team. I hand out an orange badge to him. He knows what this means. Other than me, only Natalia had this badge. Me giving him this badge was a sign of faith that he could become something Overwatch needed to rise. He looks at the badge and sighs before agreeing to take it. The badge locks to his being so only he can use it. I feel the imaginary weight off my shoulders knowing I had the perfect man for the job. He takes one last look at the badge and pockets it before asking, "So kid, what are you gonna do now?" "I'm going home, Logan. It's my turn to cook dinner." I smile at him and with a super speedy step I disappeared from the surroundings. Moments later. I arrive at my home and I feel great. I open the door and I see Susan walking down the stairs in a two-piece light blue swimsuit. She sees me and smiles before walking over. "You're home early. Did Cho lock you out of the system again?" I chuckle before grabbing her by the waist and planting a kiss on her lips. "Maybe I came home because I missed you." She smiled and returned my kiss to me. We trade tongues back and forth before being interrupted by a beautiful African lady walking down the steps with her long flowing white hair descending behind her and a white two-piece showing off her curves. Well, I was wondering what the commotion was, but I do believe I'm missing my invitation to the party. I smirk a bit before turning to her and dashing around her to put my chin on her shoulder and wrap my arms around her waist. "That's because you were invited to the after-party." She purred in my arms and I see Sue pout a bit at the side. I laugh a bit before bridal carrying Aurora and rushing out to the pool in the back. I'm greeted by Natalia and Domino both laying by the pool with their feet dipped in the water. While Laura is a bit a ways behind them on a bench with her headphones on and her baby bump showing. I jump in the pool still holding Ro, and man was it funny. After we emerged from the water I had three pissed off women looking at me with soaking wet hair while Laura was chuckling at me from the chair. Susan walked out to see the weirdest thing. 3 super-powered mutants battling against me in the biggest water wave battle available. She creates a force field as she ignores us and walks over sitting next to Laura. "They're just like children, aren't they?" Sue asked Laura. She watched as Laura moved her hand and caressed her stomach. "You're gonna do great, you know. I can see it. The motherly protectiveness you have. I'm almost jealous, but I can wait my turn. If there's anything you need you can ask me." Laura sits there looking at the pool, at us playing around before she responds to Susan. "Do you think our family will be okay? I mean, he's so strong and I feel myself getting stronger. I was even floating the other day. If I have a super baby, what if I can't help it? What if I can't protect it? What if?" She rambled before Natalia threw some water on her. She was shocked and was ready to pounce but was stopped by Aurora behind her. "Laura, we're all here for you. Whatever you need, whatever the baby needs. We'll provide it. Besides, if the 6 of us together can't handle one super baby." "2," interrupted Natalia with a smirk on her face. We all look over at her as she nervously smiled. "I just found out this morning and I was going to wait a bit, but..." I don't wait for her to finish before I flew over and scooped her up with a kiss. The other girls got over their shock and started sending congratulations to Natalia. We all knew how much she wanted one after finding out Laura was pregnant. When she heard we could fix her womb, she went through the procedure immediately and spent the most time in my room this past week. So finding out she was successful, we all celebrated. We had a barbecue party that night where we invited some of our friends and acquaintances. Now I don't mean to be a grill daddy, but ribs smothered with some Namekian pepper sauce or burgers made topped off on Himalayan ketchup. We just invented the foodgasm here in the Marvelverse. Life was going great. Too bad Overwatch would get busy this year, but nothing that they can't handle except probably the Magneto thing, which I might have to step into. Oh well, let's just enjoy my time. Chapter 22, A Hulking Situation. Logan. The Wolverine. I can't help but regret my decision. It's been about a week and a half since Eve been tasked to run Overwatch. How did he have the time to deal with all this paperwork? So many government agencies asking for updates on their meta-related problems, so many new metas popping up causing problems. I swear if there's one more issue that just comes out of nowhere, I'm gonna. Alert, alert, alert code. Tracer report, I choke out. It's not even 11 and I have a code 4. What even is this? I watch as a blue screen pops up in front of me. I'm watching a green monster running through a university upstate. This really isn't my day. He's causing too much wreckage and he looks like a heavy hitter. I pull out my new orange badge that isn't worth the wait. Piotr, Ben, suit up, we need some heavy interference. Kitty, Amara, Johnny, Kurt, you guys are on crowd control, keep the citizens alive and away. I want the quintuplets on the plane, find any survivors. Hisako, your main job is protecting the hive from debris and keep them safe. Jean, once you're done in Jersey, meet us over upstate. Meanwhile, upstate. What the fuck is that thing? Shoot it. Where's Overwatch? The Hulk, a massive 12-foot titan of a monster, was running through the campus avoiding the army. The army was chasing down the beast while evacuating citizens as the Hulk was jumping from building to building, causing rocks and debris to fall everywhere. Hulk let out a blood-curdling roar that stopped everyone in their movements. The people started shivering, wondering if this was their end. But then one stranger noticed a shiny thing falling from the sky. The Hulk tensed his leg muscles ready to jump away when a giant heavy metalman fell on him from the sky, pushing him through the roof of the building, causing him to crash. Outside the building, the crowds were stunned when they saw a flaming man fly onto the scene. OMG, it's the Human Torch. Who was that other guy? Look, it's Shadowcat and Nightcrawler. Just then a giant boulder came flying out of the wall, flying straight towards the spectators until it was stopped by an average-sized guy. The only unique thing about him was the orangish rock imbued around his body. Is that Titan? It's Titan. Overwatch is here. We're saved. Ben looked at the people before giving them commands. All right, take your photos, then scram. You're in the way. He looks back at the wall the boulder emerged from, smoke still heavy in the building as a giant green hand gripped the wall, and with a mighty roar the Hulk jumped through, dragging the unconscious Colossus behind him. Ben looked at him and Hulk looked back. Hulk threw Colossus to the side and let out a mighty rage. Hulk, strongest there is. Reawakens. It's clobbering time. Ben yelled as he charged at the monster. Hulk charged back and time stopped at these two behemoths met in the middle. A loud soundwave met where their fists collided. Hulk's muscle bulged and contorted before sending more strength into his fist. Ben was sent flying back as Kurt came into the fray. He teleported near the green guy's head, sending a punch and warping out. He continued this process, causing no damage but annoying the Hulk. He was so annoyed he failed to notice the small man slip in his shadow and using his claws to cut out the flesh in his heels. THS Hulk roared and swatted Logan, sending him flying into some debris. This being the first time he bled, Hulk was furious. He charged at the recovering Logan and proceeded to unleash his rage on him. Fist after fist he assailed Logan, who finally countered by catching the punch with his claws. Hulk roared as he penetrated his fist on the claws. He grabbed Logan and threw him into another building when he felt something grab his waist. "Remember me, Tiny?" asked Ben, gripping the Hulk's waist, stopping his momentum. Hulk, not Tiny. Hulk started slamming his fists down on Ben's back as he stood there and took the beating. Kitty phased up from under the ground and grabbed Hulk's leg, phasing him into the ground up to his waist. With his momentum stopped, Ben took the moment to slam his stony fist straight into the Hulk's face. Hulk yells in pain as he flexed his muscles, trying to break the concrete. Colossus got up and saw the trapped Hulk trying to break free. He ran over to Ben to hold back the Hulk's other free arm. With the two of them restraining Hulk, Logan proceeded to come in and throw a flurry of adamantium-backed punches. The people cheered, watching Overwatch take down the monster. Yet at that moment Hulk got angrier and thus was able to break free from his bindings. Grabbing Colossus and Ben by the heads, he roared before throwing them like ragdolls, effectively putting them down temporarily. Kurt quickly came in and evacuated the downed heavy cavalry. Johnny flies in low and starts shooting fireballs at Hulk in attempt to slow him down as magma goes in and turns the ground below him into magma. The Hulk roars as he feet burns and heals back at insane speeds, while being pelted in the face with fireballs. Hisako creates her armor and launches at the Hulk to punch him, but he catches the armor's fist and sends her flying, where she gets covered by some rubble, her armor disappearing. Logan seemed at a loss since this guy keeps getting stronger. He was about to call in Damien, but he didn't want to until he's exhausted all other options. At that moment he hears a voice that allowed him some breathing room. "Hey ugly. Pick on someone your own size." A red optic beam came flying at the Hulk, sending him flying back. Logan breathes out as Scott, Bobby, and run up to stand next to him. Kitty phases out of the ground and Kurt pops out next to them. Amara magmas up and Johnny is flying around them. Ben and Colossus are catching their third wind as Hisako frees herself from the rubble with a bit of blood streaming down her face. The Hulk looks up at the lineup of heroes facing off against him. "Wolverine, it's your word," Scott says with his hands on his visor, ready to fire at any point. The Hulk looks at Logan and Logan sneers at him. Everyone tenses as the battle reaches their climax. Choppers fly in the background recording this fight. Half of Overwatch versus the Incredible Hulk. Logan growls with his claws fully extended as the Hulk roars out and charges. Both sides charge again, knowing fully well this won't end until one or the other is down. Chapter 23, Nuking the Hulk. Logan jumped onto the Hulk, inserting his claws in his chest. Hulk roared dead and attempted to grab him, but his arm was held in place by an invisible force coming from Jean Grey. Logan jumped back as Colossus and Titan used Hisako as a battering ram, managing to throw Hulk backwards a bit. He tried to recover himself but was instead shot by a larger red beam that rendered him immobile. Using his arms he pulled up the road in front of him as a shield. He was about to jump back when he felt cold. He looked down to see his feet frozen. He looks back up to see a flaming magma fist flying into him. He gets sent flying back but not before hurling a rock towards the flying flame human. The human torch blasted the rock instead of dodging, causing him to get hit with debris and fall towards the ground. Hulk stops his decline and grabs a car, ripping it in half. Another magma ball flying his way was intercepted by the bumper of a '83 Chevy. Hulk jumps into the air, bringing his gloved hands down, sending a shockwave through the ground, unbalancing the Overwatch members. He rushes in and grabs Colossus, bending his metal arm at an angle before using him as a weapon to smash Hisako's armor. Both of them out of the fight. Ben rushes forward to tank the hit, but he's no match for an enraged Hulk by himself. The Hulk slams him into the ground before slamming him a few times over and over. He roars, holding the head of the unconscious man as the rocks fell from his body, revealing a bloodied bald man underneath. With their heavy hitters out, Magma and Cyclops stepped forward to keep Hulk at a distance. Launching optic beams and magma balls at the green raging titan, they kept him back for a bit as Logan radioed Watchtower. Watchtower, how long on reinforcements? Backup is en route, responded Cho as he's monitoring the situation. Jean sends a massive psychic wave at Hulk, lifting him up and slamming him down again and again into the pavement. Hulk, seeing his body being toyed with, started raging as he used brute force to escape the psychic grab and took a fistful of concrete straight at Jean. She dodges it, but Bobby isn't so lucky since he was behind her. Logan, watching all his teammates going down the longer the fight goes on, rushes in. He starts dodging and slashing at the Hulk's blind spots, trying not to get crushed. Cyclops and Magma keep attacking him, with Shadowcat and Nightcrawler running interference, keeping Wolverine alive. The Hulk roars and brings his hands together, summoning a massive sound wave that blows everyone away and momentarily stuns everyone. At that moment, a plane is flying overhead as a teenage girl with black hair, short, chewing gum looks at the scene below. "Are you sure you can make that jump?" asks Anna, the pilot. The other girl just jumps out the plane with a thumbs up as she gathers her energy around her. Back on the ground, Logan is struggling in the Hulk's grasp as the rest of his team minus Jean and Magma are barely standing. Hulk starts tightening his grip on Logan's head and screams, "Hulk win! Hulk the strongest there is!" Logan starts chuckling, causing the Hulk look at him and ask, "What's so funny?" "Hey," choked out Logan, "Hulk strong. But Hulk stupid." Logan slashed his wrist and rolled on the ground, slashing his ankles, momentarily causing Hulk to fall on his knees. Jean put him to sleep. "I can't, his rage is keeping me out." Logan looks at the green muscle mass and wonders what to do. Suddenly a massive earthquake happens, but it centers around Hulk, causing him to shake and wobble around his already broken heels. "Seems like you guys need backup," teased Quake as she appeared on scene. "Keep him in that spot. We're gonna nuke him." She focused her powers, creating a small chasm around him, sinking the Hulk. "Nuke him? That's insane." Magma yelled back. "Trust me and keep him there." Daisy barked back. Jean unleashes what mental energy she could muster as she holds Hulk in place. Magma turns the ground around him into liquid magma before hardening it. The Hulk struggles but ultimately is unable to escape. Logan is laying on the ground, trying to stop the pounding headache from having his face squeezed by the Hulk. He looks up and sees a purple ball heading for the Hulk and simply smiles. "Everyone move back now," he yells. Jean takes her unconscious teammates and retreats. With the pressure loosening on him, Hulk rips out of his makeshift prison and starts roaring. "Hulk strongest, Hulk win. Hulk always win." But at that moment he looked up and saw something that he didn't understand. Ellie fell fast and hard on top of Hulk from her initial drop point. Plenty of time to gather her power, which gains strength the more she moves. She collided with the Titan, creating a shock wave that spread throughout half of Manhattan, shattering quite a few windows and uprooting several trees. She slowly climbs out of the deep crater she created and reaches out until finally a hand grasped hers. She took a deep breath as she looks over at Amara. Logan slowly limped over to the crater to see the Hulk lying in the bottom of the pit unconscious as he slowly turns back into a scrawny small white guy. Logan has the injured Overwatch member sent back to base as General Ross approached him. "We of the United States military thanks you for services. We'll take him from here. We owe Overwatch quite a bit this time." Logan just scowled and frowned at the general before speaking. "All metahumans dealt with by us has to be processed and assessed before deciding if they're too dangerous to return to their normal lives. You should know this, General." Ross scowled but didn't argue back. "Very well, your team did a great job subduing the beast. Leave the cleanup to my men. I know you're injured, so go lick your wounds. Maybe next time bring your real leader to handle the big threats." Logan growled at the men walking away, and he even flexed his claws for a second. But a quick breath was enough to get his temper in check. He called the Watchtower for a pickup for Big Green. He looked around the scene and sighed internally. There's gonna be so much paperwork for this incident. Bonus scene. General Ross, we managed to recover 4 vials of his blood. "What should we do with them?" said Random Soldier A. "Leave them, I'll personally handle this matter." Ross looked at the 4 vials with a thick dark red liquid and smiled. He pulled out his phone and called a number. Essex. The experiment was a success. If you do what you promised, then tell Kelly he has my full support for his bill. He hung up the phone and took a vial of blood in his hands. Such power. Now if only it was in my hands. Knock knock knock. You called for me, sir, reported in a blonde soldier. Blonsky, I have a very important mission for you. Ross smiled as he looked at the vial of blood that will change everything. Chapter 24, Who's Next? Logan sat there at the staff table, which has grown quiet since Damien, Domino, and Natalia left the main headquarters. We lost our biggest gun, our lucky charm, and our head intelligence. Currently only Ellie, Amara, Jean, and I have red badges or higher. We're currently talking on who to promote to the next red badges. What about Bobby? He's young, but the kid is seriously powerful. Amara suggested. No, he's too reckless and inexperienced. He's too green for red. Next, I shut her down. Scott, asked Jean. He's calmed down a lot since he's attended anger management therapy, and Celine fixed his eyes. He's got the experience and the power to back it up. The kid has come a long way. And those beams of his do come in handy. I have to talk to him first. Who's next? Ellie gave her thoughts on the matter. Kurt and Kitty. Individually they lack firepower, but together those two are scary. And they used to work with Natasha directly on a lot of intel missions. I second that, said Amara. Kitty has come a long way in combat, especially with her powers making her scary in close combat. And Kurt was already deadly. I keep telling him if he takes some daggers he'd be deadly. Or a tail blade and be like swish swish. Okay, I get it. Approved, but no tail blade. He can already break bones easily with that tail. What about Sophie? The Hive group already elected her their representative, asked Jean. Not yet, I still want them get better individually. Once they get to their collective level individually, then they'll be content. Okay, so new recruits. Damien and Natalia left a folder of important people popping up that they'd like, including a few for the scientist division. I'm sure Gwen would like a new lab partner, asked Jean. Amara started listing off. First up, Lunella Lafayette. She's a 12-year-old genius living in the inner city right now. I don't know what's up with Damien and children, but we'll discuss that next Tuesday. She has a genius-level intelligence nearing Cho's, and she's still 9 years younger than him. Logan made the decision. Have Kitty tell her parents that she's being offered an internship. After she signs the magical contract, introduce her to Overwatch. Labs only. She's to work with Gwen. Anything else? Amara picked up and said, yeah, he said something in his notes about giving her a red dinosaur. But I don't get it. Next up is a candidate Natalia noticed in S.H.I.E.L.D. They call her Ghost. She can appear and disappear from this dimension. They call it quantum phasing. So like Kitty, but weirder. Anyways, Natalia already secured a deal where she's coming in next week for us to cure her. After that is Jessica Jones, aka Jewel. I remember that one, said Jean, the one who punched Scott when he went to talk to her the first time. The redhead chuckled, remembering the time Damien sent Scott to recruit Jessica Jones. Logan gruffed and said, who else? Amara just blurted out the rest. We got a blind man in Hell's Kitchen, a bulletproof guy in Harlem, a kid who found that lost spider Damien was looking for, a kid with a helmet, and a squirrel girl. Everyone looked at her weirdly before she said, what? We're gonna be meeting most if not all of them shortly. I'm sure we'll hear plenty of backstories. Logan just released a sigh before saying, Ellie, you go to Jessica, Jean go talk to the blind guy, Amara meet Helmet, send Gwen to the spider kid, and send Johnny and Bobby to the bulletproof guy. He'll meet with Ghost when Fury brings her in. If that's it, then dismissed. He watches the members get up one by one and leaves the room, all except Amara. You know you're doing fine, right? Amara asked, looking at the men with worry lines on his face. I know, it's just more than I expected, he said, pulling out his orange badge that he's kept on his person at all times since he got it. You know, me and Ellie were there when Damien went on his spiel. He flew up above the city and went on about being the eye that watched over the peace. He had a vision, and then later on that vision turned into a dream. A dream where people wouldn't have to worry about their powers. Cities where people who only became bad guys only did so because they weren't in a society capable of letting them be anything else. No more underground super prisons holding people with powers. No more secret societies and hidden dimensions. We all looked at him like he was crazy. No way that he could do it. But even now he's turning that dream into reality. She gets up and she walks over to Logan before standing across from him, but he's not doing it alone. He had allies, friends, and people he could rely on. He had you. And you have me. She pulls out her red badge and she pushes the button and it turns a bright neon orange. He gave me an orange badge. AMD told me to support you. So just know, Logan, you don't have to let all that pressure get to you. She smiled at the men as his shoulders visibly relaxed. She turned around, running into Ellie and Hisako waiting for her. She links her arms around them and says with a cheery face, let's go ladies, it's movie night, as she pulls them away. Logan sits back and watches the three girls run off back to their home. Then flashes of Damien and his two pregnant girlfriends, one of which is his technical daughter. He smiles and he leans back into his chair and sighs, family huh. Bonus scene in the Nyx's household. Damien, as much as I enjoy being on the sidelines, should we really be staying out of Overwatch affairs? Logan can't handle all of that pressure by himself. Natalia asked from her yoga mat next to Susan. Aurora and Damien were cuddling on the couch when she asked the question. He raised his head from between the mighty African thighs and answered, "Don't worry, I left him 2 secret supporters. By the way, Natasha, I upgraded the security again, so don't be shocked if a black star appears in your badge." Aurora stated, "Let's just go through the year with minimal effort. We've already left plans for the next generation too. They'll be fine." "She's right," Damien said, "plus I booked a trip for us to Hawaii. We leave in 3 days, so get packed, ladies. Hawaii, here we come." Chapter 25, The Prelude. That's it, Laura, don't think of it as pushing yourself forward. I'm here with Laura today teaching her how to fly. Her powers have been growing steadily for the past few months. I believe she's going to be stronger than me eventually. She was made with blood in the mix, and that doesn't account for her complete adamantium skeleton and her monstrous healing. But she still has issues flying at times. What am I doing wrong? Why can't I keep pace? Laura asked, frustrated. Flying for me is more like a muscle. The more you use it, the better it gets and easier it is. You just started and you very rarely take to the sky, so for you it's like a useless muscle. I watch her stand there in the air with her arms out for balance, as she furrowed her eyebrows and started muttering, "Bad useless muscles," under her breath. I chuckle and fly over, taking her hands. "Come on, step on my feet, let's go for a float." She doesn't hesitate to step on my feet. I can tell she's keeping her flight active but letting herself rest on me. Smart girl, keep it active. The two of us begin to float above the city and eventually we get into the clouds. Laura tightens her grip on me and I just laugh, scared. You shouldn't be. Even if you fell, it wouldn't hurt much and you'd heal from it before the dust settled. She just glared at me, and I took that as my cue to stop teasing her. I just smile at my girlfriend and begin to float forward. You see, Laura, when I fly it's not much thinking. I can take off and land in any position, I can change directions abruptly and from anywhere, even mid-air. There's no thrust, no lift, no drag. I move freely through space uninhibited. You've always been on your feet, now you just have to get used to your feet not needing to touch the ground. She takes a deep breath and starts hovering away from me. Before finally stabilizing herself. She breathes in and out and starts hovering further and further before getting a playful grin and shooting off across the skies. Oh, you're so on. I bend my knees and with an extra kick I blast off Team Rocket style across the skies after my 5-month pregnant wife. Meanwhile at SHIELD HQ. Fury was livid. First, Kelly brought that stupid Mutant Registration Act. Thankfully enough, no world leaders are eager to sign it considering how much help Overwatch has been lately. However, that incident with the Hulk threw some people anxiety. They saw how many members of Overwatch went down fighting the Hulk. That was the first big blow the public has seen them take since their formation. But the biggest question asked by everyone is, where was Invincible? Of course Wolverine told me he's taking a family break, but the public doesn't know that. Sigh. What else could possibly go wrong today? Sir, Tony Stark was kidnapped in Afghanistan today. We are currently unable to pinpoint his location, barged in SHIELD fodder C. Why the hell is Stark in Afghanistan? I want all available hands looking for Stark this instant. Call in Widow or Quake to help search, either is acceptable. Fury watched the agent leave his office and he just sits back and sighs in his chair. Thinking about how to handle this bill. It won't be too long before it's made public and even less time before Invincible found out. Maybe I should prepare something in case he brashes out. If that guy went uncontrolled, then maybe only she could match him. As an image of a blonde woman flashed through Nick's mind. Knock knock knock. Sir, I'm here to report for duty, says Ava Starr walking into Fury's office. Starr, you're being transferred to Star Labs. They have a way to stabilize your condition, and if you agree, Overwatch would like to extend an offer for you. That part is up to your discretion though. Sir, I would be honored to join if Star Labs could really fix me. Good, let's go, I'll be taking you directly. Boom. What was that? He'll tell me what's going on, exclaimed Fury, running outside his office on the Tricarrier. Sir, it was a sonic boom. Something just went past us extremely fast, stated Maria Hill. Well, what the hell was it? Rewind a few minutes back to the skies. Damien was finally catching up with Laura when she nosedived. He smiled and launched himself downwards. He was going leisurely until he saw Laura start to swerve and panic. Fear creeping into him, he sped up to catch her. But instead she turned around and smirked at him as she stopped abruptly, watching him soar past her. Damien was dumbfounded, but he failed to stop in his moment of shock. He crashed face first into the sea, startling a school of North Atlantic bluefin tuna. He came out of the ocean dripping wet with seaweed on his head. Laura, floating an inch above the cresting waves, couldn't help but laugh at his predicament. You think it's funny? Fine, just wait until I catch you. She stopped her laughing and flew off at subsonic speeds with me evil laughing before taking off after her. We continued our cat and mouse game for a bit, before we noticed a giant flying base. Laura had stopped close to it looking at it in wonder. As she noticed the SHIELD logo, she put up a pout about their cool toys, and I had to remind her the watchtower is situated in space now. We planned a really great prank, and by we I mean me, who grabbed Laura by the waist and shoot off at my fastest speed, causing a massive sonic boom next to the glorified helicopter. We enjoyed the rest of our morning flying around before getting home to see Aurora grilling burgers as Natalia and Sue floating in invisible boards in the pool. We touched down next to them, and by that I mean I landed and Laura left a huge hole in Susan's flower bed. I'm enjoying the scene with my girls when Domino comes out of the house with a flashing orange badge with a lightning bolt running through the logo. This thing has been going off for 5 minutes. How do I shut it off? I see the badge and my eyes light up with excitement. Oh yes. My first crossover. Ladies, it's time for a crossover. Who wants to come? Chapter 26, The Crossover Point. Barry Allen. Fastest man alive. So let me get this straight, Barry, said Oliver Queen as we stand in an old Star Labs hangar. Aliens. My name is Barry Allen and I'm the fastest man alive. To believe what I'm about to tell you, then you have to believe in the impossible. You see this here, camera points to woman, this is Layla and she works at Argus. They deal with unknown tech and metahumans. Recently her people found this unknown tech that they didn't understand. She outsourced it to Felicity Smoke, who got stumped on it and ending up asking Cisco for help. So Felicity, Layla, and Oliver Queen as the Green Arrow, a badass superhero who shoots people with arrows, came to Central City. Originally Team Flash was stumped as well, not until Earth 2 Harrison Wells came by and recognized it. He told us that it was a Dominator's homing probe and that it was active. So now we have, well, you guessed it. Barry, let me explain this to you, said Oliver in his serious voice. I shoot arrows. Street thugs, crime lords, that's easy. Ninjas and assassins, sure, that's a Tuesday. Magic still scares me, but I can handle it. Barry, what are we supposed to do about aliens? Everyone stands in silence looking around. When I finally remembered, we're not alone. Everyone's head turned to me as dramatic music played in the background. We have allies. The legends, said Cisco Ramon, earning his CW paycheck. I'll call Sarah and leave a message, her and the legends should get it, added Laurel Lance, not that one, the other one. I ran into another room and grabbed the badge that's been sitting in this glass case forever. I break the case and run back into the room. We can always call Overwatch. Who's Overwatch? Asked Oliver. A superhero organization from a parallel universe, said Caitlin like it was the most natural thing. Right. Anyways, even if they can't all come, just having their support would make it easy. And Cisco can take me to Earth 23 for Kara. Uplifting music plays as we finalize. Suddenly there's hope. I press the orange button and it starts beeping. I rest it on the counter and wait for someone to answer the call. Oliver, you guys wait for someone to answer, me and Cisco will get Kara. Cisco opens up a breach to Earth 23 and we run right into it. Meanwhile on Earth 23 National City. Alex Danvers was walking around Kara's apartment nervously. While Kara herself was just watching her go back and forth. Alex, I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Kara said reassuredly. No Kara, you're not fine. Who knows what kind of effect all that kryptonite exposure did to you. Not to mention that beating from Cyborg Superman. Alex, it wasn't a beating. It was more like a. My point exactly, Kara. Mon-El is still missing, and with this Cyborg Superman running around and Guardian still being a wanted individual. In the middle of the suspenseful dramatic scene occurring in the nice apartment no regular secretary could afford, a giant blue vortex opened up and our secondary heroes Barry and Cisco jumped through the portal. Alex had her gun out and trained on Barry as soon as they came through, but Kara was already next to her with her hand over the nozzle. Wait. They're friendlies. Alex lowers her gun and Barry takes back off the cowl that he wastes so much time on per episode, taking it off every occasion he can. Kara, I need your help. My world is facing an invasion by the Dominators. I need your help. Barry blurted out. Okay, Dominators, aliens. Right. I'm in. Kara. You're still started Alex. Fine enough to handle Dominators. Kara super sped and she was standing in her OG Supergirl suit with the skirt. I'm ready. Alex, tell the DEO I'm off world for a bit. I'll be back. Kara sped through the portal ignoring Alex. The enraged sister glares at Barry and threatens him if she gets hurt. I promise I won't let anything happen to her, Barry said, convincing no one. Him and Cisco returned through the breach, joining Kara and the newly arrived legends. Barry, glad to see you again, my friend. Who's the skirt? Asked Sarah Lance, badass TV show assassin that doesn't kill anyone in the series anymore. This is Supergirl, she's a friend, introduced Barry as Cisco goes off to join the scientist Caitlin, Felicity, Stein, and Harrison. The legends all walk over Sarah, Mick Rory, Leonard Snart, and Jefferson Jackson. They join the Arrow squad of Oliver, Diggle, Laurel, and Thea. So what can Skirt do? Asked Rory, aka Heatwave, a man with a powerful flamethrower who secretly writes romance novels. Barry started to explain, but Kara was a strong independent female Kryptonian who didn't need anyone to mansplain for her, so she started floating in the air and used her heat beams to carve her fancy ass into the floors of the hangar. Mick was staring with a hard-on, while everyone else felt reassured having her on their side. Okay, so we have a plan. The badge you gave me hasn't responded yet, Barry, so I'm not sure if they're coming. Oliver said, so we make do with what we have. We have to fight aliens, so I suggest all combat-ready fighters do a couple sparring rounds with Supergirl. She's the closest to what we're gonna have to face. Everyone looked around but no one disagreed. Kara looked around at the team and started thinking about how much she would have to hold back in these spars. After all, she didn't want to break this planet's defenders. Barry looked around at the gathering and started remembering his time at the Overwatch base. They weren't there yet, but he fully believed they'll get there one day. Yet he couldn't let go of the disappointment that no one answered the badge. The two sides of Kara versus the others went about just as how we'd expect it to go. Kara one-sidedly decimating the opposing sides. She smiled wryly and unconsciously started limiting her strength as she does every time she overwhelms someone like this. The group was picking themselves off of the ground when an orange vortex appeared in the hangar. Everyone stood on alert and Kara took a step forward protectively. They heard the sound of footsteps coming through. But the episode runtime ended, so find out next time on the following episode of Arrow. Chapter 27, The Crossover Point. Back in Marvelverse. Crossover. What are you talking about? Asked Susan from her spot in the pool. You see, Barry's universe is special. Every year they'll have some huge event that hosts people from multiple universes, and I call that the crossover. That badge is my Barry badge. Well, I'm sure whatever the threat is, it should be easy enough, but I did promise Amara I'd let her go. So anyone else? Aurora raised her hand. I'd like to come. Another culture might be fun. Domino joined in as well, saying she might get lucky over there. Susan stayed behind to stay with Natalia and Laura, who I forbade from going. So far it was me, Amara, Domino, and Aurora. I believed Ellie and Hisako would join Amara, so that's 6. Honestly, that's more than enough. I call up Amara and told her it's the crossover time. A half hour later, the 6 of us as well as Kitty, who wanted to adventure, are standing by the badge. I press the badge and hold it for 6 seconds before I tossed it and it burst into an orange swirling vortex. Alright guys, let's go in with a bang, I say. But apparently they misunderstood when Hisako, Ellie, and Amara all rushed in, powers active. Wait, that's not what I meant, I screamed, rushing in after them with a chuckling Aurora, Kitty, and Domino rounding up the squad. Transition to an unnamed but implied Hall of Justice. Kara was standing in front of the portal as everyone gripped their weapons waiting for whatever came out. When her ears caught footsteps. Something's coming. Kara exclaimed as she rushed in front of the portal, unprepared to catch the Negasonic teenage warhead accelerating towards her. The unprepared Kryptonian was sent flying, shocking everyone in the room who just had their asses handed to them. All eyes and weapons locked on the girl, but they were surprised when a woman in red armor and a girl made of lava came running out the portal screaming, "Die aliens." Oliver and Thea shot their first volley of arrows, but they were intercepted by the fastest man alive. Wait, said Barry, I know this one. Barry. Where are the aliens? Amara spoke up, creating magma balls in each hand, the heat being felt by everyone as Mick Rory stepped closer. They're not here yet. We were just started Barry. Amara, wait, don't kill anyone. Damien screamed as he finally came out the portal with the girls behind him all battle ready. He took a look at the scene. A Kara covered in dust, a broken wall, Ellie standing there nonchalantly with Amara and Hisako still hardwired. Sorry about them, Barry, I told them let's go in with a bang, but I didn't expect them to throw a nuke at you guys. Surprisingly, Kara spoke up, yeah, sure felt like a nuke. That's quite the tackle you got there. Even I felt that one. Hi, I'm Supergirl. Barry went and introduced them one by one, and then it was my time. Well, you guys have already met Ellie, but she prefers Negasonic teenage warhead. Even though she's not a teen anymore. Amara, but we call her Magma. She's hot, commented Mick to his longtime Leonard. Hisako, but you can call her Armor. Domino is Domino, Aurora, but we call her Storm, and this is Kitty aka Shadowcat. And I'm Damien, but on my planet they call me Invincible. Pfft, Invincible. That's a bit optimistic, don't you think? Asked Kara. All the Overwatch girls started laughing, confusing the others in the hangar. Optimistic. Not really, not many people to be terrified of on my planet. Off-world there are a few threats, but I'm invincible for a reason, Supergirl. Well, that's because your planet doesn't have Kryptonians, snarked Kara, feeling irked that she just got laughed at. Is that a challenge? Damien asked, smugly, floating a bit over towards Kara with her meeting him in the middle. Barry sped in between the two to mediate but was stopped by Kara. No, come on, let's see if you're as strong as you believe, Mr. Invincible. Friendly spar. We're still needed to handle the Dominators after all. He'll even let you get the first hit. Ladies first. Well, aren't you the gentleman, Kara said as she threw a punch at 10%, but it only matches to Damien moving back a couple of steps. Amara and Domino both looked in shock, knowing exactly how much force it took to move Damien. Wow, not a bad hit. But if that's all you got, I'm sorely disappointed in the Kryptonian you spoke so highly of. Damien uppercuts her, sending her straight through the ceiling before taking off after her. The others all stand around when Aurora claps her hands, adding a little gust to bring all eyes on her. While those two are having fun, we need to plan our defenses for the upcoming invasion. Without a second thought to their two super friends fighting, they start planning their strategies against the Dominators. Meanwhile, in the stratosphere, Kara is floating, looking across from Damien with a smile on her face. You hit hard. That's the first time someone hit me and I felt it in my bones. Now I'm excited. Damien, right? In Kara Zor-El, last daughter of Krypton. I'll be honored to meet your match. Damien Nixus, leader of Overwatch, first king of Viltrum, Mars. Come, let our clash be told in legends, Kara Zor-El. With that, he flew at half-top speed and charged her, whereas she met him in the middle, creating a shock wave in the middle. He caught her first before kneeing her in the stomach and sending her flying backwards. He charged forward, cranking back his fist, but instead Kara stops mid-air and sends a kick into his chest, making him spiral into the ground. She flies down after him, as he lands, causing a crater. Seconds later, another force flies into the crater, making it bigger. Damien spits out a bit of blood but just looks at Kara with his blood boiling. Fine then, Kryptonian, there's no holding back against you. For the first time in years, Damien lets loose and allows all of his strength to permeate his body. Kara, likewise feeling her hand hurting after the last punch, unconsciously releases her limiters she's been placing on herself throughout her life. Both titans stand off against each other, and a split second later they flash in front of each other, fist colliding. A visible silent shock wave spread through the area, with a sonic boom soon after. The two figures vanish and reappear 7 miles away by a nearby mountain as a black and red blur kicks a blue-suited blonde into a nearby mountain, causing it to split. The blonde fires off her heat vision towards the young Viltrumite, catching him off guard as the heat beams bruise and burn his body under the suit. The Viltrumite, caught off guard, is unprepared as Kara uppercuts him, sending him into deep space. Wait, said Kara, realizing she sent him into space. Oh no, please be alive. The Kryptonian panicked, launching herself into space. She breaks the atmosphere and looks around for any trace of her sparring partner. Her worry rises when she doesn't see anything left. But then she heard a heartbeat behind her and she turns to be met with a fist, sending her to the moon. She gets up and flies out of the crater and looks at the smiling Damien floating in space. The two of them grin and launch towards each other one more time. Back at Star Lab's abandoned hangar. Are those two crazy? Screamed Layla as her phone has been ringing non-stop since their fight started. They're on the moon. Suddenly I feel like Dominators are the least of our issues, Cisco stated. Yet with guns like those, I feel confident in this firefight. Snart said coolly. Ollie, I think he might be really invincible. And that Supergirl makes our arrows seems kind of small, huh? Thea said as Felicity pulled up satellite footage of them fighting in space. I've never seen him so happy, said Kitty. He gets that smile whenever he trains with Laura. I think sometimes he just feels happy knowing he doesn't have to hold back so much. His casual grip is enough force to split a skull into bits, so he doesn't get too many chances to let loose like this. Domino stated. Aurora looked at Kara with an unknown twinkle in her eye. Look, they're finishing up, said Caitlin, watching the two call it quits and start descending. The group hears a sonic boom, then another, and a few seconds later two figures touch down out of the sky. Did you have fun? Teased Amara. Oh, so much fun. I gave Kara a free pass to our universe cause there's no way I'm letting her go now. Damien said with a wide grin. Kara stood there blushing and Aurora had a knowing smirk while Kitty grumbled before passing a 20 to Domino, who just smiled and pocketed it. Layla stepped forward and started complaining about all the paperwork and troubles they caused. Kara apologized, but Damien just told her he knew a great bald man she'd get along with. The group goes back and forth having a bit of fun when Layla's phone goes off. She looked up and said, the signal stopped sending out. They're coming, said Barry. No, they're already here, pointed out Oliver as he pointed at the TV with a hologram of a Dominator. Earthlings, surrender peacefully or face extermination. You have 1 hour to decide. Unknown to them, the world's greatest crossover team-up was happening. Chapter 28, The Crossover Point. The Dominator probe that was sitting there motionlessly suddenly started flashing a dim blue light. Many Argus agents stepped back and trained their weapons on the alien tech. You there, call Agent Layla and tell her the probe is active, ordered random agent. But before anyone could move, the probe activated with a hologram. Across the planet, other TVs and devices that used a signal all collected the same message. Earthlings surrender peacefully or be exterminated. You have 1 hour to decide, ordered the giant floating alien head. Across the globe, people were panicking and others were simply too stunned to react. Aliens exist. Yet they weren't coming in peace. They wanted war and the world governments weren't sure how to respond to their declaration. Meanwhile, in Star Labs. 1 hour. That's not long at all. Everyone suit up, get your gear checked and restocked. Oliver said as he drew in everyone's attention. Supergirl, Invincible, you're our big guns, but you're also our first and last line of defense. Worse comes to worse, are you two able to take the fight to them in space? Kara spoke up, if it's in space neither of us should have an issue maneuvering, but if they run we can't chase them without getting lost in an unknown star chart. She's right, I added, also they're underestimating us. Allowing us an hour means they're sure they can win. But if their main focus is on the planet. Amara decided to give her 2 cents and complete the thought, then we can pincer them. If we split Kara and Damien, then one of them could be our last line down here, while the other destroys their ships. But how can we stop them from spreading across the globe? With all of us here to focus on the main fleet, that doesn't guarantee other drop points, Sarah asked in her white canary outfit. The beacon, said the ever-genius Wells from Earth 2, it acts as a waypoint, so if they're following the signals, then they're coming here definitely. The others keep on going over last-minute worries and stuff when Kara walks over to me and taps my shoulder. Hey, I just wanted to wish you good luck. Not that you need it since you're so strong. Still not invincible though, she finished with a smirk. I just chuckle and tell her, you too Supergirl. Kick some ass today. Use all those extra fancy powers you needed to keep up with me. Super, girl, I stress the ending with a teasing smile. She huffs head chest out for a second before we start laughing for a bit. She looks at the others and then whispers to me, can I really come to your Earth whenever? Don't get me wrong, it's just so nice knowing there's someone out there that can understand me. Of course Kara, although we won't be on Earth much longer. My Earth has a lot of hidden people and powers all wanting to take control. So I plan on moving most of our metahumans to Mars to populate the planet. Who knows, maybe if one day you need a place to escape to, then you're always welcomed. I have a friend who would love the idea of populating Mars with life again. And he'll keep it in mind, my home away from home. She smiles really bright and I feel as if she's even glowing a bit. Invincible, I turn my head to see Oliver and company standing together with a countdown flashing in the back, get ready, it's almost time to split. I look back at Kara and whispers in a really low voice, be safe Supergirl. I walk over and hug Domino and Aurora, kissing them each, earning me a few weird stares, then over to the Lesbi trio and gave them all fist bumps except Amara, who jumped in for a hug. I watch as the timer counts down from 1 minute and I take off into the ozone layer. I look over and saw hundreds of ships all ready to siege war. Even though this isn't my Earth, it still pissed me off seeing all those guns aimed at my planet. I feel a shimmer in the atmosphere as a blue light passes by me, headed straight to the beacon to deliver the first wave of Dominators. I ignore them, knowing fully well that my mates down low can handle it. Not to mention they have a Kryptonian down there. So I pedal my attention to the ships in front of me. I tighten my muscles and begin flying at my fastest speed towards the nearest one. The ship's metals all fold like butter underneath my hands as I fly in and out of the ship, causing it to have major damages. The other ships realized the loss and some started to open fire at me. I dodge the space beams and continue my mission of destroying their armada. I was flying through my 15th ship when a giant red beam came launching out of the flagship. The beam didn't do much except make my nose bleed. But it did manage to piss me off. And with my newfound rage I take off towards the ships, destroying them one by one at high speeds, hard to keep track of. The flagship decided to stop aiming for me and charged another one of their beams into the direction of Barry's Earth. I rushed towards the ship and pushed the cannon in the direction of their fleet right as it fired. I was seething with rage, so I decided to end it by going straight for the main flagship. I charge myself at the ship and burst through right into the dungeons. A warning alarm goes off right as I enter. The hole seals itself back and I take a look around before seeing someone with long black hair chained to the wall. She had big metal cuffs up to her elbows and a strange visor over half of her face. I get a feeling of déjà vu and I walk closer to the cage and can't help but feel excited at who I just stumbled across. I really hope the others are having as easy a time as me. POV. Sigh, another day of imprisonment. Is it even daytime? Who cares anymore? I've long since accepted my fate. My throne, my family, my birthright, none of it matters anymore for a slave. It matters not if it's psions or dominators who hold my chains, as long as these UV restraints are on I'll never be free. I sit there counting the minutes I've been chained, with nothing to see or nowhere to go. I felt like I started losing my mind. I thought I even heard someone smashing into the ship a minute ago. Oh well, that definitely can't be possible. Last I heard the Dominators were on their way to Earth. A primitive backwoods planet. So under no circumstances did I expect to hear alarms going off. My body tensed up as I heard footsteps coming my way. That's right, footsteps and not claw scratches the Dominators usually have. The steps stop in front of my cage and I hear a deep smooth voice speaking in an unknown language. Well, it must be my lucky day. Chapter 29, The Crossover Point. Looking down at the figure, I couldn't believe my luck. Who else would be fighting a random space armada and run into a captive Tamaranian beauty? So what's a Tamaranian doing all the way in this neck of the woods? She looks up at me, or at least to the best of her abilities, and opens her mouth. Unintelligible Tamaranian language. Oh wait. Right, we don't speak the same language. I put my hands on the bars, prying them open. Apparently my actions startled the girl, but she seemed to understand I at least wasn't a dominator. She sat alert but steady. I approached her gently to not have a super strong chick kick my nads. Once I get close enough, I squat down and observe the chains and visor. I couldn't tell the material, but I did notice it absorbed UV radiation and dispelled it. Interesting. I unlatch her visor and pull it off of her head slowly. She flinches from the sudden light, but it doesn't take her long to adjust. I take a second to look at her and she looks back at me. My brown eyes meets her deep violet eyes that slightly glows. Her eyes lock on me and then she throws her chained arms around my neck and pulls me into a kiss. I forget about her racial trait for a second and just immerse myself into the kiss. We traded tongues for about 15 seconds and then she pulls away, leaving a trail of saliva. Well, hello, handsome. What brings you to this part of space? She asked with a teasing grin. I can't help but chuckle and answer her, oh, you know the usual. Fighting Dominators trying to invade my world. What about yourself? Dark orange skin and glowy eyes, Tamaranian. Her eyes slightly dim when I mention her race and she sighs, not anymore. You know the usual, parents disowned you then sold you into slavery deal. Ooh. Don't know about the parents part, but I have an understanding of the slavery. Come on, let's walk and talk. I grip her cuffs and break them off of her. The metal held up pretty nicely under my grip. Weaker than adamantium, yet the UV absorption may be useful. She gazes at her wrists and then I see her gather a violet UV energy around her body, then condense it into a deep purple star bolts. The star bolts fade as tears fall down the sides of her face and she mutters, thank you. I just smile and get up and start towards the doors. The door had a passcode, so I did the next best thing. I punched the hell out of the door until it was sent flying into the other room with a small army of Dominators holding weird blasters. I flew forward with my arms fully stretched out on either side, decapitating all the Dominators inside my reach. 23 headless aliens fell to the ground dead and their comrades aimed their blasters at me. I tense myself to rest, but instead 9 mini starbolts come flying past my head, blowing a hole in each of the Dominators. The unlucky bastards fell to the floor with a thud as the Tamaranian walked out of the dungeon, rubbing her wrists. Nice shot, I say, to which she replied a small thanks. We keep moving towards the main hall and I talk to her, so what's your name? Commandar, but in your language it would be Blackfire. AMD yours. Damien Nixus. So Commandar, what's next plans? She hesitated for a bit and I can see a flash of anger go through her eyes. I'm going to Citadel. I take a deep sigh and stop walking, causing her to stop as well. I turned around and spoke, listen Commandar, Citadel is a war planet. You only go to Citadel to wage wars or hide. I don't think you'd want to do either. I can't understand your suffering, but that's not the answer. Neither war nor rage will help you find peace and happiness. She went silent as we made our way through, taking out stragglers. After finally making it to RHE Bridge, I checked that it was all clear. See, the weird thing about Dominators is their hive mindset. You take out the highest ranked one, then you take them all out. But they've incorporated their hive mind into their ships. So take out the ship, take out the Dominators connected to them. I asked her if she could survive in a vacuum and she told me for about a week or so. Nodding my head, I open every hatch, causing all of the dead bodies to get sucked out into space. The two of us exited the ship before I pull out an empty capsule from my belt. I pop the capsule and it turns into a small disc with a suction cup on the back. I pop it on the ship and the ship is scanned and popped back into a capsule which I store. Commandar look on at the capsule in interest and I tell her I'll show her later. We look around as all of the other 6 ships that are still intact were now powered down and all signs of life vanish, so we each take 3 ships and open all the door, disposing of the bodies and capsuling the ships. Looking around to only see space wreckage and Dominator bodies, I was satisfied with my work. I met back up Commandar and got ready to say my goodbyes. Well Commandar, it was nice meeting you here. If you truly believe you must go to Citadel, then I won't stop you, but should you ever need me, you know where to find me. I turn around and start descending when she calls out, wait, can I come with you? There's nothing left for me on Tamarin and I don't really have much for plans right now. I just smile and told her she's more than welcome to spend as much time as she needed. So the two of us descended into the atmosphere where she needed help since she can't fly on her own. The two of us make our way down to be greeted by a smiling Kara who then did a double take at Commandar. She then asked, a Tamaranian on this side of the stars. Now that's rare. Of course Commandar being the queen she said something back, a Kryptonian on this planet. Didn't you guys blow yourself up or something? Ladies, wait until we're back on the ground first please. And with that the three aliens head back to Earth. Chapter 30, The Crossover Point. Reaching back into the city I find most of the street in ruins. Burn marks, craters, smoldering trees, are just some of the things I see. We land in front of the group and I ask Aurora what happened here. She smiles and says, you see what had happened was. Flashback to right after I took off for space. Oliver had became the guy elected in charge so he WSS splitting up the groups to handle all of the Dominators. The first wave came down, but they were ready for them. Amara struck first by sending flaming balls of magma at every one of them. She attacked mercilessly and maintained a decent distance. The Dominators were taken back at first but quickly regained their wits. Jumping over the corpses of their fallen, they charge at the resistance. Oliver and Thea react first unleashing a volley of arrows from explosive tips to razor netting, their only purpose was to scatter and confuse the aliens. Barry ran around evacuating the Argus agents before joining them in the fight by saving people and taking out what he could when he could. The Legends fought like a disorganized but functional machine. Waves of ice and flame ran rampant amongst the invaders' numbers. Meanwhile Jax in the sky, Aurora and Kara unleashed fireballs and heat beams thinning out stragglers and those trying to sneak out of the group. Domino went around shooting her upgraded blasters at the creatures until she got a lucky shot that killed one in one bullet. She smiled and started aiming at that exact spot on every Dominator that crossed her path. The teams were vastly winning when something changed. A blue wave of light came out of the initial probe and sent a mind attack towards the unprepared superheroes. Everyone except for Oliver and Barry who were further away and the Overwatch members, whose badges had a built-in mental interference function, was put under a hypnotic spell and started attacking their teammates. What's going on? Asked Hisako dodging a red arrow that had a dangerous accuracy for her eyes. It seems as if they're under some sort of spell. It should be that device in the background keeping them under, noted Aurora. Flash, we need you to get Supergirl far away. We can't fight her, but you can outrun her, Oliver told the Crimson Crusader. Barry didn't hesitate to piss off the Kryptonian by throwing a lightning bolt at her. It didn't affect her but she was now focused on him. He ran and she chased taking them far from the battlefield. We need to take out that machine, Domino stated dodging another blow from Sarah as a frost ice beam sailed across her head. How? We're a little occupied and it's surrounded by Dominators, asked Oliver loading another arrow aiming for Jackson Jefferson. I could take it out but I'd need some distance to gather the kinetic energy, suggested Ellie. Aurora was mid-flight throwing lightning into the never-ending waves of aliens and said, how much distance would you need? Not much. However, if Barry was here he could easily charge that up for me, implied the teenage warhead. Across the comms a young speedster suddenly had a dangerous idea and decided to help. He looked back at his sister and the others all looking at the comms trying to direct Barry where to go. His eyes flashed with a yellow lightning as he took off. Wally ran towards the battlefield in just his street clothes and appeared next to Ellie. Hey, need a lift? She was spooked by the appearance of the kid but she knew who he was. She nodded and updated the team about the change of plans while Iris was bitching at Wally to do as she says and come back. Ellie took out hers and Wally's comms and looked at him readily. He grabbed her in a princess carry and ran back a few miles away from the Dominators. Ellie, feeling all the kinetic energy around her, began charging it and shaping it around the two of them. Once Wally saw the purple hue gathering he began to run in circles to build up the charge. Ellie was surprised by the amount built up and told him to let it rip. The two of them ran directly into the fry of Dominators, shredding them as soon as they came close to the Speed Force supercharged warhead. The two collided with the probe, ceasing the hypnotic effect while also sending the two youngsters flying in different directions. The heroes quickly came back to their senses and rallied back together. It was at this time Damien cut off their mothership's connection, causing said Dominators to collapse on the ground brain dead. The heroes looked around dumbfounded but quickly assessed the situation and had Argus handle the cleanup while Kara was sent to find me. Back to the present and am currently standing there watching Amara and Hisako talking with Thea and Ellie conversing with Sarah and Caitlin. Aurora walked over to me and asked, by the way Damien, who is the girl behind you? I was about to introduce her myself but she ain't never needed no man to do anything so she spoke up, I am Commandar from the planet Tamarin. You can call me Blackfire. The two ladies then were swept up in a wave of whispers amongst each other, leaving me alone to brood. But the blonde Kryptonian came over and sat next to me. So, I guess it's almost time to head home, huh? Said Kara a little quietly, looking at me expectantly. Kara, you should already know you're welcome to my home at any time. But just so you know, if you take too long I'll come to Earth 38 and steal you away. She chuckled and said, it's a promise then. We stood up as she hugged me, kissing me on the cheek and walking away to say her goodbyes. I watch her walk away and I remember something. Is this really necessary? Oliver Queen asked as we all stood lined up and posed as Barry stood there with the camera. I made sure we took a crossover photo and I got a copy. After that we said our rounds of goodbyes and with the extra addition of one person we walked through and headed home. Bonus scene. Ross, we need something big to sway the public opinion. We need them thinking that these mutants can be more dangerous than useful. Overwatch is growing stronger, especially with their newest members Nova and Ghost Spider's new sidekick. So tell me what you have in mind, asked Senator Kelly, a man who believes mutants should all burn alive. Oh Senator, I have the perfect countermeasure, sneered Ross in delight. Overwatch may have taken the public but they also took a beating. Hulk wasn't strong enough, but that will change. Invincible hasn't been seen in a long time, making it even easier. Soon we shall have revenge against those freaks. Chapter 31, The Abomination. It's been 2 weeks since I returned home. Naturally I was scolded by my girlfriends for going out and bringing a girl from another dimension into our home. Oh, but that wasn't the worst of it. When Amara told them about Kara, I thought Laura was gonna bisect me. I spent 4 days sleeping on the couch. Just goes to show, never think with your dick. However, Commandar fit in the group of girls just fine. She was a bit quiet at first, but she slowly started to open up to them. Her, Laura, Natalia and Domino ended up forming their own little, I was experimented on, group. While she ended up helping Aurora with her garden and yoga sessions. She hasn't really gotten along with Sue just yet, but they're getting there. Damien. Are you almost ready? Natalia yelled from the living room. Today we were heading into Star Labs to let Gemma take a look at the girls and check them out. Laura has been pushing it aside due to her hatred of lab equipment, but when Natalia convinced her that it was necessary to make sure the baby is okay, she finally reluctantly agreed to go. I'm coming, I yell back to the excited redhead. Ever since she got pregnant, Natalia has been holding her breath over the pregnancy. Laura was traumatized because she killed her mother. Nat was traumatized because she never knew what it meant to have one. I rushed downstairs to see the girls all sitting on the couch ready and waiting to go. Nat has her hair in a ponytail with leggings and a loose jacket. Susan was wearing a pale blue summer dress. Aurora had on a biking jacket with black jeans and heels. Laura was wearing one of my t-shirts and a pair of ripped jeans. Domino was dressed in a blue t-shirt with a white jacket over it and a pair of white jeans that stopped mid-calf. Commandar was wearing a purple top with black jeans and a small silver choker. We get in the minivan and make our way over to Star Labs. The gate security was baffled since they usually never see me come in or out, but today was special and we wanted it all to go as normal as possible. We go through security and finally make our way into the Star Labs building to find Gemma and her newest apprentice Anna, who decided she wanted to be a doctor, waiting for us. Gemma started firing off as soon as she saw us. There you guys are, come on let's go. Every is so excited to finally see what's in you too. Oh, that sounded off, but never mind, come on let's go. We were led to the labs below to see Cho, who practically lives here, Forge and Fitz working on something new as always. We ignored them and Gemma took blood samples from all of us using our adamantium needles and then led the ladies to a private room to change, and the rest of us went into the waiting room while Commandar went off to find her newest friend Jean Grey. The girls were gone for about 20 minutes when Logan walked in the room. He was trying not to show it, but you could tell he was excited to find out about Laura's baby. Yo Logan. How's the team faring? I asked him. I genuinely stepped back from the team and let him run it all. Other than serious threats or Logan thinks they need me, I won't get involved. Hey bub, long time no visit. The recruits are looking up. Jessica came in just to beat the Purpleman near death, but we stopped her so she left. Luke was unwilling to join, but he still said if we ever need some muscle he'll show. That Nova kid is alright. He still has some growing to do, but him and Johnny really kicked it off. And that Spid kid seems to have a knack for trouble. Added 4 new people to the holding cells just by patrolling with Gwen. The kid attracts the weirdest dudes in suits. I smile hearing his report and I knew I put my trust in the right guy. We talk some more about the direction he wants to take the team and about one of our new transfers, Bruce Banner, who refused to leave his cell. He said something about there's Northwest safer place to stop him if he lost control. So they upgraded his cell a bit, giving him a phone, a TV, and a mini fridge. A few minutes later Gemma walked in with the girls and a couple of manila envelopes. My fingers twitch in excitement as she walks in the room with a big smile. She kept the results a secret from even the mothers as per our request. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I have the results of our tests. Who wants to go first? Gemma questioned the group. After some discussion we decided Laura would go first. Well, from the looks of my tests, your child is very healthy, Laura, almost top healthy, but that's to be expected when considering the parents. She reads off some more results and finally ends with telling us Laura was having a girl. I couldn't help but fist bump the air and put a silly grin on my face. I'm gonna spoil my daughter rotten and I already know it. We move on to Natalia, who was barely sitting still as Gemma opened her envelope. She went over the results telling Nat to get more iron in her diet and some other mumbo-jumbo which Natalia took extremely seriously making notes. Then she finally got to the good part. All right, that about does it. All that's left is the most important part. Congratulations Natalia, after checking my scans I found not one but 2 fetuses growing in you. You're having twins. Nat short-circuited as a tear rolled down her cheek and I was just paralyzed. A 2-for-1. I have to start buying matching outfits now. Oh, one last thing. Gemma spoke up. I was running your blood works earlier, she said as she held up a sheet of paper then passed it to Domino. Congratulations Domino, it seems as if you're pregnant as well. The whole room went quiet as we absorbed that information. Domino smiled while Aurora and Susan had a fire in their eyes letting me know they can't accept they're the only ones. But that didn't stop me from jumping up and letting out one big, fuck yeah. Meanwhile in the streets of Manhattan Gwen Stacy aka Ghost Spider was teaching her new protege the ropes. She's been a spider person for 2 years and her new protege the 13-year-old Peter Parker was enjoying swining through the cityscape. Whoa. This never gets old, screamed the adolescent spider. Calm down Spider Kid, we're patrolling not joy swinging. Come on let's keep going, we have 30 minutes before Johnny and Nova comes to switch out with us. Lectured the blonde female fatale. The two continued their thwipping stopping 2 muggings and a carjacking around New York. Half an hour later they saw the flying duo headed their way signaling their shift ending. Took you guys some time. For people who don't need to mind traffic you two are slow. Gwen complained since she had a date tonight with a hot platinum blonde she met. Sorry GS. Nova here was playing tag with Kurt and his helmet, Johnny explained. The 4 were going over some details when Gwen and Pete's spider senses started tingling. The 2 turned around fully alert only to find a car flying at them. Pete jumped out of the way while Gwen webbed up the car and Johnny and Nova were looking around for the perpetrators. When all of a sudden they heard a loud, "Where is HUUUUUULK?" Snapping their heads to the sound they're met with a giant grayish monster Kool-Aid Man bursting through a nearby building. The monster was easily 14 feet with a sickly gray skin complexion and an ugly face to match. What is that abomination? Asked Gwen holding back the urge to vomit after looking at the creature. Johnny looked over at Nova and said, "Call it in kid. We might need backup." Chapter 32, He's back. Finally calming down from the excitement of not only hearing him having twins with Nat but also Dom was pregnant too, I finally made my way down to the pipeline to meet our special guest. Well hello Dr. Banner. I've heard that you're quite the angry guy, I teased the man huddling in the corner of his cell. He looks at me with half-dead eyes but doesn't speak. He has the TV going on for background noise and his bed seems untouched. Come on Doc, do you really want to sit in this cell all day? I say as I open the cell doors. Close them, he freaked out, leave me be, this is where monsters like me belong. Oh come on Doc, a monster. That's a bit much don't you think? Sure the big green guy is a bit angry but throughout the entire fight he never tried to kill civilians and always jumped away from the city. That doesn't sound that monstrous to me. Bruce looked up at me and I simply smiled at him. What happened to Betty? He asked. I told him how she's currently being watched by the US military in case he tried to contact her, but other than that she's back to being a science teacher. He seemed to have released some of the stress on his shoulders at that point. He still sat in the corner but the two have talked about some science things, anything except his raging transformation. That's when his TV sent out an alert broadcast and to my surprise I see Johnny and Gwen with the adolescent Peter and Sam flying around fighting the abomination. At that point Johnny got slapped into a wall and the creature screamed, "Give me Hulk." Bruce flinched at the scene and retreated further back into his corner seemingly traumatized by the scene. Mass destruction of buildings and roads left in the charge of the abomination. I looked at the broken doctor and then back to the TV making up my mind. You know Doc, to me it seemed as if Hulk was a child who suddenly developed powers and was afraid of being hunted. Talk to him. He's not a monster. You're a meta-human. Hulk is just your meta part. Now excuse me, I have a real monster to go put down. I left Bruce sitting there in contemplation as I head back upstairs and he calls out, "Wait," making me stop. He's after Hulk. Let me come. I can't sit here knowing more could die because I chose to sit here in pity. Please. Meanwhile upstairs Logan was shouting out orders. All right, let's go people, we got a bigger baddie than before. I want all hands on deck. 32 confirmed dead. I need everyone to focus on keeping that at 32. Rescue all civilians, heavy hitters get ready cause this guy doesn't seem afraid to kill like the other one. Call in Poorman, tell him suit up. There's no need Logan, everyone's voices turned to my voice to see me heading upstairs with a scientist in tow. We're going in, you guys handle cleanup. Me and Greenie will handle the abomination. Are you sure about this? This guy seems pretty big, quipped Bobby the Iceman. I say nothing as I press a button on my bracelet equipping my suit and I walk on the warp pad with a Doc wearing purple stretchy pants with the OW logo on the belt. Send me. No time for jokes Iceman. Doc, now's the time to get angry, I say as the warp emits light around us and Bruce's eyes glow green. Where's backup again? Screamed Peter, trying to web down Abomination again, who ignores it, pulling out a chunk of cement, hurling it at the escaping civilians. Johnny throws a few fireblasts at the Abomination, who shrugs it off and yells, jumping towards him. However, he stopped as Gwen webbed his legs and pulled him back to the ground, causing him to leave a huge hole in the road. The Abomination gets back up in perfect condition as he looks at the heroes breathing hard, and he yells, "Weaklings. Only Hulk can bring me excitement. Bring him to me or I will raze this city to the ground." Peter and Sam took a step back unconsciously in fear at the monstrosity before them, never really facing something like this. Gwen and Johnny tense to protect their protégés, but are interrupted by a giant green mass falling in between them, raising a dust cloud. Abomination covers his eyes from the dirt as the heroes took the chance to regroup. Then suddenly all people in a 5 kilometers radius heard a massive RAAAAARGH as a giant muscled green arm comes through the smoke, knocking back Abomination a few miles away from the city before jumping after him. "We have to chase them. I don't know how he got out, but we can't have 2 of them running rampant," yelled Gwen as the others nodded, ready to take action. "That won't be necessary, Ghost Spider," I said, floating down to them. "OMG, OMG, OMG, look Nova, it's invincible. I am a huge fan of yours, sir. May I say it's an honor to meet you?" the excited Peter says with reverence in his voice. "Holy shit. You're actually here? I thought you hung up the tights," quipped the bucket-wearing Sam Alexander. "Invincible, was that Hulk? Why is he here?" Johnny asked. I gave them a smile and simply said, "Initiation," causing them all to go wide-eyed as I flew off to participate in the Clash of Titans. A few miles away, 2 massive figures, one gray and one green, was trading blows that shook building and shattered windows as they yelled back and forth at each other. Abomination kicks out his leg, slamming it into the Hulk's chest, sending him crashing through the ground floor of a nearby building. The Hulk sails through the air, but grabs a car and slams his fingers into the ground, slowing him down enough to throw the car back at the charging Abomination, who swatted it to the side. Hulk met him mid-charge, stopping the creature as he uppercuts his jaw, sending shock waves to his brain, momentarily stunning him as the Hulk slams his head in between the world's deadliest clap. Abomination snaps out of his momentary confusion as he grabs Hulk at the waist and started charging through building after building with the Hulk used as a battering ram. Hulk started slamming his fists into the Abomination's back over and over. And no matter how resilient you are, when the Hulk hits you, you feel it. After finally dropping Hulk, who slammed his fist in the gray face, sending Abomination into an armored truck as he got up. "Is that all you have, Hulk? I'm disappointed. I am the strongest. You, invincible, Wolverine. None can stop me. I am Dash." But at that moment a black and red blur slammed into the Abomination at an amazing speed, knocking the wind and some blood out of the creature, sending him swimming into the concrete. Invincible slowly drifted down as the smoke cleared around him, showing off the iconic eye that brought hope into people. Newscopters all focused in on our hero as people around the state all cheered and hollered. "MOM, look, it's Invincible. He's back. We're saved. Thank Allah we get to live another day," a dad said to his little daughter, clenching her fists tightly as she stared at the TV screen with her eyes wide. "I think you got the wrong idea, Abomination," Invincible said loud and clear to the monstrosity as it stood back up. "You're nothing but a failed experiment. So let me show you what happens to people who attack my city," I say as Hulk steps up next to me and screamed. Hulk smash, as the 3 of us charged, all ready to clash for the last time. Chapter 33, Red. Hulk charged Abomination and hit him with a punch exuding massive force. Abomination tanked the punch and returned it, but failed to notice the smaller hand sneaking up under him, hitting him up in the air. Invincible chased after the gray mass and knocked him towards the dirt-filled construction site of the new mall. Watching Abomination fall, he flew down, grabbed Hulk by the arm and flew into the air. With a quick spin he turned Bruce into the deadliest missile ever. After launching Hulk, he heard a giant boom and rushed towards the scene to see Hulk beating the Abomination into the ground senselessly as he yells, "Hulk, that's enough," Invincible yelled after seeing the unconscious monstrosity already had his eyes white side up. Hulk looked back at me and clenched his fist before getting in one more swing and begrudgingly walks away. "Watchtower, it's Invincible. We have the Abomination down and out, requesting pickup and the strongest containment protocols. I'm calling in the cavalry to pick up the mashed monster." That I failed to notice Hulk looking up at the sky. Suddenly I hear the sound of helicopter blades in the distance getting closer and closer. I turn around to see Hulk staring up, and tracing his line of sight I see an unmarked helicopter flying overhead back towards the city. I ignore it and wait for a minute until a warp shows up in front of me with Colossus dragging a giant adamantium box. Hulk starts snarling, catching my attention for a bit, but I wave it off, helping Colossus put away the gray men. "Colossus, how's the cleanup going?" "The damage is intensive but doesn't go past 2 blocks, so it's manageable," the metalman responds. Making a mental note to have Star Enterprises assist in rebuilding the city, I hear a loud crashing sound and the sounds of screaming coming from the city. Hulk doesn't wait and immediately launches off. With a sigh I tell Colossus, handle the transport, no incidents, and no room for errors. If he escapes you're going 3 rounds with me. After leaving the terrified Russian I fly off back towards the city to deal with whatever else wanted to interrupt my day. Back in the city the rest of Overwatch was busy rescuing the citizens who were caught in this massive battle. Peter was lifting up large pieces of rubble with Gwen as Kitty and Scott dragged them out of the rubble. Phew, Peter said dropping his side of the rubble as he looked at his mentor, I didn't expect it to be like this. All of this destruction for a fight that doesn't even last 10 minutes. Gwen looked at her protege, it doesn't get easier but just remember what your uncle is always telling you. This responsibility is huge, people die when we mess up. So that's why we don't do it alone. If one of us misses something, if someone messes up, we watch each other's back. Just because we have these powers doesn't make us anything more than human. Peter stood there in a daze watching his heroes go around the city trying to save as many as they can. He was 10 years old when the world's first superhero Invincible showed up on the TV. At first he was awed and he couldn't wait to go talk to Ned and MJ about it. His friends were all nerds like he was, so all they could talk about was the Flying Men. Over time their talks became more and more diverse as so many different superpowers were publicized by the media. All of Overwatch was just inspirational, putting their lives on the line to save everyone. The time he got bit by that random spider he never thought he'd get the same powers as Ghost Spider. He was just shocked. He let himself get absorbed into the power and even started using it to make money for his small family to live easier. That all changed the night his uncle was almost killed. If Ghost Spider hadn't intervened he would have lost Ben due to his own reckless. From that day onwards he vowed to always do right by the little guy. It took a whole week of wearing his jeans and red hoodie and stopping minor crimes before he was approached by Ghost Spider again. That time he didn't hesitate to ask her to teach him. He's been training at Overwatch HQ along with Sam Alexander aka Nova. The two of them along with the new girl Lunella who's an orphan that works with the technical team. There was supposed to be 2 other new girls to join their team coming in soon, a squirrel and a tiger, but before that happens he has to get through this mess. Spider-Man, are you listening? Gwen yelled, bringing Peter out of his daze. Sigh, if you keep dozing off to do your monologuing that might get someone hurt, kid. Come on, we're moving on. Phoenix confirmed there's no one left here. Yes ma'am, I'm ready. I said when I felt my spider senses tingle. Gwen and I both went on alert looking around for the danger. Ghost Spider, I don't really see anything dangerous around. Lesson number 18 kid, Gwen started, if your spider sense goes off early that means the threat is even bigger. Based on how bad my senses are screaming we have an abomination level threat en route. Peter's eyes widen as Gwen reaches for her badge and calls out, all watch members on my location, we have a big one incoming. A series of Rogers and confirmations comes through as Kurt is the first to arrive and start looking around. A minute later we hear a helicopter coming. We all look to the sky to see an unmarked helicopter floating above the city. We initially assumed it to be a newscopter, but when the doors open and a figure jumps out we all get alert. The rest of the team arrives just in time to see the figure crash into the ground with a massive crater. I've come a long way to find you freaks, a rough gravelly voice said as it shook the surroundings. The team all take a step back and await the creature when a giant red muscled arm comes out of the smoky crater leaving a 5-finger indentation in the concrete. Now be good little mutants and die. The figure yells as it jumped out of the hole. The team all gasps as a gigantic 14-foot red-hued Hulk appears before them and lets out a massive bone-shaking yell before charging at them. Oh, this is not my lucky day, Peter quipped. Bonus scene. Senator Kelly was walking through a secret corridor accompanied by Bolivar Trask, Samuel Stearns, and Nathaniel Essex. Trask stepped forward as he led his new companions through a double door leading into a large hangar with a team of people working on a 1/4 finished robot. Gentlemen, Trask started, when we came together I promised you results. Let me introduce you 3 to the culmination of our research and partnership. I call it the Sentinel Master Mold. Yes, brilliant. With this we should have 0 issues stopping Overwatch with all the samples provided by Dr. Essex. If this can be mass-produced, no mutant, no lab experiments, nothing will stop us, Kelly said with a maniacal grin. Samuel looked at it and said, if Ross can manage to deal enough damage to those pesky kids and the city with all those enhancements I gave him, then we should have all we need to get the positive vote. Essex smiled and said, gentlemen, this is the beginning of a brilliant partnership. Chapter 34, We Need to Talk. Red charged forward, grabbing the nearest truck, sending it flying into the gaggle of heroes. Each member uses their own methods to dodge, but Iceman fails to see the red fist aiming for the back of his head. However, right before he was hit, Nightcrawler teleported behind him and saved him. Oh sure, thanks Crawler. That might have killed me if it hit, Bobby thanked Kurt, getting a nod in return as they focus back in the battle to see Cyclops unleash his beams at Red. Red blocks the beams with his hands as he moved forward until he grabbed Cyclops' face and threw him into a building, leaving a crater. His hands sizzle for a second but heals almost immediately. Ha ha ha, you insects think you can handle me. Ben charged at the monologuing villain only to be intercepted and thrown down the street, flying through a skyscraper. Red jumped up into the air before slamming down with so much force all of the lighter members were instantly pushed back. Logan snuck up behind him and slashed at his legs, angering the men. His wounds started healing, but Logan retreated as a searing heat started radiating off of Red. "You insects are starting to piss me off. Just be good little maggots and die already." Red threw his arms out, grabbing Johnny and Iceman as Bobby started yelling as his skin cracked. "These are heroes? Pathetic children playing gods. You think you can save everyone? You can't even help yourself. Your fancy powers are worthless in front of pure raw power." His body started heating up more, hurting the Iceman in his hand as the fireman struggled to free himself. Quake stepped up and slammed her hands on the ground, causing a mini earthquake around him, loosening his grip enough to Kitty and Kurt to free their friends. Scott climbed up out the rubble to see his friends and teammates getting trashed around, so he made the decision. Ever since Celine fixed his eyes, he's always has more access to his powers. Yet it was so destructive he still wore the visor to limit himself. He's never had to fight against people who could stand up to his beams on full visor blast, but now things are changing. Hulk, abomination, now this Red Hulk. He's had enough. He took off his visor and opened his eyes, shining red as he ran up to the rest of his peers. "You want raw power, Red?" he said as a few of his teammates turned their head, shocked seeing him with his eyes glowing. "Then I'll give you raw power." He unleashed his beams, tearing apart the concrete, blowing away the cars and signs in its path as it raced to meet Red. Hulk crossed his arms together as he met the beams head-on, sliding backwards 10 meters as his feet dragged through the concrete, adding to his resistance before he finally stopped and held his place. His regeneration working overtime as his skin kept burning and healing over and over. Scott's eyes started working overtime, even bleeding slightly, until he stopped, his powers finally exhausting himself as Daisy supported him. Red stood there for a second, his body steaming as he took a deep breath and then smirked. "Gotta admit, kid, that one left a mark, but if that's the best you got, then I'm disappointed." His body glowed slightly under the immense heat he was radiating. He took a step forward as most of the Overwatch members stepped back. At that point, Amara grit her teeth and made an order: anyone who isn't at least a red badge, evacuate the area. Set a perimeter, keep civilians away. Kurt, if he gets past half a mile from this area, you bring him back. Jean, the second you get a chance, knock him out. Anna, get Scott out of here and you charge up his powers, we need range. Now move, people. They stood there dumbfounded for a second, but instantly recovered and rushed to complete her orders. Red looked slightly amused but let them go about their business as he faced down the girl. Amara clapped her hands as the ground shook and magma erupted around the men. She clenched her fists as the magma formed snakes wrapping around his wrist, stopping him from moving. Red struggled to break free, but the magma kept reforming and keeping him in place. Anna came back and charged up a red beam which blasted Red back. The Hulkling was caught unprepared, so the beam managed to knock the wind out of him. Seeing the opportunity, Jean jumped on it to attack his mind. She forcefully invaded his mind and caught flashes of a robot, a green man, the 16th Essex that she's encountered, and the senator talking about a registration act. She flinched seeing his memories, and he took the opportunity to regain clarity and threw a chunk of rock at Jean, who barely managed to shield herself with a weak shield that shattered on impact, sending her back. Ross stood there breathing hard as his heat diminished. He took a step forward towards the team and using the last bit of heat he slammed his hands together, sending out a heatwave shattering all the glass in the vicinity while melting tires to the road. The team, battered and ragged, stood ready to take a last stance as he spoke up: "I gotta admit, you kids sure did a number on me. Once I get my hands on you, believe I'll put your powers to use the right way." He sent a wicked grin which sent a shiver down their spines, but before he could act, a green Hulk fell from the sky and started beating the Red senseless with primal yells in between each swing. He beat him into the ground for a solid minute before getting satisfied and getting up to the bewildered Overwatch members, seeing him totally KS them. Good job, Hulk?" Amara said to the green guy. He just grunted and kicked the red man as Invincible flew in and looked at the scene. "What happened here?" he asked as his eyes landed on the crater and sees the passed out red giant slowly reverting. There was 2 of them. "What the hell?" He was about to reprimand them on the destruction when Jean grabbed his arm from behind. "Invincible. We need to talk." Chapter 35, What's Done in the Dark. Sitting in the watchtower watching the sunlight slowly permeate the earth, all of the higher-ups of Overwatch were sitting at a table. Amadeus Cho, Aurora Monroe, Natalia Romanova, Celine Gallio, James Howlett, Amara Aquila, Jean Grey, and I were all sitting in silence after Jean told us what went through General Ross' mind. The rest of the team were either treating their injuries or still on active duty. The mood was cold and sullen. Ross was working with Trask and Essex. How did I even forget about the leader? I feel my anger explode as I slam my fist in the table, leaving a dent. I guess Nat is getting tired of replacing them. "Jean, where are they?" I asked, gritting my teeth. Nat puts her hands on my thigh in a futile attempt to appease my anger, yet nothing can stop me from raging. "We cannot allow them to complete those robots. What's the worst that could happen? They show up and we put them down same as usual, Logan sneered with his claws out. Logan, it's more serious than that, Joe explained. Based on what Gene said, these things are designed to hunt and kill metahumans. If they set them loose and it pulls a Skynet on us, then what? We have an army of robots that will attack and kill everyone. At the end of the day, metahumans are still very human. At the very least, we need to stop this meta-registration. If they do this, that means anyone with simple powers like adjusting their height at will to causing tsunamis will all have to be registered. That leads to a list with everyone's names and powers being available to anyone with the right clearance level, Ororo added. I took the chance to take control of the conversation and add, you guys are thinking too small. If that bill gets passed, then that means Overwatch will have our identities publicized. No normal lives for anyone. If a house fire breaks out for Northwest reason down the street, every pyrokinetic meta in the area will be pulled and questioned. Seclusion from schools, sports, Olympics as laws change to accommodate us. And what of the ones who don't register? Then their very existence becomes a crime. We need to get on top of this now. The room turned serious, but that still didn't prepare me for what happened next. Our table lit up as an emergency broadcast was held and sent around the world right now. Good evening, citizens of Earth. My name is Robert Kelly and I'm currently a U.S. Senator running for president next election. I apologize for disrupting your days, but I need to talk about a very serious topic. Mutants. For years now, people that our good police cannot handle have been running around wreaking havoc with the gifts they were born with. The scene cuts out to an overhead shot of a few landscapes where fights between metas happened, ending off at the battle we just had today. Normally we'd be useless in these situations occur, but thankfully we have the organization known as Overwatch. These young heroes sacrifice their livelihoods scrounging the globe to keep it safe. Which is why I believe it is time we do ours. This year at the UN World Meeting I am proposing the Mutant Registration Act. Countless lives have been lost due to us being one step behind at all times. This bill will make it so that those who are gifted will be able to learn to use their abilities for the betterment of mankind. In making the proposal to help limit the number of people who die every time a young mutant catches a flame in his sleep or a titan tears through a city on a temper tantrum. How many of you have lost loved ones? Friends, family? But no more. Once this act goes up, all mutants will be mandated to go through training to harness and control their gifts. My good friend Dr. Nathaniel Essex was kind enough to help me by creating a device that can tell if someone has a mutant ability, whether dormant or active. He has been coordinating with U.S. General Thaddeus Ross to currently help young mutants and contain those who abuse their powers. So mutants, I ask of you to please help us help you. You are part of our people and we want to be able to live together. Please consider that when it comes time to vote. Thank you and God bless you, my fellow humanity. The scene then showed a screen of Ross and Essex standing behind him as it. Seeing Ross next to them, I jump from my seat and pull up the footage of cell block H-19 only to find a gooey red puddle. Damn it, no newscopters, no footage of the fight, and now no bad guy to blame for the destruction. I get up from my seat and I walk over to the door headed for the warp, barely controlling my anger. Where are you going? Asked Natalia. I'm off to see a friend. That bastard got us good by pretending to be on our side, but that's not an issue. Joe, tell Forge I want that city self-sustaining by the end of the year. Celine, I want you to work on sending the savage lands to one of the uninhabited continents of Mars. Let it run wild there. Ororo, Logan, I want you guys doubling your efforts to find metas. We need to start finding them faster and start sending some of them up to the city. Natalia, I want Raven in this office before the day is out. She is not, and I repeat, not allowed anywhere outside. If they get her hyper-malleable DNA, then we're screwed. I don't wait for answers as I walk through the tightly shut door as if it were paper. Man, I really feel like hitting something right about now. Bonus scene. Nick Fury was furrowing his brows real hard right about now. That broadcast was sent around the world and he knew it was about to cause a huge shitstorm amongst metas, causing them to retaliate further, driving home the point Trask was making. Sigh, I can explain, Nick said to the seemingly empty office, but just then a figure walked through. A figure that had saved his agents on multiple occasions. A figure most children had an action figure for. Then explain, Nick, what the hell is that crap and how long have you known? I've known for a few months now. I tried to dash, but he was cut off as a hand grabbed his desk and pulled it, sending it effortlessly into the wall, splintering his favorite desk. Months. You knew he was planning this shit for months and didn't tell me. I was afraid of you overreacting to your anger. Now tell me, Invincible, was I wrong to assume that? You know good and damn well what he wants to do. He wants to weaponize us and you couldn't be bothered to tell us because you were afraid I'd get upset. Nick, just let him vent and then take a deep breath before saying, where is he hiding, Nick? I don't know. Invincible clenched his fist and then released it before walking over to the door. You better find him, Fury, because if I do. Invincible didn't finish his sentence, but Fury knew what it meant. He watched the overpowered young man leave the room before calling his best agent Sharon Carter to look into Trask and anything he's connected to. They needed to find the senator fast, or else no one would be able to stop the missile he just launched on himself. Bonus scene. Eric Stevens was a bit shocked seeing the news and what happened. He had been living underground with a group of runaways and fugitives that he found. "Eric, so what do we do now?" asked Evan, the average height blonde man with bony armor covering his body. He weighed all of his options and started thinking. If he heads to Wakanda now, then they'd get caught up with all of the mutant hunting bullshit. We wait. Let's see what he does first, then we move out. I want to get a few more people before we head to Wakanda. What are we gonna do if they find us first? Asked Nico Minoru, the gothic Asian chick. If they come, we send M back in pieces. We take care of ours first. My little cousin taught me that. The group all nodded and headed back into their respective areas of their hideout. Even if it wasn't what was expected, it was theirs, and they'd be damned if some senator came and told them they needed to leave. Bonus scene. Eric wasn't having a good day. Raven hasn't been heard from in weeks, and now this shit. The senator was playing a risky game, and soon he'd learn. His machine was almost ready, and soon everyone would be mutants whether they like it or not. But first, Wanda, Pietro take Sabretooth, Blob, Avalanche, and Kane. Go show that senator exactly what happens when he crosses the Brotherhood. Pietro was about to speak, but he found his mouth blocked by an unknown red-black energy and glared at Wanda, who was already heading out the door to gather their members. Pietro just shrugged and zoomed out of the room. Eric turned his attention to Remy LeBeau and told him, "Gambit, use your connection to Essex and ask him what's his endgame." I refuse to believe he would openly side with this senator unless he had something in it. Remy just nodded and left, humming some weird French song as Eric rubbed his temples. What in the world is happening so close to his planned fruition? And where in the world is Raven? Chapter 36, Going Live. Oprah looked at herself in the mirror, taking a deep breath. This might be one of her most viewed shows ever. When the CEO of Star Enterprises asked her this favor, she didn't hesitate to say yes. Knock knock knock, 90 seconds till we're live. She looked back in the mirror and put on her award-winning smile, making her way out to the set where a live audience was waiting. The second she stepped up onto stage, she heard the fans screaming her name. No matter how long she's done this, she always enjoys the thrill of being loved. Taking her seat as the cameras focus on her and her show goes live. Welcome to the Oprah Winfrey Show, and we have one hell of a show for you guys tonight. To start off the night, I have my colleague J. Jonah Jameson, editor and chief of the Daily Bugle. Nice to meet you, Jay. How are you tonight? It's nice to be here, Oprah. I gotta admit, your chairs are way more comfortable than mine. Haha, so Jay, let's talk about this new Mutant Registration Act. What are you thinking? The Bugle is situated right in the heart of New York, where it was rumored Overwatch began. What are your thoughts on the powered individual population? Jay sat in his chair and said, now Overwatch is a beautiful organization. They do good work, but I do think they shouldn't allow just any riffraff into their ranks. Oprah looked over, seemingly interested, and said, oh. Do explain, Jay. Jonah. Spider-Man. That guy is a menace to public safety. I mean, he goes around leaving his webbing everywhere, inconveniencing the average civilian. With heroes like them, who needs to be concerned about the average thug? Now, Jay, from what I hear from my sources is that he's still in training with Ghost Spider. He's young, but moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that a special guest star has landed in the building. Give a super warm welcome for our secret guest, Invincible. The crowd started cheering and hollering as the non-caped crusader came from around the corner, waving with a smile. Invincible walked over and shook Jay Jonah's hand and then proceeded to give Oprah a hug before taking his seat. Now, Invincible, what's up, man? Where have you been? One day you're zipping around the skies and then you went as silent as Tony Stark. What happened? Oprah. Ms. Winfrey, you see, my wife and I recently found out she was pregnant, and it came as such a shock that I took some time to adjust to my new family dynamics. A family man, I like that, I respect that. So should we expect Invinci Baby to join Overwatch as well? Joked Oprah. Oh no, in front of the Mrs. I'm very vincible, so no super baby shenanigans under Mama Hawk's watchful gaze. Ha, even the mightiest man falls under a woman's touch. Jonah joined in as the audience laughed. Now, Invincible, come on, all of the world is awaiting your response to the Mutant Registration Act. What does Overwatch know? What do you feel about the Senator's bill? The audience was quiet as the camera zoomed INQ. Fans at home held their breaths as the studio manager was elated at the ever-growing views. To be honest, I didn't think it affected me. I'm not a mutant, I'm not some mutated creature, I'm a metahuman. And what does it mean to be a metahuman? It means that in addition to having superpowers, I'm still just as human as you. I feel, I bleed, I love, I cry. The very thought that someone would force metahumans to reveal themselves is rubbish. Now hold on, the senator clearly said they would take them in for training. Isn't that a good thing? Jay Jonah asked. Maybe. But that's assuming they don't end up as soldiers or worse. What do you mean by worse? Oprah asked. Why do you believe Overwatch was formed, Oprah? The very first of us all understood one thing. Those in high positions didn't care for us. I didn't see the sun until I was 22 when I escaped the facilities I was trapped in as they tortured me and took my blood trying to reproduce my powers. Every member of the Watch has their story and more often than not it's not happy. So are you saying this Mutant Registration Act is under the pretense to secretly experiment on other metahumans? I'm saying that under no circumstances will forcing people to go to a government building and be filed as different will lead to separation or segregation. Overwatch and none of our members will be registering. We lead very dangerous lives and having people know who we are outside of costume can be dangerous to our families and loved ones. Well, Invincible, I can say without a doubt you gave the world something to think about. So now America, let's ask you. How would you feel about the registration call-in, and we'll do our best to answer your questions. Oprah. Oh. Our first caller is Patricia Knight in Colorado. You're on the air, Patricia. Hi. Yes, first of all, Invincible, I'm a big fan and congratulations on your marriage and first child. I just wanted to let you know that we support you and metahumans around the world. No matter what, forcing people to register will only cause conflict. Thank you, Patricia, and I can see you have a heart of gold, and yes, conflict of that scale would be very bad. Invincible. Now let's hear from Karen in Alabama. Hi, yes, I wanted to say this registration is a good thing. As a mother, I'd feel safer knowing my child can play outside without worrying about some girl with lava hands burning him. These mutants should be shipped off somewhere with others of their own kind. For both of our goods. Now wait a minute, J. Jonah interrupted. Now as a man of the news I try to stay neutral and fair to all, but that's extremist thinking. How many times did metas came in and saved the day? Based on your thinking, that's as good as saying you want them all in concentration camps. Invincible spoke up. I agree. It's thinking like that which enables those with the intent to turn us into soldiers like Ross, or experiments like Essex to get on the good side of politicians like Kelly. That way of thinking has never helped anyone and only ever created conflict and chaos. Well, I think our time is just about up. And boy, what a show it was, thanks to our guests J. Jonah Jameson and Invincible. You guys were lovely to have and the world will have a lot to discuss. But any last words from our super friend? To all young metas and more, this isn't the end. The power is ours, we get the vote, let them hear your voices. If you truly wish to go through with the act, then very well, that is your decision and we'll respect it. That's very mature of you, Invincible. Well, that's all the time we have tonight. I'm Oprah Winfrey and thanks for watching tonight's show. See you next time. Bonus scene. Raven sat in her cage looking venomously at the white-haired woman taunting her. A dart in the lower part of her leg stuck firmly in her thigh, keeping her from moving even the smallest muscle. Well, you truly were difficult to catch. But even the enigma that is Mystique still fall prey to the hunter, the woman said, playing with the broken Overwatch badge in her hands. Raven just scowled at her and asked, what do you want, Sable? Whatever they're paying you will double it. Now Mystique, even though you switched sides and started playing with the big boys doesn't mean you can afford a lady of my caliber. She took a step forward as the badge started going off repeatedly before a voice came in. Mystique, come in, Mystique. Hello. This is Widow telling you to check in. The badge glowed for a few seconds before it finally shut off as Sable threw it into her bag. Well, now that that's done, let's finish this job. We'll have to be smarter this time around with transport, but don't worry, they'll take care of you. Sable took a few steps forward as Mystique tensed her paralyzed body before a poof sound alerted both women. A puff of blue smoke appeared as Nightcrawler appeared in the cage. So this is Vir, Black Widow told me to pick you up, so bye-bye, scary lady, he said as he wrapped Mystique in his tail and poofed away. Sable was taken back but just smiled and pulled out a phone and dialed it. Yeah, hello. This is Silver, I got the package, she said, holding up 3 small jars of blood. Who's the contact? Richards. Alright, you'll drop him off and you better have my money, Essex. I don't care how many clones you have, if you rip me off I'll kill you. She dropped the phone before stepping on it, breaking the call, and walked over to her motorcycle and pulled out a small incendiary grenade and threw it on the scene before driving away. Time to go collect a check. Chapter 37, The End. Deep inside one of Essex's hidden bases, a small-time group of big heads were plotting their next move. Ross, this stunt is unacceptable, the mutants are getting too out of hand. Your Hulk debacle didn't do shit and now he's turning Kelly into the next Hitler. We need to get rid of him. Essex, I know you wanted to study him more, but you can study his corpse. Stearns was adamant about ending Invincible. He's grown to the point where he can no longer be ignored for their plans to be unhindered. Sigh, very well, Essex said, taking out a tablet. He is becoming rather unpredictable and we still have yet to learn what he's doing on Mars. Maybe it's time that he meets his demise. Kelly looks at the table and brings up, how much longer till Sable gets that blood to Richards? It's crucial to the Sentinel's development. From her position it shouldn't take her more than a day to reach his location. Good, now we need a good distraction to ensure her safe arrival. Essex, you know what to do. Stearns said, looking at the mad scientist. At that moment Essex picked up his phone and made a call. Read, my boy, I need you to unlock containment 325. Take him with you for any interventions. We're expecting Invincible, but if the trade-off goes smoothly then send him after Invincible anyways. That's right, it's time to kill him. Release the sentry. Back on the Star Labs med bay, Invincible and Widow stood looking at the recovering Mystique and the regretful Kurt. So let me recap. You were visiting a contact who may have seen Kelly when you were targeted by Silver Sable and captured. She took not 1 not 2 but 3 vials of your blood before Kurt came and grabbed you and left. Leaving Sable with your blood, which I cannot stress is the most dangerous DNA sample on the planet, inhales deeply. Nat, tell me you're handling it. I have Ava, Gwen, Kitty, Logan, and Tandy looking for her now. Shouldn't be long before we get word on them. Johnny and Scott are headed to Essex's last known location with a small strike team. I breathe in and out, calming myself. Get me their location and joining in this time. Under no circumstances is that madman allowed to get her blood. If he could find a way to mold her DNA structure to mine, then I fear Laura won't be such a unique existence after all. A few minutes later I have their location and am suited up. After sending Nat back to our home, I call in a favor. I hear a set of footsteps behind me as I turn and I'm greeted by a sensual kiss. Ready to help save the world? No, but am ready to finally get something to do, Commandar said, rolling her eyes with a small smirk. We spend about 20 minutes flying over to Oklahoma, where the others were following Sable to her base. They had found her some time ago but waited to see her contact. They stood there for another half hour before a shady car pulled up. Inside were 2 men, one of which gave me a familiar feeling and the other gave off a dangerous vibe. I watched the car come to a slow stop before they exited the car. Reed Richards and some blonde guy with long hair walk out of the car carrying a case. That bastard Reed, if I would have known Essex would have picked him up, I would have killed him sooner. But who is he with? Damien, that man isn't simple. Commandar said, slightly gripping my shoulder. We watch as Sable take out a locked box which showed 3 shiny red vials. The second we made eye contact with it, we all decide that was our cue to intervene. I believe those belong to us. Please return them. I say with my people squad up behind me. At that moment a whole bunch of cars and armored trucks come pouring in the street, weapons locked and loaded, as Sable says, oh yeah. We brought an army to make sure this deal goes smoothly. Sorry, but I fear no army, I said, taking a step forward. That's why we brought him, Reed said as the blonde stepped forward. Both sides tensed as Sable gripped the briefcase even harder, afraid the blood might disappear. Release the blood, Sable, we'll double whatever they're paying. Tempting, but I'd rather not, she said, pulling out her weapon. I rush forward only to be intercepted by the blonde, who is now wearing a gold and black supersuit. He grips my arm as he sends a punch to my chest, knocking the air out of my lungs. I feel my conscience blur for a second as I wildly throw a punch, only to be caught again as a heel connects with my throat, sending my head into the ground. My ears are ringing, but the rage building up in my chest pushes me forward as I gain a bit of momentum, trading blow for blow. The Golden Man connects more hits as he shrugs off my advances and keeps hitting. I feel pressured as he cocks his arm back and his muscles twitch with the rising force, but before he brings the hammer of dawn down on me, he's hit with a violet starbolt that catches him off guard. I sit up and catch my breath before nodding in thanks at Commandar, who nods back before rejoining her opponents. I feel my lungs hurt to breathe as the Golden Man gets back up. This time around his body begins to glow and I hear the words. Long time no see, Damien. I have to admit I didn't expect Essex to unisee me for you, guess it doesn't matter anyway. He was so excited about your unkillable cells, but in the end all falls before the sentry. He picks up the pace a bit as he assaults me with a flurry of punches and throws me into the ground. Before I can retaliate, he's grabbing me by the throat as he rips off my right arm. I try to scream, but he presses on my vocals harder, causing me to choke on my own blood. I hear a scream as someone rushes towards me, only to be beaten back by his unused hand. He looks at me again with a gold glow to his body and said, if only you had just been a good little brat. Now after I finish you off I have to go get X-23 as well. After all, she has your DNA as well. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I struggle and using my remaining strength I punch him in the face using all the force I could muster, causing him to go flying backwards. I fall on the ground bleeding, heavily injured, shocked at how much difference there was between us. What happened? I'm a Viltrumite, sure sentry is powerful, but I shouldn't lose this badly, right? No, Laura, I have to get to Laura. I turn over on my back as I'm met with the stare of an angry sentry clutching an unconscious Commandar in his hands. He steps on my chest, causing me to throw up, the blood clogging my lungs as I cough, gasping for air. You know, Damien, you and Laura were my first friends. It's sad I have to finish you like this, he says as he plunged his hand directly into my chest, grasping my heart. Any last words, my old friend? I can't help but cry thinking about how this is it. All the effort I did to save my family, surviving that torture, saving those who need us, creating a city you'll never see complete. Tracer, I choke out as my badge lights up, Queen Protocol Viltrum. My badge blinks twice before Commandar shined in a bright light and disappeared. The Queen protocol is set so all of my wives can be teleported to a safe house I had installed in Viltrum. If I go now then Sentry would come with since he's still clutching my slowly dying heart. I look at the men with a stoic face and spit a mouthful of blood on him. Fuck you Robert, today it's me and tomorrow he'll end you too. Robert Reynolds aka Sentry looks at me and simply says, if that's my fate, then so be it. With that he crushes my heart as my body stops moving and I fall flat on the ground. I feel his hand along with an organ leave my chest as warm blood poured over my quickly cooling body. I felt everything around me become fuzzy as my vision turns pink. This is the afterlife, huh? Guess this time I don't get another chance. The pink light overtakes my surroundings as I die in the street as Kitty breaks down crying and Reed takes the opportunity to quickly escape while Sentry blocks Logan from chasing. Ava stood there stunned as Tandy was doing her best not to break down and keep her light chains active over the prisoners. The world turned dark as even Gaia mourned the spilled blood of Invincible. Meanwhile in an unknown space. Welcome child of Anodyne, we've been awaiting your return. End of vol. A/N. Wow didn't see that one coming huh? Damian Nixis and Robert Reynolds, two friends, both lab rats, destined to kill each other. Just so you're aware, no it's not like he's that much stronger, but that first hit really was enough to dominate the fight. Not to mention losing an arm. He's a Viltrumite not Kryptonian, if the Immortal could handle Omni-Man for a few seconds then Sentry who's basically Marvel Superman can catch him off guard enough to kill him. Keep in mind he's not a 1,000-year-old warrior. He's 27 so some experience but not much fighting people on his level. Secondly the big reveal. He's part Anodite, there will be explanations but that's Volume 2 stuff. Volume 1 was mainly focusing on everyone getting acquainted and honing their skills, they had that superhero mindset which might work on a TV series but this is real life. Now he's dead and his 3 pregnant wives and 4 unpregnant wives are widows. There's gonna be a small time skip before he rejoins the story but Volume 2 will begin with a Those Who Remain storyline. Essex got the blood, Invincible is dead, Laura has 2 months till she gives birth, the city is already complete what's gonna happen next? Find out next time on A Viltrumite in Marvel. Chapter 38, Where I Really Come From. My conscience was really tired. I feel as if someone just threw a nuke at my head. I reach up to hold my headache only to be surprised, my skin was pitch dark with a slight purple hue to it. I look around try to move to learn that I was stuck. I turn to New York surroundings and find myself trapped inside of a violet energy space sealing my every movement. What happened? I stop moving and think really hard on the events up to now. Where did it go wrong? Robert. No, as far as I knew he was dead years ago, I thought Essex failed to modify him, never did I think he was holding him as a secret weapon against me. He was stronger than I was but why? Even a younger Viltrumite should be able to rip through mountains and I was able to face Kara easily. So why was I so weak against him? No, it's not that I got weaker. It happened when he touched me. I felt like he was absorbing my energy. But how? How did Essex know to plan for that? What am I? Where am I? Have you finally calmed down, child? My eyes immediately follow the voice to find a woman with the same skin as me except she had bright glowing eyes and long wavy pink energy hair. She almost looked like an Anodite. Well, aren't you the clever one? So young too, it's quite the talent for you to shed your physical skin at such a young age. I was 50 before my first shed. Shed? Wait, what's going on? Where am I? You are currently in Onospace. It's a collective space created by Anodites to house the energy of our fallen brethren. Since we do not have physical bodies unless needed when we wish to sleep or pass we come here. Now my question to you is what are you? I have met many Anodites in my time but your energy is so strong it should have burnt your physical body to ashes in minutes. My name is Damian Nixis and to be honest I'm not exactly sure what I am anymore. Interesting. What about your lineage? Who are your parents? No idea. I've never had any. Child, in order for you to be here that means your heritage can't have been simple. If you do not remember then allow me to assist you. One of her pink hair thingies floated over to me before resting in between my brow as it glowed slightly. A shock of pain assaulted me, memories both old and suppressed suddenly starts filling my head as I scream into the emptiness. Flashes of a different Earth, a woman in pink spandex with long orange hair reshaping atoms and molecules with her abilities, a guy who fought his people to protect Earth. My parents. The flashes continue as I remember I had an older sister. Flashback. Mark, we have to do something now. We're not gonna make it. Tara, Marcus, and Damien are all already in escape pods. Eve said hurriedly to her husband as he stood there watching as the imposing fleet opened fire on their little space cruiser. I can escape but we need to get the kids to safety, you go with them. Eve set the pods to go to Vanahel where Alan will pick you guys up. Eve, this isn't the time to argue, just go. At that moment the ship got blasted again separating the ship from the 3 escape pods. Mark. I got them. Get to a pod, Eve. Hurry. Mark jumped out of the ship, rushing full speed to the nearest pod, successfully catching Marcus. He was headed for the last two pods when a cosmic storm hit and the pods were lost in front of his eyes. No! Mark screamed in pain and agony as he looked towards the imposing fleet. Eve sat down and started crying, thinking how she lost her two babies, and her eyes flashed pink. All of these memories hit Damien like a truck as he floated there, sad and lost. My sister. Where is she? He finally managed to choke out. That's an interesting question. Perhaps she has yet to shed her physical skin. But the question for you now, Damien. You know who you are, so I ask you. What now? What will you do? He sat there in contemplation for a minute before coming to a decision. I need to go back. I have so many questions about my birth family, but I have a new family waiting for me as well. The Anadition lady smiled and said, very well, but be warned, your true form will be harmful to any energy-sensitive being. I suggest you recreate your physical shell first. Viltrumites are strong, however their DNA is stubborn. While creating this body, allow it to be more open to let your anodite powers flow. You can do anything your mind can imagine as long as you have the power. How do I create a physical body? Practice, think of yourself, how you looked, who you were, who you want to be, and allow yourself to recraft your body. You can rearrange atoms at your will. Bend reality and create to your whims. Let it flow through you and become who you want. He sat there in silence as he slowly started recreating his physical body. Muscle by muscle, piece by piece. The process took a while as he had to allow the Viltrumite body to allow his anodite energy to flow, taking him into a new stage of strength as his muscles were reinforced. You can throw 10 centuries at him and he'll laugh at their struggle. He took a deep breath and looked towards the lady floating there. Thank you. For everything. But I have to leave now. May I know your name so I know who to thank in the future? But of course, I merely guided you to where you should have gotten to naturally. As for my name, you can call me Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. I surely hope when we meet again it's under more favorable circumstances. He said that and imagined his lab on the watchtower before teleporting away. Gwen looked at the space and hummed quietly before speaking. Are you sure you didn't want to meet him? She looked back to a girl in her mid-20s with long orange hair who simply turned around and began walking away. Tara, you cannot hide forever. One day the two of you are indeed going to have to face your pasts. I just hope you'll be ready. Invincible teleported to the watchtower to find the whole place in darkness and everything covered. Hello. Anyone here? He began walking around, turning on the unused equipment before he felt something on his back. He did a quick spin and grabbed the throat before slamming the person to the ground. "Vait!" screamed the scared person. "Kurt? What happened to you? Where is everyone?" Standing in front of me was a pale, skinny white guy. I helped him up, looking him over, and he just hugged me. "You're alive." "How?" "It's been months." "Where have you been?" "Oh, the team is gonna know the team." "Kurt, what happened?" I asked the guy as he releases his image inducer. "We tried, Damien." "We did. It's been 6 months since you've been gone. Tony Stark became Iron Man, proving regular people can protect themselves. The government's turned on us. The bill went through. After you died, there was no one left to stop Sentry from running around doing as he pleased. It all changed when he fought Magneto's group. The fight between him and the Juggernaut threw the city into chaos. Widow and Logan did their best, sending all the metas to Viltrum, and a month ago robots started appearing hunting metas. We're hiding on Mars right now, but I came over when the systems came online. Damn it, what about my wives, Kurt? They're all fine, and collectively ruling Viltrum. The Savage Continent isn't under their control, and neither is Wakanda, but they have an alliance after moving their city there. We've pretty much left Earth alone since they started killing us. I grab his shoulder and say, take me to my family, Kurt. He smiles and we poof away. Chapter 39, 6 months point. 6 months before Invincible's return. On the planet Mars, in the capital city of the Viltrum nation, Eden, there existed a secret bunker beneath the royal castle that very few people know exist. In this room 6 women teleported in unknowingly to them. Natalia Romanova was the first one aware and active, looking around the room she recognized. She scanned the room and made a quick head count. Laura Kinney check, Domino check, Aurora Monroe check, Susan Storm check, Commandar unconscious but check. What the dash? Where are we? Why are we here? What's going on? Hey. Hey Commandar. What's going in here? Quiet. Natalia snapped, forcing the others to settle down and focus their attention to her. She holds up her badge and speaks. Tracer, contact Damien. Contact unavailable, love. Fine then, Tracer, tell us why he sent us here. Tracer, where is he? At this moment everyone's hearts tensed, since when has Tracer failed to answer their calls? Hey Nat. What's going on? Aurora asked. This is a safety bunker he had made under the castle on Mars. If he sent us here, that means something big is happening on Earth and he wanted us far away. She gave them a moment to digest that information before saying, Tracer override code 1738 RRM password Widowmaker, where is Damien? I want to see any and all footage available. Now. Tracer reluctantly gave into her coding and pulled up the video footage revealing the dead body lying on the ground bloody and an enraged Wolverine fights some Rubberman. Ava is taken aback, Kitty is crying, the whole scene is shocking. SHNKT, Tracer, send me there. Now, Laura growled with an unintelligible look in her eye. No way in hell am I authorizing that, Tracer. Alert all members to go to the watchtower and be alert. Make sure they know the guy in gold is a do not approach individual. Natalia snapped. Laura's head snapped over to her direction as she got in a crouching position despite being 7 months pregnant. Why are you getting in my way, Natalia? I have to go save him. Natalia looked back at the girl with a calm and determined gaze and said, Laura, look at that scene. He's gone. And there's no way I'm dishonoring his last wish of sending us here. Especially by sending his 7-month pregnant woman down near him and capable of killing him. But what do you expect us to do? Aurora said, stepping forward with lightning sparking. Surely you do not expect us to sit back and let the men who murdered Armin walk away. Calm down and be reasonable, Ro, Sue said. Let's wake up calm first and see what happened. She went with him so surely she could tell us more. Couldn't hurt to try, but either way, Laura, you and Nat are sitting this out, Domino said. Aurora walked over to the unconscious alien before forming a small rain cloud over her face. The rain sprayed Commandar for several seconds before she groaned in pain before bolting upright, eyes blazing, and starbolts charged before yelling, Die you bastard, huh? Where am I? What happened? Oh no. Damien, we left him down there, that monster tore his arm, we need to. Commandar, Damien is dead, Natalia said with a heavy heart. We need to know what happened down there. What can you tell us of the guy who killed Damien? He's actually gone. Sigh, I don't know what happened. 1 second it was a standard smash and grab, but then it got crazy. They had a bunch of goons, but the troublesome ones were Sentry, Sable, and Richards. I can't believe that bastard not only had the guts to leave us after turning us into living science experiments, but he even became a bad guy. What the hell? Snarked Susan. Richards kept Logan busy while Kitty and Ava dealt with the goons. I dealt with Sable and she was fun, but in the end you can't beat superiority. Unfortunately, that's exactly what that Sentry guy was. Superior. He was just as strong as Invincible, but he got a decent opening hit before disarming him. Literally. SHNKTT in the background. After ripping off his arm, I jumped in, giving him time to retreat, but then Sentry went from dangerous to a major problem. How so? Aurora asked. Yeah, how could such a monster get even more monstrous? Teased Domino. He started glowing. That gold glow was ominous. I'm sure Damien felt it too. One touch and it was like it was making me weaker. My starbolts just kept powering him up, so I had to rely purely physical, which left him planting my head into the concrete, knocking me out. Next thing I knew, I was here. The others turned serious as they planned their response, so he absorbs energy and gets stronger. If so, why was Damien affected? Did he absorb physical energy? Sue asked. I believe I can help with that. The girls turned their heads to see Celine sitting in her chair with a teacup. You see, Damien's race is so magically inclined that he just radiate pure energy. Now his strong physique helped dampen it. Some naturally leaks out. Why are you here? Scoffs Domino. Keeping my word. I promised him I'd protect him and his blood if he allowed me to leech off of him. He gave me thousands of years. I can put in a few more. Wait, what do you mean his race? Aurora questioned. You'll understand later, Celine said and went back to her tea. So what now? Laura asked, still very much filled with rage. Now we regroup and we strike hard. This time they crossed the line. We're not dancing with all of these clones and fakes anymore. We're taking it to the top. We show no mercy. He spilled our blood, we spill his, Aurora said with a fierce determination. I never had a killer mindset, but I do need to vent this rage, Susan smirked. Laura was about to give her one-liner when Celine stepped in and said, Ah dear, you're staying. She tapped her staff on the ground as Laura fell into the sofa sleeping. Can't have her running wild with a passenger aboard. Now Natalia and Domino, I suppose I can leave you awake. Good, now before rest of you continue, shouldn't I consult the members down low, especially young Catherine? Poor girl just saw her idol get his heart ripped out. She smiled and sat back down drinking her tea. Wait, I think we need to focus on Sentry. They have Mystique's blood. Isn't that like really bad? Sue shied in. He's already gone dark. Let's address the rest of the members and go from there, Domino spoke, rubbing her stomach. The girl take another 10 minutes before they exit the room and make their way back to the watchtower via boom tubes. After stepping aboard, the ladies heard many whispering about what's going on and even hearing the word Sentry and dead being thrown around. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure most of you are aware of what happened tonight. He's dead. A moment of silence for a hero, to all of us. His deeds were legendary, he was a good and virtuous man who believed in people. But his killer is still out there. We will find them. Show that to take one of our, they better be ready to sacrifice hundreds of them. So Overwatch, take the night off except intelligence. I want Reed Richards found, tonight. Tomorrow we go in guns blazing. No one will stop us from getting justice. Nat used her talk no jutsu and it was super effective. Chapter 40, 6 months point. Retreat. Natalia yelled into the comms. It's been 4 weeks of playing cat and mouse with Essex and Trask. Each time members of Overwatch would leave the base suited up, they would be attacked by sentinel robots. At first it was just 2 or 3 that was manageable, but then they started coming in waves of 10 plus. Natalia looked at the screen and finally made the decision. Are you sure, Nat? No one would blame you, but they all won't go. Aurora said from her left, watching Natalia type in the commands. Nat didn't say much. Instead she opened the live comms and started speaking. When Damien came to us all those years ago, he had a dream. A plan to help all the metas being tortured and experimented on. We were the first and last line of defense. Now with him gone, that defense is falling. Humanity is split on our decisions. Whenever we leave, we're met with opposition, and it seems as if less and less people will openly defend us. So it's time for Plan B. The members of Overwatch, who just returned barely in peace from fighting the new upgraded Sentinels, sat there watching her speech. No member spoke or moved from their spots as their eyes were glued to Natalia. I'm disbanding Overwatch. I refuse to keep sending you all out risking your lives for people who clearly don't want us around. In exactly 15 minutes we'll be evacuating the planet. I won't force you to come with us. Some of you have families and friends here, you can't give up. It hurts to say this, but we lost this battle, but we haven't lost the war. We will regroup on Viltrum and start expanding our cities and protecting our people from there. Thank you guys for the work you've put in, but for now please get some rest. Watching the screen turn off, heroes around the world all looked at their badges and had different reactions to it. Natalia and Aurora walked away from the screen and walked into the hive, derived from Cerebro but made to host multiple telepaths all at once. Nat was starting to show and she was less graceful on her feet, but she still felt the need to be the one to personally see this project through. If not for her child. The last thing she wants is for her unborn children to be buried next to their dad in the private cemetery on Viltrum. She opened the door to the hive to find the quintuplets, Quinton, Frost, and Jean Grey all ready and in their places. All right, Widow, we're ready. Say the word and you'll be connected to every meta-human of any sort. We've already filtered through the criminals and extremists, but just know there might still be some turbulence once we go through with this, Frost explained. Nat stepped forward, supported by Aurora. As they passed her a helmet, she slipped it on her head as she felt the most painful headache in her life. It flashed for a few seconds but gradually calmed down until it became less of a migraine. Meta-humans. Can you hear my voice? I'm the Black Widow, and I'm sure you're all aware of the state of things. With Kelly pushing forward on his plans and Invincible no longer around to protect us, we are hereby announcing an evacuation plan. By the end of the day, if you've made the decision to be evacuated, gather whatever things you want and keep them close to you. It doesn't matter where you are or who you're with, just have made up your mind and you will be teleported to our safe haven Invincible made before he died. The world has turned their backs on us. So we'll take care of each other. End of the day, I'm sorry to rush you, but that's all we can afford. Natalia took off the helmet and felt a mild strain as Ro patted her back and wiped off the small stream of blood sliding from her nose. Jean stepped forward and said, the transmission was a success. I can already hear a lot of excited people finally getting the chance to escape. Just in time too, because we have less than a month before the UN votes on the bill and suddenly it's not only America but the whole world becomes unlivable for metas. The girls talk a bit more but then they exit the room so the telepaths could rest before they connect again tonight. Nat and Aurora leave the room and head towards her office. Even though she deserved to move into the biggest space, she didn't even touch it. Ro, do you think he would have given up? Nat asked her sister, wife and friend. Honestly, yes. From what I've seen of Sentry, he's easily stronger than Damien by a bit, and you saw what happened whenever he came into contact with anything energy-based. If it wasn't for our teleportation or the fact that he can't survive a vacuum, we would have lost Commandar a few times. How is she, by the way? She keeps going back and challenging him. One day she won't be so lucky. She's still grieving. She blames herself for letting him die. She's calmed down a bit, but that guilt is still present every time she looks at you, Dom, or Laura. Speaking of Laura, she's even worse. Sue had to restrain her from killing herself the other day. Apparently the news that he's gone isn't something that she's been handling well. Sigh, I just don't know how we're gonna do it, Ro. Based on Jean's numbers, we're having at least 20 million citizens all coming in at once. That's gonna take weeks to manage. Yeah, we have some people stationed and ready, but on this scale. It was supposed to be in batches, but with everything happening. It's okay, Nat, stop stressing so much, it's not good for the twins. Look, Wakanda went up last weekend choosing to settle in the southern continent. They're going to be available to help us out. The two sat in silence thinking of all the plans in motion before a knock is heard on the door. Peter walked in handing in his badge saying he'd take his chances, and the streets still need the little guy. Nat okayed it since Sentinels only scan for X genes and Peter didn't have any active ones. A few others such as Scott Summers and Quinton, who just got a gig as university professor, said they'd stay behind as well. Time trickled slowly as the last minutes came around the corner. "This is it, Nat," Aurora stated. "There's no coming back from this one. No more hidden societies, or secret bad guys plotting for thousands of years. It's all in Furious hands now. Let them deal with the troubles they created." Natalia smiled thinking of how much hell they're going to have to endure but shrugged her shoulders. They tried to help and was shot at and hunted, so they stopped caring. Now they can sit back in peace, steadily grow their country on their planet, although they still have a few empty continents except for plant and wildlife. Gene. Begin the transmission. Hive going on air. Connecting to all known metas. Aeon, we're clear. Estimated 23 million minds tagged and awaiting transfer. This is Widow. Do it. The boom tubes worked overtime that night, but it was definitely a shock to be seen. The next day law officials and civilians alike were dumbfounded to learn that over 20 million people around the globe all disappeared without a trace. But the even bigger news came from one headline. Overwatch disbanded. Who's saving us now? Bonus scene. Fury was pissed but he understood. The minute he learned 23 million people just disappeared he knew that was the meta saving themselves from the clusterfuck humanity created for them. He was tempted to ask if he could go too, but he knew better. The world still had their own problems and now there was no metas left to save them. He opened his dresser and pulled out a file he thought he didn't need anymore since Invincible showed up in the skies. But now they have a different caped crusader and this one didn't tolerate the paparazzi too well. "Sir," Maria Hill said as she knocked on the door, "we found Stark in a cave in Afghanistan. We have choppers en route to rescue him now. Keep me updated. Any news on Trask and his robot hunting facilities?" "No sir, it's almost as if the facility never existed, but our people is still looking." Fury dismissed her and turned in his chair looking at the sky. He closed his one good eye and for the first time ever Fury prayed to whatever god was listening. Chapter 41, 6 months point. Today was an outstanding day for Viltrum. It took a few weeks to get everyone settled in jobs and businesses to start moving along, but none of that mattered because gag, get this baby out of me before I cut it out myself. Laura was screaming in anxiety and rage as she pushed out this invincibility. Susan was working overtime with Gwen making sure the birth was a success. Natalia and Domino were in the waiting room while Commandar and Aurora were handling affairs. The birth went on for hours and due to Laura's extreme regeneration AC section was off the table. Laura was kicking and screaming, which more often than not meant some random nurse got sent flying by the air pressure from her kicks. "You're almost there, Laura, come on, she's almost there," Susan said enthusiastically. Laura gave one final push and finally after a gruesome 9-hour labor. "Ahahahahaha." Susan quickly took the baby and passed her to Gwen to get cleaned up as Laura was breathing heavily and clearly exhausted. It took a few minutes when Gwen walked back into the room with the baby cleaned, Q&D clothed. The baby was peacefully asleep when Gwen passed her back to her mother. Natalia and Domino walked in the room to see the little asleep in Laura's arms. Laura had her eyes locked on the child, still unsure if she's suited to be a mother. Her mother died by her hands and her husband ended up dying without her able to save him. She held her daughter close to her chest as tears fell from her eyes and spoke softly, yet everyone was aware enough to hear her. "I'll always protect you. Over my life, over anyone else's. You're our treasure, our little princess. Your dad was so excited to meet you, but he's not here anymore. Promise me, you won't leave me too, Diana." Nick Fury had an issue. On top of the fact that 23 million people disappeared, throwing the country into anarchy for a while, as soon as things settled down, they got worse. On one hand he had Tony Stark flying around the Middle East shooting missiles everywhere. Then he had Bruce Banner aka the Hulk hiding somewhere in India. Not to mention how many senators and military officials wanted his suits. The only peace of mind was that those pesky Sentinels haven't shown up in a week. Honestly, how did anyone think those were a good idea? Knock knock knock. "Fuck, what now?" Fury said, honestly done with all of this bull. "Sir," Coulson said coming in the door, "we have several reports of metahumans running rampant in different cities. So far we've managed to ID the Juggernaut, Pyro, Magneto, Avalanche, Blob, and Quicksilver. Current casualty count is 110,456. In addition, we've been picking up weird readings around Egypt and the Sentinels have started moving without authorization. I have people awaiting orders and a few senators on call wanting to speak with you." Fury closed his eye and took in a deep breath. Then another deep breath before he grabbed the mug on his desk and threw it against the wall. Coulson stood there unaffected as Fury unleashed his fury. He straightened up his jacket and asked, "Where is Barton and Carter?" Sir, Barton is on vacation with his family and Carter is in the facility with the cap. He's set to be thawed out this week. Get me agents on the ground in every city currently being attacked, coordinate with the military to reduce casualties. Plastic and energy weapons only for Magneto. Where's Cyclops? Sir, he's recovering. He got attacked by a Sentinel a few weeks ago while coordinating with us and he suffered a head injury restricting his powers again. Spider-Man and Ghost are en route but Ghost is saying she's almost done with her contract and she's leaving at the end of the month. Damn it, Coulson, is there any good news? Well, sir, Xavier is finally ready to discuss a partnership with us, but he says he wants to talk to Magneto. Fury just stops and rubs the sides of his head as he calms down the growing migraine. He looks over to see a poster with the first generation of Overwatch standing tall ready to defend the Earth. If only things were different. Coulson, lead me to the senators. Like it or not, we have a job to do. Commandar stood there in the testing labs holding out a special badge called the Berry Badge as Aurora stood next to her. Are you sure about this, Commandar? Your people sold you into slavery. What makes you think they want again? Commandar stood there as all of her old memories resurfaced. The pain, the disrespect she experienced. Being isolated and hated because she couldn't fly. Being sold like common merchandise, the pain she would have experienced. But then she met him, and he talked her out of the petty revenge she wanted. He gave her a second chance at life, yet she couldn't even. She clutched the badge and spoke with determination. Sentry is still alive. I cannot rest knowing he lives while Damian doesn't. I'm not strong enough, Laura may be, but I won't take the risk of turning her daughter into an orphan. I need to go back, if not all maybe one or two will aid me. But how long will you be gone? I do not know. At present it should not take me too long to return home. But it might take some time to convince anyone to follow me. But rest assured, be it a few weeks or months, I will return. Then be safe, you'll always have a home here, and if you don't come back soon then we'll send people after you. After all, you already told us Tamaran's space coordinates. Commandar gave a quick chuckle before hugging Aurora and saying, don't worry, I won't keep you all waiting, besides I have to see my cute nieces and nephew. She opened the portal from the Berry Badge and stepped inside halfway before saying, who knows, I might get some of Domino's luck and bring back a super pissed girlfriend as a gift to that golden bastard. She stepped through the portal and it shut behind her, leaving Aurora standing there alone as she sighs and pulls up her emails dealing with various issues popping up. The work of a queen never ends. Celine was laying in her bedchamber staring at herself in the mirror. Interesting, he's clearly dead yet I still feel that energy of his fueling me. Is it residual power still yet to be absorbed, or perhaps? No, I checked his body myself, he's gone yet, maybe. She talked theories to herself for a minute before a knock came on her door. Teacher, I'm ready to head out. She turned her head to see Tandy standing in the door. Good, come along dear. Tandy walked over as Celine opened up a fold in space leading to what looked like a unique giant forge. They stepped through and instantly alarms started blaring. The two stood there unbothered as giant steps came running in their direction. Who dares step into my workshop? Yelled the giant men. Oh Eitri, has it been so long that you've forgotten my beautiful face? Eitri took a step back as his eyes dilated and he started sweating. Celine. To what do I owe the pleasure, O mighty sorceress? I came to cash in that favor from long ago. I have a design that only someone of your caliber can hope to craft. She took out a blueprint with a Nyx's signature and passed it to Eitri. He took the paper and opened his eyes wide. This is ingenious. A battery of this make can power hundreds of these outputs, and not to mention a planet if done right. But I must ask, you need an energy source to spark it. What energy is strong enough to keep it working? Tandy stepped forward and allowed the light force to release in huge amounts as Eitri had a huge smile on his face. Ha ha ha, sure enough, I would be honored to make this for you. Give me 5 months and have the little lady come back to spark it. Afterwards I guarantee that this design will work. May I meet this Nyx's guy? With his insight surely many projects will leap bounds. Tandy dimmed as Celine spoke with a venom in her voice. Unfortunately he is no longer around. Without another word the two teleported back into her room, leaving a confused Eitri to shrug as he looks over the design again. Back in her room Tandy asked the question, hey teacher. How come you don't just kill Sentry? Magic may not work but surely you have a way. Celine looked up in a bitter mood as she spoke. When I first came around to join Damian and I made a deal. I could absorb his overabundant life energy and in return I cannot harm people with my magic unless I get his okay. At the time I was so sure it didn't matter, but as soon as we agreed I found myself in a magically bounding contract. I didn't think much of it before, but even now it still affects me as long as I'm still digesting his energy. Tandy had more questions, but reading the mood decided now wasn't the best time to ask. She left the room, leaving Celine alone in her room as she feels the energy still flowing through her. Just maybe. Could you still be alive somewhere outside of your body? Little did she know just how correct she was. 4 months till the return. Chapter 42, 6 months point. It's been 3 months since Commandar left and the girls have been having their own issues. Princess Diana was by all means a handful. She was already showing signs of being stronger than most adults as an infant, and it definitely showed in her temper tantrums. Laura was the only one who could calm down her raging daughter due to her strength. One time Susan went to change her diaper and ended up getting knocked unconscious by a flailing arm. The girls were at their wits' end wondering why she was so strong. It didn't help that now Natalia had 2 freshly born twins. A red-haired boy named Daryl and a red-haired girl named Natasha. Both of the twins were quiet kids. They spent most of their time asleep, much to everyone's relief. The only odd thing would be Natasha's eyes would flash pink whenever she got excited, much to Celine's delight. Mars was becoming more active as well. The Savage Continent is also the largest continent on Mars. After Celine rooted the subdimension on that space and opened it up, letting all of the wildlife and plants spread over the continent, it became a main attraction to some of the more adventurous metas. It's starting to become a trend to own saber-toothed tigers as pets. Wakanda has also been thriving, knowing they don't have to hide and are free to use their space as they see fit. For the most part, Wakanda has kept to themselves, but they also trade with Viltrum and they even help monitor the Savage Continent, making sure the dinosaurs don't go too overboard. The planet now has 2 continents that only have plant life now, although some insects and small animals have been spotted on them, but other than that they're untouched. The Viltrum continent was now celebrating today because now schools are officially open. It took longer than other facilities due to the fact that Damien had higher standards for education. With so many geniuses and resources available on the planet and space, he refused to limit the children. He wanted them to shine and become the future pillars of the kingdom. Now, as a newly established planet, Mars lacked oil deposits. But that was okay because they mainly used energy-based technology so as to not pollute the atmospheres. Mars was a little colder overall than Earth and he wanted to keep it that way as to not have to deal with Arctic regions melting. Not like it was a major issue with a resident popsicle called Bobby on speed dial. The planet was flourishing and crime was basically non-existent. As of now, they only had to move their satellite base away from Earth's atmosphere, but they chose to keep it in case they ever needed it. Speaking of Earth, the planet was struggling. Death tolls around the world had crept up to almost 500 million globally in these past 5 months. Governments were at an all-time war against the remaining mutants. Every now and then a child would awaken their abilities just to have them and their family mysteriously disappear, just like the incident before. New York became one of the few safe places on the planet. Due to Tony Stark and his Iron Legion patrolling the city, the citizens there felt safer. The Sentinel program had finally gotten every country's support, so they were now being mass-produced. Citizens felt safe that the Brotherhood could no longer run as rampant, but also felt afraid seeing giant robots circling their cities. Average citizens were protesting and murals of a giant OW was visible in almost every city. Fury had his hands full and was one disaster away from leaving it all behind. It was the beginning of 2009 and the year was starting off like shit. Magneto started preaching about Genosha, a safe haven for mutants by mutants. World governments were searching for them for weeks, but all attempts to follow them or locate them ended up as naught. Richard Reed finally got his funding to restart his old project trying to contact the other world. But on their first attempt to go they encountered a man who should have been long dead, but the planet itself was keeping him alive for almost a year. Victor Von Doom finally made it back to Earth, and when he questioned Reed about Susan, he was beyond pissed to learn he left them and Essex found him and taught him to control his powers. Later, finding out Susan was one of the ones missing, Victor disappeared back in his country with a vindictive rage towards Richard. In Egypt, S.H.I.E.L.D. has set a perimeter around a pyramid in Egypt. They have yet to discover how to enter the pyramid, or what's making the weird energy readings, but considering their recent luck they weren't taking chances. The world was falling apart and slowly setting into a new normal. The people were settling into their new normal with a constant threat reminder reigning over their heads. Things were progressing without Damien being aware. Yet the most intriguing combination came from a pair of women flying in deep space. Tara, slow down. Where are you heading off to in such a rush? Carol asked her longtime girlfriend. The two of them always stayed together every time they traveled between worlds. Ick, I feel like someone connecting to anodyne space. Aunt Gwen is there, but what if it's Mom? Tara said with hope in her voice. Wait, I thought your mom was in another dimension, Carol slowly said, trying not to hurt her girlfriend's hope. What if it's your brother? Didn't you guys get separated all that time ago? It might be, but why is his awakening so late? Tara said slowly. When she woke up 20-ish years ago on a primitive planet alone and afraid, the first thing she did was look for her brother whose pod she saw as they got swept into that weird cosmic storm. She survived due to her father's blood. Being part Viltrumite, she could have easily hunted whatever food she needed and create shelters. She stayed on that planet for years before coming across Carol, who taught her about the current galaxy. After learning that this wasn't her universe after a very heated argument about planets that don't exist, Carol convinced her to travel with her. The two went from planet to planet helping species in whichever way they could. The two ended up becoming closer and closer as they traveled through deep space with nothing but each other's company. After 8 years in this galaxy, Tara shed her physical skin for the first time, allowing her to meet Gwendolyn. Gwen taught her about her mother's lineage of an Anodite and how little she knew about her powers. She spent a few months with Gwen before joining back up with Carol in her new body. After returning, Carol, who thought she had died, ended up kissing her on the spot and cementing their relationship. "If it is him, don't you want to meet him?" Carol asked. Tara flew through space in silence and said, "I do want to see him. Make sure he's all right. He may not remember me, but I definitely remember my baby brother. But I don't want to meet him just yet. I'll get a feel for his location when he leaves anodyne space, then we can travel over that way. After all, how can I not introduce my wife to my brother?" Carol smiled and the two flew to the nearest planet so Tara can leave her physical body to enter anodyne space. Carol waited there for about a week before she returned and said, "He's on Earth." "Earth?" Carol said, "Let's go. I'm from Earth and I have a friend there who should still be alive." "Well then. Next stop Earth. Next time. The Return." Chapter 43, The Return Point. It was a peaceful morning on Viltrum. Natalia was the first one awake as usual. She did her daily check on the kids before going to their in-home gym. She did her usual routine that she's gotten used to over the years. 45 minutes into her workout, she was joined by Aurora and Laura. The three of them are the early risers while Sue and Domino had to be awoken. "Good morning, ladies," Natalia spoke. "Any big plans for the day?" "Morning, Nat, and other than doing some final tours of the schools, I'm free." "Morning. I'm taking the kids to the pediatrician to make sure they're all caught up on their Martian vaccines." "Do they really need vaccines? I mean, you nor Damien have ever gotten sick?" Aurora asked. "Better to be safe than sorry." "Right." Laura genuinely asked, still getting used to the whole motherhood thing. Aurora and Nat shared a look before laughing and just wrapping their arms around her shoulders. "Relax, Laura, you're doing fine, you're a great mother." "Exactly, besides with the 5 of us these kids are going to be anything but ordinary. So don't stress about normal motherhood as much." Feeling a bit more relieved, the ladies head down into the kitchen where they find the quintuplets moving around. "Good, Esme." "Morning, Phoebe." "Queens, Celeste." "Breakfast is, Sophie." "Almost ready, Irma." Natalia just shook her head and took her spot at the table. Once coming to Mars, the quintuplets asked if they could keep working for them. So they made them the mansion maids. Telepathic maids who could talk to each other anywhere in the mansion is extremely handy. "Thank you, dears," Aurora said, taking her seat next to Nat as Laura sat across from her. The remaining 4 seats at the table were all reserved. Commandar next to Aurora and Sue and Domino on Laura's side. The head of the table has always been left vacant for obvious reasons, but no one really speaks about it as much anymore. "So Ro, I heard that another 13 kids were found yesterday. They're scheduled to be picked up later with their families. One of them has an ability that makes her exude corrosive acid, so keep that in mind for your school." "Noted, she won't be the first, but we will have to test on her pH properties and see if our current facilities can withstand her acid." "What about you, Laura? Decided what you want to do now that Diana is old enough for the girls to watch for a bit?" "I'm gonna wait for Commandar to return today. See what kind of reinforcements she manages to bring. Then I'm going to bisect Sentry. He's gotten to comfortable living in that little skyliner of his." "Oh, that's right." Natalia said, "Commandar is supposed to return today. She's coming from Kara's Earth, correct?" Aurora nodded and said, "Yes, apparently Kara's Earth has been protesting alien refugees, so Commandar stayed an extra week to work out some details." "Details on what?" Domino said, slowly limping her way to the table as Celeste helped her to her seat. "Thank you, Celeste. But come on, don't leave me out of the loop. It's not their fault you sleep through our weekly meetings." Susan said, making herself visible already in her seat as Esme pouted on the side, not being able to help. Natalia took the chance to speak up and say, "Kara wanted to know if she could relocate their refugees on one of our uninhabited continents." "That's dangerous," Domino stated, introducing all those different aliens to our ecosystem. "Who knows what kind of aliens we'd letting in." "That was already discussed, Dom," Susan said, biting into the stack of waffles placed in front of her. "Kara is leaving her friend Megan in charge of sorting out the ones who can blend into our planet without causing too many waves." "Megan. Isn't that the name of Damien's bioship?" Domino asked, eating her 3rd waffle already. "It's weird, isn't it? She's a Martian with a similar bioship to ours and she's named Megan. If I didn't know that he never went to Earth 38, I never would have believed it," Natalia said as she checked her watch. "Oh, come on ladies, hurry up. Commandar said she'd be opening the portal in 30 minutes from now, so we have to get ourselves situated." "Already handled, Nat," Sue said, wiping her lips as she stood up from the table. "I already had people start working on temporary homes on the new continent as well as setting up a warp zone there. We just have to be ready to receive them." The ladies quickly finished their breakfasts before going upstairs and quickly getting ready. 45 minutes later they were standing on the unnamed continent. A giant blue pulsing gate was ominously glowing over the pad as Celine stood there awaiting them. Nat gave her the go-ahead and Celine lifted the restrictions placed. The blue ring turned orange and 4 figures flew out from it. Finally. I've been waiting forever. Commandar said, landing on the ground before making her way over to the girls, and they exchanged hugs. I've missed all of you. Come, let me introduce you. She led them over to the 3 awaiting people and started from the right. This is my little sister Corey. She was the only one who listened to my call for help. Our parents forbade it, but she chose to come even knowing she would not be welcomed back. So please treat her well. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet the ones who could finally give my sister a happy memory. Please continue to take care of us in the future. I would be delighted to bring the murderer of my brother-in-law to justice. Coriandar said with a bow. The girls looked at her pale orange skin with her glowing green eyes and long red hair and exchanged greetings before turning towards the other 2. Aurora stepped forward and said, Kara, it's great to meet you again. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances though. Her eyes flashed red before calming down and being replaced with sorrow. No, I'm sorry, if I had came sooner he'd still be alive. I kept putting it off because I was afraid to be happy, but now I've missed the chance to ever know. So please save the sadness until after I deal with Sentry. Laura seemed pleased and was ready to deal with him right then and there. But Commandar stopped her and said. And this is Megan, she has the same name as Damien's bioship, isn't that weird? Anyway, she's the representative for the refugees wanting to come here. Hello, thank you for accepting us. I will work hard to make sure everyone who comes will blend in peacefully. They were gonna keep small talking when Laura lost her patience and stepped forward. Commandar, enough talk. Are you ready? She pressed a button on her bracelet as a black and red suit covered her body. Commandar got serious and said, I had a long enough vacation. Now I can't wait any longer. Her eyes glowed violet with a lot of rage behind them. Don't forget about me, Supergirl said with a red rage behind her eyes. Me as well. Coriandar said with her green joining the group. Wait ladies, we should regroup and come up with a plan, Natalia suggested. But the girls ignored her completely and launched themselves into space. Destination Earth. Ugh, they just don't listen. I'll get the transporters ready, Aurora said, pulling out her comms link. Natalia huffed out a breath of hot air as her badge started alerting. Oh, what now? She pulled out her badge and sighed in annoyance. She made a quick call and said, Kurt, there's someone using the old base. Go find out who it is and report back. If it's a friendly, leave them be. If it's not, blow it sky high. Yes ma'am, Kurt called back over the comms before going dead. Aurora walked over, putting her hands around Natalia's shoulders and whispered, you have to stop stressing yourselves so much. It's okay to rely on others as well. I know, it's just so much happening. I just wish I was strong enough to get a good hit in on Sentry. I know Natalia, I feel the same. The lady sat there awaiting some sort of news either from Kurt or the ladies, but they sure as hell wasn't expecting Kurt to poof in right in front of them, covering their faces with blue smoke. Cough cough, Natalia said, fanning the smoke. Kurt, what did I tell you about? Natalia was stopped speechless as Aurora stood up in shock and took a step back. Before bursting forward and throwing her arms around the face none of them could forget. How? She said as she released the tears she's been holding in for months. Natalia stepped forward and ran her hand over his face as tears welled up behind her eyes. She looked at the men who saved her, who remade her, who gave her the family ahe she's always desired. You, but how? Why? We buried you. She barely choked out as her grip on him tightened, afraid he'd leave when she let go. Kurt stepped back as Damien smiled and brought his arms around the 2 women, crying in his chest as he spoke 2 words. Him home. Chapter 44, The Return Point. Where the hell have you been? Natalia yelled in my ear, finally getting over her tearful reunion. We buried you, we mourned you, we missed you. Looking at her tearful face I couldn't help but feel guilty. Even though I was the one who died, they were the ones who had to continue living. Sigh, it's a long story. Where are the rest of the girls? And the kids? Oh my god, my kids. Aurora chuckled and said, glad you remembered your family after 6 months. Domino and Susan are inside while Commandar, Kara, Coriandar, and Laura just left to Earth. A lot has changed since you were gone. Wait, what? Kara is here. Coriandar, as in Commandar, little sister Coriandar. Since when do they get along? Why are they here? What's happening on Earth that can catch their attention? And who's this? I asked, rolling off question after question. Whoa, slow down Damien, Natalia intervened, this is Megan. She's the ambassador of THR refugee aliens settling down on one of the newer continents. Megan. My ship? No, you're a Martian. Interesting. Wait, no, back up, you didn't tell me why 4 national level powerhouses all needed to head to Earth. Natalia and Aurora just clammed up in silence, causing me to frown. I snap my head to Megan and stare her down, knowing she'd crack first. Feeling my stare, she shivers for a second before finally succumbing to the steely gaze. They're chasing after someone named Sentry. It takes approximately 3 seconds for that news to really hit home. Sentry. That bastard. He was the first experiment Essex created. I used to see him as a big brother. But then one day he just disappeared. Now this time he'll disappear for good. I let my rage flow through my newly acquired mana, causing a powerful wind to exude from my body. I ignore the screams telling me to calm down as my eyes shine a bright purple and I take off into space. This time, it's fucking personal. Back on Earth. Sentry was living in his penthouse chilling with some supermodels. Ever since he's taken care of the kid, he's been living like a king courtesy of Essex. The Super Sentry serum did magic on him. He grew up hating Damien for that purpose. Essex went mad trying to figure out a way to kill Damien, and he was the result after years of research. Every time he was tested, starved, abused, his hatred grew. And while he has deep hatred for Essex, killing that man is next to impossible. So all of his rage went towards the next best target. But now that he's dead, Robert is relaxing, enjoying his boom. Robert just gazed at the figure coming down from the ceiling and sighed, and here I thought this dance was over. Tell me, girl, are you a masochist? Because every time I beat you back into space you come back ready for more. You filthy bastard. I promise you one thing, today you will die by my hand, Commandar said, eyes full of rage. Oh, is that right? Sentry said, glowing as he floated about the room. His models ran from the second shit got real. You don't have the strength to put me down. I ripped Invincible in two. What shall you do? Commandar just smirked and said, me. I'm just here to give you a warning. Watch out, she said, taking a step back. What? Robert said as he heard a sound boom off in the distance. He turned his head in the direction only to see a pissed-off pair of red eyes before he felt real pain for the first time since he awoken as Sentry. He went flying headfirst through 14 floors, collapsing part of the empty building on top of him. He clawed his way through the rubble just in time to see a pissed-off blonde land in front of him. You know, I was already pretty pissed by a Daxamite who couldn't take a hint, dealing with a president who won't listen to reason. Honestly, I could use a punching bag right now. Who the fuck dash? Kara launched herself at Sentry, who simply caught her fist before headbutting her into the ground. Kara caught herself and sent a sharp uppercut straight into Sentry's jaw, sending him straight into the air. Sentry stopped himself as he looked down on Kara, making his golden energy flare. Not once since he's transformed had anyone ever hurt him like this. He was furious, which allowed Laura to get in his blind spot before sending a slash at him. He caught her wrists before flipping her around. Oh, Laura. Fancy seeing you here. Finally decided to join the winning team. Eat shit, Laura said before sending a kick at him, releasing her last blade, slashing his stomach. Aargh, Sentry yelled in pain, headbutting Laura. Seeing her take the hit, he launches another and another. On his fourth headbutt she got a nosebleed as her consciousness drifted in and out from the sheer force to her brain, but before he could hit her again, Kara grabbed his shoulders and threw him far off. He was intercepted by Commandar and Corey, each hitting him back and forth like a volleyball before Kara grabbed Laura's hand and flipped her over her head using her legs as a battering club. Being smashed by an adamantium skeleton behind a Viltrumite reinforced body thrown by a Kryptonian was enough to crack even Sentry's ribs, causing him to cough up Aeon blood. Kara, Corey, and Commandar all unleashed their multicolored eye beams that intercrossed before hitting Sentry, causing a massive shockwave that definitely didn't go unnoticed. Sentry was lying down in the smoking crater, not even moving a muscle. Kara came down slowly to assess the situation but failed to react to the golden men, now truly pissed off. Sentry flashes upwards, grabbing Kara by the face. She tried to fire her heat beams but they failed to ignite as she felt the solar energy in her body being drained. The other girls, seeing her panic, all rush in to provide support only to truly meet an immovable object. Sentry caught Corey, breaking her arm before slamming her down into the ground, then throwing her into Laura at a force that sent both of them flying backwards. He flew down in front of them before stepping on Corey, grinding her and Laura into the ground as he replenished his energy from Kara's cells. Corey. Let her go, you monster. Sentry slowly turned his gaze to Commandar and said, I told you before, masochist. You aren't equipped to fight me. Now you lost and believe I shall let you go. You want to live? I'm sure you and the rest of these women can convince me. Seeing the lust-filled gaze on her, Commandar spoke determinedly and firmly, I'd rather die than be defiled by the likes of you. That can be arranged. Sentry started charging up his energy, letting it reach dangerous levels when he felt pain. Oh, UCH, what the? He looked down to see a spike going through his foot. He jerked away from the claw and kicked the two girls even further into the ground. Commandar used the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and sent him flying into the distance, leaving three girls barely conscious on the ground. Kara, Corey, Laura, let's go, we need to hit the stratosphere now Before I what? Sentry said, flying down in his golden glory. He held up his hand making a scary golden spirit bomb and said, "You know, at first I found your futile attempts amusing. Now I'm just pissed." Begone in the golden glow of judgment. He sent the orb downwards and watched with a smile as it broke through the futile shielding the purple-eyed beauty tried to make. It's a pity that she wouldn't become his, but what's one woman in a world awaiting to be conquered? He smiled as the energy detonated, reducing every building and road to rubble. He started flying away satisfied when he felt something weird. He turned around to see a giant pink energy dome surrounding the 4 women. "You know, Robert, you always did have an issue of respecting women." Hearing the voice, Sentry's eyes opened as he turned his head to be met with the men he thought he killed. Wearing nothing but a black bodysuit with no decoration or padding, Damien stood against his former experiment mate, not as invincible but as Damien. "How? I killed you," Sentry yelled. "I'm aware. It hurt like a bitch. So let me return the favor. Tell me, Sentry. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Chapter 45, The Return Point. Sentry was dumbfounded by the question. Speed of light? No one is that fast except possibly Quicksilver, but even then he doesn't have the force to move him. "What the hell are you on, Abdash?" Interrupting his speech, Damien slowly raised his leg as his eyes flashed pink, and before anyone could breathe, Damien was in front of Sentry, slamming his leg deep into his chest. Shocker by the sudden force, Sentry had no time to defend as his lungs were kicked in. He went flying through the air, unable to stop his velocity, when all of a sudden he felt something smash into his face, burying him deep into the ground. Damien stood on the edge of the crater and nonchalantly addressed him, "Is that all you have, Robert? I rushed back from the dead for you. The least you could do is entertain me a bit." The ground started shaking, causing a mini earthquake to terrorize the city. Damien looked over his shoulder at the women recovering inside the dome. "You 4 have done enough. Go home and rest, I'll handle the rest." He didn't give them a chance to refute and instantly teleported them back to Viltrum. He looked back at the crater to see a golden hand emerge as Sentry pulled himself up. The 2 men looked at each other as their muscles tensed. They knew that only one could walk away from this clash, so neither pulled their punches. Golden and pink auras clashed against each other, forming giant wind pressures, scaring everyone who have yet to make it to a shield evacuation center. The 2 titans were live in their fight, broadcasted to the rest of the world. Everyone knew Sentry, the strongest man on the planet. They feared him, but looking at the unknown men facing him off, the world was silent, anticipating the outcome which would determine their lives. The 2 men pushed off the ground at speeds too fast to capture. Clashing back and forth, exchanging blow for blow, the 2 quickly reduced the entire city block to rubble and debris. "I'll RIP out your spine and use it as a belt, Damien," Sentry yelled, charging an energy beam and launching it at Damien. The beam surrounded him as it ripped through the city, leaving a trail of molten cement lining the city streets. "You know, Robert, it's quite sad," Damien explained calmly, walking out of the beam before landing a punch in his stomach, easily pushing his ribs into his intestines. He held his shoulders as he dug his fist in and spoke. "You had all that power, but wasted it being Essex's attack dog." "Ha ha ha, so what if I'm a dog?" Robert choked out. "At least I'm a dog who's aware he's on a leash. You thought yourself free. He already planned on you escaping, he planned on you gathering others. You've been played like a bitch and you dare have the nerve to pity me." Sentry pushed his energy to the max and coated it with his aura before counter-attacking and aiming to land a killing blow to Damien. The punch landed on his face as the force sent cracks through the ground as Damien stood there unfazed. "Pathetic, do it more." Damien started as his arm became coated in a pink energy like this. Damien rushed him, sending an uppercut into his chin, but grabbed his leg before he went flying. He slammed him into the ground several times and left him there the last time. He walked over and put his foot on his back. Watching the golden glow start healing him, Damien got annoyed and his eyes glowed. He covered Robert in his own aura as the golden glow tried to penetrate and make its way to Robert futilely. "What did you just do, you monster? What are you?" Robert said with fear in his eyes. He's never been this badly hurt, and considering his energy wasn't responding to him for the first time in his life, he was afraid of death. "Me. I'm just like what you said. I'm a monster," Damien said as he pressed down with his leg, causing Sentry to yell out, Now, no more screaming. It's unbecoming of a man as powerful as you." Sentry bit his tongue as he racked his brain trying to figure out a solution, when all of a sudden. "Halt, mutant. You are breaking Code 917A of the Mutant Registration Act. Please halt all power usage and come with us." Damien looked up to see 20 Sentinel robots flying above them. "Ha ha ha ha, look at you now. What next, Damien? These things were all made specifically to deal with you. Not even you could break them," Sentry said with a maniacal laugh. Damien let his eyes gaze over the robots before saying, "Oh please." He created a few magical spikes and sent them into Sentry's limbs. Ignoring the screaming man-child, Damien took off until he was floating face to face with the Sentinels. "Hey Essex, I got to thank you. If you didn't send Robert after me, who knows if I would have learned this nifty trick." Anyways, hear my words, before you had my attention. Now you have my anger. I missed my kid's birth because of you. So every single clone, every disposable pawn, every corner of yours, will fall by my hands. Start counting, Nathaniel. Your days are numbered. After finishing his speech, he clapped his hands as a pink aura surrounded all of the sentinels and started crushing them slowly. He turned around and flew back to Sentry, who was struggling to pull the spikes out. Robert. Damien spoke slowly, walking towards the downed men as the sentinels fell from the sky. Sentry started screaming, but with none of his golden energy, he was just a normal metahuman. You just had to go and ruin all that work I put into this planet. Look around, all this destruction, all the rubble. For what? To cause me to have a headache. I didn't even have a chance to hold my cute daughters yet, so as you can see, I'm pretty angry. Damien squatted down as he patted Robert's cheek with the same hand used to break almost all of his bones. I do believe we were in reversed positions last time we met, but still something is off. What was it? Damien pondered for a second before saying, oh wait, now I remember, grabbing Sentry's arms and placing a foot on the panicking man. Damien slowly pulled upwards as the muscle and tendons in Sentry's arms slowly stretched and ripped. Ignoring the pain-filled cries of the man, Damien gave one final jerk and pulled his arms off. Oh wait. Was it one arm or both? It doesn't matter anyways. Damien brought his face close to Robert. Anger and fear met in the gazes of the two superhumans. Do it. Sentry said, filled with fear and determination, kill me. Damien just looked at him and said nothing as he got up. He walked away a few steps and looked back at Sentry and said, I don't like fighting people who lost their wills to survive. Damien dispelled the spikes as Sentry bled out on the ground, happy to be alive as his healing started kicking in. He was overjoyed, sure he needed new arms, but at least now he can. But I'll make an exception for you. Hearing Damien's voice, Sentry gazed up only to see a fist flying towards him. The hand met his face but didn't stop as Damien pushed through his skull. The world went silent. The execution of the man no one knew how to handle seemed to stall the world itself. Damien looked at the nearest camera and just smirked before saying, "Tick-tock, Nathaniel." He grabbed the body and took off into space. The world was scared and relieved. Sentry was dead. Chapter 46, this is only the beginning. I was hyped up on adrenaline. Killing Sentry was something I knew I had to do, but still left a bitter feeling in my mouth. I've always told myself I'd be okay with killing, but it's very different when you actually have to do it. I'm flying upwards as my old friend bleeds out over my shoulder. The city a wreck in our rampage, but Earth made it clear that it's not my concerns. I didn't look back until something stopped me. A little red and gold ball came flying in front of me with a voice recording. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask of you to wait before you leave the atmosphere?" I was taken aback as I recognized Jarvis' voice. I instantly wanted to leave and avoid this guy, but what's the worst that can happen? A few seconds later I heard the sounds of jet propulsors coming my way. It didn't take long before Shiny Canman came up, in my way with a few suits flying solo behind him. The middle suit stopped right in front of me as the face mask lifted, revealing the smirking playboy. "Damien Nixus, director of Star Labs, where you going, buddy? You made quite a mess down there. You should know mutants can't cause trouble in my backyard, right? Why don't you drop the dead guy and come with me, pal?" I look at Stark and can't help but chuckle. He's clearly cautious as his helmet slides down. "Tony, you never change. Whether it's hitting on my girlfriend in front of me, or insulting me to my face calling me a mutant. Tell me, Stark, can you afford to anger me?" Stark and his bots all line up around me as they started charging power, and he spoke, Yeah, buddy. I've heard it all, but you can't blame me." Natalia was hot. "But seriously, you can't just destroy half a few dozen blocks and leave like it's no concern. I've already caught your face. Star Labs will get hit." I raise one eyebrow like he's crazy and I adjust my grip on the hapless body growing cold on my soggy shoulder. "Stark, I haven't been in charge of Star Labs in months. I'm not even sure who's running it since we all left. But I will tell you this, if I wanted to leave, there isn't a goddamn thing you can do to stop me." We stand there in a face-off when Stark's suit beeps. It gets awkward as the beeping continues before he gets irritated and answers it. The little gold and red drone flies over as a hologram of Fury pops up. "It's good to see you again, Invincible, or should I say Damien. It's been a trying 6 months without Overwatch around." Wait, Tony said, "You're invincible as in the invincible?" "Oh man, that's rich. Wait till I tell Pepper the guy that tried poaching her was the second best superhero." "Wait, didn't Sentry kill you?" Ignoring Tony, I turn my sight to the holographic Fury, who clearly looks older than he should. Serves him right. "Fury, what do you want?" "I just want to talk. A few months after your supposed death, a few million people disappeared from around the world. Would that have been your doing? Oh, now you see them as people. From my understanding, you all seemed so ready to declare metas as third-class citizens and put us in special centers. I really hope President Kelly didn't cause you too much stress, Fury, I say, laying on the sarcasm really thick. Wait, hold on, don't ignore me, Tony said. Anyways, it's good to see you back, Invincible. The world needs Overwatch now more than ever. You have me wrong, Fury. I'm only here to settle personal matters. Overwatch was disbanded due to your government making it illegal to don our masks. Sure, you can let Stark run around doing as he pleases, but one day when someone sinks his house, just know why we protect our identities. Not that we need them anymore. We know about your satellite, and surely you can't just expect to keep Overwatch up there forever, Fury asked in a stoic voice. Fury, I've always respected you. So let me assure you, we're fine. Leave us be, Earth hasn't welcomed us so we left. Simple as that. What metahumankind does off-world is no longer your concerns. If that's all, then I need to go. Saying my words, I try to take off again, only to be intercepted again by Stark. Whoa, hold on, buddy, Invincible or not, you have to answer for all that destruction. Also, Sentry, while an asshole, is still one of the president's men. You can't take the body. I float over to Tony, looking him directly in the eye, and I simply pat his armored shoulder. Yeah, whatever you say, Shiny Man. I don't look back as I blast off into space, creating a small bubble around me and Sentry separately so I don't lose his blood, quickly leaving the Earth behind me. I can't help but think about what I've just done. Earth was my home, right? So why is it that I feel nothing towards it? Oh well, it takes me a few minutes flying at full speed before I can land down in the courtyard we were in before. I touch down to see everyone waiting for me. Kara slowly recovering, Commandar and Coriandar sitting around chatting, Megan talking with Nat, Aurora and Susan scolding Laura for being reckless, and Domino watching the kids under a giant umbrella with Amara, Hisako, and Ellie nearby. My friends and family all gathered here. It brings a small smile to my face as I touch down, alerting them of my presence. Celine walks in through a portal with her 2 Padawans trailing her as always. It doesn't take a second before Amara, Susan, Laura, and Kara all tackle me. It was an awkward huddle of bodily fluids being swapped and shed everywhere. Mostly tears and snot from Amara seeing me return. It takes almost 35 minutes for everyone to calm down as they introduce me to the kids. I couldn't help but grin seeing my children, and it was at this moment I didn't regret. Everything I do is to enjoy my life in this marvelous universe. Well, I think that's enough of the melodramatics. Natalia clapped, grabbing our attentions, and she grabbed Natasha from me. I sulk for a bit, but that goes away when Domino sits next to me and hands me Diana. Her silky black hair growing in strongly, her fingers packing power behind them already. Let's go home, Damien. Besides, don't you think the people of Viltrum finally get to meet their king? Domino purred in my ear. Also, that project we talked about before is done. With a few more tweaks we'll have our own force on par with the most advanced fleets in the galaxy, Celine inputted. Plus, let's not talk about your duty as a husband, Aurora chimed in expectantly while getting massive support from Susan and Commandar. I'll also be sticking around for a bit, to help out with the fugitive relocation mainly. But I believe you owe me a date as well, Mr. Kara chimed in. I can't help but sigh thinking about all the work left to be done. But I just smile and take a look around. I've always had the best people around to share these burdens, so why stress now? Right. Sigh, I can't even take break after death, huh? Well then, what are we waiting for, ladies? Let's get to business, shall we? Bonus scene. Deep in a bunker underneath the Hoover Dam was a lab. Nathaniel Essex was working on his latest project. The most important thing he needed was something he was unable to obtain. Clone after clone destroyed over the years after Damien had escaped left him desperate. He hasn't left this location since 2003. Releasing Sentry was a gamble in and of itself. Releasing an unstoppable force to get rid of his immovable object. Unfortunately, Overwatch took Damien's body, but that hadn't stopped him from getting some of the blood of the awakened Damien. Without some sort of stimulus or something to keep his DNA healthy, then his next body wouldn't be able to handle the awakened bloodline. But this time he got even better. A drop of Robert's blood, which he couldn't obtain after the procedure succeeded but finally obtained due to Damien's unexpected resurrection. Damien's blood, which he got 6 months ago. Wolverine's DNA to contain all the aggressive tendencies of Damien's blood, with a touch of Mystique's blood to adapt the body better. He even managed to get a sample of that blonde woman whose cells were even more astonishing than Damien's. Essex stood up in his chair watching the vat float in front of him. The body floating in the vat seemingly looking about 8 years old. The epitome of his research. No matter what, this would be his masterpiece. The results he wanted when he first succeeded in the Sentry Serum, when he first found Damien, when Laura was successfully born carrying Damien's aggressive genes. Even starting a war amongst mutants and humans. All to obtain his immortal, undying body. Soon, the world shall cower before the name Sinister. Chapter 47, Hunters and Prey. It's been a day since I returned home, and now I'm sitting with the girls in our living room around a table. The mood was serious. They got me caught up with everything that had passed during my 6 months of absence. Honestly, I have no idea how to save Earth, so I'm just leaving that for the ones there. But my main concerns was Essex. That cockroach and his damn clones. I'm so sick and fucking tired of his clones. Every time I chase this man down, it's another stupid clone. Well, how can we find him then? Magic. Susan asked to the attendees. Every head turned to Celine and she shrugged her shoulders before saying, Harkness has him hidden. I could press her for more information, but us sorceresses have a non-aggression pact so we don't destroy the planet. I could ask but I'd rather not bother just for young Nathaniel. So magic is an option. Any other ideas? Aurora piped in. How can someone hide this well? I know he's a few thousand years old, but even then there should be some kind of trace, Natalia huffs frustratedly. Do you want me to check the planet? Kara peeps in, I can just scan planet from space with X-ray vision. Wouldn't he have plans for X-ray vision? Susan asked. My ears perk up and I think, wait a second. Actually, Kara, yeah. If we search for places you can't see, then that would narrow our search immensely. She nods and jumps up from the table and equips her new suit we had our people make. It's a full-body blue suit with golden accents on her wrists, waists, and thighs. It comes with a golden S-belt and her logo is imprinted on her national treasures in a bright crimson red and a golden outline around it. Instead of a cape, she has a red cloth hanging from either side of her waist in the fashion of a mid-length skirt. All neatly packed away in a nanovibranium alloy. It also has a nifty effect to absorb solar energy. After doing a little half-spin and a wink at me, she took off to scan and mark the blind spots around Earth. When do I get my new suit? Natalia smirked at me with a sultry voice. I can only smile wryly as we pull up a holographic view of Earth. We sit there discussing possible locations as Kara occasionally grayed out a spot on her end. The whole process has us with over 130 lead-lined underground bunkers and 28 possible locations in red in 15 minutes. Watching Kara circle the planet, I can't help but notice how the solar energy is naturally moving towards her on the maps. Hey girls, look at this. The sunlight is naturally moving towards her on its own. Imagine if we could make solar panels even 1/4 as effective as Kara. Getting a few chuckles from the girls, they all watch the thermal scans showing the sunlight hovering around Kara. We enjoy the show when Domino makes a new observation. That's weird. What's up, Dom? I ask the pregnant Lucky Charm. Well, it's just that this area here is showing the same signs as Kara. The solar radiation is swarming this area but in a much slower rate than Kara. Walking over, I notice what she's talking about. The solar spikes in this area are immense. Bringing up an overlay, I see that this area was grayed out by Kara and it overlapped with the Hoover Dam. But that can't be right. We raided that base years ago. There's no way. Kara. Can you check how far that base runs down? Last time we scanned it should be 20 stories deep. Copy that, I'll get back to you. The girls look at me and then exchange glances and finally Susan asked, didn't we already clear that? SHIELD is using it as a base now. I don't know. These readings are what's making me take a second guess. What are the chances that when Kara fought Sentry, Essex was able to get her blood? And what if he used it to make a new clone? A Kryptonian clone. Commandar shuddered thinking of the possibilities of an army of Kryptonian clones. There was a cold chill passing through the room thinking of the mere idea of clones of Kara running around. This is Supergirl, Watchtower. I'm counting at least 27 stories going down, only one of which isn't covered in lead. It's a solar room in progress, but I'm not sure what for yet. Hearing her words, we all swallow a nervous gulp before Commandar slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Well, what are we waiting for? Essex or not, if they're allowed to breed an army of cloned Kryptonians, then that means an inevitable war will soon make its ways to our lands. She turns on her suit, which is a black bodysuit with silver trimmings and a silver headpiece which helps her block mental attacks as well as keeps her hair out of her face. Rash or not, I'm joining Kara on Terra and destroying that facility. She locks her eyes with mine, seeing where I stand. I think for a second and I don't waste another minute. I stand up as a black and gray bodysuit with a red shoulders and gauntlets appear on my body. I agree. If Essex is there, then Celine, I want you to drain the bastard's soul. Harkness or not, I'll deal with her when the time comes. I'm not a part of your treaty. As for the clones, we'll deal with it once we see the situation on the ground. The others start to stand, but I simply raise my hand to stop them. It's fine, you ladies are queens, and apart from the Tamaranians you can't breathe in space, so it'll be faster if just us three meet up with Kara on Earth. They tried to protest, but seeing my firm gaze finally told them I wasn't changing my mind on this decision. Coriandar stood up, knowing full well how dangerous Kryptonians are under a yellow sun, ready to join us. Celine, I'll call you when we arrive. If Essex is there, we deal with him. Permanently. Seeing no further arguments, the three of us head outside to the launch pad in the yard. Ladies, I don't know what we'll find there, but keep in mind, under no circumstances are you allowed to lower your guard. Essex didn't live to be thousands of years old by only knowing cheap tricks. They take my words seriously, and before I know it, we're blasting off heading back to Earth. To deal with an annoying ghost from the past. Once and for all. Chapter 48, A Dam Encountered. Entering the Earth's atmosphere is quite the unpleasant task. It's always extremely hot, not to mention all of the smog that's absent from Mars. Behind me were Corey and Coma, and I guarantee neither of them enjoyed it either, but now not the time for pleasantries. I come to a stop above the clouds and turn towards the ladies. All right girls, we hit them hard, we hit them fast, any interference you put them down. If they want stay down, take them out. Corey seemed a bit hesitant, but Coma nodded right away. Unlike Corey, who only had to spar against guards since she was the crown princess, Coma had seen way more life-threatening circumstances, so she isn't opposed to being bathed in the blood of her enemies. A sonic boom sounded in the distance as I turned to see a blue blur flying straight towards us. She came to a stop, hovering in the air as her skirt/cape flowed in the wind and the sunlight danced off of the golden edges around her suit. "Hey, I'm here," Natalia filled me in. "So this Essex guy got my DNA and used it for cloning." "Well then, what are we waiting for?" Kara said with a cheeky smirk on her face. "Kara," I said with an extremely serious tone, "this isn't an arrest we're making. When I see Essex, I'm killing him. End of story." Her eyes widened as she processed the information. "Do you really have to go that far? Surely there's another way," she tried to reason. I look at her and remember that this girl was all about making speeches instead of throwing hands. Maybe I was too rash giving her a chance, but maybe I wasn't. "Kara, Essex is one of the oldest minds alive. He's been around since Apocalypse first ruled. He has collected who knows how many genetic samples and uses each one to create clones of himself with new powers. He started wars and is about to send the planet into chaos. I know in your Earth you and Barry and the rest of you guys don't like killing, but around here I refuse to let this scourge of humanity run free any longer. If you can't handle it, then I suggest you head back home, Kara." I don't leave any room for argument as I take off for the Hoover Dam, leaving the three girls floating there. Kara was shocked and lost, then she turned to her companions. "He's serious, isn't he? We have to stop him." Commandar looked at her and said, "Now why would we do that? As far as I know, Damien's been hunting his main body for years. If he truly wants Essex dead, nothing can stop him now." Kara looked at the girl with scorn as she stated, "Killing isn't the answer, there has to be a better way." Commandar didn't say anything else as she took off following Damien, leaving two aliens floating by themselves. Corey, seeing the awkward situation, spoke up saying, "I may be new here, but I do believe he is right. Some people are more dangerous when you spare their life. And some scars don't ever heal. You have a lot of light inside you, Kara, but someday you'll cross paths with someone you can't put down without ending them." Kara was lost in thought when she heard Corey say, "If anything, killing his enemies keeps his loved ones safer. Some people won't like it, but most issues could have been solved by not letting your enemies leave the battlefield." Seeing Kara thinking, she continued, "I just want you to remember, when it was him that was dead, you didn't hold back your punches at all on Sentry. If he was any weaker, your hands would be covered in his blood already." Saying that, Corey flew off to catch up to her sister and brother-in-law, leaving Kara conflicted, flying in the air looking at her hands, confusing a lot of people watching the satellite feed. Damien was focused. The minute he saw the damn water, he didn't hesitate to fly straight down. He plunged into the water, ignoring everything around him, flying straight down. Eventually he reached the first wall in his way. He didn't blink as he crashed through it and ended up into a hall full of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. A few years back, Overwatch cleared this place and now S.H.I.E.L.D. took it over. But that didn't matter to him at all. He ignored the agents and the water pouring in as he kept going down. Hall after hall, wall after wall, he kept breaking everything in his way until he came to nothing but dirt. He looked at it and looked up, counting the stories in his head. The alarms were blaring at a high frequency, which caused him some discomfort, but overall didn't hinder him. He walked around the last floor as two bodies of orange dropped in after him and watched him. He was sending short bursts of magic straight through the ground, waiting for it. It took a few seconds when he finally found it. His mana was being rebounded against something. He let out a wicked smile and stomped at that spot, leaving a crater as a guide point. He flew up, and even though there wasn't much ceiling space, he didn't need that much room to become a moving juggernaut. He added a spinning rotation as he kept his arms in front of him, making him a drill. He flew right into the ground, sending dirt and gravel everywhere, making the ground muddy. He kept drilling straight down with the Tamaranian sisters trailing. It took him 2 minutes of straight digging before he reached a barrier that sent him back. He looked at it for a second before reaching for it. The minute he touched it, the barrier sparked black and red and repelled his hand. He furrowed his eyebrows and accessed his inner Dumbledore as his eyes twinkled with a pink highlight. He rested his hand on the barrier that stopped sparking as if the mana in the spell naturally wanted to be around him. The barrier shattered under his touch without even a shred of resistance. He let out a toothy grin as he slammed his hand into the metal wall casing and finally broke through. He ripped the walls open, leaving a gap big enough for him to slip through. The alarms inside the base started going off as the doors started closing. He took a step forward and he was suddenly stopped by an unknown force. "Well, that's quite enough of you, dearie." He turned his head to find the one and only Madame Harkness smirking at him holding a spell matrix in her hand. "Interesting, mana revolves around you like air. So mana-based spells are useless. So interesting." I felt her magic squeeze me and I was ready to break past it. A red laser beam came from behind me directly at her. She put up a shield, dropping her hold on me. "I'll take care of the magical girl," Kara said, floating over to my side. "You go do what you need to." With a smirk on my face I leave Harkness focusing on Supergirl as the Tamaranian sisters followed. Seeing Harkness let me know that this isn't a clone to need such protection. He's here. Chapter 49, Essex Exit Point. Harkness took a second to look over Kara in her supersuit. This isn't her first encounter with a metahuman, yet the feeling she got from Kara was something else entirely. "Interesting," she said slyly. "Solar radiation is being absorbed at a much faster rate than Nathaniel's newest project." "Tell me, dear, what are you?" Kara stood visibly relaxed, yet each of her muscles are tensed. She had no idea what to expect from this woman, yet she knew she had to be dangerous to be Essex's guard. "Why are you working for Essex? Surely you know the man is a psychopath." "Maybe," Harkness proned as her eyes captured every inch of Supergirl. "He may be a psychopath, but he is definitely brilliant. He fixed a little side project of mine in a little under a year. Of course it came with a price, but I'm not complaining." Without a word of warning, Harkness conjured up some ethereal chains and used them to bind Kara. She watched the chains form and immediately reacted by moving out of the way into the other end of the hall at subsonic speeds. "Oh, you're fast. Please give me some good entertainment." With that comment, Harkness started rapid-firing spell after spell. Each one stronger, faster, or trickier than the last. Kara adjusted herself, constantly dodging in and out of the firing range of the spells. After catching her rhythm, Kara accelerated right towards Harkness, but right before she touched her, Harkness' form fizzled out of reality and she reappeared behind Kara with a red and black energy wave ready. She flung it at Kara's back, causing her cape skirt to wrap around her legs, throwing off her balance. Seeing her trick successful, Harkness used a spell that sent herself straight into Supergirl's mind. The mind is a tricky place. Firm, yet fragile. Unrelenting, yet very easily moldable. Harkness would slip in between the moments of consciousness to dive deeper into someone's mind. Memories, secrets, desires, everything that makes up who you are, all at the tip of her fingers. Taking a casual stroll through her memory hall, sending out magical impulses for what she wanted. Oh. Krypton. Fascinating. She kept walking down the hall, occasionally stopping at memories that caught her interest. She was already up to her teenager years when she felt a familiar feel of magic pulling her out of Kara's consciousness. She was thrown out and back into her body, standing above a semi-conscious Kara with a black and green magic circuit shining from her suit. Tisk, Galileo, always finding the interesting ones. Fine, I'll back off. Seeing what she's capable of, I consider leaving her here asleep equal to saving Nathaniel's life. She put her hand on Kara's head, causing her to fall asleep, and left her there on the side of hall. Consider our contract fulfilled, Nathaniel, Harkness chirped as she created a teleportation circle. Kryptonians, huh? I was calm and focused, more focused than I've ever been before. Flying door throughout this entire compound, leading me to this final room. A massive door made out of various metals that seems impenetrable. How long would it take us to brute strength this door? Commandar asked from the side. She had already sending a love tap through it only to hurt her knuckles. I put my hand on the door and focused. This whole magic thing was new to me. It feels like another limb I've always had but never been able to use. It's mostly intent-based, but there's also a bit of calculations. I have to send my magic in waves to see how thick the door is, and the room behind. If I'm not precise, then I could end up walking straight into a wall, literally. It takes a few minutes, but eventually I can get a rough picture of the room. It's a fairly massive room, maybe about 30 m x 70 m x 28 m. I can feel him moving around by the east wall and 3 giant machines in the middle of the bunker filled with a liquid of some sorts. Get close to me, I tell the 2 Tamaranians. Blackfire put her hand on my right shoulder while Starfire occupied my left. I closed my eyes and a big pink circle appeared over us before it smoothly transitioned us into the room. The second our feet touched the ground, alarms went off and the bunker started flashing red. Drones fell from the ceiling and turrets came from the grounds, all of which were trained on us. None of us had fear, knowing bullets would at best be annoying. We all got ready to charge, and when the alarms and emergency lights shut down, the sudden change forced us to hesitate, taking action when we heard it. Clap, 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 clap. Is this guy really? Congratulations, Damien, you made it. I must say I was beginning to think you would fail to show up. I turned my head, and sitting there in his all-black dress suit with a cocky smile. Nathaniel Essex, I'm surprised you actually have the nerve to stand in front of me yourself. What, did our hunting teams kill too many of your clones? His face contorted miserably thinking of the hundreds of clones we've taken out over the years. This man had sleeper clones in almost every country and government in the world. He quickly calmed down and stated, "Ah yes, thank you for helping me clean up my disposables." "Damien, what is it, Nixus you go by nowadays? Honestly weird, but I suppose I never did give you much common sense growing up. But anyways, Damien, the gift that keeps giving. Honestly boy, when you escaped I was planning on giving you a break for a few years before having Robert fetch you. But you went above and beyond my expectations." He made a sinister grin and looked me right into my eyes. Every fiber of my being told me to snap, but before I decided he continued. "Not only do you actively bring together all the best mutated genes in the world for me, you even brought that blonde girl from who knows where. Tell me, where did you find her? Cells that actively absorb solar radiation. It's like you wanted me to perfect my immortality." My eyes snapped open and I lunged forward. I didn't hesitate anymore. He needed to be taken out. My heart slowed down as I pounced, arms stretched ready to rip his head off of his spine. Skreeach. A hell of a high-pitched frequency assaulted my ears. My brain shook back and forth in my skull as my ears bled. I helplessly clamped my hands down and I fell in a fetal position, screaming in agony. "Damien," I semi-heard Commandar yell as a slurry of bullets rained down on them. "You think I wouldn't be prepared for you, boy? I raised you. I know you inside and out. You thought you could kill me? I am sinister bitch." My consciousness fell in and out as Essex walked away. He was moving towards the 3 pods in the room. Essex looked down at me and just laughed as he pushed a button on the pods. The pods started descending into an unknown lower level. I watched Essex outsmart me and get away. "That's what you thought, right? You're not getting away." Pulling out all of my super scion strength, my eyes flashed as the entire room filled in a pink light. The machinery in the room all started short-circuiting, being affected by the pure mana being released in the room. "What the hell is going on?" Nathaniel screamed as his escape hatch was stuck in between floors. Thud. Thud. Thud, thud, thud. Commandar and Coriandar looked around as all the drones died down and fell one by one. The turrets shut down and fell limp like a friend-zoned man. Every eye squinted and stared at Damien as the light died down to reveal a purple skin-toned person. Bright pink flaming eyes and hair that flowed, allowing the pink locks to fly behind at its whim. His entire presence changed and he exuded majesty. What the hell are you?" Essex asked in fright for the first time. The magic locked on him and pressured him downwards as Damien lowered his gaze on him. Slowly opening his mouth that shined when he spoke, and he said, "I'm Batman." Chapter 50, Essex Exit Point. I never felt more power surging through me than right now. Every fiber of my being is brimmed with mana and primed to attack. My very presence is causing a magnitude 6 earthquake under the dam. Ha ha ha. All of this power. I can do whatever I want. I feared nothing. Felt nothing. The only sense of being was the immense pride I held in my power. My mana hair flared outwards, wildly smashing into everything. I raged destruction into the laboratory, not putting them into eyes at all. Naturally, as someone powerful, how can I be bothered with those beneath me? I know everything that's going to happen, and with this power, who can stop me? Impossible, Essex screamed. "What are you?" That threw me for a loop. What was I? I was a Anodite, a Viltrumite, and part human, all rolled into one package. I never stopped and thought about my identity. Since I could remember, I was laying on a table being operated on by Essex. But what about my memories then? Who was I? Why am I here? Were those my memories to begin with? The memories Anodite Gwen showed me verified my Viltrumite memories, but what about the Marvel memories? Where did they come from? Why can't I remember? My throat closed as I looked at my purple hands. Who was I to be burdened with these responsibilities? I looked around the room to see the damage, and I realized that in creating an earthquake. Immediately reining in my power, I succeeded in making the shaking stop. Coriandar was half hidden behind her sister, who had a sharp gaze on me, somewhat conflicted. Her body was combat ready, but her eyes were unsure. Protecting her little sister she just started getting along with is a natural instinct. But protecting her from her lover, her savior, her benefactor. Naturally she was conflicted. I closed my eyes and breathed in and out. Slowly reining in my power, I eventually powered down to my Viltrumite base. I wasn't ready for that power yet. Opening my eyes back up, I turned my head to find Commandar. She had visibly relaxed, but she still had an air of caution around her. Coriandar looked oblivious but stood behind her sister either way. I look over to Essex and frown. I slowly step one in his direction and his knees started shaking. Each step fell harder and harder in the eerie silence. I walked over to the men who fell onto the ground unable to stand. Squatting down to make us eye level, I look him in the eye and say, "Nathaniel Essex. You almost made a monster of me. Thank you for showing me my next short-term goal. Unfortunately for you old men, I think the world has had its fill of you. It's time to greet death, Nathaniel. Please rest in pieces. His eyes widen and he starts to plead for his life. Wait, Damien. Damien, I made you as powerful as you are now. Aren't you close with X-23? Come on, how about it? A life for a life. The doctor slowly outstretched his arm, doing his best to keep it from shaking. I look at his arm outstretched, awaiting me to meet him halfway. I extend my arm right past him, grabbing a piece of piping sticking out of the wall, and with a little force I bend it around his body to keep him still. He tried resisting, so I kept adding pipes around his body until he's firmly stuck in place. I then proceed to get up from my squat and walked over to Commandar, who tenses up a bit. Hey. I awkwardly murmur. Hey. Really, that's the best you got, handsome? I was expecting it, more, the purple-eyed Tamaranian quipped back in her usual brand of sarcasm. She looked me in the eye and I could see the worry in her face. But seriously, Damien, are you okay? What was that? Really? I promise we'll talk about it in depth later. But for now, just let me apologize for scaring you. I didn't think I would lose control. She looked me deep in the eye and then smiled. Seeing her smile like that immediately put a grin on my face, which made her get into a deep blush. What are you staring at? And shouldn't you be dealing with the guy who nearly pissed himself? Commandar asked, trying to divert the topic. I can't stare at a beautiful woman. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to beat the bad guy, save the day, and hope that the princess falls in love with me. I can see Corey smirk at my teasing, and Commandar got even more defensive. Seeing the mood efficiently dispersed, I pick up Essex and walked back to the girls. So what are your plans for him, brother-in-law? Corey asked, still finding being here a neat experience. I plan to have our scientists along with whatever extra hands we have to extract all of his memories and thoughts and find the useful stuff. That's right, even in death was Essex going to pay me back. You always did have a habit of picking up the weirdest toys, Blackfire said sternly. I look around the room and told the girls, come on, let's head out before the questions come flying in. I turn around and float over to the panicking men and grab the pipes, picking him up like baggage. I turn around to only see Corey standing there, and when I was about to ask the question, she beat me to it. Sister is picking up the Supergirl. With a nod of understanding, the two of us have a nice casual chat for a minute or two for Commandar to come back in with an unconscious blonde. She won't wake up no matter what I try. What do I do? Commandar asked. Don't worry about it, it's nothing serious since she's under Celine's magical insignia, so Harkness couldn't kill her without breaking the contract. Plus Kryptonians are horribly weak to magic. I informed the duo as we made our way through the exit passage. Wait, then why did we leave her to fight the magic lady? Corey asks, tilting her head. A smirk creeps onto my face and I give them my evilest toothy grin and said, she made fun of me during the last crossover. Now look at her, guess neither of us were invincible after all, Ekara. The Tamaranians felt a shiver down their spine seeing how far I was willing to go for revenge. Remind me never to upset him, sister, Corey whispered in Tamaranian. Ignoring them, I finally opened the emergency hatch which lead to the surface of a nearby cliff. We exit the chambers one by one and Kara starts to stir awake under the effects of the sun. What the heck happened? Kara inquired with a massive hangover headache. You Miss Danvers just get knocked out in one move, I say, much to her dismay. I enjoy the look of despair on her face for a bit before saying, welcome to a truly marvelous life, Supergirl. You'll need more than the sun to live peacefully here. I kiss her on the cheek, much to her shock, causing her entire face to turn as red as her skirt cape. With a quick chuckle, I active the boom tubes, sending them straight back to Mars. With Essex in hand, soon he'll know all of what he knows. There won't be a secret left unturned. Reed, Sable, Magneto, he'll deal with them all. Chapter 51, An End and a New Beginning. After sending the girls back to Mars, I do a quick once-over through the base, grabbing anything that looked interesting that hasn't been soaked yet. I make my way floor through floor, and ironically enough I found a few samples of Pym particles here. No idea how he got them, but what's Essex's is now mine. Since I don't need to breathe, I dive deep into the flooded floors and make my way all the way down. The main reason I sent the girls first, the most concerning thing to me at this point in time. I scan the bottom floor until I see it. A closed pod lying on the ground, a dent in its surface but still locked shut. I get closer to it and the first thing I noticed was the sleeping young kid about 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing a yellow bodysuit and he looked exactly like I remember myself as when I was younger. I was contemplating on what to do next when his eyes snapped open and the lights in his pod turned red. He started frantically beating on the sides of the pod trying to escape, but he wasn't me. He didn't have his Viltrumite powers and no way he'd have Anodite powers since they have no DNA. I stood there in shock for a second when his hands start seemingly melting. My eyes widen in shock watching how the young me was seemingly unstable as his body broke down as it liquefied. It was quite horrifying knowing that what happened to him could easily have been Laura. It was an experience and I truly didn't know how to feel about this. Note to self: I seriously need a therapy session with Aurora. Even for a Marvel world this is some heavy shit. I just take an internal sigh as I grab the pod and activate the boom tube. I need a serious break from all this, but with my new planet, new family, and my new projects I had in mind, I believe I can keep myself occupied for a few years at least. It took a few seconds to get back to Mars via boom tube, but as soon as I touched down I was greeted by various looks from my wives. I gave them a wry smile as I make up my mind. I launch into space and face the sun. I apologize for your short life. You didn't ask to be created and I wasn't even sure how to feel about you. But I hope your soul shall rest. I thought as I used all my strength to throw the pod directly towards the sun. It took a few minutes, but I was satisfied when I finally saw the pod turn to ash. With a satisfied smile I float back to my home, taking my daughter Natasha in hand. Damien, was that? Natalia asked. The final clone of Nathaniel Essex. The minute I said those words, Laura, Domino, and I all shed a tear. From 7 years old to my 25 I've always had the shadow of Essex haunting me, but now we are finally free. Come on, let's get home. I really just feel in the mood for some family time. I want to finally experience the life we've been fighting for the last 18 years. With my wives and kids. The girls couldn't help but smile, even the ones I wasn't in a relationship with like me, Starfire, and Amara couldn't help but chuckle and follow us back into our castle. Finally take some time off to enjoy my family, and then we take off to the stars. An entire universe awaiting us. Carol, slow down, you know I can't keep up with your top speeds, Tara exclaimed to her overly enthusiastic girlfriend. I'm sorry, T. It's just, you know, it's been forever since I've been back home. Oh, I wonder what's different. I wonder if Nick still remembers me. Oh, I hope Blockbuster really took off. And I would kill for a milkshake. Carol started spitting off excitedly as Tara just shook her head in mild amusement. Well, let's go and we can watch a Blockbuster and get milkshakes and visit your friend later, but for now how about we? That's odd, I don't remember hearing there being life on more than one planet in this sector. Since when did Mars populate? Tara asked as the two women stopped flying to look up at the red planet. Things must have changed. Come on, let's go find Nick, I'm sure he can catch us up on what's happened. Carol said willfully. Tara hesitated for a bit before nodding reluctantly. As the two once more set their sights on the blue planet. It didn't take them too long before they broke the atmosphere, and even less time when they were surrounded by a network of gold and red suits all aimed and charged with energy. Carol and Tara started glowing blue and pink respectively as they trained their eyes on the robots. Until one of them opened their faceplate to show Tony Stark in all his smugness. Welcome, ladies, now please tell me why you're flying around New York and why I shouldn't ground you too. Tara looked confused as Carol didn't even put him in her eyes as she took out an old pager and pushed the button. The pager rang 4 times before it was picked up. Carol. What's going on? Why are you calling? Are you close to Earth? Nick Fury's voice came out, startling Stark. Is that Dash? He started before he was cut off. Fury, it's a pleasure to hear your voice again. Yes, me and a friend just came back to Earth and I got a weird guy pointing robots at me. Is he one of yours or can I shoot him down? Robots. Is it Stark? Stark. No, he's too young to be Howard. Wait a minute, did you just say Dash? Tony started before he was cut off again. Not Howard, it's his son Tony. Anyways, I got eyes on you, come down to the building in New York with Stark on it. You can't miss it. Hey, are you in my house? Alright, we'll do, Fury. See you in a bit. Carol said as she and Tara took off towards a tall tower with Stark in red letters, leaving Tony floating there dumbfounded. Sigh, first invincible, now these chicks. I swear no one respects the suit anymore. He grumbled before taking off after the two. It didn't take long for Carol and company to get to the tower, and even less time for her to spot her old friend who she landed right next to before pulling him into a hug. It's been a while, Nicholas. You can say that again, Carol. I'm glad you're back. Why did something happen? We can discuss it later. Who's your friend? Let me introduce you, she's my girlfriend Tara. We mainly came here to look for her brother. Who's your brother? Fury asked the assumed alien girl, thinking why would her brother be here? His name is Damian Grayson, should be in his mid-20s. Black hair, superpowers, ringing any bells? Tara asked, speaking for the first time. Fury stopped in his steps as he was putting the dots together, and all he could think was Damian Grayson. Chapter 52, The Truth and Pillow Talk. Tara was not having a good day. She spent weeks flying light years through the void of space only to be told that her brother already left this planet. Not that she could blame him, this planet was a shit show if any of what Fury said was true. But obviously she wouldn't blindly believe him, and she doesn't know. Crash. Sigh, calm down, Carol. Yes, you're angry, but destroying the planet more than it is already won't help, the Anodite spoke calmly to her girlfriend. Huff, 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 I know. I'm calm. It's just a lot to take in. Mutants, superpowers, giant murder bots, what the hell is going on, Fury? Nick just took a deep breath and did his best to mediate the situation while Tony already left when he realized no one cared about his presence. Carol, the world has changed. Definitely not for the better. Everyone wants their own powers, and as more superpowers show up, more and more organizations and citizens are craving their own versions of it. We're trying to get things back in order, but at this rate. Carol wanted to speak up, but Tara cut her off. What about my brother? You said he's on Mars with the other mutants and superpowers, so why are some of them here and others there? Carol looked at Nick as well, trying to glean the answer. It didn't make sense that 20 million people would just up and leave the planet for no reason. Your brother started the first public superhero team with the sole purpose of defending the world. He started with about 6 members and eventually had almost 30 super-enhanced individuals ready and willing to stand up for this planet. Then things got complicated. The government didn't want coexistence, they wanted dominance, and Overwatch wasn't okay with it. So they left. Sigh. Not exactly. When Overwatch refused to submit, they sent in their big guns. A man who went by Sentry was sent in to kill their biggest anchor. After Damien fell, the World Order did too. Little by little, world leaders were bought or swayed into approving the Sentinel program and declared war on all mutant kind basically. Until Overwatch was overwhelmed and decided to relocate all mutants for their own safety. Tara's hands were clenched as her eyes flashed pink, the only thought on her mind being destruction. If she hadn't known her brother had just shed instead of being dead, then she might really ended this planet. Carol's home or not? Carol was surprisingly calm as she asked, so what now? Fury, as much as I like you, even I can't blatantly just ignore all the wrongdoings. Fury just rubbed the bridge of his nose. Honestly, I have no idea at this point. Got weird shit going on in Egypt, terrorists running through almost every state or country, world leaders refusing to compromise. It's a shit show, and right now my biggest help is Stark and an adjusting super soldier. I was hoping you were gonna be sticking around for a bit. Carol looked at him before shaking her head and saying, sorry Fury, we made this trip specifically to reunite Tara with her brother. I can't delay her for this. And I won't fight for a world that won't help itself. Even if I destroy the robots, kill the terrorists, that's not the real issue, and you know it, Fury. I'm always on the side of Earth, but if the Earth itself doesn't know its enemy, I can't exactly fight. I get it. Yeah, well, based on our intel, he should be somewhere on the western side of Mars. Based on their status, he shouldn't be too hard to find. Carol thanked Fury as she gave him a hug, with her and Tara slowly levitating off the ground, ready to take off. Carol. Fury yelled out, causing the two women to look back at him. Tell Invincible I'm sorry. I really wished things could have been different. Invincible. A little optimistic, don't you think, Fury? Carol said with a chuckle as Tara had a warm smile on her face hearing his name. He's long since proven he's worthy of it. We just weren't worthy of him. Fury said as he did a turn with his cloak flowing, Maria Hill falling in step behind him. The two ladies finally took off as Tara finally spoke. Invincible. How much do you remember baby brother? Damien woke up today with Aurora and Celine on either side of him. He had 2 bedrooms, the harem room when everyone felt like being in one bed and his personal room when everyone else wanted some personal space. That suggestion came through and was very well received by the girls. Up already? And I was so comfortable too. Celine teased in his ear, causing something to rise, and it wasn't the shield hero. Hee good morning Celine, he said with a quick on her forehead, and no reason to get uncomfortable. Let's just stay here. She said as she traced his chest with her finger. I bet Yao and Harkness would be so surprised to see me of all people enjoying my life like this. Pfft. You letcher, they wouldn't be surprised at all, seducing me to suck all my energy. My poor innocence. Aurora finally piped in with a chuckle as she said, innocent huh? Maybe the first time, but after you creamed her to submission and then wasn't satisfied until I showed up, I don't believe you qualify as innocent, Mr. Nixus. Yes, I agree, I was just an innocent little sorceress until you big bad wolf sank your claws into me. In fact, I feel as if you owe me some compensation. Oh. And what would you like? He asked, kissing her, pulling her tighter to him. How about the same as Nat, Domino, and Laura? I do believe Ro, Sue, Kara, Koma, and I all deserve that choice since you kidnapped us fair maidens to yourself. I second that, Aurora chimed in from the side, leaning her head on his chest as she slid his leg closer. He grinned and leaned in for a kiss before Celine put a finger over his lips and said, not now, it's morning and you have a meeting today. I do. Yes you do, while you were enjoying your 6-month vacation, I went to Nidavellir and spoke to Eitri about the project. He confirmed Tandy could spark it, and even with a few hiccups along the way, with your blueprints he was able to successfully create it. He immediately shot up as his eyes widened and he asked excitedly, wait. It's done. Ha 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 Celine, I fucking love you, he said, showering her in kisses. Aurora watched amusedly as Celine tried to escape his embrace before accepting her fate before asking, "What project? We've never heard of this." Damien looked at her as he jumped out of bed and grabbed his pants. "It's something I thought of doing before I died, but you know, death and all really throws a wrench in my plans. And even then I wasn't sure it was possible." Full of intrigue, Aurora asked, "What is this project?" Celine and Damien shared a look before turning to the white-haired weather witch and spoke in unison, "Project Lantern Corps." Chapter 53, White and Violet. Celine and I walked through the portal with Aurora and Tandy in line. Nidavellir, the galactic dwarven master forge. Only universally renowned blacksmiths are allowed to craft here, as this forge uses the energy of a star. She didn't go into specifics about her relationship with these dwarves, but I get the feeling they fear her. "Eitri, I have returned," she yelled. It didn't take 45 seconds for a gigantic 15-foot stout man came running into the room like his life depended on it. "Lady Celine, you have returned. Please follow me. We have completed what you asked for." Eitri stayed there with his head bowed, not daring to look up. "Celine, what did you do to this guy?" I asked with genuine fear and curiosity. "Oh, Eitri, and I go way back. Him and his boys crafted my staff and some other things for me after all. Isn't that right, Eitri?" "Yes, Lady Celine. It was our pleasure. Surely one of our best works." The man giant shivered. "Well, come along, darling. Tandy, follow us now, don't fall behind, dearie." Celine stepped off with a confident stride as Eitri hurried along to his forge. Tandy and I shivered down our spines, swearing never get on her bad side. It's just not worth it. We follow along Eitri, and I must say some of the things we pass along the way are just downright amazing. I need to let them make my personal weapon while I'm here. But what do I want to use? It has to be iconic. Food for thought. It takes about 10 minutes and we come across a few giant spherical object in Eitri's forge covered in a white tarp. When you brought us the blueprints months back, everyone was eager to work on it. We were excited to leave our names on what we believe to be the next greatest creation the galaxies has seen in a while. Eitri walked to the tarp and pulled them down, showing off 3 30-feet-tall batteries shaped like lanterns. Each one gray in color as the metal shimmers. A super enchanted nth metal, URU alloy mixed with celestial spinal fluid, enchanted with Asgardian runes, and standing on vibranium pedestals to stabilize. Dimensional energy batteries, each one enchanted to channel and contain massive quantities of pure dimensional energy. Compatible with almost any form of energy, but no, the initial spark is the only type it can channel, so no changing your minds later. For each battery we crafted 1,000 rings so far. The rings are harder so they can't handle as much energy, and even me and the boys couldn't get around the need for smaller lantern charging kits. But they can be stored inside the ring. The ring channels the energy into physical constructs based on the minds of the user. I couldn't stop myself from ginning more and more at these works of art. Eitri, if these work as intended, then I am more than satisfied. Let's get these back home and spark 'em up, ladies. I want to make it a surprise before Natalia gets up. Nothing surprises her anymore. Celine smiles as the lanterns vanish and she turns to Eitri and says with a back-chilling smile, "Till next time." Eitri stood there in a cold sweat watching the trio vanish like they were never there. Fucking mages. Natalia POV. Waking up this morning wasn't anything special. I wake at exactly 6:45 a.m. Brush my teeth, shower cap, and take a 10-minute shower. Out by 6:58. Dry by 7 o'clock, dressed by 7:05, and walking to my daughter Natasha's crib by 7:08 as she takes after her mother and likes to get up early. Daryl is more like his dad and won't wake up until 9 on a good day. Face with rolling eyes, "Calm down, Nat. That's the man we chose and his son." Walking downstairs to the kitchen, I actually have a small surprise because... "Morning, Natalia." "You're early," my husband says with a slick grin on his face. My surprise instantly disappears and is replaced by suspicion. "What did you do?" "I'm hurt. Can't I just wake up early to surprise my wife?" "That's exactly what I'm worried about." "What did you do?" "Sigh, one day you'll learn to tease back and forth, love. Anyways, come on, I got a surprise for you." He grabs my hand as I tighten my grip on Natasha and we're whisked away into the lockdown. The room where we put the most dangerous items we've created. "Why are we here?" I ask him. "Well, darling, naturally it's to show you something fun and dangerous," Celine chuckled in glee. My head snapped to her location and I'm shocked to see 3 giant lanterns with Tandy boredly laying in one. "Finally you're here. Damien wanted to surprise you specifically for the shock." "Damien, what is this? Remember how I said I wanted us to have our own forces in space? And even possibly our own Nova Corps?" "Well, yes, but you said their helmets are extremely complicated to make and that even they don't have more than a couple thousand. Which is why Celine and I created these. For now they'll give us a force capable of fighting in the depths of space. If it goes well, we even have planets pay us to protect their quadrants. The possibility is endless." I tap my chin for a few seconds with my eyes closed, digesting the information. How does it work? His eyes light up as he walks over to the middle lantern as Tandy stand up in the one to the left and she cracks her neck. Celine takes out her staff and some strange symbols start flying in the air as the lanterns start flowing in the same symbols. Damien and Tandy's eyes started glowing lavender and white respectively as an orange script covered the inside of the lanterns and the lights started glowing more and more intensely. I turned around as the room light up for almost a minute before the light dies down. Not daring to turn around until I feel a familiar hand wrap around my waist and teases me with his breath, "You can't see it from here." I ignore my instinct to snap back and just look at the lanterns to see the middle and left ones glowing violet and white. So what do? He walked over to the violet one and grabbed a smaller hand-sized red paper lantern and put it inside the battery for a minute. Afterwards they pulled it out and I saw a smaller violet lantern in his hand. He walked over to me and put it in my hand, taking Natasha, and said, "Open it." The minute I opened the lantern lid, a ring flew out and zipped around my body a few times. Then it scanned me with a violet light before blinking twice and flew on my right hand middle finger before fitting perfectly. That's when I heard a voice in my head directly speak, "Recognized. Natalia Romanova, Planet 00458, Section 17, Alpha Quadrant, Mars. The ring connects to any frequency in the galaxy, and creates anything you can think using hard light. Battery percentage 100%. Use time estimate 3 Earth weeks. Lantern charge 100%. Use time estimate 1 Earth year." I blink my eyes twice and right as I'm about to speak the ring shimmers and some unknown material extends over my body as a dark violet suit appeared around me with black boots and gloves. There was a symbol of a lantern inside of a red hourglass on my chest and then the ring spoke again. "Optimized uniform found." I was shocked as I said, "Incredible. Just how?" But even then I was shocked as the ring covered me in a soft violet light that I somehow knew would protect me at the depths of the oceans or in the vacuum of space. I held the ring out and willed it to take the shape of a knife, but I caught it and threw it at the wall where it stood there firmly and proudly before disappearing with my order. Damn, am I glad Damien's back. Imagine missing all these fun toys. I turned back to see him smirking at me playing with my new powers and I can't help but blush. Cough cough, so what are you calling these new forces? The Lantern Corps. Chapter 54, Reunion PT Damien POV. The Lantern Corps. These rings allows us to have 3,000 space-ready fighters that are capable enough to go against a ship of Ravagers alone. Many planets are left outside of the protection of Nova Prime and are just left to their fates to the likes of Kree or Shi'ar. I give a quick explanation to Natalia as she's thoroughly enjoying her new ring. I look down at baby Natasha to see her giggling and reaching out for her mom. Natalia smiles and forms a light to our daughter and picks her up in a violet sphere before bringing her over to her. I can't help but be happy looking at my wife and daughter. Domino is due soon too. Well, as much as I enjoy a touching family moment, you have yet to tell me your plans for the third lantern, love, Celine interrupted, bringing up her question. Tandy and Nat perked up hearing the question. Yeah. Why didn't we just use Tyrone's dark force for the third? Tandy asked. Quite simple. If I used his powers for the lantern, then every dark ring would have to pair with a light ring to keep them stable. While the dark force is more abundant and trickier than the light force, it also brings its share of corruption. Ty can handle it mostly in part to being around you and being a natural channeler of said force. Anyone else would have all the negatives with half the positives. Personally, I'm leaning towards something happening next year to grab the perfect power source. An infinity gem. Celine's eyes snapped open while the others just gauged from her reaction that it wasn't something simple. Infinity gem. Impossible. You know where one is. I smirked at her and said, I know for a fact next year there will be 3 of them on Earth. One of them is in the hands of an ally, so worry not about it, but the other 2, well, finders keepers, right? Celine matches my evil grin as we can't help but plan our next move when. Beep beep beep. I pull up my watch to show a hologram of Mars with 2 incoming projectiles moving at quite a fast speed. Well, ladies, evil plans later. Tandy, babysitter duty. Nat, let's go see what's falling in our atmosphere. With a nod she hands Natasha over to Tandy, who is honestly the best babysitter we have around. If Celine didn't have dibs, I would keep her as a nanny. Sigh, I guess it's not technically necessary since I have 8 girlfriends. I also have to go on a date with Kara soon and take Starfire back to Tamarin. I can't just kidnap the princess without saying anything. Anyways, Nat and I teleport outside of the lockdown and take off into orbit. It takes all of 25 seconds for us to be seen hovering in space, her in violet and black, me in black and gray, both with a nice lavender glow around us. Eyes open, Nat, we don't know what could be coming and I'd rather not be caught unprepared. Then why didn't you invite us to the party? I turn around to see Kara and the Tamaranians flying up to us. You didn't expect to be able to leave the atmosphere without me hearing it. Also, Nat. Nice suit, how are you in space? She was about to answer when everyone felt a wave of power that made even Kara and I tense. Our heads snap 30 degrees to the left to see two faint glows heading towards us at a fast speed. One of them is a light pink and the other is Captain Marvel. What the hell is she doing here? Do you know her? Coriandar asked. I know of her, and from my information she should be somewhere closer to Kree territory making a mess of their galactic maps. I don't know why she's here, but be careful, she's powered by something that even Celestials covet. With a nod, all of us prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Captain Marvel, I hope you come in peace. Terra POV. We're close. I don't know why, but I'm more nervous than I thought I would be. It's just my little brother, it's not like I'm visiting a galactic emperor. I see the planet. Carol said. I can see her trying to ease my nerves, but this can't be helped. I'm getting butterflies when I notice what looks like two glowing beings flying towards us before stopping at the edge of the planet. That glow almost seems like an anodite's, but that can't be. How can they both have it? I have so many questions. Carol. I was about to voice my opinions when three others join the first two. Carol gets a bit defensive seeing we are officially outnumbered. Not that it really mattered since we've seen worse, but we just want to find my brother, not cause problems that can be avoided. One of the women, she has blonde hair and a blue suit with a red cape draped around her waist like a skirt. Hello travelers. My name is Kara Zor-El. May I know the reason you all are traveling to our planet? Okay, so at least it's not an immediate hostile greeting. Carol and I lock eyes and have a quick conversation. C, you speak. T, you know I'm not a forward speaker. C, now your brother, your problem, Tara. Come on, you can do it. T, Carol please ee. K, any day ladies, yes I speak as well. C. T. Cough, my name is Tara Grayson and this is my girlfriend Carol Danvers. I was told by Nick Fury that my brother is most likely on this planet. I've searched a few galaxies to get here and normally it wouldn't be an issue, but I was really nervous and I just wanted to check and see if he was here, but if he's not it's okay too. Maybe he doesn't even remember me anyways. This was a bad idea, we should just go before dash. What Tara means to say is Nick said Damian Nixus is on this planet. We came to see him as he may be Tara's younger brother. I'm not sure if you can help us meet him. Carol intervened, saving her train wreck of a girlfriend from further embarrassment. Flushed face. Kara floated there silently for a second, dumbfounded, and said, 1 second. She flew back to her group before all five decided to come flying forward this time. Did they want to fight? I hope not. The group came up face to face with us and talk about diversity. Two of the girls had orange skin and black or red hair with glowing purple and green eyes. What race were they? And the last girl had red hair but more sunset orange and she had the anodite-like glow. Then there was the guy, he was tall, tanned, dark-haired and his face was familiar. A bit like Marcus, but his eyes were a soft green that I had only seen on two people, one being myself and the other being Mom. I found myself slowly floating towards him as he did the same. We locked eyes and at that moment we both knew, even if we haven't met in 20 years, even if he was a baby, even if... Tara. It wasn't a question, it wasn't confirmation, it was warm. Damian. Somehow neither of us noticed the tears streaming out the corner of our eyes as 1 second we were standing apart from each other and the next we found ourselves locked in each other's embrace. Afraid to disappear again if we separated. You're alive, what happened to you? Where have you been? He threw question after question, but all I can do is stare at my baby brother and say, Damian, you've grown so much. If only Mom and Dad could see you now, you've become such a fine young man. A smile makes its way to my tear-stained face as he chuckles in my ear and say, a lot has happened, big sister. It's a long story if you have time. We finally separate and I take a good look at his face and I can see the same thing that has haunted our family since before my father's father was born. Pain and hurt hidden behind the love in his eyes. I'm glad he's found someone to keep him anchored. I plan to stick around for a bit. After all, I owe you at least 26 years of birthday presents. He grins as he turns towards the red planet and motion us to follow him. Come on, let's finish this reunion in the atmosphere. Wait until you see New Viltrum, also onto you gotta meet your nieces and nephew. My brain short-circuited for a second before having my mind blown. OMG, I am an ant, I have to spoil the kids and maintain my #1 position. A fire is lit in my eyes as I glance at my #1 competition for best auntie aka Carol. Sorry my love, but in this war I will be victorious. Well, what are we waiting for, Damian? Let's go, hurry, take me to my nieces and nephew, stop stalling and fly, boy. With a weight off my shoulders I finally relax as Carol's arm slings around me and she smirks, whispering in my ear, I'm totally gonna be the coolest aunt. Fuck. This war will be fierce. Chapter 55, Reunion Point. I recently found myself having more free time all of a sudden, so here we go babies, consider it a season 2 if you'd like. Let's start here for now and then maybe hit the other novels in the future, but for all y'all who kept waiting I won't keep you anymore. I present to our reunion. Damien POV, man, is this exciting. I think to myself as I'm surrounded by these space-able heroes. If I had realized losing to Sentry was all it took to not only push me to the next level but also reintroduce me to someone who truly understands my memories. Terra, my half Viltrumite half Anodite sister. I didn't even think I'd find her for at least a few decades after I spread our influence amongst the stars a bit, but who would have thought Captain Marvel of all people would bring her right to my stratosphere. We slowly accelerate through our atmosphere before we each, Kara, Coriandar, Commandar, Natalia, Carol, Terra and I, break the sound barrier speeding to our home. Gosh, it's been 6 months since I've been there. I Kara and signal her to start slowing down as we flew over the savage lands. The others caught my drift and started flying slower as Natalia started explaining. These are the savage lands, ancient lands where dinosaurs still roam freely. There's only one main country here called Thundera, where it's a race of cat-like people calling it home, in the heart of the continent. King Claude's Lionel and his queen Lepra, as well as their son Lionel, his fiancée Chitera, and their adopted son Tigra currently make up the royal family. I look over at her and catch a quick wink from her before she turns back around and continue explaining the planet to Terra and Carol. What, it's not my fault I was gone for half a year, I was dead, sue me. We continued to fly as she commented on some small islands here and there where small alien creatures or prehistoric creatures like to inhabit. We ended up flying over the smallest continent to the west of the savage lands, which was currently being in the works of trying to hook the Inhumans. Surely an entire continent on a superpowered planet is better than a small dying city on the moon. We went northwest from that continent to the continent of Wakanda, which I might say was impressive. A massive man-made mountain in the shape of a giant panther roaring over the skylines. T'Challa had married and took over as king, allowing his father to retire peacefully with his love. The tribes were each given space for a city, but they still remain under the same Wakandan laws. Same people, just more space to play. Overall, it was amazing to see high-rise cities built among massive rivers streaking through abundant farmlands. Moving from there, we continued west as east would lead us back to Viltrum. So we flew westward past some small island chains, and OMG, is that a candy island? Interesting thing to take note of. So we kept flying past the blue whale and came upon the last major continent. Megan named it Haven as it's the last chance for these refugees to truly live safe. Most of them are humanoid and others only have a few extra features, but to be fair, we have mutants on Viltrum, so I can't completely talk. Natalia leads us expertly as I see stars shining in the space Lesbos eyes. I guess it's been a while since they saw so much on one planet or even seen a planet with such history, and it didn't help much when Natalia ended her tour above our castle. And finally we have the end of the tour, ladies. This is the final continent on this planet as well as the capital city for this continent. It's called ... Wait a minute, sorry for the interruption, but if this is the capital, shouldn't this be the royal family's house? Is it alright to fly so openly over it? Carol wanted to continue, but at that moment we were joined by a eager Laura holding an excited Diana. Damien, Sue asked me to ask you, are you coming down or staying up here with guests? She and Domino have been putting off dinner for quite some time now. OMG, is this my niece? She's so cute. Terra was quick to excite over seeing baby Diana laughing and chilling with us all in the sky having fun. Laura handed her to me as Diana quickly wriggled her body until I adjusted arms to her comfort and satisfaction. Her name is Diana and she's Damien firstborn, Laura explained with a bit of pride in her voice. Firstborn? But she doesn't look older than a year. You already have others? Terra asked Laura, confused as she circled her up and down checking out her sister-in-law. There's Diana, the first daughter, Daryl and Natasha, my twins, and finally Domino's boy that hasn't been born yet or named. Natalia explained to the dumbfounded duo, who realized she just named 4 kids from 3 different women, yet before they could react, also Sue and Ro has been waiting as well. Don't forget me, hotshot, if I don't get my turn I might throw a temper tantrum, Commandar spoke up. Cough cough, everyone's eyes fell on Kara, who didn't speak but her blush spoke volumes. Terra instantly looked at me as her eyes glowed. So you became a scumbag, brother. I understand you're powerful, right? Woman don't need respect, right? Damien Nathaniel Grayson, if I as your sister don't teach you to be a filial husband today, don't even think about ending this peacefully. Wait Terra, we can talk this out. Fuck my ears. Wait, no, I didn't curse. Wait Terra, no. Meanwhile the women just stood to the side with a good smile on their face, enjoying someone who could actually hear Damien teach him to stop chasing women. I mean, isn't a house full of beauties enough? It took about half an hour for everyone to calm down and get inside with a wave of introductions. The quintuplet maids set the table as Celine appeared in her seat right as dinner was being served. Light laughter and joy were spread through the table as we all talked about our badass powers and takedowns, laughing about some of our good times, getting to understand each other's relationships and enjoying old stories about my mom. Terra remembered. According to her, dad was always in some accident and never around, to which immediately got a response from Domino. I wonder who that sounds like, as half the heads turned in my direction. I stuck my chest out proudly and said, hey, this is record time. The old man took 6 years, I took 6 months. To which a new round of laughter came forth. No one cared about Earth or about what was going on in deep space. The wine glasses and stories flowed endlessly until well past 2 a.m. Which turns out we get 2 extra hours a day and our years are a bit longer, so that's neat. Yup, it took me some time to get out of that cell, but now I'm ready. Thanos, ego, hella who cares what they throw at me. Meanwhile, in the depths of space, a massive ship was sailing through the stars as 2 slim figures made their way down the empty corridors. I will not fail to you next time, Gamora. Sister, I truly do not wish to compete. Why can we not work together? Foolish. Nebula spat with venom. After whatever mission Father has for us, I will surpass you. I care not for your words, only your downfall. Nebula spoke with clear disdain towards the green-skinned alien, keeping an aloof face. Sigh, let's just go, Nebula, we are late. The 2 ladies entered into the largest chambers to see Thanos speaking with Ebony Maw, one of his Black Order. Father, both women kneeled with their heads down as the Titan turned his head towards them, standing at well over 10 feet. My daughters, I have a quest. I have heard rumors of the Soul Stone in the eastern galaxies. Nebula, you search Ermar, Agulum, Potrero, and some. Gamora, my favorite, search Tatooine, Vormir, Tenesti, and Shirley. Once they have been cleared or the stone found, report to me. Yes, Father, they both spoke before leaving the chambers as Thanos turned to Maw. Sir, her heart wavers in your conquest. Are you sure it is wise to keep her so close? Maw, Thanos spoke as he walked to the windows, taking a basic bad guy pose in front of large glass. Her destiny has been fated since she came across my hands. She is my favorite, Maw. Nothing will change that. Not even her soul shall be free from me. For I am inevitable. Chapter 56, Much Needed Talk and Recall. Tara Grayson. New Viltrum, Mars. Nyxus Castle's Gardens. Tara couldn't help but look up at the beautiful night sky, reminiscent of the past and curious about her future. So lost in thoughts until a blanket fell over her shoulder, shielding her from the low-temperature winds dancing over the highlands the castle was built upon. A penny for your thoughts, the warm voice asked beside her. Tears pulled up in her eyes as she watched the 3 moons spread out from each other. When I was a little girl, all I wanted was to be like other families. I left Earth before I could even experience it, grew up surrounded by species so foreign to me but so familiar that I wondered if me and Mother was the strange ones. Dad wasn't there and it was hard, but we were okay. Then Dad came back and Mom was happy. We left and moved and enjoyed time as just a family. We were happy. She caught her breath as her brother looped his arm around her shoulder as she leaned in. Then Marcus and Aunt Anissa came around and it was difficult to adjust, but we adapted and came out stronger, which led to you being born. But somehow I can't help but feel the world doesn't want our family to have happiness. Is it our cursed Viltrum blood or the fact we shouldn't be playing with physical beings as Anadites in general? Why is it always us? What did we do to deserve this? Why can't we just be happy? Why can't we just be together? Why can't we be normal? The siblings sat there in silence and tears as they thought back to their lives of hardships, being stranded on a planet by herself and being subjected to experimental torture since as far as he could remember. The hurt and pain held in each other's hearts still paled in comparison to the loneliness of being separated from their parents and other Viltrumites in general. While Damien regretted not knowing his parents or people, Tara has complete memories, and after being thrown into the unknown universe even with a partner, the loneliness she endured could only be felt by her younger brother, who was also out of place. The tacit understanding between the two allowed each other to cry on their shoulders without restraint. The encounters between people bred fateful memories. Damien said as Tara finally calmed down and looked at him, I can't understand your pain and I won't pretend to. Mom, Dad, Marcus, the encounters between the 4 of you are fateful memories you will always hold dear. Besides, when has a Grayson ever been afraid? We got here. Who says we can't go back one day? I still want to meet my parents and show off my daring Princess Diana, the cute twins, and the rest yet to come. If we stop here in depression, how can we dare look our mother in the eyes and say we tried our best? Tara couldn't help but smile at her brother. Even though he looked like their father, his smile was just like Mom's, and even his words sound like Mom when she used to comfort her as a kid. Ha ha ha, the giggle broke from her lips, unable to restrain the smile across her face. How silly of me, breaking down so easily. If the people of Nova heard me, they'd all do handstands in astonishment. Thank you, little brother. Come on, let's head back before Carol or your wives, start to miss us. He hopped on his feet, pulling her up. After you, Lady Grayson. Good night, Tara, and please do get some sleep. Aurora is excited for the tour of the schooling facilities and I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss it. The siblings walked shoulder to shoulder in silence and peace. Enough was spoken between the two at this time. The hidden worries and fears in her heart was addressed and a short-term goal of getting to know her brother and his nation was established. Does she still want to return? Of course, but for now she's content with what she has now. A few days later. Nat, are you sure she's here? I asked my lovely Natalia, dressed in a skin-tight black blouse with gray jeans and black combat heels. Your combat heels? Her heels contains more lethal warfare than most small gang bases. The three of us, Natalia, Logan and I were walking outside of a luxurious-looking bar. It was completely soundproof, but based on the burly Broncos guarding the door I can see it wasn't an ordinary club. Logan took the initiative to explain. After you went down against Sentry she was hit the hardest. She blamed herself, saying if she were stronger or had gotten to you a second faster then he wouldn't have killed you. She shut herself off from the team, and when Overwatch disbanded she came with, but she wasn't the same. We've kept our eyes on her, but overall she was dissatisfied that we left Earth with Sentry still living. After all, who were we compared to Invincible, the men who pulled her up from falling to the center of the Earth? Her heart was shattered and her mind wasn't that far off. But after close to 8 months of living, this is where she spends 95% of her time, and the other 5% is in the college where Anna and Jean teaches, or her home in the lower south side, Natalia spoke up. Walking up to the doors I put my hand on the door since neither of the guards dared step forward, with Natalia the queen, and Logan a high-ranking military personnel on either side of me. As soon as the doors opened I could hear the rowdy crowd of people all around the venue. The bar had hundreds of bottles of different wines, all with one guy with the ability to clone himself serving as a bartender. Seeing the same guy serve 7 drinks is indeed a spectacle you can't see on Earth. Pass all the either flying or glowing waitresses towards a VIP box just in time to see the fight between a guy with gray skin and 4 arms fighting a blue guy who can adjust his body size. Making ourselves comfy, Logan lit a cigar as Natalia poured us a glass of wine as an announcer that surprised me walked into the arena. Is that Wanda? She owns the place. As the club's highest backing she can allow these people to fight and gamble to their heart's content while following her rules. Her along with Amara, Hisako, and Ellie keeps this entire sector in order, Nat explained. Wanda walks up to the center of the stage and grabs a microphone as she floats with a cool cosmic red glow floating under her like a throne. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're excited for tonight's main event, so I won't interrupt. Tonight's challenger comes from the savage land, straight from Thunder. She's sleek and deadly, it's Pumara. Watching the Puma lady strut through the floor into the ring amongst the cheers as Wanda picks up the microphone again, and our returning champion, don't blink or you'll miss her, the lioness in the ring and the silent knife in the shadows. Shadow Kawat. Watching Kitty walk across the floor fearless with a strong look in her eye made me somewhat proud and discontent. Like the kitten I was taking care of is now a full lioness, but I never got to pet it enough as a kit. Sigh. Knock knock knock. Our heads turned to the door just as a brunette burst through and nearly flew towards me, clinging to me in tears. You're alive, you're alive, you're alive. Amara refused to let go as she blew her snot bubbles in my nice jacket. Well, it's a good thing Sue and Nat loves shopping for clothes since I have plenty of backups. I told you, Amara, he's like a cockroach. Even if you think you squished him, if you turn your back he's already running around again. Ellie said with a grin, walking into the room followed by Hisako and Wanda following the curb. It's good to see you girls again, I smile as I pat Amara's back. This little girl who was locked away with Warren, Laura, Ellie, Domino, and I. But looking her now and how she's a grown woman now. I'm back, and I'm inviting all of you to the castle for a real get-together. We have much to do to establish ourselves in the universe, and I would love to have all of you by my side again. Amara didn't hesitate to jump up and volunteer with a smirk. You came all the way here for that. Sure enough, what will you do without me? Seeing the look of confusion on my face, she reached into her back pocket and pulled out a dim silver badge with a red W in the middle. With a grin, everyone else in the room took out their badges with a tactic understanding. We never stopped carrying them because we knew the day would come again when we would need them. I guess now is that day. Natalia said as she pulled out a second badge with a black rim and a red W with an orange star in the middle. I kept yours for you. Exactly as you left it. Seeing the badge, I couldn't help but reach out my hand for it. The Overwatch that was firmly established at the beginning of my Marvel journey. A smile journeyed across my lips as I reached out and put my thumb on the scanner as the badge gained color and a bright hum flowed across it. Accessing, restarting, LO love, and I must say I'm glad for us both to be back online, sir. Watching the hologram of the girl in orange goggles pop up out of my badge to the other surprise, I respond, glad to be back, Tracer. Systems online at 100%. I'm in tip-top shape, Damien. Anything you need this super talented Tracer to do. I look at the members who got over the astonishment of Tracer being more than a voice as I said, Tracer, launch a recall on all Overwatch badges. 1 second, sir. Not even a second later, everyone's badges were glowing as a similar hologram of Tracer appeared on everyone's badges across 2 worlds. A second later, Tracer was fully connected to all the badges in the proximity of their owners, while other badges are being set to record and will play when their owners get close. Then the hologram changed to me. If you're seeing this message, that means you've kept the badge. Hee I can't say whether you guys are just fools hoping for the impossible or people just wanting something to cling to. I pause, looking at the wry smiles on my companions' faces, but that doesn't matter now. I'm alive, Sentry has fallen. We haven't lost, and I'm not convinced that this is our end. I won't ask you to give up your normal lives that you have finally achieved, but for those of you who still want to fight, still want to explore, still haven't experienced everything this universe has to offer. I'm willing to lead you all to the top of the universe, but are you willing to follow me once more? With that badges across multiple continents spanning 2 planets all dimmed as many people dive deep into their thoughts. Chapter 57, Where do we go from here? Mars sure is pretty. Damien Nixus, King of New Viltrum. Seated around a large table were some of the most powerful and influential people in New Viltrum. Each person here was gathered to finally make plans for the future of the nation. Aurora Nixus, the Minister of Education, Emma Frost, Minister of Finance, James Logan Howlett, the Minister of Defense, Natalia Nixus, the Royal Spokeswoman and Advisor, and her new incredibly helpful Secretary Sage, Celine Gallio, the Magic Expert, with Jean Grey acting as an ambassador to the other nations present on our planet. Damien walked in the conference room greeting his half-finished cabinet. He still needed more trusted people for agriculture, sciences, and other various departments, but those can be filled in with time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here today with all of you, and I do hope that today's agenda won't take up too much of your time. I've spent the last week going over with Natalia of the planet's initial development and what short-term plans we have, so I'm here to broaden the scope and hash out the finer details. Taking a breath, he noticed everyone's eyes on him, being fully devoted to what he would say next, knowing it would decide their future path. Starting from now, we need to get the citizens used to being Martians. As weird as it sounds now, we do need to establish that. Later on we can trade with Earth, but we do need to firmly establish our interdependence from that planet. Also, now that the Lantern Project has started in the initial stages, we can begin our projects. The Savage Lands, Wakanda, and Haven will all be the biggest allies to our planet's ability to stand and speak in this universe, but make no mistakes that we must find our own ways to strive. Logan, Celine, and I will go over the finer details of the rings with you later. Pick out 50 for each corps. For now, their main jobs will be asteroid retrievals and being guards for our merchant fleets and civilian ships. Any questions? Logan took a second, writing some notes on his hard light notepad before asking any additional requirements on troops. Also, how do you want to go about setting up rankings? No one under 25 or above 50. Space travel using the rings will be mentally taxing, so we should try to limit those in their prime years. As for rankings, go 1 to 5 stars. 5 stars being the highest, and you only get promoted based on overall performance. Natalia will get with you on that later and work out finer details. I looked at him, nodding and making more notes before turning to Jean. Jean, as our ambassador, your first goal is going to be a big one. You're going to go the Nova Central Empire and arrange meeting with Nova Prime. Your only goal is adding Mars into the galactic maps. While Earth is on the maps, they have nothing the universe wants, but I believe some of our stuff will be a hit in the stars. Your secondary task is to mark any remarkable planets or asteroids you find, and Logan will send lanterns to check them out. I understand. How many am I going with? Jean asks as she starts making a list of things to check on before she leaves. Other than the standard crew, you'll get to handpick your teammates, but no more than 8. You don't want to make too big a fuss as soon as we show up. Also, I asked Carol to show you the way and she agreed. Get with Emma before you leave to get some resources to exchange for the universal credit. Anything to be careful of while off planet. There's a lot of dangerous creatures floating around the vacuum. Be careful of Clintar, a race of symbiotic parasites that cling to your body and try to take over. Their main planet was destroyed, but as far as I'm aware, some survivors still float on meteors. The Shi'ar, Skrull, and Kree territory shouldn't be on your path, but be careful for any solo scouts or strays. Then there's also wormholes. Be careful you don't get sucked into one and end up on some waste planet like Sakaar. Oh, if you find a giant dismembered head, call immediately because that's a gold mine. Can I get more than 8? Denied. You have a Captain Marvel on call, you'll be fine. Emma, after the mining project starts, will be doing business with multiple planets across the stars, so I need your best business face. It's okay to not make much, but it's impossible to be played by aliens. Be careful with your ability though, some aliens are immune to mental fluctuations. As far as education standards go, I refuse to be as casual as Earth. Geniuses are a dime a dozen, and if we don't push forward a strong education, we'll only be hurting ourselves, so Aurora, you and I will get together later and set up some standard education guidelines and requirements. I know it's going to be rough, but we took the first step already. We separated from Earth, giving us a chance to grow and live unimpeded and unsuppressed. Whether we grow from here or fall all depends on our ability. Now, any other questions, comments, or concerns? I asked the group, looking around before glancing at my watch, checking the time. Aurora took the initiative too. We should be able to handle it, although I still have some questions on the Lantern Corps, but you seem to be in a rush. Is there something else to do today? Everyone looked at me except Natalia and Sage, who knew my plans. I exhale and tell them I plan on recruiting some inhabitants for that large island between the Savage Lands and Haven. I heard the Inhumans are still on the moon, so I figured I'd give them a better offer than a closed moon city. I see. Sorry for asking, but indeed letting the Inhumans inhabit it will increase trade partners while increasing the planet's self-defense ability. I give Aurora a warm smile before looking around, seeing no one else speak up. Alright then, that's it for today. I'll be meeting with all of you individually throughout the next week for follow-ups, but that might be delayed if the Inhumans don't agree, so I'll keep you updated through Nat. Alright, everyone dismissed. Crystal couldn't help but hold back the tears in her eyes as her elder sister just brought the worst news possible. I refuse. How dare he marries me off to some warmongering fool? What was he thinking? Crystal, calm down, you know he's in a tough situation as it is. So you speak for him, Medusalith. After he has practically forced your hand in marriage. You speak for the same men who sold our parents to that collector because he offered a few years' worth of supplies. Enough, the redhead sternly yelled as he hair flung wildly around her figure as she took a deep breath, allowing herself to calm down. I do not speak for him, cries, but our people are at the point where we don't have any options left. Please see the bigger picture. But it's Ronan, Medusa. That guy only knows how to make trouble, and I'd rather not marry a Cree after they experimented on us. No thanks. Sigh, well, just think it over, please, cries. If you still decide not to, I shall speak to Blackagar for you and help plead for you. Good night, little sister. Please do think about it. The redhead walked out of the room, leaving the young blonde confused. Her mind was in chaos, thinking of all the people under their dome depending on their royal family to provide for them. It was getting harder and harder to stabilize themselves as time went on, but what other choice did they have? Terrigenesis is fatal for normal humans, so they can't stay on Earth, but they can't stay here either. The blonde continued to be lost in her thoughts, not noticing herself slowly walking to the city walls as she looked up. It was a rare night where you can see the bright sparkling red planet with oceans of blue now adorning it. The Inhumans noticed the change, but without knowing the exact cost or if it was survivable over there, they wouldn't take the risk with Thafe dying numbers. It's beautiful, isn't it? Crystal heard a voice coming from her ear as she jumped and turned on the spot, staring at the figure who appeared next to her silently. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But I just saw Mars from here and I just couldn't help but marvel at how different it looks with the oceans. Despite her nervousness, Crystal was actually calm as she responded, yeah, I wonder what it's like over there now. I'm very curious. Well, do you want to go? I can make it happen, I'm very powerful, you know. Watching the 6'5"-ish well-built young man with lightly tanned skin making different flexing poses brought a smile to Crystal's face and a giggle in her mouth. The man held out a hand with a roguish grin as he stated, Damien Nixus, and it's nice to meet you, MS. She looked at his hand for a second and something told her to grab that outstretched hand and hold onto it tight, or else she would regret it. So without hesitation she locked hands with him while staring him in the eye with a sly vixen grin, Crystalia Maquilin, but you can call me Cries. And that night a powerful alliance between two royal families was born. Chapter 58, Trip to Mars and Kidnapping. Crystalia Maquilin POV. So Cries, what's an Inhuman like you doing on a wall like this? Hearing the immensely cheesy pickup line actually brought a smile to my face. I can't even remember the last time someone other than my sister called me Cries or actually dared to lean on a wall while talking with me. It's always stand straight, don't make eye contact, be polite and soft-spoken, ugh, it's irritating. Sigh, I just needed to get away. Ha, even my own sister was trying to marry me off. Isn't that fantastic? Our entire family was cursed to be commodities. It can't be that bad, can it? Damien asked. My sister was sold to my brother-in-law by my parents were sold to a weird freaky alien collector, now I'm being sold to the Kree that made us. Sometimes I think it's better if we could all just leave this damned city. Obviously we can't survive here much longer. I finish my mini rant looking over at Damien with a flush of red on my face with excitement. You see it too? Mars has blue on it. That means it's livable, I feel it. Mars is livable, in fact that's where I'm from. I look over at my wall friend with visible skepticism, you don't look like a Martian to me. What? Didn't expect Martians to be this handsome. I can't help you with the green skin, but Megan has green skin though. The Martian, not my ship. Okay. Maybe this guy has lost it. Should I leave? Well, it's been a long night, so I should probably go back home now. Haha, I'm not crazy, Cries, Damien said as he stood up on the wall, I really am from Mars. New Viltrum to be exact. If you dare trust me, I promise to blow your mind. I stood there watching him smirk for a second before slowly raising his hand out to me. My heart started beating faster and I finally took a second to take a good look at this Damien Nixus. He had a tan, which meant he wasn't from Adelan, as the solar rays don't get through our dome well. He also had a different style of clothing than we had, as if it's meant for warm weather instead of the slightly colder city we reside in. It's almost as if. My thoughts disrupt as I reach out my hand towards him. He grabs my hand as a red and gold ship appear out of camouflage from behind him and a door opens as a ramp spread out towards us. This is Megan, this ship, not the Martian. She's my personal bioship capable of responding to thought, deep sea or deep space travel capable and highly adaptable and smart. To say I was dumbfounded was an understatement to say the least. Was he really a Martian? But despite my fear and nervousness, I couldn't hold back the excitement. Wasn't this just the opportunity one was looking for? If he could take me to Mars and potentially allow me to meet someone in charge and we could work out a deal for the Inhumans, wouldn't that mean I don't have to marry Ronan? Feeling the excitement in my chest, I subconsciously grabbed his arm with a bit of force, but it didn't seem like he noticed. Damien, is Mars really habitable? Do you think there would be space for the Inhumans to live there? Of course we can contribute and we won't hold the Martians back. The more I spoke, the more I saw the shock and bewilderment on his face before it settled to dejection, like a child who was looking forward to something but had it taken away. Sigh, never mind, just think of it as wishful thinking. But I would still like to go on this trip. If possible, could I possibly, perhaps by chance, meet someone in charge to discuss an alliance or trade? By this time I had already walked into the ship, leaving the man sulking with an almost visible rain cloud over his head. New fact unlocked, Martians carry personal clouds. I take in the sights before sitting in what I assume to be a chair, or maybe Martians have another name for it like Guexon or something. OMG, I am going to Mars. Come on Martian man, let's go, let's go. I wanna see Mars. Best road trip ever. Damien Nix's POV. Well, that didn't go to plan at all. What about Medusa and Black Bolt and forming relations with the royals and turning them into coolies? Sigh, I should have trusted my judgment, women really have a knack for ruining a man's fun. I turn to look at the excited princess willingly being kidnapped to another planet as she plays with the ship's console. Honestly, I don't know if I should be happy or not, but at the very least I got someone with influence to come check out the planet. Come on Martian man, let's go, let's go. I wanna see Mars. With that excited squeal I put away my mini rain cloud projector from my watch. And Nat said I'd never use it. As if you'd ever understand a man's romance. I'm coming. And I feel like you're getting a misunderstanding of Mars a bit. I walked to the central pilot seat as the ship took off into space. With our current speed it would take about 5 minutes to reach the planet. Mars is currently a reclaimed planet. Back on Earth the supernatural and the natural humans couldn't really blend in. We tried for years to make them accept us, and when I saw it wouldn't get better, me and a few others designed a plan. We would terraform Mars and make it ours. Now Mars has 5 continents, even though one of them is just a polar region and many mid-sized islands. This ship is currently headed to Viltrum, which is the biggest continent with the current highest population. Giving it time for her to digest my words as her eyes lit up with brilliance as she asked, "Wait, you designed?" Which meant you're someone important. Why were you in Adelan by yourself? Cries, I'm not weak enough to need guards, and I was mainly there to see if the Inhumans had any remarkable features or products, to see if it's worth forming friendly relations. Her eyes started getting nervous, remembering she told me herself how screwed up her problems are. I felt her tension, so I gave her a helping hand. Looks like we're about to touch down, Cries. We'll be landing in the capital city Vestroia. Going on a tour of the city and get you some souvenirs. She weakly nodded her head, watching the clouds part to reveal the brightly lit city. While it was night time on the moon, irony, it was still only 7:30 in Vestroia, so there was still some daylight. I flew to the castle grounds under her astonishment, coming to a slow touchdown. OMG, I'm on Mars, I am on Mars. One small step for Inhuman, one giant leap for Inhumankind. Watching the blonde get excited, a smile crept on my face as the hatch opened to reveal Laura holding an excited Diana and a very pregnant Sue standing before me. Well, isn't this a surprise? I'm back and I brought a guest. Baby Diana was excited and eventually struggled out of mommy's arms to come to Papa. I was so proud of my little floating princess. Wait, floating? Diana, you're floating. Laura, since when could she float? She's been getting kicks out of floating around all day. It seems like her Viltrumite blood is stronger than my own, and she seems to be getting stronger as well. Slowly, but I definitely felt it. I couldn't help but be proud at my offspring, knowing she's gonna be a badass later on. Oh, before I forget, Cries, these are 2 of my wives, Laura and Sue, and this is my pride and joy, baby Diana. I turned to Cries, holding out my baby Simba, crossed out, Diana, as Crystalia's eyes grew wide. Wives. Hey. I thought I forgot to tell her something. Oops, that's embarrassing. I wonder what else I'm forgetting today. Medusalith Amaquilin POV. Throwing another chair at the incompetent guards, I barely restrained my anger. You're telling me in a closed city, my sister just disappeared? Useless, my hair couldn't help but lash out, breaking a pillar nearby. I really hope that wasn't a support column. Find my sister and bring her back to me safe and unharmed, or she won't be the only one missing. Do I make myself clear? Adelan is enclosed, so I don't care whether you check this city, this moon, hell, go check Mars for all I care. Find her. Now. The poor trembling guards couldn't even speak as they tripped over one another, rushing out of this scary, scary place. With a heavy breath I couldn't hold back the tears. Where did you go, little sister? You can't leave me too. Blackagar Boltagun POV. As king of Inhumans, one must be very flexible and very strong. So seeing my wife to be lash out against the guards, I knew it was my time to do what I do best. I turned around, walking back to my room before she noticed me as well and blames me for Crystalia running away. Heh, poor guards who made you not learn how to silently disappear. Well, Blackagar, let's just keep our mouth shut. After all, silence hasn't failed me yet. Chapter 59, Royal Dinner and War. Mars. New Viltrum. Vestroia, the capital city. The Emerald Palace, recently watched, Oz the Great and Powerful, can you tell? Sitting amongst the table sat a very weird but close family with one male not counting children. Damien sat at the head of the table with Natalia on his left and Laura on his right. Diana was in a high chair next to Laura and the twins Daryl and Natasha were with Nat Domino and Aurora sat next to Laura currently going over some preparations for the next generation of super babies about to be born and policies regarding their education and powers. Susan and Kara sat together discussing the chances of Kara getting pregnant considering her womb of steel and are ultimately suggesting that she goes into a state of solar zero for her best chances. Crystalia was awkwardly next to Aurora at the table staring at her braised triceratops with the Tamaranian sisters across from each other bringing up the rear. Celine always has a spot at the table but she prefers to skip meals since she doesn't consume food. Then there's the sisters Esme, Celeste, Phoebe, Sophie, and Irma walking around the dining room pouring drinks before they go back to their room to eat. They've really gotten into the role of being the perfect maids. They just work together seamlessly and not to mention this entire palace is under their combined watch. It's like my own paths of pain. As long as one of them knows something they all know it with the utmost proficiency. Aurora being the 1000 IQ woman that she was noticed the somewhat uneasy girl next to her and decided to help this poor unfortunate soul who fell into her Damien's clutches. Crystalia, isn't it? Is the Triceratops not to your liking? I must admit I never thought I would enjoy it but it grew on me. Hearing the soft yet comforting words brought the blonde back into focus as she stammered, no it's not that. It's just, I'm on Mars eating dinner in the royal family's home when just a few hours ago I was arguing with my sister. It feels whimsical. Natalia mused from across the room stopped baby Nat from breaking her spoon. Pretty much, Cries agreed, I just never thought Mars would be like this. Especially eating the meat of a creature thought to be extinct but you guys have herds of them running around on a continent. It's unreal. Get used to it. This planet is a lot cooler than other planets I've been on. Commandar spoke up. Indeed, even back on Tamarin isn't as beautiful and diverse as this planet. Each continent has their own ecosystem that doesn't disrupt the natural balance of the overall planet, Corey added in. Even Krypton wasn't as diverse and cutting-edge as this planet, Kara joined. Excuse me, maybe I should pay more attention in classes, but where exactly are Krypton and Tamarin? Kara, you look human, but you too. I've never seen humanoids with light orange skin and glowing eyes. I assumed you were off-colored Zen Hobries. Cries kept her head high despite the blush running through her skin. No issues, our planets are quite far, Kara patiently explained. You're like a crossover universe away. Damien chuckled, getting a smack on the shoulder from Laura while those who knew suppressed a giggle. When speaking of crossovers, Damien couldn't help but take a peek at Kara. He desperately messed up her world's timeline but he didn't care, her planet got reset anyway so it's better if she survived, but he couldn't help but remember the Nazi Kara. No. No way. Nope. Speaking of crossovers, Barry and Iris invited us to their wedding next month, are we going? Susan asked, remembering the message that came through that morning. Fuck. Everyone looked at Damien who coughed in embarrassment, my bad, tickle in my throat. But of course we go. We should invite Amara them as well, they made friends with the Flash Squad last time. The harmonious atmosphere continued throughout the night as the family and guest dined and ate. Cries quickly integrated into the family, laughing and such when the alarm started blaring through the palace. The situation got tense as the light stopped and a blue puff of smoke came into the room. Cries' eyes widened seeing the blue devil with the striking yellow eyes who just puffed into the room. She took a quick breath and smelled sulfur. Sure enough, smoking is bad for you. I got a notification that a teleporter tried to break into the palace. The wards bounced them back but they keep bouncing like it's determined to make it here. Nightcrawler reported to the family as Nat stood up and her evening wore slowly melted and twisted, forming a black bodysuit. What are we dealing with? She asked. Well, here's the thing, Kurt started a bit embarrassed, it's a dog. A dog is breaking into our home. Damien finally spoke up, interested. A big dog. Wait. Cries finally said in panic, standing up, making all eyes look on her as her neck shrank back. I think he's here for me. You have a teleporting dog? Commander asked, a bit in curiosity and a bit with jealousy. She really wanted a magical pet. Currently she's trying to breed a saber-tooth with Tamaranian blood infused but it hasn't succeeded. Seeing the situation, Damien opened the wards as a giant bulldog came bounding through the halls, running directly to Cries, ignoring the table and all the plates he broke as it started licking her. Down, Lockjaw, behave yourself, you're in someone else's house. The massive bulldog came to a sit, tail wagging, swinging up gusts of hair that strangely made all the women's hair flutter in just the right wind without a strand falling in their face. Marvel physics. Lockjaw stood in front of Cries as his little antenna started glowing, indicating him communicating with Cries. The others didn't know that, but it could be seen by how ashen her face became that the situation wasn't that good. Cries. What's wrong? Susan asked with a bit of hesitation and worry. A few moments of silence later, Cries turned to the room and spoke. It seems they believed I was kidnapped, and seeing as to how Lockjaw zeroed it to Mars but couldn't breach, they sent out warships believing I was captured. Their fleet just launched and is now entering space. So can't you just go back and it will all be settled? Domino chided in. It's not that simple, Nat spoke up, making everyone look at her. Logan just took the first set of white lanterns he picked and took them out to Sector C-16 for space drills. I'm afraid even if we reached them by now, the two sides should have met by now, Aurora stated. Then wouldn't the Inhumans believe they were there to stop them? Corey asked. Or would Logan's group consider them invaders? Commander brought up. Kara stood up as her sweater and skirt was replaced with a blue battlesuit with gold outlines, a red S on her chest with a red sash wrapping around her waist. Then we have to move fast and stop the situation from escalating. Damien stood up at this time and spoke. Aurora, you come with Cries and we're going to Adelan to speak with their royals. Kara, take Corey and Coma, try to keep the situation from escalating. Nat, contact Logan and stop their class if they haven't made contact. Move fast and precise. No mistakes, I don't want this to escalate into war between our peoples. Chapter 60, Royal Meeting. Adelan. Dark side of the moon. My queen, the fleets have launched and are a few minutes away from the planet Mars. I assure you we will take back Princess Crystalia. An Inhuman guard spoke up to the enraged queen. I want no mistakes, if they don't return her then turn Mars into dust. As the guard was about to salute, they heard a weird chuckle before a masculine voice sounded into the throne room. Oh really? Now I'm tempted to go back home and see you try. The royal family and their guards all looked around the room before one of the guards saw the three people and a big dog standing behind the throne. Princess. He saluted as the others followed his gaze. Crystalia. Who are you and why have you kidnapped my sister? Medusalith spoke as her hair started floating. Wait sister, I was not kidnapped. Probably. The blonde said as she looked at the man next to her who just shrugged. You got on the ship yourself. At best it can be called persuasive kidnapping. Aurora couldn't help but bring her hand up to her forehead as her husband just blatantly said he kidnapped the princess of an entire people to her sister and king. What Damien meant was dash. I care not what he meant, return my sister to me. Now. Wait, can't we talk dash? Cries tried to intervene. But she miscalculated. Aurora Monroe, who grew up on the streets of Egypt, Queen of the Storms, Queen of Viltrum, naturally had her own pride, and especially when some hairy woman thought she could command her. Aurora's eyes started glowing white as lightning sparked from them, indicating her level of annoyance. Woman, I'm speaking civil here, you do not order me. Be lucky that I came by myself, because Laura or Commandar would have had your throat by now. Seeing the two women glare at each other, Damien and Blackagar just took a quick peek at each other and instantly came to the same conclusion. Not my fight. Take a step back. But as they shifted their weight to disappear into the background as smart men would do, naturally the smart man's one and only enemy, the angry woman, ruined it. Damien. Blackagar. The two kings just gave a wry smile as they stepped forward with a look of, why drag me into your cat fight? Damien stepped forward and extended his hand to Blackagar. Despite the circumstances, nice to meet you. Damien Nix's king of Viltrum Mars, and my wife Aurora. His eyes glowed pink for a second and surrounded Black Bolt, to the terror of the Inhumans, but a simple wave of his hand made them retreat but never relax. Blackagar felt the changes around his body, or more specifically his throat, as he opened his mouth to the shock of the Inhumans as they all ran out of the way, only to be met with, thank you. You may call me Blackagar. King of Inhumans of Adelan. The Inhumans were all dumbfounded, but they didn't expect Damien to ignore them all as he threw an arm over the king's shoulder as if they were lifelong friends as he spoke. So Blackagar, my friend, why don't you show me around Adelan? I've already toured Cries around Mars, so it's only fair, right? Black Bolt took a second but immediately nodded his head as he took Damien's shoulder with a raspy voice and said, come my friend, there's much to see. The two kings shoulder to shoulder made a hasty retreat from the room under the bewildered gazes of the room. Triton, one of the most trusted people to the royal family, couldn't help but feel as if they were missing something. He couldn't help but feel weird until he heard the commotion. Turning his head, he sees the red hair throwing things around the room to the dark-skinned beauty who had already wrapped herself in an air bubble and started throwing lightning. He gulped as he looked back at the open door the two kings left through and couldn't help but curse his king. If you're going to escape, at least bring me with you. The two kings couldn't care less as they walked through Adelan, as they occasionally heard a crash and a boom coming from the castle. Neither turned his head back in understanding. Women issues require women solutions. What would it look like they're two big powerful men getting in a cat fight? No thanks. The two laughed all the way down the street, especially Black Bolt. With his throat no longer being a passive ability, he truly didn't want to fight his new friend over a sister-in-law that's clearly safe and fine in his own home. Why couldn't Medusalith be as sensible as him, sometimes he wondered. But while the city of Adelan was wondering what's with the weather that day as they kept hearing lightning despite being on the moon, 10,000 leagues above them in the vacuum of space there was a group of people in white uniforms looking at some gunships. The situation was intense as inside the main battleship Logan, Natalia, and Kara were standing in front of a man named Gorgon who just so happened to be the leader of this raid. Even if your words are true and the princess had already left, I cannot return this fleet without the orders of the royal family. So once they confirm the princess' safety, me and my troops will return. Gorgon spoke without an ounce of fear. Which says a lot. To look a Kryptonian in the eye and refuse to remove your armada from their planet's atmosphere is ballsy. Although it helps he's never heard of Krypton. Natalia took point and spoke back, you don't have to return, but we ask you to remove your ships out of our orbit. Believe me when I say we have an entire planet equipped for spatial warfare. Hell, I had 3 people at my dinner table 20 minutes ago capable of blasting your ships out of our skies, but we don't want to conflict with your moon civilization if possible. I apologize, Queens of Mars, but no matter what, without a royal order my people won't turn the ships around. Seeing the frustration brewing behind her eyebrows, Natalia couldn't help but want to hit something. She pulled out her communication badge and said, Tracer, call Damien. 1 second, love. It didn't even take a second before Damien and Blackagar showed up on the comms and seemed to be eating ice cream. Oh Nat, what's up? Oh, am I interrupting your date? She quipped, which brought out chuckles from Kara and Logan. Actually you did, I was thinking too many queens, too many problems, and Blackagar agreed with me, a dual king regime sounds nice. The looks of shock on Nat and Kara's faces were pure gold that even Logan couldn't help but let out a gut-churning laugh. Hey Logan, you wanna join the king regime? Damien said as he looked at Logan, whose body froze. Okay, Nixus, stop playing with your wives. You should know how that turns out. Gorgon, seeing as how you're all meeting, then you should still be in space. You all can return. The princess is Saf, boom, say fish. My king, you speak. Ah yes, a gift from our new allies. I understand, my king. All ships will return immediately. Actually your ship stays. Damien has agreed to allow our main ships to get some upgrades, yes that's the word. Anyways, if that's everything, I'll keep Escapi, giving Damien a tour of Adelan. And with that, Blackagar disappeared from the image, just leaving a smirking Damien. Well, bye my queens. Logan, if you change your mind you know my number, Damien said with a wicked grin as his comms cut off. He was joking, right? Kara couldn't help but speak a little nervously. After all, she hadn't even gotten integrated into the family yet and she was about to be divorced. He's joking. Or he better be, at least. Anyways, Mr. Gorgon, I believe you heard from your king. Your main ship can follow the White Lanterns and the rest return. Of course, Queen of Mars. I apologize for the disconcord. As he spoke, he issued commands through a screen as the smaller gunships returned home. He looked back at the 2 queens and their guard and said, please lead the way. Back in the castle of Adelan, 2 women were standing as the darker-skinned one had a handful of red hair as the queen slumped on the ground. Not injured too bad, but definitely beaten. Have you had enough? Aurora spoke, pure power radiating off of her. I yield. The guards finally took a deep breath, thinking they'd have to get involved if their queen really wanted to fight to the death. Crystalia breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing what side to stand on. Obviously her sister was wrong, but that's her sister. So seeing the conflict end, she had the biggest relief as she thanked Aurora. Aurora released the redhead as she sat on what looked to be a throne of clouds as she spoke, as I was saying before the ever so rude interruption. My name is Aurora Nixus, Queen of Viltrumite Mars. Now while Damien should have said something before taking a princess off-world. As a queen yourself you should know better than to let your personal emotions cloud your judgment. Triton took a gulp as he thought, weren't you pretty emotional yourself just now? But his thoughts just finished as Aurora snapped her head towards him and he subconsciously took a step back. By any chance were you thinking of something rude? No, your majesty, I would never, Triton said as he took a bow. Aurora took a second longer to stare at him, and just as he felt like she would drop lightning on him he heard the voice of his one true savior. What's going on in here? The voice of his king that he's only heard twice, raspy and unused, but to Triton's ears that voice was his savior. That day he decided that 200% of his effort wasn't enough and he'd serve Blackagar with 450% of what he had. Damien floated over to Aurora and pulled her up before sitting on the cloud throne with her settling in his lap. Blackagar sat on his throne as well as Medusalith, still sour about her loss, stood next to his side. After all, as a woman she couldn't copy the woman she just lost to. That'd be too shameless. So King of Adelan, we have much to discuss. Likewise King of Viltrumite. Chapter 61, Meeting of Kings and Back to Earth. Inside the throne room of Adelan, the 2 kings of Blackagar and Damien sat face to face with their prospective queens next to them. The atmosphere was a little tense and it didn't help that portions of the throne room was in shambles. Yet that didn't deter the smiles on the faces of the 2 kings as they spoke. So my friend, what truly brings you to Adeline? If your planet is half as good as you stated, I fail to see what this small kingdom of ours can offer you. Black Bolt started the negotiations. Actually, originally I just wanted to confirm your existence. After all, rumors of a city on the dark side of the moon was too tempting to ignore. However, after coming here and seeing it myself, my only thoughts are this place sucks. As usual, Damien's words were sharp and brash, instantly arousing dissatisfaction from the guards and the redhead nursing the worst headache she's had in years. Insolent, how dare dash. Enough, Medusalith. However brash your words may be, my friend, it is a bit insulting to us to call our home as such, do you not think so? Black Bolt tried to reason. No, I don't, Damien spoke, the inhuman race born of humanity and Kree, one of the strongest races in this universe due to your diversity. Yet even with all this power you keep yourselves isolated in a city smaller than our capital, yet with a population size no weaker than Wakanda. Lack of resources and space, no places to expand upon, most of your citizens are sick and malnourished, small birth capacity. When all of these things stack together, your kingdom looks more and more like a refuge than a home. He gave himself a break as his words seemingly echoed around the king's chambers, so much so that most of the guards felt ashamed, and even the fiery redhead couldn't say much on that regard because despite the harshness of his words they were all true. She had always thought that Adeline wasn't enough, but they couldn't safely expand their cities due to lack of resources and the fact that any bigger and their civilization would be discovered. After a few dozen seconds of silence, Blackagar spoke again. Well then, what do you have in mind? The planet of Mars has a continent you could move to. I won't interfere in your kingdom's affairs, and all I ask is you do the same with the other inhabitants of Mars. In addition to Viltrum, there's also the Wakanda, Haven, and the Savage Lands, each with their own beliefs, their own ways of life, and their own space. Mars has turned from a dead planet to a planet no less than Earth in our rule, and I don't see why you can't enjoy it as well. But there is no but, Blackagar. As a nation, obviously you would have to get used to foreign relations because Mars doesn't care about borders. Each continent has their own pride and culture, and Haven itself is a continent of extraterrestrial refugees who made it their home. So as long as you have no issues in opening Adeline to the public once you guys are settled and can develop your own relations, then there is no but. I only ask you guys to defend the planet as if it were your own. You have given me much to think about, King of Viltrum. As King of Adeline, I accept your proposal. Since Gorgon is on your planet, may I trouble you to have him inspect the land and choose a good spot for our city. Afterwards it will take some time, but as long as you're willing to have us, we the Inhumans accept your offer, Nixus. Great. You won't be beep beep. 1 second, Damien spoke as he pulled out his communicator. This is Damien, who is contacting this emergency signal. Hey boss, I didn't think this would go through, honestly. Both Damien and Aurora's eyes flew open after hearing the sound. Eric, is that you? We haven't heard from you since you killed Clow. A lot has happened since then. Invincible, we need some assistance. I wouldn't call if I had any other options, it's just dash. Eric, there is no need to beg, you have always been a friend of Overwatch. Even if you had took Clow, it didn't really matter too much. Whatever you need, you should know we're your strongest backing. Inside of a makeshift hideout there were dozens of refugees of all sorts who had managed to escape their prisons after awakening their powers, and some who had been artificially powered up. Eric, son of Njobu, stood in the middle of these people with nowhere to go, afraid to make too much noise due to the sentinels around the city searching for them. S.H.I.E.L.D. had offered them some protection, but the cost was basically to sign their lives over to Fury, and Eric wasn't okay with that. Clarice, a younger girl with bright pink hair, stood opposite of Eric as she heard the conversation with little stars in her eyes. OMG, is that Invincible? Eric, you know Invincible. Where has he been? Didn't he die? Does that mean we can go off planet like the other metas did before? Faced with all the questions, Eric could only give a wry smile as the sounds of chuckling passed through the communicator. Eric, sit tight, we'll have someone come to pull you guys out in a meanwhile. Wait, that's not the only thing. We found dozens of deep underground bunkers that were specially made to block out mind waves, and in each of them there should be metahumans packed away who never got your message. The dozens of refugees held their breath as they waited for a sound to come through, and it didn't disappoint as they heard a smooth, silky female voice coated in anger speak up. Eric, it's Aurora, all you have to do is mark the locations. Earth didn't take us seriously before, so this time we'll bring the storm to them. The communicator hung up as a large map of the Earth popped up holographically on Eric's badge. With a grin on his face, he turned to the refugees and yelled, pack your shit and get ready, there, SA storm coming and we are riding it out of here. Dozens of people, both young and old, all started cheering and crying. Finally they could leave this hellish planet. Eric took a look at the badge as he began marking all the locations he, along with Clarice and Evan, managed to find. Back on Viltrum, Natalia was walking Gorgon through their designated tech head hall as their scientists were so eager to work on the ship design and see how it differed from their own, but then her badge started beeping. Her instincts told her it was nothing but trouble and work and she should avoid it, but her judgment told her better. With a heavy sigh and a quick check to make sure these people didn't make her go gray too early, she picked up the comms as Damien reappeared. Hey Nat, it seems as if you guys missed some metas during your evacuation. But it's fine, the White Lanterns didn't get to do their spacewalk, right? Have Logan take them down to Earth to do some pickups, please, love. Oh. That's easy enough, sure, no problem. Nat was relieved that it wasn't more work for her, as she would much rather go back home and spend time with Natasha and Daryl. Oh, one more thing, take Gorgon to check out the continent between Haven and the Savage Lands. Attilan will be moving there shortly, so we need to do preliminary groundwork to make it easier. Feeling as if more and more work was coming, Nat quickly hung up her badge as Gorgon looked dumbfounded next to her. Attilan moving? What? Why? What's happening? While all Nat could think was, damn this bastard, he spoke such nice words when we met, then all he could do was prostitute my labor. Do I look like a secretary? Bastard, I am the mother of your twins. Feeling the murderous air, Gorgon felt a shiver down his spine as he slightly distanced himself from the bloodthirsty redhead. Could you explain, Dash? He started to say, but one look from Nat shut him up. She's almost as crazy as the queen. Surely Gorgon, redheads are no good. Let's find a nice brunette to settle down with. With a quick mental note and a pat on his back, Gorgon quickly decided, redhead women are people he can't afford to offend. Chapter 62, Corrections and Solicitations. Nick Fury. Bald by choice. Half-blind by circumstances. Do you have any idea what repercussions this will have on the world? Overwatch already left, more than 19% of the total population of the planet has disappeared, we have metahumans running amok, and you guys are actually authorizing experiments to make more. Have we learned nothing from our mistakes? Nick was not having a good time, especially when it came to this idiotic council. It seems as if everything he says doesn't register in their minds at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been running thin already, not to mention the fiasco of the Sentinels and the Sentry Project. Power that cannot be controlled isn't power, it's a mistake. Fury, we understand your fury, but please understand where we're coming from. Your Avengers project cannot work, we've seen it fail before with Overwatch, a group or rogue people doing whatever they please and leaving when we ask to register and work with us, but Dash. Don't dress it up, Senator. Overwatch was doing good work and had a nice partnership with us. It was your greed to have them on call like they were a military that led to their retirement. Not to mention your robots trying to kill them and your Sentry project that killed their leader. Invincible was Dash. He was an uncontrollable, unstable factor that needed to be kept in check. And we were right, you see how he abandoned us. Fury slammed his fist directly into the table, and if his skin wasn't already dark, it would have been then. You drove him away. A man who brought together many and gave people a public symbol. Even now people still look up to the skies hoping he'll fly past. You made him an enemy. No excuses. Fury turned his back to the dumbfounded councilmen without looking back or caring for their opinions. No more mistakes. If you can't see where you fucked up, then do me a favor and stop calling me. I'm busy enough fixing your mistakes. The door opened as Fury left the room and pushed a button on the small remote on his belt. He breathed a heavy sigh, feeling as if his own bosses were just trying to make his job harder for no apparent reason. Is it because he's black? No, couldn't be. Knock, knock, knock. You called, sir? Hill walked into the office with Agent 13 aka Sharon Carter behind her. Hill seemed a bit more tired than usual, but otherwise she still seemed ready for action. Hill, Carter, take all the files we collected to the fugitive group led by Stevens. No matter what, S.H.I.E.L.D. has to make an attitude, and this crosses our bottom line. Sir, are we finally ready to take action? Carter seemed a bit giddy, but she still kept her calm. Almost, we're a bit short of manpower, but it won't be long before we correct everything, but never mind that, just take it to Stevens and see if we can't coordinate to get those bases clear. We protect humanity, not enslave them. Both ladies nodded as they rushed out of the office as Fury sat back and thought to a conversation the original Carter talked to him about. Remember, Nicholas, our job is to protect humanity, even if it's from themselves. After all, humanity is our own worst enemy, so never be surprised if one day. Sigh, Agent Carter, is that time coming? Are we ready? Fury felt his frustration as he opened his desk and took out a small black box with more than 13 different locks. It took him a second, but with swift rehearsed movements he had to box open with 2 communicators in it. His fingers brushed the pager, knowing Carol was likely still in the solar system, but ultimately his hand rested on a white badge with a dim orange W in the middle. This time we'll do it right, Invincible. You have my word. James Logan Howlett. Today was already a menagerie of headaches. First space mission almost ended in war, but then we're neighbors now, and not to mention our mission changed halfway through. James, it's Nat, take your white lanterns and have them circle the Earth. We found information that those governments haven't learned yet and are still capturing and creating metas. This is a search and rescue. Have half your team rescue the known locations while the other half scout to make sure nothing slips through. Be safe and make sure you all come back. Ugh, it seems like another headache. With a swift neck crack to loosen himself up, Logan turned towards his new squad of 30 lanterns. All right, kids, you know the drill. 2 squads, Greenberg, McLean, you 2 temporary captains. Greenberg on rescue and McLean on search. It'll take us an hour to fly to Earth and an hour back. So I want the planet searched in 10 hours. How you divide is up to you. Meet up in exactly 6 hours after we enter the atmosphere and use your rings to relay any changes in the plan. Mustang, you take 4 with you and your job is to destroy. Whenever you come across a flying robot you kill it. Logan didn't wait for responses or questions, he immediately turned around and took off to deep space. He has to admit these rings are extremely convenient. On top of his own powers, this ring perfectly makes up for his weak areas, range and mobility. Although flying through space for is extremely boring, but who cares when his ring has access to almost every song in most known languages. So one boring space flight later, Logan entered the atmosphere. It's been a while since he's been back on Earth, but strangely enough he doesn't miss it. A minute later 30 flying people in white suits all fell in line behind him before breaking into 3 groups and splitting up. Logan floated there for a bit before his ring locked onto his target as he took off. Flying in space and on a planet are 2 different feelings. Especially since he doesn't have to worry about floating icebergs or fucking space rocks. Flying above Queens, Logan saw a young man in red tights swinging around the city covertly protecting the people of New York, and it brought a smile to his face. His ring instantly made a connection to the badge that the little spider always kept on him as he spoke with a bit of reminiscence. "Hey kid, looks like your web slinging still needs a little work." With a grin on his face, Logan noticed how the swining spider faltered in air before catching himself on a billboard as his head started searching for him. "Mr. Logan. Are you guys back? Where are you? And what do you mean it needs work? On the beat, web slinger on this side of the country. Hey, come on kid, old base, catch me up on the tales of Spider-Man." Logan couldn't help but smile seeing how the quippy kid still hadn't lost that spark of light in him. Seems as if he'll be fine after all. "Oh. Bet. Race you there." With a leap of faith the prepubescent kid hopped off the billboard as his web caught a building, pulling himself forward. "Head too early to beat me, kid." Logan's ring shined as he took off to the skies, slowly staying ahead of young Pete. That day many New Yorkers wondered why Spider-Man seemed extra peppy today, but hearing the woohoo above their heads still brought smiles to the faces of these citizens. Meanwhile, on a random building that can't be seen normally, a woman in yellow robes was sitting by a small table with 3 cups of tea as a green and red portal opened behind the 2 empty seats. "Celine, this meeting better be important. I was in the middle of Grey's Anatomy." The witch in red robes complained as soon as she could, while the yellow sorceress just calmly looked at her old frenemy who randomly called their good girlfriends together. "Oh, Patience Harkness, all these years and you're still so impatient. On the other hand, thank you for coming, Yao." "Hey. My pleasure. Now to what do we owe this small tea party?" Yao asked with genuine confusion. Ever since she got a backlash from the time stone a few years back, she no longer looked into the future at whim. Celine took her seat, as did Harkness, before taking a sip and held out her palm as a small pink sphere floated on top of it. Harkness stood up really quickly and Yao couldn't keep her straight face as she examined this. "Pure magic." "What? What is?" "This, Madam Harkness, is pure magic. Ladies, what would you do if I told you that there is a race of beings whose entire being is composed of this pure magic?" "Impossible. That much pure magic to create an entire being would be enough that even Frigga couldn't control." Harkness immediately denied while Yao sat there waiting. "You all remember the dashing young man I contracted. At first I assumed his body naturally drew in mana, then after some time I realized it was his body releasing it. But I couldn't pinpoint from where. That was until his sister showed up, then his daughter was born, and even now I feel the same pure magic from the unborn child as well. After speaking with the sister I learned that they are a race called Anodites. Their physical body is a sheddable shell that contains their true body. Made of pure magic," Yao explained as the shock finally settled in. The ramifications of what it means to have a body of pure magic. No death, no aging, a single thought could change the world and a swipe of their hand could end it. Seeing their faces, Celine couldn't help but feel a bit of pride settle in her chest. After all, her position is secured while they... "What do you want?" Harkness asked as a visible frown adorned her face, with Yao keeping her eyes locked onto her friend. Simple. A slow sadistic wretched grin took over for Celine as the 2 magicians couldn't help but tighten their nerves. No matter what condition she spoke, they would seriously consider it. After all, magic that pure is precious to any magical being. How would you 2 like to be godmothers? Chapter 63, With Great Power Comes, Great Godmothers. Peter Parker. The boy who stayed. Web-slinger extraordinaire. Slinging into the old Overwatch entrance to the Star Labs hangar, I met with a few people who decided to stick back on Earth, as well as a few new heroes. Cyclops was sitting around the computer, as Yo-Yo, a Latina speedster we met, and Lincoln, an human who can control electricity, and not to mention Iron Fist and Daredevil. It's not Overwatch in its glory, but it is what's left, still hoping this world can be okay. "Hey guys." The other members looked over at the semi-member who helps them out a lot. "You'll never believe who I just talked to." They looked at each other clueless, but it didn't take long before everyone heard Tracer's familiar voice. A voice they haven't heard in a long time since Tracer left and Athena took over the Earth stations. Recognized, Wolverine access granted. The familiar voice speaking the familiar name had Cyclops out of his chair in anticipation as the flying exit opened up and Logan descended from the ceiling wearing a white uniform with a white glow around it. Well, look at this. At least the place didn't get dusty. Good jobs looking after the place, kids. Logan touched down as Cyclops walked over and threw his arms around the smaller Canadian as they hugged. A hug full of happy memories and a different time. Logan, it's been too long. Yeah, bub, I'm back for a while to help clean up. How's Chuck in the mansion? The room turned silent as Scott just pointed to the side for Logan to look and see the sick bay. On it there were 5 unconscious people laying on the beds and the most prominent one being the bald chrome dome. Chuck? My God, what did they do to you? Logan walked over and saw Chuck as well as a girl with green hair, Pyro, Quicksilver, and Gambit. What happened to them? Apocalypse happened. He showed up in Egypt talking about building a new world order of mutant supremacy. The Smen and Brotherhood attempted to fight him, but most of the Brotherhood went down in one go. Then he took over Xavier's body for a while. Using his powers he found the girl Lorna who has powers like Magneto. It took us 38 hours and a lot of help to bring him down, but in return the professor has been like this since. Logan stood in silence as he looked at the people. He brought up the ring and did a preliminary scanning only to find that they were indeed treatable but not here. They'll be fine, but I have to take them away. We can't treat them here. So you're leaving again? Peter spoke up a bit. You just came back. Aren't you guys going to stay and help us fix up the planet? Peter, No. I don't want an excuse, Mr. Logan. When I got my powers it was Gwen who told me Overwatch always stood for, with great power comes greater responsibilities, so why did you all leave? We're trying, but it's just too much responsibility. Peter took off, leaving the building in an awkward atmosphere as Logan just took a breath and told Cyclops, we'll be leaving in a few hours, have Chuck and the others ready for transport. That's all I can do for them. Logan turned to walk away only to feel a hand on his shoulder. Turning his head he noticed Daredevil as he spoke, don't worry about Peter. He'll come around. I sure hope so. That kid isn't ready for all this responsibility. King of Viltrum. Most baby daddy material in this novel. About to show off to Hus royal friends. As their ship sailed through the atmosphere with Black Bolt and family in tow minus a bubbly princess running straight to the front to see the scenery again. The spacecraft slowly descended below the clouds showing off the various kingdoms. The wonderful Wakanda, the menagerie of Haven, the wilds of Thundera, finally showing off an area of undeveloped land that I showed off to the Inhumans. Third largest continent after Viltrum and Haven, was supposed to go to Wakanda, but they chose a more ocean-centric area. All yours to plan and arrange however you see fit. We'll take you down there tomorrow, but for now come to my home and meet my family. Tell me about your family. Black Bolt asked, curious about how this new bro of his lives. Before I could open my mouth though, Crystalia took the jump. Oh, they're absolutely lovely people, Natalia and their twins Natasha and Daryl, Aurora who you've met, Laura and their daughter Diana, Domino is due this month and Susan has 2 months to go. Coriandar has a smaller chance due to her species taking longer on a reproduction cycle. Kara is so innocent I'm still not sure if this guy tricked her into joining his debauched harem. And there's one more, Sally. Sierra. With a chuckle I interrupted the young princess who was getting interesting looks from her sister and brother-in-law, Celine. As soon as I spoke a magic circle appeared right above me as the witch stepped out, straddling my lap in one go with her arms around me. You called. She purred in my ear, earning an erection from me and a chuckle from Aurora. I did, I smiled as my hands found themselves on her as pulling her closer, and you came so quickly too. Consider making me come again as a reward, the witch pulled closer to my lips, ignoring the others in the room before Aurora broke it up. Cough cough, reward for what, Celine? You seem too happy. Celine put a pause and a pout on her face as she reluctantly turned to Aurora. I was out collecting godmothers. Godmothers? That's unusual for you. Aurora questioned with some vigilance. Celine wasn't exactly the caring type. She was one of the more chaotic evil side of the family wives spectrum. Opposite of Kara but balanced by Natalia. Kara, Susan, Aurora, Natalia, Laura, Coriandar, Celine, mega good, neutral, chaotic. I agree with Ro. Although we do need to start thinking of godparents, no one normal should catch your eye. Especially considering how well gifted my genes are. As much as I'd love to get inside your genes, love, this is business. Your daughters have immense magical potential. You had to die and remake your body for me to be able to sense the raw magic in you, but your kids have their always seeping out. I can even feel the magic in Susan slowly growing. My point is, before their magic gets too big and they get noticed by other beings of higher power, let's take the time to get the most benefits for them. The ship was quiet as the castle was in sight. I let my mind wander and she wasn't wrong. Special children in Marvel gets taken all the time. Not to mention how Colossus' sister ended up becoming Queen of Hell. So what do you have in mind? She took the initiative to get up out of my lap as the ship landed and the hatches opened up. It took a minute to get everyone stable and out onto the castle square as the jet took off. Celine grabbed one of my arms as we made our way to the dining hall. I already had the quintuplets make us a banquet for our inhuman guests who were admiring the palace. I was currently having some of our scientists mix together alien DNA to breed some new species of animals. Currently we had unicorns made. Ignoring Cry's squeal over the unicorns, we made our way to the grand hall where all the other members of my imperial harem were seated. Quick introductions were out of way as everyone took their seats. Celine had a small smile on her face as 3 circles lit up in the hall. No one panicked because no one could enter without permission. You. Kara said as she stood up with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Oh, have you met? Celine asked her friend. Oh, isn't this Miss Sunny? Sigh. All that power coursing through you, I'm very interested in your child. Kara's eyes glowed red before Celine coughed, bringing everyone's attention to her. She looked at me and said, these are the godmothers I told you of. The cynic in red arguing with Perky over there is Agnes Harkness, the bald lady in yellow who needed dick the past 400 years is Yao, and the woman in white is the most ever so humble queen of Asgard, Frigga. 2 of the women bow as Agnes immediately looks towards me, then Diana, then Natasha, then Susan. I see what you mean, Celine, this guy really shouldn't have more kids if you're gonna keep popping out monsters like these. Now Agnes, let's be civil, although these children are indeed very powerful there's no need to call them monsters, Frigga said with a small smile as she looked at the children. Yao looked at me before asking, pardon me, but if I may, can you explain to me why only some of your children have the magical talent while the others 2 don't? I don't mind. It's no secret. I'm a half-breed of Viltrumites and Anodites. As a Viltrumite my physical body is pushed to the limits, I get stronger every year and my aging basically stops when I reach my peak physical state. That's most likely why Daryl and Domino's daughter doesn't have it. They inherited more of my Viltrumite side. Natasha's body is weaker than Dariel's but she inherited more of my Anodite nature as a being of pure magic with a physical shell. So one day she'll have to shed her body and remake it. Wait, what? Natalia asked. As well as my son with Susan. Wait, what? Susan exclaimed. Moving on, as for Diana she seems more like me, she's a better mix of the 2 and that's probably because Laura has Viltrumite DNA and my Anodite side wasn't as strong as when she was conceived so she got both. Will she have to shed too? Laura asked looking at her daughter a little weirdly as if imagining her daughter shedding her skin like a lizard. Ignoring the trio I kept looking towards the magical girl trio who had no more questions but instead made themselves comfortable as we exchanged pleasantries. They asked more questions about Anodites as I asked more about their contracts they wanted to establish. Other than the basics they established with Celine they all wanted to teach their crafts to my kids to compete with spell casting. I wouldn't refuse 3 magical fairy godmothers teaching my kids either so after many details were hashed out they created contracts with some of the kids. While Black Bolt became Daryl's godfather. Cries put dibs on the next girl born but I selectively ignored her. Well either way life is going good without dealing with all the Earth's crazy. Logan will be back any hour now and things are looking bright for Mars. Wait a second. Where's Terra? In deep space there was a massive frozen block being supported by a blonde in a red battlesuit as she flew next to a violet humanoid with a long trail of energy-shaped hair moving behind her. I told you, coming out here for this thing wasn't worth the trip. Now we lost our ship. And no way to enter hyperspace to get back quickly. Carol complained as she hauled the iceberg on her shoulder. Oh come on, you know my brother would love to have them for his planet, plus they're endangered anyways. The deep seas of Mars are missing big predators for some of the pliosaurs and giant squid. Besides, isn't Sakara right there? We can grab a ship from there. Besides, we haven't seen Brunhilde for a long time either. You know she goes by Valkyrie now. Yes, the mighty drunkard Valkyrie. Anyways, come on, let's go bug her for a ship and bring her back. If she's gonna get wasted, at least we got some good stuff of Mars. Sigh, why do I love you again? Because I'm a great kisser. Terra blew a kiss towards Carol as she spun towards Sakar. What is our favorite auntie duo up to? Will they find the mighty drunkard? What's in the iceberg? All of this unraveled and more in the next chapters of Viltrumite in Marvel. Chapter 64, Omake Point. Damien was confused. After searching half a day he couldn't find Diana, Natasha, or Kaya. They weren't with any of their mothers or godmothers. Normally they would never miss a trip to New Krypton to see their Kryptonian grandmother, yet today he couldn't find them or their suits and it worried him. Meanwhile Diana Nixis, 17 years old, standing with long legs, a straight posture, a confident gaze under her long back-length black hair, in her red and gold armor, Natasha, a 17-year-old girl with short neck-length red hair and curls wearing a purple spandex outfit she made from her powers, and Kaya, a dirty blonde 15-year-old girl standing in her blue suit with the cape draping from her waist, her mother's old suit down to the sewn stitch running through the S. The 3 girls hesitated as they stood in front of the warp gate. No matter how you look at it, these 3 Viltrumite princesses were up to no good. Should we really be doing this? Everyone else is going to New Krypton today, should we really be here? For a half Kryptonian half Viltrumite you sure are timid, Kaya. According to Mom they used to go universe hopping all the time. But Nat, we could get in trouble big time. Remember what happened when Daryl and Daniel opened it last year and went to that ice planet? Come on Diana, it's not too late to go back. We're already here, Kaya, the firstborn said as she stepped up and turned on the machine as she looked at her sisters. Come on, aren't you excited for your own adventures? She's right, you know, said a fourth girl who just shimmered into the room. Long black hair and deep violet eyes on the young girl identified her as Camilla, the daughter of Damien and Commandar. We definitely need our own adventure sisters. Did Dad find any trace of us? Natasha asked her younger sister who was the lookout. No, Mom found out but she said she'd keep a secret for us. The four looked at each other with different expressions as Nat and Camilla grabbed Kaya and they all jumped through the portal despite the reluctance of Kaya. Adventure awaited them. It's a shame they didn't notice the two mother and daughter with glowing green eyes. Selena, follow your sisters and keep them out of trouble. Yes, Mom. Meanwhile on the other side a group of strangely dressed adults were lecturing four teens, when one of them in a white solar suit stepped forward and spoke. Either get on board or get out of the way. The one dressed as a bat was about to speak when the man in the magician hat spoke. Batman. Something's wrong. The League got combat ready as the teens tensed and started looking around when a blue vortex opened in the crater of the destroyed Cadmus building. It drew everyone's eyes when four young girls ran out of the portal. Well, more like three with one being dragged. No, don't make me go. You girls are so cruel. Mum. Shut it, Kaya. Gosh, we should have left you home. What kind of Kryptonian are you? All right, Diana, calm down. You know she's timid. The girls exited the portal that closed behind them as they looked around and saw that they were being watched. Camilla felt nervous being surrounded as she looked at the ruins and then back at all the capes and masks before speaking. Would you all believe this crater has nothing to do with us? The girls were nervous before the Martian Manhunter spoke out. Stop hiding, I can sense you. Everyone seemed confused before they heard a sigh. Following you girls always seem to get us in trouble. Space rippled as a girl with green eyes and black and dark green hair shimmer into existence behind her sisters. Selena. Why are you here? Diana asked her youngest sister at 12 years old. Mom told me to watch you girls since you're reckless. Wait, isn't that Uncle Barry? The five girls locked their eyes on the guy in a red flash suit before looking at each other in shock. Uncle Barry's buff. What kind of world is this? He can be muscular. That's weird. Right. And don't you think that he looks like Uncle Clark? Can't be. Uncle Clark stopped wearing his underwear outside years ago. But you can't deny it, right? Plus that's a House of L symbol. Hey Diana, doesn't she look like you? Even her suit is similar to yours. Coincidence. This place is weird. Do we still adventure? The girls chatted amongst themselves as everyone named started feeling awkward before Superman coughed twice. The girls looked in their direction before huddling together to discuss as the occasional head popped up to look at them. After a few rounds of fierce chore negotiations, Diana took the lead and stepped forward. We claim this land in the name of Viltrum. Natasha couldn't help but facepalm as Kaya started shivering as Superman's eyes locked onto her. Idiot, Camilla said as she smacked Diana. What my sister meant to say was, we claim this land in the name of New Viltrum. Wrong, Selena spoke as she magically shut their mouths. Sigh, these sisters of hers. Let's start this again. I believe I understand the situation, but just to make sure. You guys are the Justice League, right? The adults just exchanged glances as Superman floated towards Kaya as she stiffened up. Before he could get closer, Nat and Diana both stood in front of her and spoke. That's far enough. My apologies, Clark said as he noticed the fear in the girl's eye. Yes, we are the Justice League. I just wanted to ask the girl behind you why she wears my symbol. Superboy's ears perked up as his eyes never left the girl either. Kaya took a deep breath as her voice trembled. It was my mother's. Now it's mine. Are you Kryptonian? The whole league looked at her, making her visibly shake as she finally nodded her head before stepping behind Camilla. How? I thought all Kryptonians are dead. Did you say, New Krypton? Batman finally spoke. Does that make you all Kryptonian? No, only Kaya has Kryptonian blood amongst us. The rest of us are either Viltrumites, Anodites, Tamaranians, or sorceresses. As Diana spoke, her eyes never left Wonder Woman as she finally flew towards the woman who looked back at her. Nice to meet you, I'm Diana. Nice outfit you have. The two women had suits 80% similar minus the giant W wrapped around WW. Nice to meet you as well, Diana. I'm also Diana. And I like your suit more. The two Dianas instantly became friends as they shook hands and slightly tested the other's strength. You're strong for someone so young. As the firstborn of New Viltrum, Father made sure at the very least I'm capable enough to fight someone like Captain Marvel. I assume that's a strong person on your end. So tell me, why are you girls here? Adventure. We grew up hearing our parents' tales of traversing the stars, galaxies, and multiverse. As future ruler of New Viltrum, how could I not have any fun adventures? So we snuck out. Diana said with a bright smile. Diana looked at the young girl who was more and more like her by the second, and she felt somewhat satisfied and unfulfilled. How nice would it be to have a daughter like this? The League decided that this wasn't the place to talk as they took the girls and young team to the watchtower. Kaya was less afraid but still nervous as her sisters looked around. It's cool, isn't it? Wally sped behind her, Kid Flash second fastest man alive for now. How you doing, babe? Kaya looked at the young boy bragging about being fast and remembered how much her mothers would tease Uncle Barry. She wanted to hold back, but when the bind started floating in mid-air wobbly and funny, she couldn't help but chuckle. Well, kid, how about you stop flirting with my sister? As a man who comes and goes so quick, I highly doubt you can handle the stamina of a Kryptonian Viltrumite hybrid. Selena had no fucks to give Wally as he turned red from embarrassment. The other girls were talking to the big three of the League as they shared some info, and the two Dianas kept hitting it off. Natasha and Batman kept up some weird double in between the line talk about our two worlds as Superman showed Kamiya around the base, but never taking his eye off Kaya. The girls chatted with the League for about an hour before Diana had the fun idea to talk them to Paradise Island. The girls naturally got excited. Even on Viltrum there's no magical all-women warrior society. Superman seemed as if he had more to say, but they didn't mind him. After all, he's not their Uncle Clark. But in this new universe they had so much more to adventure. This was only the beginning. Chapter 65, New Way Forward, Stop Looking Back. Raven Darkholme. The Mystique. Mars' first interstellar ambassador. Ugh, how much longer until we get to Nova Prime? I'm officially sick of space traveling. Weren't you the loudest asking to come, kitty? But that's different, Anna, and you know it. If I had known we would have been stuck in this ship for weeks on end, I would have changed my mind. This is already the fastest ship we have. Besides, it's not like the return trip will be long. Once we have Nova Prime star maps, traveling through the universe will be much faster. As you've said 1,000 times, Gwen, but there's nothing to do here. Hell, even Jean spends most of her day sleeping, and don't get me started on Mystique. She's supposed to be our captain, but she spends all day besides meals in her cabin. Sigh, kitty, we've been over that as well. Raven literally has to learn the cultures and laws of an entire planet before we land there. It won't do us good to go there and become criminals. Besides, if it's too slow, we can toss all the cargo. And be penniless when we land. No thank you, Jean, we'll pass. Kitty as well as Anna and Gwen were playing a game of Uno as Jean double-checked their flight trajectory again. The 5 of them, including Raven, were sent as a first wave of diplomats between Mars and Nova Prime. Natasha spent weeks going over what we had to offer with me in private. After all those plans, they had 2 mission objectives given to them to carry out. One was to obtain the star charts and hyperspatial permissions of their sector and any possible allied sectors willing to trade. While the second was to join the coalition of planets under Nova Prime as an affiliate. According to Carol and Tara, the universe was currently split into multiple factions, and you have to know what's what or else you get yourself into a bad situation. First we have the Asgardians and the 9 realms they rule over. The realms themselves aren't close to each other, but they all share the same hyperspace that the Bifrost controls. However, the planet Mars is not a part of those realms. Then we have the 2 empires of Kree and Shiar. Both are conquistador-like civilizations that survive off of expansion and conquest. The Kree is a larger empire, however they are currently stretched thin after the Skrull Wars got too far out of control. Not to mention Ronan going rogue with an entire elite fleet, and a few others that Carol has visited. Then there's the Celestials, ancient beings born from the beginning, each with immense power beyond understanding. The Grandmaster, the Collector, Essen the Searcher, Erishem the Judger, Ego the Living Planet, Tiamat the Communicator is sleeping on some unknown planet, Jemiah the Analyzer, Nezer the Calculator, Harjen the Measurer, not to mention the one never to mention aloud. One above all. Let's just say that particular meeting about all the known Celestials running around definitely gave everyone a sense of perspective. Especially after Damien said Tiamat may be seated on Earth. Carol almost flew out of the palace right then and there. Anyways, it's not our concerns. Good luck, Fury. I looked down at my tablet that finally lit up blue with some weird text that auto-translated to all clear. Alright girls, enough playing around. We got the green to use their hyperspace, so buckle up, we got one jump to finish this awful trip. Yes ma'am, the ladies yelled in unison before making eye contact and giggling as they left the game that Anna was clearly about to win and ran to their seats. Hyperspace lanes are difficult to use since each planet will take certain measures if they own a lane to stop Ravagers or other unwelcome guests from suddenly approaching their planet with no warning. So Carol pulled some strings and got us temporary access codes to their lanes in 3, 2, 1. VWOOOOOOOSHHHHH. Blearg. Face vomiting. I've experienced falling from the sky, escaping a collapsing building, Juggernaut rampages, Magneto tantrums, Tony Stark speeches, but nothing sucked as much as that. "Oh Stanley, I feel like someone just yanked my entire body through a straw and turned me into a spitball," Kitty said. Oddly enough, her description was dead on for how we all felt. But nonetheless, phew, come on girls, it's time to get serious. Look ahead, cuz we're the first mutants on an alien planet. The 5 girls all look ahead to see the giant planet with multiple ships coming and going. The scene was mesmerizing, that is until a bright golden beam came from the planet right to their ship. The girls were about to freak out when I remembered something Damien told me we might encounter. "Wait," I told to Jean, whose eyes were already glowing. And just in time as the beam came to a complete stop right before the ship, and the glow suddenly died down. Before them floated a woman with dark skin and curly hair under her golden helmet. A nice body tightly wrapped in a blue skin suit. Even though she was outside of the ship, somehow her voice still carried through to our ears. "Greetings, friends. I am Eve Beakian, a member of the Nova Corps Prime Unit. Please follow me as I will be your guide for your trip." "Wow, that's so cool. She can speak to us, can she hear us too?" Kitty asked in awe and wonder. "Yes, I can. It's one of the many functions of our helmets. Now come on, friends of Carol Danvers, our leader would much like to meet you." "All right, Mystique, change of plans. Third objective, find a chance to grab one of those helmets. Oh, I can't wait to see how 9 you are lab geeks orgasm over it. Let's go girls, follow the lady and mind your manners." "Thank you, Miss Beakian, for your time, please lead the way." The 6 ladies flew back onto the surface of the planet as each of them had their own goals for this trip. Even one certain Nova Prime member couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the ship. Maybe this was the opportunity she needed. Earth. Somewhere in Canada. Amidst the ash and brimstone, Logan was having a good time. Watching all of his young lanterns free all those children and women in this facility and slowly evacuate them to Mars was very fulfilling. "I ain't seen you smile like that in a long time, Chief." Logan turned around to see Eric Stevens walking up behind him. Truthfully, Eric had mixed feelings about the kid, but overall he seemed like he just needed a new direction. "Listen kid, you did good work down here. You truly did, but don't you think it's about time you stop running?" "I don't know what you mean." "Right. Keep running, one day you'll find out just how far your legs can carry that burden on your shoulders." Logan walked over as he pulled a cigar out of who knows where and lit it with his ring. "Kid, you're still young, got a life left in front of you. It may be fine to keep running, but it's different if you're not running alone." Logan reached out and put something in his hand as he started walking off. "When you're done being a fugitive, Eric, come find me. I'm sure your father was a great man, and your family issues have nothing to do with me. Just like your dad's hatred has nothing to do with you. Stop running and go home, kid." Logan didn't speak or look back anymore as a layer of white covered over him and he took off into the skies. Eric stood there for a minute, a little confused. Why was he still running? From what? To where? Sigh, maybe I am tired a bit. He walked slowly as he opened his hand and saw a dark violet ring sitting in his palm, and he hears Logan's voice once more. "When you're done playing fugitive, come find me." He put the ring in his pocket and thought, well Logan, then just one last thing to finish up and then, maybe, I'll go home. Chapter 66, Welcome to Xander, Metahumans. Eve Beakian. Nova Corps Elite Trooper. Bored as hell on Xander Star. I was very curious about these guests I was to receive today. It's not every day the Queen informs you that friends of Carol Danvers were going off-world for diplomatic reasons. Surely if everything worked out well they'd need a liaison. Perhaps someone more familiar with their group. No. Putting my thoughts aside, I couldn't help but take a second look at their ship. It seems a bit small for a mid-sized cruiser-class ship. But it was strong enough to withstand the hyperlane forces, so it must be a better ship. I wonder what weapon system it uses. Questions to ask later. You can park your ship in this space here, I announced to their captain. I fly over and give them some space as they park their ship. She was a skilled driver to have them wheels down in under 20 in such a clean landing. The hatch opens and I see their crew, 5 women. One of them, their captain, has blue skin and orange hair with gold eyes. Their second in command was a Caucasian woman with long red hair, one brunette with a white streak in her hair, a young woman with her hair in 2 pigtails that were quite cute, and a woman with blonde shortcut hair. I take the lead in offering my hand to their leader. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you in face. My name is Eve. I'll be your guide during your trip here, so I do hope we can all get along during this time. The blue-skin woman grabbed my hand with a decent grip. Raven Darkholm, but you can call me Raven. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm quite excited for this trip myself. The girls go in order, introducing themselves as Jean, Anna, Kitty, and Gwen as we head towards the transitional areas. We exchange light greetings as they take a curious glance around. Curious? The planet that we currently stand on is named Xander Star, the headquarters of the Nova Empire Trading Federations as well as the capital of the elite Nova Corps. The Nova Corps has a history of knowledge that are stored in our helmets and passed on from soldier to soldier. I see a lot of different aliens here. What's the planet's main species? Anna asked. The planet is mainly dominant to Xandarians, which make up the mainstay of the Nova Empire. This is the fourth planet under Xander Prime. But it's also the home of the Akans, Herctarians, Zeronians, and Krylorians. So many. I can't wait to see them all. You definitely will. The races are quite intermixed, so it's normal to see some of everyone everywhere. We continued chatting as I left them up to the castle and showed them the way to the Queen's meeting chambers. Naturally I won't enter since regardless that's above my payroll, so after escorting them I go to the core building and take off my helmet. Damn, I hate this thing, but it's so cool. Yo Eve. I turn around to see my good friend Nicolette Gold walking up. Nikki. Long time no see. How long have you been back in the Andromeda? Just flew back in. I saw some chick with blue skin earlier, she was pretty hot. Sigh, Nikki, you really haven't changed. Girl, I told you helmet or not power can't change me. Now come on, I heard Korel and Tanak are throwing a huge party later. I haven't changed out of this damn bucket suit in months. I can't help but smile as I let my friend drag me away. Maybe I should invite Raven them to the party later, let them get introduced to some of the core. Food for thought. Damien Nixus. I've got a bad feeling, buddy. It's been a few days with my vacation with my new super bro Black Bolt. His people have long since moved into their island and have been building it. With our technology and Wakanda's help, there had the bare grounds of their city laid out in no time. Which is why the King Chala, Damien, and Blackagar went deep sea fishing, and later Logan heard about it and joined in. I say, bub, why so fidgety? I look at Logan, then look at the sea. I just keep getting a feeling that something bad is about to happen. Relax, what could possibly go wrong? Blackagar asked. I swear this man has basically chilled out to the maximum since he could speak. Yes, my friend, enjoy the day fishing comfortably. This isn't Earth, we don't have to deal with any disasters. T'Challa backed him up. Logan and I just couldn't help but look at the two of them. There's no way these guys really just said that back to back like that, right? Right when I was about to reprimand them, we heard a strange sound like something falling. We barely looked up in time when a giant iceberg slammed into the sea, setting off gigantic waves. Luckily Logan was quick enough to use his ring to stabilize us, but what the hell? When did Mars turn into one piece? This isn't the new world. I looked up and found a smirking Carol with a non-apologetic Tara who couldn't help but tease, did you catch anything, baby brother? I was about to, but you scared the fish away. What's with the iceberg? That's pretty huge. Weren't you complaining about the lack of top-line oceanic predators? Carol and I found that block a few years back but had no need for it. Deep underwater the iceberg quickly broke apart as 7 giant fish-shaped creatures swam in 7 directions, one of which was aimed right at the boat. Tara, what did you just drop in our oceans? Before she could answer, a 15-meter-long megalodon body with an alligator-shaped head jumped out of the sea. But wait a second, are those legs? Megalodil's an alien creature that's a cross between crocodiles and megalodons. They breed pretty nicely with long growth cycles, so at the very least they can compete with squid and pliosaurs for ocean dominance. Why is my planet becoming more dangerous? Before I could keep complaining, a small gray shape broke into the atmosphere behind them as Tara just smiled and said, by the way, I brought a friend to recommend to Nat. That bad feeling I had was just getting stronger. Meanwhile, deep undersea, a megalodile that had sat in some coral for a few minutes finally moved again, but this time there were 15 extra eggs sitting in the soil. Deep space. The sanctuary too. Master, we found him floating deep near Nidavellir space. Seems as if Asgard's Bifrost had an issue. Ebony Maw dragged the unconscious Loki towards Thanos sitting on his throne. Thanos glanced at Loki before saying, if I remember correctly, the space stone should be somewhere on Earth. Thanos turned his eyes to Loki as he stood up. Gamora and Nebula are searching for the Soul Stone. The Time Stone is with the Sorcerer Supreme, and the Power Stone is lost. The Reality Stone won't appear for some time. My lord, what are your orders? Ebony Maw stood attentively. Why do the dirty work, when we can let someone more suitable fetch the stone? With a flick of his wrist, Thanos took the scepter holding the mind gem and aimed it towards the fallen Asgard prince. A few moments later, Loki opened his bright blue eyes. Chapter 67, Invasive Point 1, Fugitive Point. Lionel, our scouts have recorded weird movements in the waters near the Savage Lands. Whatever it is doesn't seem to avoid our ships like pliosaurs, but they're heavy. Tigra was worried, moving the Savage Lands to this planet was a risk in and of itself. However, it worked wonders for us, our technology has advanced, our people can trade, and most of all no fear on our realm being discovered. So instead, naturally when things are going too good, nature steps in to remind us who's in charge. We got too comfortable dealing with safe seas and lowered our vigilance, but in our defense King Nixus never said something like those creatures exist on this planet. Lionel looked up from the video replaying with which looked like gigantic dorsal fins harassing their ships. 2 aquatic creatures, unknown, currently hostile. The video was tagged almost 25 minutes ago, but the weirdest part is one was sighted in Wakandan waters as well. So many unknown aquatic creatures. Let's go, prepare a ship. We'll meet this sea beast in person. I don't believe that something like that doesn't understand fear. Yes, Lord Lionel, right at once. Tigra departed the royal throne room with haste. After all, when has a Thunderian ever been afraid of challenges? Unfortunately his fur has to get wet though. Vicious beasts, I'll kill you a second time for being aquatic. Lionel looked up towards the horizon. Seems as if things are getting more interesting. I wonder what other surprises this planet holds. Meanwhile, on a beachfront in Haven there were crowds of aliens of different shapes and sizes, being complete melon eaters, here to enjoy the show. Megan and Kara were standing side by side clearing the scene as Kara looked deep at the ocean that almost claimed the life of a civilian. Since when were there violent sea creatures that could come this close to shore? Megan. No, I've never seen anything similar to it. It was like a giant shark with a crocodile head and legs. If it wasn't for me pushing it back, I don't doubt it would have continued the chase on land. Kara felt an ominous feeling. Picking up her comm bracelet, she made a quick call. Susan, we don't have any shark-crocodile mixes that escaped that lab of yours, did they? Kara, why do you say that as if something has ever escaped my lab? Besides, something like a shark-crocodile hybrid would be too dangerous. It'd be extremely aggressive with no limits of water or land play, making it too top of a predator. Why do you ask? Without saying another word, Kara sent a picture Megan took to her while simultaneously sending it to the rest of the queens asking about it. Naturally, all her good girlfriends had to like, comment and share. What is that? Is that real? At Susan for Abrazen. Looks pretty emo, at Laura not Logan. Fake. Dash at BW, Natty BW. Is it a movie? But it's not movie night. Dash at Orororo. Completely real, just ask at Hello Megan. At Super Perky. Kara, I think Damien had your phone again, at Celine not Dion. LMFAO. We're on our way over Super Perky. Just wait for us. 96 lucky lady. Kara let out a huge sigh as she looked up coincidentally at Megan, who just read the messages. Perky. Please, don't ask Megan. Let's focus on the creature. So what do we know so far? How many are there total? We're getting reports almost globally about sightings, so just how fast are these things swimming? This may be a bad time to say when that shark swim past. I sensed at least 10 more life forces inside of it. Meaning? Pregnant sea beasts. That's just great. We might have to ban deep sea activities until we get a better understanding of what we're dealing with. Well, all of Haven will work with you on this case. After all, if the seas aren't safe, it's an issue for us all. Thank you, Megan. Anytime, Super Perky. Megann. Back on Damien's boat. I cannot believe you dropped those things directly in the ocean. We have a marine bio lab, why wouldn't you use it? The group of Chala, Blackagar, Logan, Brunhilde the Valkyrie and Carol were sitting in relish drinking a special beer for people with super metabolisms, while enjoying the waves and the cool breeze while watching her brother-in-law chew out her wife for the past 30-ish minutes. Watching Tara turn red from embarrassment, Carol couldn't help but look at the guys and point at the satin ginger and making a whip gesture much to their amusement. Unluckily for her, Tara just so happened to see it and had a rather nasty idea. Why should I suffer alone? Carol, help too, you know, why am I the only one being yelled at? Carol's good mood instantly turned around, feeling the hostile gaze fall on her. She took a deep breath, then with confidence say, I didn't drop it in the ocean. Damien's gaze snapped back on Tara, who was struggling for a defense before finally saying, it was your suggestion to bring them. You dropped them. You didn't drop them. Thanks for clearing that up, Tara. Seeing the two girls about to continue, Damien finally said, enough. Seeing them both settle down, he begins again, just tell me how dangerous those things are and how to handle them. If I may. You are. Name's Valkyrie. Those megalodiles are class 3 lifeforms. Strong predators with a keen smell. Able to stay underwater for 62 hours and above land for 25 before their skin starts drying out. Pretty fast egg cycle, normally within 2 weeks after laying they hatch, however these were frozen for a while so no clue. They normally prefer deep water, so most likely they'll find an uninhabited island in the middle of the ocean and claim as their own. As a species they're quite territorial. Digesting this bit of news, Damien was making countermeasures in his head. After all, isn't it just some fish? Easy enough for a peerless master fisherman such as a Viltrumite. The only better fisherman than Damien was probably Yuri Zahard, but too bad she isn't here to fish. Okay, shouldn't be too much of an issue. I counted 7, so let's just catch them back and have the labs do a quick check on them and release them back. There's plenty of seafood for now and countless uninhabited islands and archipelagos on this planet, so the megalodiles won't make too many waves, right? Beep beep beep. Shit. Hello. This is Damien. Damien, it's Nat, we might have a huge problem on our hands. Sigh. All the meanwhile beside the boat an inconspicuous piece of ice hit the side of the boat before breaking apart into pieces. Normally no one would care about it. But to the gray and orange symbiotes crawling up the side of the deck, this moment would change everything. Extra. Back on Earth, Eric was standing in front of a moss-covered grave. It's been almost 12 years since his last visit to his dad's grave. Years of being a soldier, a superhero, a fugitive. So many changes, so many difficulties that he's endured, but no matter what he's always moved forward. Don't worry, Dad, I'm not confused no more. You used to say you always wanted to take me home. But I think I may have accidentally found one myself, Pa. Thinking about the weirdos who followed him, the grumpy uncle who's always looked out for him, the invincible superhero who's always had high hopes for him, the little cousin who just wanted to know him. No more thinking, no more running. Eric took out the ring in his pocket and he couldn't help but take a last look around when he noticed something different. He took a step towards the group of 4 boys dribbling a ball 10 feet away from the court. As he got closer he noticed the massive lock on the gates around it. Hey kid, what happened to the court? The 4 boys all exchanged glances before the tallest kid spoke. They shut it down at 4 o'clock now. After 6 the parks close. And after dark anyone out gets arrested by the pigs. Too many metahumans running around at night, they say. Eric took a look closer at the paper and saw the logo on the bottom that signed off and authorized the city curfews. With a deep look he thanked the kids and started walking away as he made a call. Yo boss. What's the word? Spike, do me a favor, have everyone pack their stuff. We're going to Mars. Fuck. For real. Everyone boss says pack it up. We out this joint. With a wry smile he hung up the phone and took a glance at the violet ring in his hand. One more run. Then I'll go home. He took a second glance at the kids dribbling a lifeless ball staring at their hoops behind the locked gates. Next stop, Trask Industries. Just as he was about to take off a needle found itself jabbed into his neck, his head turned sharply to see only an arm retreating back into the distance. Stretchy arms. Ooh. His vision got blurry as he heard a sinister laugh. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Richards. Don't forget our agreement, Stern. Now what do we do with him? Him. Eric heard the voice as his vision faded. He saw a blurry outline of a huge head. He's the bait, my dear Reed. Soon they'll come for him. And we'll be ready. Chapter 68, Omake Point. As soon as the Nix's sisters and one Amazonian princess left, the other members of the League all started their real discussion. Zatara, what did you get off of them? Batman asked the suave magician. Zatara stood up, making sure he had all attention towards him before he spoke up. The eldest, redhead and green-eyed girl all had too much magic for me to skin them normally. The blonde is definitely a Kryptonian. The amount of solar radiation in her blood is enough to kill a small country. As for the violet-eyed girl, she didn't have too much of a magical energy, but the second I sensed her, she looked at me, so I stopped. None of them told lies, but the redhead told a bunch of half-truths, and they definitely don't have this dimension's energy signature, so it is indeed most likely that they came from another universe. Then their world should be close to ours, right? I mean, they recognized me. And Clark. Barry added. But they were different. John Stewart the Green Lantern spoke. She said Barry was buff, and Clark changed his outfit. And New Krypton, I've checked my ring and couldn't find anything about it. You're missing the main issue, Batman spoke as every eye went to him. Regardless of where they come from, we can be sure of one thing. As long as they are here, we need to be responsible for them. No offense, Batman, but why? No one has time to take care of a bunch of children, Hawkwoman spoke. They are not children. Regardless of age, power, or anything else, their most important identities are princesses. That means they have a people in power behind them. I have no doubt they know they're here, but without a doubt if anything happens to them we have to answer to their Viltrum Empire. Earth can't handle a global-scale war. Those words instantly reminded everyone that yes, no children but those girls were indeed the heirs to a galactic empire on their planet. With no adult supervision besides Diana. So what do we do? We can't just follow them around all day, Arrow asked. What if we leave it to the team? Flash spoke up. We were originally going to let the kids team up and deal with smaller-scale issues, so let's let them work with the team. Plus we can let the next generation of Earth's defenders befriend the next heirs of Viltrum and even learn some stuff from them. I say it's a win-win. No one could deny what he said because it did indeed sound like the best possible solution. However, would they agree to it? 5 young girls hanging around a group of teenage boys they don't know. Could they integrate smoothly? Dinah asked. John spoke up finally. That should be no issue. My niece was supposed to join the team, but with everything going on, she chose to wait on her bioship until everything settles down. I found a new apprentice too. She should definitely be able to help with that, Oliver Queen chirped in. My daughter should enjoy talking to their magic users as well. Zatara chimed in. Any other questions? Superman asked the League, and seeing no one speak he stood up. Well then, that settles it. Flash, Batman, and Dinah have volunteered to clear out the old MT Justice, but we'll have to change some things. Originally Tornado should have been responsible for the group, but things changed. I'll talk to Diana to see if she'll be responsible for the team for now. At least until our guests leave. All right, League, dismissed. Somewhere in the world, on a hidden land, is a paradise for women. No man shall enter. And that land is called Themyscira, land of the Amazons. My home, and during your stay I hope you come to feel the same. Diana spoke as their plane landed. The Nix's sisters all shared their chirps of excitement watching the world turn from a pure blue ocean to a green island with cliffs, mountains, and plains. They instantly noticed all of the Greek-themed armor as well as thousands of beautiful women all on horseback. Their ship didn't take long to be spotted, yet all the Amazons knew it by heart, so it was no surprise to Diana when they landed and were greeted by a beautiful blonde woman on a white horse. Diana Prince opened the hatch and a smile broke out on her face. Mother. It's so good to see you. Hippolyta's eyes landed on Diana as she reached out to her daughter and caught her in her embrace. Welcome home, my child. It has been a while. To what do we owe the pleasure? Hippolyta wanted to catch up, but her body tensed the minute she saw a young girl who looked too similar to her daughter. Diana, who is this? Diana didn't even need to turn to know whom her mother meant. With a chuckle she introduced, Diana Nixis, first princess of Viltrum, a new friend I made, and the rest are her sisters Natasha, Camilla, Selena, and Kaya. Hello, Queen Hippolyta, my name is Diana and I heard many tales that this island has only strong women on it. I wonder if I could challenge a few. Hippolyta sized up the young lady without knowing anything about her. However, if she's as much like Diana as she looks, Cassandra, come entertain our guest. Show her how Amazons fight. A younger-looking blonde female stood out from the crowd as she stepped in front of Diana. Cassandra Sandsmark. I'll be happy to meet your challenge. The two girls looked at each other, one blonde, one moirette, standing a few feet from each other. The Amazons behind them cheered in excitement while the Nix's sisters felt like they really wanted to see the island first, but who made them not the big sister. Cassandra herself was extremely happy to finally have someone in her age group and weight class to spar with. Being the only non-fully grown Amazon, she normally fought against the older women, but fighting these guests seemed more her speed. So much so that she couldn't hold her excitement to even make it to the arena as she launched herself forward, coming to Diana in less than a blink as she brought her heel upwards before bringing it down in a hard axe kick. Diana caught her heel as the ground beneath her feet sunk in. If any professional MMA fighters saw this, they would have to rethink their entire careers. Good strength, no, I hope you don't disappoint me. Cassandra yelled with a feral grin on her face. Oh. I haven't even moved a muscle yet. Diana retorted. The two locked eyes once more as they clashed. Hippolyta, however, deemed distressed with the amount of potholes increasing in their beach. Natasha, being the sensible one of the Nix's sisters, instantly covered the beach with a thick layer of violet magic under Hippolyta's grateful gaze. After all, their fight hasn't even reached the warm-up stages yet. In an undisclosed location, Vandal Savage sat in front of his computer with 7 other white screens projected around him. What do you think of the girls? Where is this Viltrum they speak of? Another Kryptonian is the last thing this planet needs. One of the bald silhouettes spoke. They seem cute. How about bringing them under me? A sexy, smooth, calm voice spoke as she sat on her throne. It matters not, a mechanical voice sounded. One by one, they shall all fall. Vandal stood up from his seat as he looked at a photo of the 5 unknown girls and he smiled. You're right. Soon they shall all see the light. Chapter 69, Rivets and Reply. Raven Darkholm, Captain of Viltrum Space Forces. Walking through the interior of this Nova base, I can't stop myself from being impressed. Seeing all these uniformed people carrying helmets around talking and chatting, I really couldn't tell where this was the deep space version of our own Lantern Corps. Are they really this relaxed on a planet where anyone can come and go as they please? Raven. Over here. Hearing my name, I stop and turn to see Eve along with a gray-skinned, gray-haired girl tagging along beside her. The two came up to me as I met them halfway with a smile. Eve, it's great to see a familiar face. Well, actually almost didn't recognize you without the helmet. Yeah, those buckets can be real mood killers. However, seeing as you're still here, I assume the talks went well. Where's the rest of your crew? They went shopping mostly, clothes, books, interesting trinkets. If you're looking for interesting trinkets, I think I know the place for you. The gray-skinned girl interjected into the conversation. Hi, I'm Nicolette, but you can call me Nikki. If you're looking for a place with interesting gadgets, I know of one. My interest was intrigued. Oh. Now I must take a look. Bringing up my comm bracelet, I sent a message to Jean to tell her I found a place and to bring the girls to my location later. Interesting accessory, but let's go. I still want to go back home and get ready for the party tonight as well. You are coming, right? Nikki went on to talk, ignoring her friend Eve, who only wanted to chat with her new blue friend, yet this didn't bother the women as they walked down a street I would never remember the name of but already remembered the way. As our three beauties chatted, eventually they met up with the rest of my group, who carried many different boxes and bags with them. Thankfully Jean herself has telekinesis, and carrying all these isn't even equal to a training boulder she casually mentally benches. Nikki was shocked but soon calmed down. After all, as a Nova Corps member, what big scenes haven't she seen? Girls, I know you're enthusiastic, but really you act as if you're not coming back. We already got trade agreements in place, not to mention per space lanes. Can't you show some restraint? I really wanted to complain about these girls who looked like they were on a vacation rather than an interplanetary exchange. Holding my thoughts in my head, I couldn't help but think back to what Damien said. While a group of thick men in suit gives a sense of oppression, there's just a certain effect that can only be achieved by a group of young, capable, beautiful women. Especially if they're strong individually, it adds a sense of reverence in men for them and adds respect to women. Even though she wanted to complain, she could see the effect in motion as men kept their distance and women kept their men at a distance with a trace of envy and hatred in their eyes. We did hold back, Ray. We didn't want to spend all of our credit, so we held back quite a bit. Kitty couldn't help but use her passive skill, attract hatred, and jumped out to take all of my scolding. But to her surprise, I didn't care about them after seeing the effect Damien wanted playing out before my eyes. Even I had a tendency to have Jean show off a bit more. After all, telekinesis is a high-level ability anywhere on any planet. Yet I kept it to myself as the group moved forward to a place presumed as a shop based on the storeboard, which was oddly enough in the universal language that I've been practicing. Rivets. While admiring the store, secretly remembering its appearance, the others walked in and heard Eve call out, "Rivet. I got customers for you. Wait a minute, I'll be right there." I took the minute to walk around the store and my eyes were eventually pulled to a white circular gun on a display rack. Nice, isn't it? I was startled and looked around, just missing the creature walking under my waist. It's called a portal gun, an experimental weapon that was stolen before it was finished, broken before it was repaired, and sold to me for a display piece. Portal gun. Interesting. Even if it's unfinished, our lab geeks should enjoy it. I turn my head towards the sound and see a cute feminine lion-like mammal with blue fur and a golden metal arm standing beside the weapon. Rivet the Lombax, at your service. Happy to help you, at least until I get enough for a ship, then I'm off-world. Oh, isn't this your place though? Huh, no, I crash-landed here and rented this shop to sell things to buy a new ship. This planet was getting more and more interesting. Damien, Nixus. Nixus Palace. Vestroia, New Viltrum. Throughout the day we've received multiple reports have been coming in and out about sightings of megalodiles, and technically while they were an issue they were still animals, so I didn't honestly care about them after getting an alright from Gwen about their living here. We just need to be careful, but it works for now. The main issue, however, was something completely different. In front of me and my sister stood two glass jars with an orange and gray slime moving around them. After identifying symbiotes, my king friends went back home to make a check while Logan took his lanterns to scan the planet for any symbiotes unaccounted for. These creatures are tricky being, and once they fuse you won't find them unless they show themselves. Turning my head to the screen showcasing Shuri at a Wakandan lab, she was going over a satellite recording of the extended members of the Viltrum royal family entering the atmosphere with a giant ice block. Paused on the moment the camera captured them, her computer was doing some scan before red dots started appearing in the iceberg. Are those all? Tara started to say, but Shuri cut her off. Symbiotes, 34 of them total, all now spread throughout the planet. We need to find them before they latch onto someone with a weak will and cause chaos. Her monitor ran an algorithm and showed the most likely dispersion of the symbiotes, with the majority of them headed to the Savage Lands should be the most implicated. King Lionel needs to be informed of the threat and proper countermeasures. After that is Haven, then New Viltrum. Sending a glance at Tara which caused her to shrink back as she knows she was wrong, I ignore her and speak to Shuri. Contact Logan with what we know. Our planet has been invaded and I want all 34 invaders caught. Send news to the affected continents and have them be alert. Also send out Susan's summaries of the megalodiles to all concerned parties. It was that moment that we set out to deal with our slime invasion that an alert was being sent to every Overwatch badge. A dark silhouette was in the video frame as he spoke. Overwatch right now, this broadcast is live all over the planet. Around Earth and Mars, different members of Overwatch, weather royalty, lanterns, business owners, vigilantes, all stopped and stared at these badges they were reluctant to part with, but this time the badge seemed to become a very heavy thing. Over the years we've always played so well together. Invincible, Widow, Wolverine, why run away? Well, that's no fun. The dark shadow finally moved, revealing 4 cages behind him. In each cage stood someone different. The first cage held an ordinary human locked up and chained to a wall known as Eric Stevens. The second cage contained a man with a metal headpiece locked over half his face, sealing himself off, whom I believe to be Cyclops. The third cage contained a drunkish Jessica still rattling off against the walls which didn't budge against her assault, and the last cage held Deadpool. The last guy was caught by accident, but he says he knew you, Invincible, so I put him together. A large green head stepped into the frame, revealing himself to world as I am the leader. No need to fear me, for I am the inevitable next stage of humanity. Overwatch, all these years you've been a thorn in my side, so I must say when you guys left I was ecstatic. Nonetheless, out of sight does not always mean out of mind. So this is a showdown, Invincible. Let's communicate like smart people, shall we? I know you won't refuse. The screen turned black as every Overwatch member couldn't believe what they were seeing, because the last second of the video was endless rows after rows of Sentinel robots. Not even a minute later another video was sent to every badge, but when they all saw the iconic red mask and eye on his chest. I won't talk nonsense and I won't speak long. I hope your suits haven't gotten tight in their waists. I don't ask you to fight with me, but if you're willing, suit up. No one wages war. Not on my watch. Chapter 70, War Prep Point. New York City. Tony Stark. Billionaire playboy philanthropist. You see, once upon a time there was this group. No one knew where they came from, or where they went. Bad construction sites, robberies, droughts, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, no matter what kind of threat there was always a member of Overwatch at the scene. Now I must admit I was jealous of their attention, but I also was their fan. Never leaving a name or asking for a reward, just do the work they had to and leaving the scene after making sure everyone is alive and safe. Truly heroes. Until we messed up, not only forcing these good volunteers to remove their safety net, but basically asking them to be put on record and monitored. I can almost sort of agree with it, but at the same time I still value my own personal space and judgment more. It's unfortunate, however, that due to some greedy politicians Overwatch disbanded. No, because that wasn't enough, they had to cook up some crazy experiment and ended up creating Sentry. That man terrorized New York for months. No one dared to resist after all. Everyone watching the news that day saw how he put a hole in Invincible. That feat alone brought his reputation to great heights. Now while this Sentry had some tendencies to overindulge, he did follow orders, I suppose. So imagine the moment I saw 3 women fighting Sentry, and right when I thought he'd win again, he came back. I was so excited that I wanted nothing more than to talk to the men who created the superhero era. I put on my strongest armor to meet the guy, but the situation was too tense that when I tried to de-escalate the situation I may have come off a bit more arrogant than I intended. But either way I survived and he didn't settle accounts, so I was grateful. After Sentry fell, a lot of people trying to claim his spot started appearing, and this time they don't follow orders. So when Fury presented his Avengers program I signed up. After all, Overwatch did it, why can't we? But man, do I feel played again. We finally pulled together a decent team of Captain America, Hulk, Hawkeye, Agent 13, Falcon, and Mockingbird, but still seeing this order from Congress really grinds my gears. I won't do it. Plain as day I refused. This suicidal request is utterly ridiculous. Mr. Stark, that's not for you to decide. As an Avenger your job is to join in the military raid on the hostile forces. Say it how you want, but you guys killing yourselves launching a war against people who'd rather leave the planet than deal with you is insane. Not a single Iron Man will be present for this massacre you yourself started. Mr. Stark, remember your dash. I agree. Captain said as he stood up, there is nothing right about this war. Whether it's this Stern you're working with or the goal in and of itself. Metahumans were captured, tortured, and experimented on globally in every country on this planet. Is it wrong for them to leave the planet for their own safety and peace? Now they haven't bothered us except for leaving a few headaches, but even then that's not their fault. Banner stood up too, they haven't even left Mars except to pick up other metas on the planet, so why are we waging war in the first place? And your solution is sending more robots and other metas. Seems like you want both sides to lose so you can clean sweep. The room was silent, and before any of the senators could speak I stood up. Well, you heard the boys, the band isn't playing any private gigs lately, but we'll send you front row seats to the album tour. I waved my hand as Jarvis took over and turned off the monitors. Slumping back into my chair I looked at the table and said, in this war between two planets where do the Avengers stand? The table was unprecedentedly quiet. Sigh, there's a big storm coming. I have to get Pepper somewhere safe. Meanwhile back on Xander. Raven and the girls were boarding their ship with the 2 girls, Eve and Nikki. After all, they just got news that Earth waged war on them, and Nova Prime thought it a good show of friendship to send some Nova members to show their goodwill. Wow, this ship is amazing. Nikki said as her flaming hair danced as she zipped around the ship's entertainment room. Our ships are all militarized, so civilian ships hardly ever leave the planet, and if they do they opt for speed instead of comfort. Nikki, focus, this isn't a sightseeing trip. Their planet is under war. Eve said with a straight face, especially pausing the video Raven got at the end and seeing thousands of combat-ready robots. My main concern is, if this is all their robots. Not to mention Essex, Gwen spoke up from the side, his whole thing was cloning. Who knows what metas and clones they have around. He definitely needed a trump card to fight against Damien again, Jean added as Anna agreed, but what kind of trump card do you use on an Invincible? Nikki and Eve stood to the side briefly remembering important names and information the girls discussed as their ship got an incoming transmission. Raven, this is Tracer, do you copy, love? Tracer, Raven here, do you have any news? Yes, yes. Might wanna hop in your seatbelts, Damien wants Jean back sooner rather than later. Is something wrong? Jean asked as the girls all nodded their heads. Tracer was silent for a moment before switching screens and the face of Damien dressed in his combat gear appeared on the screen. Jean, I need you back. This war can be won easily, but to make sure that all these guys are caught and killed and everyone involved is found, I need you to link with the My Sisters and create a hive mind around Earth. They waged war, they have to be prepared for the results. Ghost and Nightcrawler are on your squad. Before the battle is over, I want you to have them all rounded up and sent to me. Raven, Gwen, Kitty, and Anna, once you come back you report to Nat. Friends from Nova, I appreciate your support, so if you don't mind just follow Kara into battle. You can't miss her, she'll be the super perky blonde. With their orders given, the girls didn't show discontent but rather a bit of excitement. Kitty especially loves working under Natalia. Only Eve and Nikki were still confused by the sudden turn of events. Super perky. On an uncharted island in the Pacific. Eric Stevens was not having a good time. Forget that Scott keeps yelling, or Jessica who keeps screaming shut up, or the guy in red who is so very annoying. Just as he was considering if it was worth it, the doors opened up to reveal 5 men walking in the room. We have a little over 2 million sentinels built and ready to deploy. Each one is better equipped to dealing with mutants thanks to the samples Essex provided, the green-headed man told to his compatriots. What about your people, Lencher? I hope you don't regret it now, the red-eyed Ross spoke to the men in the helmet. The Brotherhood will naturally not back down. My people will be taken care of by me. I don't need you to handle my business, Ross. Gentlemen, there's no need to fight, Trask said as he was followed by the cloaked guy. With everyone's help together we can all win. After all, one person is one person after all. And we, my friends. As he clapped his hands, the doors opened again to Eric Stevens' eyes. Almost 100 cloaked guys with a weird golden glow around them lined up shoulder to shoulder. Trask took a moment to revel in the fact that even though Essex left them, he left them an amazing gift. We are truly invincible. Under Eric's horrific gaze, all the cloaked men took of their hoods at the same time, and no matter what, right now he only had one thought. Invincible, please don't come. Chapter 71, War Prep Point. Kara wasn't in a good mood. After handling the megalodile affairs to Megan, she should have been free. Maybe spend some time with her new family or even take a vacation in the universe. After all, while she dare not say she can walk sideways in this universe, unless it's a magician, she was still pretty confident of teaching someone to be a person. However, everything changed all too quickly. She was already at the dinner table with her sisters and the few kids when they all got the war challenge, especially seeing they had hostages. If that was the only issue, then naturally it would be no problem. Buckets of bolts, no matter how many, is just a punch or a stare for our everyday Supergirl. Yet, who would have thought that before they can even discuss what was going on, a blue portal opened up near her. No one got on guard, seeing as to how the only people who can transport into the mansion are those approved or carrying items that were personalized and approved. The blue wormhole opened up, and seeing a woman covered in blood being thrown through the portal. Alex! Kara screamed as she rushed to her sister. Immediately the Nixus wives all started an emergency rescue. None of them had healing powers, but the blood on Alex's body wasn't hers and her injuries was just a minor concussion. During their treatment, Aurora still had her comms on, so they naturally heard the pre-war speech, just not completely focused. It took the girls a little over 10 minutes to move Alex, get her changed, and in the med ward where they did a complete checkup on her. A little over 15 minutes later she woke up. Kara! The eldest Danvers screamed as soon as she woke, her eyes scanning the room for the familiar blonde. As soon as she found her ignoring everything else, she jumped at Kara. Kara, we need your help, there's a Kryptonian wreaking havoc in National City. Superman fought her but there was no winner, and now they keep going back and forth. Just now she entered the DEA and nearly slaughtered everyone. If it wasn't for John to step in, we would have been dead. He held her back so I can come to you, but she tried to stop me, and I thought I was dead, and... Alex. Calm down, I have super hearing, but you're still talking too fast. Start from the beginning. Which she did. She talked about how Rain was causing troubles, and the cult, and how even in her last battle with Superman there were 2 helpers with her. Each a little weaker but enough to cause trouble. Martian Manhunter and Red Tornado as well as Guardian all tried to help, but they keep getting beaten back, so she decided to find help. But when she got back to the DEA where she kept the world-hopping device, it was already under siege. Knowing the back and forth, Kara couldn't help but feeling uneasy. After all, those are her friends and colleagues, and she even kind of left Miss Grant without a word, so now she's in a dilemma. On one hand, National City needs her, on the other hand, Viltrum was about to go to war. Natalia, being the ace agent she was, already understood the problems and put forward her solution. In that case, I think it's better if you go. I can send a squad with you to help suppress her allies. Kara was naturally moved but still hesitant. I can't. Going by myself is already eating at me, if I take any of your fighting force right before a major war. Kara Danvers, do you think yourself above us? Commandar spoke, instantly attracting attention. Do you believe missing one blonde and a squad of 10 could ever be the case of us losing this ignorant bluff? If it wasn't for exercising our new armies before the space expansion, do you think Damien would even mobilize them? 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 robots aren't enough to withstand our rage. Get over yourself, Perky, go home and check on your affairs. Needless to say, everyone was shocked, but then thought about it and realized she was right. This wasn't a battle that actually needed her, and if she couldn't deal with National City, her head wouldn't be in the game. Taking a deep breath that emphasized her nickname, she spoke, "Thank you, Alex, let's return home. Tracer, alert the squad SG-004 to prepare their things. If I'm going back, let's leave a good memory to those who want to start trouble in National City." Naturally, Tracer didn't disobey, and the girls just had one question. Where is the wind blowing her hair like this coming from? On the other hand, at the Lantern headquarters located on OA Island, Mars, Damien was walking into the building, head held high. He wanted his lanterns to be fully qualified before taking a step into the universe. While their rings are an extremely powerful weapon, they still need to be honed by a firm mind to fully execute them. Drills, and the whatnot helped them familiarize themselves with their new tools, but war would familiarize themselves with their new weapon. Logan was standing outside ready to meet Damien, but to his surprise there was 4 others already standing there. Megan the Martian, Chala the Bala, Black Bolt the whitest dude alive, and Lionel Not Messy. With a raised eyebrow, Damien asked everything he wanted. Megan took the initiative. He didn't wage war on just you or Overwatch. We came together and naturally we'll fight together. Wakanda was never afraid of war, not in the past, not now, not ever. We stand by you, Nixus. Although we might not be as close, however, the Thundercats just so happen to need a good battle before we start exploring space together. Lionel spoke with a very serious voice, as if trying to deny that he was worried about us and came to support. Hey, Cats alt Sundaras. I actually wanted to stay at home, but who made Crystalia start acting up, so I can only give up my comfortable throne and come here to avoid them. Who would have guessed a war was coming? Got any more of them rings that let you breathe in space? Black Bolt was the least concerned about the war, but from what Logan was mouthing behind him, apparently this guy was the most worried about us. Ah, you guys are the best super bros a king could ask for. Megan, too, you're officially one of the super bros. I put a smirk on my face as her face put on a look like swallowing a mouthful of warheads. Super bro. Well, it's fine, I guess. What, no badges for the club? The Martian tried to joke, undermining that she officially became one of the boys. However, seeing all the kings took out a gold card with the letter SB Club on it, she was actually stunned. Wait, seriously? Why does Logan have one? We were all quiet before I took out a spare card from my multi-belt and spoke, because there's no one better at doing things than the Wolverine. Plus he's a natural super bro. Here's your card, it gets you discounts on basically any store or purchase on this planet. Including Haven. The Martian muttered, every store or purchase, to herself as the brothers started entering the facilities, but then she remembered, wait a minute. Why don't I know this exists in my country? Nixus, come back and explain this me. The Martian successfully joined the ranks of the best private club in the galaxy while shouting at the founders. No way, who made her a bro and can get away with it? After all of this they shared a quick laugh, before entering the building with a solemn expression. After all, this is just the prelude to the storm. Chapter 72, War. The Earth was under a huge pressure that most people in this modern era after WW2 would never understand. Yet, those who survived those times, understood more than ever that the survival of mankind would be decided soon. What were those guys thinking? Seriously, who's in charge of this and why drag us into it? What kind of bullshit is this? Tony was livid, looking at what model of Avengers Fury was able to put together. In this world of Sentinels and Sentries, Fury tried even harder than ever to find every sort of special person he could find. Tony Stark the Iron Man, Steve Rogers the Captain, Bruce Banner the Hulk, Clint Barton the Hawkeye, Barbara Morse the Mockingbird, Sam Wilson the Falcon, Rhodes the War Machine, and 2 surprising additions of a newly bailed inmate, Scott Lang the Ant-Man, and his babysitter Hope Van Dyne the Wasp. Are we sure we should even get involved in this mess? Bobby asked her teammates. I agree, the metahumans left and started their own thing is a good thing for everyone. Humans have more space and jobs, with people expecting the climate to even change for the better. Why are we fighting them a planet away? Scott chimes in. I hate to admit it, but they're right. This isn't our fight and you all know it, Steve spoke as he glanced at those around the Avengers HQ table. That's why this time, the Avengers aren't going in as a combat unit. We're going in as rescue and containment. No matter where those Sentinels launch, we have to assume that area will become a war zone. Our job is to keep that zone as small as possible until the dust settles. The table was quiet as everyone thought of the scale of battle about to pursue, and all had a single question but didn't ask it. Well, until our resident laid-back pessimistic rager spoke out. Can we even participate in a battle of that size? No offense, but I'd hate to see what they have so much confidence in to dare declare war on a planet of superpowered people. Yes, Bruce's words naturally awoken the entourage. What confidence did they have when Sentry was beaten? Did they still dare openly provoke like this? That's not the worst part of it. Heads turned towards the opening sliding doors as a bald black man and a heroic Caucasian walked into the room. More than 40 countries globally has voted in favor of this war. They have also agreed to simultaneously launch Sentinels to eradicate the hidden dangers. However, the ones who didn't agree were all apparently not informed of the decision beforehand. There's something going on behind this attack. Wait, more than 40 countries. Who could possibly have the power to influence over 40 countries without anyone even catching trace of them? Sam brought up. Cut off one head and 2 more grow back, Captain America suddenly spoke up. You don't mean? Exactly, only something like Hydra could stay so quietly hidden yet still coordinate more than 40 countries at once. They've done similar before back then, I don't doubt them capable of it now. Tony Dash. Already had Jarvis look into the 43 countries that collaborated, and it seems as if the internal situations aren't as clean as they appear. Of those 0 dead, 8 missing, 13 of them missing various credentials or codes and the rest signed off voluntarily. Well, that doesn't sound fishy at all, Hope scoffed. So what do we do now? Bobby asked Fury. Now, we change objectives, Captain spoke up. Bobby, Clint, you're headed to Australia, Hope and Scott Europe, Sam you're coming with me, Tony you start in New York, while Bruce and Rhodes are here waiting at HQ. Our main task now is while the chaos is going on we're going to uproot Hydra. After this incident is done there should be no more Hydra, no more concerns. Hopefully, Hope murmured to herself, still feeling uneasy. On the other side, on an undisclosed location somewhere in the northern part of the Pacific, stood an unidentified military base. Samuel Stern stood there with ex-General Ross as they stood ready to win for humanity. All systems in order and we are officially prepared for any response they could make. All we're waiting on now is the okay order, sir, and we can launch. Ross stood there listening to the report of his subordinate as he immersed himself in self-satisfaction. They told me to leave Overwatch alone, we couldn't beat them, they said. Now watch, as I General Thunderbolt Theodore Ross single-handedly wipe out the mutant infestation. Sir, what are our orders? Still immersed in his delusions, Ross was about to speak up when Stern next to him spoke first. Launch a total of 1,500 to attract their attention. Once we've concentrated their numbers, we send the rest out. Keep the sentries for now. The little scientist watched the increasingly darkening face of Ross's superior and made a quick decision. Yes, sir, right away, before running off. These guys are crazy. Why did I pick paper instead of rock? Just my luck to have to get involved with these madmen. Stern on the other hand looked at Ross and said, starting tomorrow we can divide spoils amongst ourselves, but General, let me remind you, we are allies for now. Stern stopped paying attention to Ross after making sure the red hue creeping up his neck had started to recede. For now, Stern, for now, but order my men again, an ally or not. I'll smash you forehead open myself. Launch the damn robots already. The two wisely ignored each other as a multitude of scientists all worked at different terminals to launch the beginning of a war launched worldwide. In New York, America, today is a dark day as the battle that determines the fate of the planet looms over our heads. Avengers and other government agencies have refused to support this battle on grounds of an unnecessary war. Unnecessary or not, we no longer have the leisure to choose. As of now, over 1,000 Sentinels have just been confirmed to have launched. Watching the evening news, Kamala sat in her living room with her father watching local news hero Jonah Jameson talk about the upcoming war. Baba, do they really need to fight? They've already left the planet. I lost so many friends overnight. What's the point of this stupid fight? Invincible is Q hero and even now we're still fighting against them. Why? Yusuf Khan was anxious but steady as a father of multiple years normally is. It's because he's the hero we didn't deserve, sweetie. We traded his compassion for scorn, yet he still never hated us and just left us alone. But don't forget, sweetie, he's invincible for a reason. If you're that worried, just make an extra prayer. How about it? Pray, 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 that's all you ever say, Baba, the girl said, her attention glued to the screen watching hundreds of purple and silver robots launch. I just hope everything could be okay. The young dreamer kept staring and said to herself, maybe if I had the power this war wouldn't need to happen. Outside of Mars' atmosphere, hundreds of faint white dots flew in formation as Logan led them all neatly. The first wave of battle only involved the White Lanterns. The Violet Lanterns, except for Natalia, were currently being loaned out to Ally forces for easy space travel. Seeing the dense figures leaving Earth's orbit, Logan turned to his soldiers and cheered, all right men, you have the best weapons and best nation in the universe standing behind you. If our big guns need to come out for this, I'll be embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed, then I'm embarrassing you. Understood. So not a single scrap metal left in peace. Only pieces. Only pieces. With the war cry dissipating into the vacuum of space, Logan led his White Lanterns straight into battle. After all, they couldn't afford to lose here. Chapter 73, First confrontation. Various cities stood there and watched as they Sentinels took off. Only a few people on the planet even knew how these machines were made, but it didn't affect the depressive feel of thousands of them taking off all at once. The sky turned gray as the war was launched. Every Sentinel is equipped with about 3 Iron Men worth of energy, solar recharging capabilities, mixed in with some of Stern's genius remaking some of the US military's old research into light engines back in the 90s. They managed to create unmanned war machines that could reach the moon in under 8 hours. Of course, that's mainly due to the effect of no gravity in space. Ironically, due to time differences between planets, both sides that set off would actually meet around the moon. Maybe accidentally or maybe tactically, both sides kept the war off planet and the moon became a natural battleground. The Lantern Corps would be the first to come into contact with the Sentinels. There were mainly 3 ships carrying armies of the United Martian planet. Logan kept his nerves tight knowing Natasha's task. Logan, there's something behind this that isn't right. Whatever gave them confidence to hit us hard must be a big gun. Your Lantern Corps has 2 tasks, and that's to clear out and secure a landing zone and release everything you have in destroying buckets of bolts. His mind cleared up as his battle-honed senses started flaring. That feeling, that's the feeling of war. As soon as Logan and his corps came to the surface of the moon, they were met with an instant welcoming. Logan's eyes dilated as hundreds of Sentinels started popping up from under the moon's surface. When? Lanterns, give me a good cleaning, don't let the armies have to wait to land. Clean up these trash and get prepared for the incoming. With a savage roar, Logan didn't hesitate to fly into the armada. Twin white lights formed on each hand, forming claws that immediately ripped through a line of Sentinels. The bots reacted immediately as their skin started shifting before becoming more compact, and turned silver as one took the initiative to charge at Logan, managing to catch his claws. The other lanterns immediately started wreaking havoc in various ways. Most corpsmen choose to use the rings to supplement their original powers, such as Colossus, who chose to create a giant hammer for him to swing around, or Nightcrawler, who chose a tail blade since his tail is his strongest organ. Above the planet in the main ship, Damien watched as the metahumans clashed with the robots, and every now and again suffered an injury or casualty from carelessness. His finger tapped the chair, thinking in his head, Damien POV, what am I missing? Or am I simply overthinking things? Beep beep. Looking down, I saw the communication tablet light up with the various ship commanders and kings on the screen. We have to hurry up and clear some space, Lionel urged. Indeed, it's not conductive for us to stay here since not everyone is trained in 3-dimensional fighting, Chala added. Indeed. We have to hurry up and clear out the hidden surprises they left us, before their main force arrives. Especially whatever trump card they're betting on. Turning my head, I asked Nat, call Warhead. With a nod of her head, she put her hand to her earpiece and spoke a few words. Nightcrawler, bring Warhead to the main ship. What's the plan? Kara asked, wondering how to settle all this scrap. The plan is to let Warhead find her limit and clear our way. Send her to blast away and then have half the lantern cover the landing since our other friends are already on the way. Turning my head to the girl who had popped into the room a few seconds ago, I ask, any questions? No, comment. If I go Negasonic, I won't be battle ready for a while. Are you sure you want me to do it now? Ellie, I begin. Instead of answering her, I give her my most devilish voice. Have you ever used Negasonic to its utmost ability? Ellie couldn't help being moved. As someone with a super destructive power, even at Savior she could rarely cut loose. Think about it, Ellie, no cities, no human enemies, when else can you? Alright, I got it. Hurry up and charge me already. You're talking so big, if I can't leave a crater worth naming after me, then I'll show you Negasonic. She tried being fierce and intimidating, but ever since hearing Amara accidentally leak that Ellie preferred Little Spoon, she lost the last bit of fierce any of us had for her. A devilish grin made its way across my face as my plan was successful. My magic was mad best right now, and that's only due to my sister and Celine taking the time to teach me a few tricks. If I were to clear this area using magic, it would result in a minimum of 3 times the magic to do what Ellie is about to do. I gather mana on my fingertips as I glowed a darker shade of violet, ever growing closer to purple. Placing a finger on her forehead, everyone watched as the magic flowed into her and her body started glowing, but this time it was far from enough. POV end. Logan was panting. He'd slashed through at least 50 of these things, but they keep coming. The only compensation being the lanterns are starting to fight like actual fighters instead of children with powerful toys. Logan, you and your men clear up some space and catch your breath. With a quick breath, he ordered his troops to retreat and start prepping themselves for the next round. The Sentinels wanted to step forward, but then Bobby maxed out his ring to create a giant ice dome around the area, trapping the Sentinels for a few seconds. Just as they were about to fire back at the ice, a loud sound rang through the battlefield as a voice shouted, Negasonic. As Ellie made contact with the frozen ground, a white light bloomed in everyone's eye, and even on the earth, those who could see the moon also noticed it glow bright purple for a second. The moon Sentinels were destroyed by either the explosion, shockwave, or debris sent flying. The original Vanguard was obliterated, leaving only a computer analysis on what happened to be sent back to Earth. During the chaos, Blackagar took the opportunity to drop a circular device on the moon's surface. Upon landing, the device created a small artificial atmosphere. The 3 flagships took the initiative to land as their armies cheered up. Damien looked at the comms and started speaking. Men, our scouts have already noticed sentinels escorting a ship towards this side. From now on we are at full alert. Treat the wounded and prepare yourselves. The real war begins now. Essex, it seems as if the trap we prepared in advance didn't last long. Well, it's a pity. Grr, enough yapping already, Stearns. Tell me, magic men, can you get us there? Easily enough, the robed man spoke in a dark voice. If you mess up, I want. Says some guy who looks like a ghost. The dark mage didn't say much, instead just giving Ross a bad look. Worry not about him, just focus on your task. I understand, I will definitely capture that magic body for you to ascend into our plane and bring your great darkness. As long as you know it. For your will, Lord Dormammu. Chapter 74, Omake.3, Christmas Gift. The Nyx's sisters ran around Mount Justice as if it were their own hideout. Accompanying them were Wonder Woman herself as well as Donna Troy of Themyscira. The 7 women awaited the incoming masters and protégés. Batman had arrived earlier and had took the team to a separate place to meet and greet with future teammates. Donna would be joining them, but she opted to follow the princesses for now. The usable space within the mountain was decent enough and reminded the sisters of their dad's unique hobby of secret spaces. So while they were playing, they were also giving back unique insights and feedbacks on defenses and usages based on past experiences. And this water access here is better to be regulated. I remember one time when I was 4 playing in the castle, a megalodile washed up on our waters unexpectedly. Oh wait, yeah, Natalia chimes in, I remember that. Wasn't that the one who ate the turtles? I remember us pulling them out of its stomach and Dad's face, do you remember? How could I forget? Mom was furious at him. Diana added as she mimicked her mother, Damien Nixis, how dare you sit there playing teaching turtles kung fu when our daughter was almost eaten. Natasha picked up the bit, imitating their dad, ah. Laura, listen to my explanation. Oh. What good excuse can you make for caring about reptiles more than your daughter? I see their bones are good and their shells are so sleek, I thought it's a pity not to teach them how to fight. Look, I even thought of names: Leonardo the eldest brother, Raphael the Tsundere turtle, Donatello this guy has wisdom buried in his shell, OU, and Michelangelo he's the, Honey, what are you doing? Little Diana made a move that startled the Amazon duo as well as the incoming team as the sisters continued their play. Schnicked. 2 sharp claws came out of Diana's left fist as she walked towards Damien. You're playing around while our daughter was almost killed. Can megalodiles kill people? Hey, watch the claws. Cough, cough. Amidst the joy of the girls, a game-ending cough reverberated through the mountain. Ending their play, the girls all turned towards the Justice League, walking through and immediately focused on the young wards around them. After all, their dad taught them that capes are boring. Sorry to make you girls wait, now that our matters are settled temporarily we can move on to the elephant in the room. Superman started the talk. You girls are here for travel, fun, and adventure, which we can understand and endorse. However, please also understand that we cannot allow princesses of an empire to run around unsupervised. Diana, being the firstborn, stood up to take over negotiations. That is expected and also welcomed. It is not my first crossover event, so I'm aware locals know the situation best. Crossover event? Barry interjected. Oh yes. Kmia, the half-Tamaranian and Viltrumite daughter, broke out. Uncle Barry's crossover events are always so spectacular. With those words she took off her bracelet and held it out to the League, care to witness. Without waiting for a response, Kmia immediately started playing some crossover photos and videos that their parents took before they were born. They saw with their own eyes Overwatch and Barry fighting with a Supergirl against aliens, Nazis, cosmic beings, time, concepts. The League spent almost 15 minutes and ending when they saw the blue angel named Vados blessing Diana. After the presentation, the first to speak was naturally Wally. Wow, is it just me or does being blue never look so hot? The women in the room just gave him a blank stare while none of the men dared comment aloud, leaving poor Kid Flash to run his foot in his mouth. So you came here, can we expect an adult or supervisor to show up at some point? Batman brought the conversation back on topic. Yes and no. This is a low-ranking universe, so even if we come here our parents won't panic because our strength is there and we came as a group. Individually each of us is strong, but we have weaknesses and together most of those weaknesses don't matter, Natasha explained. For example, Kaya is Kryptonian, normally she'd be weak against magic, but Selena is the daughter of powerful sorceress, so most magic won't matter. Or red sunlight, but due to Kamia's ability to absorb and convert starlight, red can be yellow or blue. That's an example, but you get it. Very well, while you are here we appreciate it if you can stay here. If it doesn't meet your requirements we can work something out. The juniors will be your guides on our planet and we only ask you to keep the minimum levels of trouble. Any questions? Batman spoke up. To his surprise, Kaya raised hers. Was your Earth G virus vaccinated? I don't want to take unnecessarily risks. Before the League could ask questions, Selena spoke first. For Rau's sake, Kaya, how can virus hurt you? After Diana and our eldest brother, whose physique is as perverted as yours. I just want to be careful. HMPH, you know, after the Umbrella Act, all humanoids entering Milky Way territory must be virus vaccinated. That was only during the Proto-Meta Wars, dummy. After Earth signed the peace treaty and Cordon Westgear, the Umbrella Act was voided. Sister, do you not pay any attention to Mr. Harvey Birdman's classes? After the wars, when Nick Fury became president of Earth, he amended the Alice laws stating all humanoids entering or leaving the atmosphere must be vaccinated against virus, xenomorphs and zergs. Who listens to Birdman? That guy can go on forever about the Skrulls' secret wars. That's only because the Deviants and Skulls caused too much damages to the Northern Galaxy. Selena, you can't only focus on magical classes or I'll tell Dad and get you benched in this Quidditch season. You wouldn't dare. Artemis made her was over to Natasha, who seemed sensible and whispered, "What's a zerg?" Natasha turned to look at the newcomer and was instantly taken back. Only her parents knew her orientation, but at this moment, seeing Artemis, Nat had decided to take this girl down and home. Out and in the open. Well, zergs are quite a nasty bunch, Natasha, by the way. I see you're an archer, wanna try mine? Before Artemis could answer, Nat pulled a capsule off of her belt and threw it as it exploded into a portable armory. In the middle was a sleek black bow with a crimson string. Blessed by gods and cursed by demons made it extremely deadly. It's called Moon Maiden, named after the goddess Artemis. It can condense natural light into arrows. With a gentle pull, a soft white arrow appeared in the notch ready to be fired. Wanna try? Artemis didn't hesitate to reach for the bow, when suddenly centered on Selena, magical gate opened. The League were tensed and ready for battle when a woman with brown and red hair, glowing red eyes, and a long crimson coat walked out of the portal. The League could literally feel the magic coming out of her and were ready to attack when Selene spoke up. Aunt Wanda. Chapter 75, Hostilities and Alliances. It's been over 4 months since the first battle started between Earth and New Viltrum. Unexpectedly, due to the space between planets, these battles have been mostly guerrilla warfare and few space battles. Legions of lanterns protect our space while also slowly getting into contact with the rest of the galaxy under the leadership of Planetary Ambassador Raven Darkholm. The planet has been getting livelier with all of the different races settling in. Not to mention, there's a bunch of magic in the air, and according to Selene, a few world trees are growing. There used to be some on Earth, but other than the savage lands, finding magical areas on Earth is getting harder. Probably due to some sleeping celestial. The citizens of different nations of Viltrum understand that even though we're separated by oceans, the planet is still my word for the galaxy. Chala, Lionel, and Blackagar also acquiesced to this. As for Haven, they have more of a council situation that hadn't been fully formed. After all, they have many different species Megan rescued, including underwater dwellers. This has made their situation all the more chaotic. But time hasn't only brought change to Viltrum. On Earth, progress is being rapidly made in spatial warfare and weaponry. Even natural-born mutants were becoming rarer on the planet. It seemed as if this planet was gradually headed towards Old Logan's solution for mutants, and they simply started introducing it into water supplies and food. Which makes sense, at war with an enemy, and not only is it troublesome to deal with, but every day they come and take more of the population. A solution. Simply make sure all the next kids born can't activate an X gene. But it could also be attributed to the Celestial as well. One thing noticed was after leaving the Earth, most mutants found their powers stronger or growing again. Some who couldn't control their shapes could even change back. Which led us to theorize the M energy in the universe the X gene draws from to activate. Back on Earth, the energy was too thin to properly cultivate the genes in humanity. But it's different on Viltrum. Another change was the Viltrumite royal family. After the first princess, the twins Natasha and Nathan, and Domino's son Marcus was also born. Aurora and Sue were expected next, with Commander trying, but her Tamaranian physique made it somewhat more difficult, but even so, still the country was happy for the family. With the situation on Earth settling into a cold war with only a few spatial battles here and there, it was formally time to move on with Viltrum's own affairs. Damien Nixus. Intergalactic Skype call. I swear, honey, that's royal robes, not lingerie. The Sovereign were very enthusiastic to make this alliance, and that always put my nerves on edge. After all, if you're confident in strength or had no worries, how could you be excited for an alliance? I originally planned to spend weeks or even months discussing with the Sovereign, as we would need to bypass their sectors to reach nowhere or even to the Grandmaster's space sector, which was also a goal of mine. Who knew that as soon as I sent a proposal through Raven, they eagerly jumped at the chance to communicate. At this time, Adam hasn't woken up yet, but I still couldn't imagine this enthusiasm. Greetings, Queen Aisha. I must say you are as beautiful as rumored. Allow me to take a minute to thank you for the audience. Likewise King Nixus. I have heard of you and your planet's prowess. I originally wanted to communicate with you, but considering the situation and distance, I put it as a mere afterthought until Nova Prime reached out to me on your behalf. Tell me, King, to what pleasure do I owe your audience? Queen, you must know that Viltrum wants to extradite trade through nowhere. We must pass your space. So you would like passage? On a normal occasion I would agree, however this time I must regret to tell you that our space has under lockdown by the Mad Titan. Nothing in or out without incurring his wrath. Thanos, huh? Well, don't worry about him. Just a purple space pirate. But I'm not hearing rejection in your words, Queen. Of course not, besides passage isn't warranted for an alliance, just a notification. So King, tell me what you want. Queen, I want your people to help me spark a battery. A huge spark. A battery. Of what sorts? Your people is strong on energy manipulation, creation, and discharge. So let me ask if you've heard of my lanterns. Your Light Legion. If you say that, then I probably understand you want to use our energy to create another color of your lanterns. White and violet should be the other batteries, correct? Exactly, very spot on. But what do we gain by empowering your people? You should have seen some of what our lanterns can do. Although your race has huge energy potential, your guys can't bring it out on your own, as you will correct. Otherwise a Thanos couldn't block your sector. She never denied or acquiesced. If you're willing to help us, in addition to a galactic alliance, we're also willing to help the sovereign form a 500 Lantern Legion. 1,000. 550. 900. 650. 750, that's as low as I will go, King Viltrum. Although we can indeed use the lantern rings to go further, but not enough that we can spark an intergalactic legion. The situation fell into an awkward silence before sigh, fuck it, 750 is 750. We'll give it to you and help you deal with Thanos. On the conditional terms that you help us get a Grandmaster Pass, a special pass used to freely exit and enter Grandmaster space. Normally it's hard to find these passes as there weren't a lot to begin with, but betting my luck on the closest civilization was definitely the safest choice. Queen Aisha hesitated for a moment before realizing 750 lanterns are enough to wipe out an entire solar system if willing, so she agreed and promised to send him with not only the Grandmaster's Pass but hers as well. Which would allow him unimpeded access through her sectors without being automatically labeled as a pirate and getting a bounty. Deal. I shall discuss more with your ambassador when she arrives, King Nixus. After all, long distance is expensive. Then goodbye, King, and we shall communicate more in the future, ally. The screen went dark as I sat back in my office chair. Originally I wanted to wait for Wanda to grow up a bit before turning her into the third lantern, Red Chaotic Lanterns, but the situation didn't develop the way I thought it to be. Well, anyway, I can have Eitri make another lantern, but the upcoming threat definitely needed our full attention and more firepower, causing me to use the Sovereign who made Adam Warlock to spark my third battery. Natalia walked into my office and held up a tablet. That signal is getting closer. It looks like you were right about world trees causing trouble. So what do you want to do? Staring at the tablet, watching the figure zoom through space, my finger tapped lightly as my body shed turning anodite. Let's meet him first. I'm rather curious as to what the famous Silver Surfer wants with flying directly at us with no intent of hiding. Maybe he's cocky. No, Nat, it's more like he's warning us in advance. After all, his master is definitely a really scary dude. Chapter 76, It's You Gauktuha. Floating above Mars, you truly feel the cosmic radiation in abundance. However, even for cosmic radiation, the amount today is definitely abnormal, and I couldn't help but think of some dude in a sick helmet who eats marbles. Norrin Rad was supposed to be some awesome guy who sacrificed himself for his planet. But that's cool and all until he pulls on styling on your planet riding a surfboard, silver booty cheeks flashing all the stars. It definitely didn't help that Terra was here watching the excitement, as well as a few lanterns on duty. After coming to an unadmittedly cool 360 spinning stop right in front of us, the surfer started speaking. Greetings, King of Viltrum, it is both my pleasure and misfortune to be meeting you in such manner. Oh, you've heard of me, Surfer? Then I do hope my reputation in the deep nebulae is still decent. So tell me, Surfer, what message does your master send? The surfer stood still for a second before looking down at the planet. His all-silver pupil and eyes held a deep look before breathing out. Sure enough, the magic here is growing fast, for number 5 world trees growing here. Truly amazing. Maybe not soon, but in a dozen, no, maybe not even a century, if these trees grow at this rate, they shall even affect the outward universe. Wait, get to the point, buddy. What do you and Galactus mean? In the times before the universe existed, many planets had such world trees. It allowed the universe to constantly expand almost continuously and forever, and in return to that, Lord Galactus was born to eat the excess energy and stabilize the universe. To this day, since the old universe exploded, less than a dozen world trees remained. And only 3 survive to this day. So you're here to confirm the 5 trees growing here to do what? Give them to Galactus. I'm but a messenger. However, Lord Galactus has indeed shown interest in this area and he has already started heading this way. However, due to the loss of excess energy in order to not harm the universe itself, my master hibernates. I have come in advance to warn you. When Galactus fancies something, he normally chooses one of two paths: collection or digestion. With those words, the surfer changed his body movements as the board did another 360 and started backing up. My message has been delivered. How long until he arrives I cannot accurately tell you, but he is indeed on his way. The Silver Surfer immediately started flying away in search of other intellectual devoid planets for his master to consume. Left in the void, I began to think about my next steps. I was recently planning to personally lead a team to see if I can buy some celestial cerebral spinal fluid, which is only in the hands of the collector. However, if Galactus comes when I'm not here, then it could be an issue, and vice versa if I stayed here and kept waiting. How long until Galactus arrived? Putting those thoughts to the side for now, I started slowly descending. The video of Norin's words were already recorded and sent to the higher-ups of the different continents as well as the Lantern Base. Speaking of which, the new Lantern Base was also completed. A small satellite moon was brought into Mars orbit and was set as the new Lantern Base, renamed OA. One thing we noticed was that the different lantern colors were starting to gain some level of semi-sentience. It couldn't think, but it definitely became picky and even started rejecting certain individuals. The white lanterns became the most stable and basic color, which makes up the most of our legion. The violet lanterns, however, have different effects with their rings. Including the basic solid construct, they can also use their rings to achieve certain levels of psychic abilities such as telepathy, empathy, telekinesis, etc. It's still being tested if these people had the ability potential before or if it's only the rings. It was also the violet rings that showed most rejection, leaving only 5,000 violet lanterns, but their rings carries more power than white. I'm curious as to what will happen when we add Sovereign Gold and Choice Red in the future. Should I attempt to ask Carol to help us make blue? Re-entering the atmosphere, I was immediately updated with messages that I semi-ignored as I refocused on the main reason for this predicament. The world trees. Based on Rad's words alone, I can already get a general situation. These world trees didn't spawn from nowhere. According to the Surfer, there are 3 known trees in the universe. However, we got ours from the Savage Lands. It wasn't until it resettled on Mars and was bathed in Mayan Terra's anodite energy, mixed with mutant M energy, as well as some other various magics and abilities being used daily, that it woke up and started growing again. It's still located in Thundera borders now, and the other 4 trees sprouted from it and was given by Lionel to disperse around the planet. 1 in the Savage Lands, 1 in Viltrum, 1 on OA, 1 in Adelan, and 1 in Haven. We considered Wakanda before OA, but Wakanda held both a goddess blessing and a mountain of vibranium. These 5 trees truly helped terraforming the planet. The oxygen levels are richer than Earth, resorting to some species of plants and fish growing larger. Due to magic, the environment is cleaner too, and since almost every being on the planet comes from advanced or alien heritage, even the Wakandans, under the double blessing of vibranium and world trees, have become a little superhero race, with T'Challa himself taking huge improvements. Rumor has it that his goddess blessed him with a shadow domain, but it has yet to be confirmed. As such, these trees are super important to the rise of Mars and even the next generation, so no matter what, protecting them is on the agenda. So as a king, I should properly delegate things. As I was thinking, I looked in the direction of Mount Coronet, the highest peak in Mars, located in Viltrum borders, which is also where the world tree was placed. High above the clouds, you can already see the leaves of the tree below, but that's not what caught my attention. Mount Coronet was a forbidden area to all except the royal family or those permitted to enter. It was even magically and specially enclosed to make sure of that. Between Nat, Celine, and I, very few beings could sneak in. Especially in broad daylight, even more so to make it past all of the artificial beasts living on the mountain. It was created to be a training ground and backyard for my future kids, so naturally I filled it with some artificial Pokemon that we gave magical powers. The only thing we couldn't fix was instant evolution, so instead the Pokemon grow normally into final stages. They're also not called Pokemon because a lot of Mars life had abilities and qualities not inferior to them, so these animals such as Snorlax and Ursaring seemed much more normal. Yet even with all of this protection before my eyes, I saw someone who seemingly was ignored by the flying Pidgeots and Talon Flames, but instead hugged the tree with their full body, seemingly sucking the sap of the tree. What made it even more outrageous was the obvious purple armor said person wore. After all, his minion was just in my atmosphere. With full speed I launched myself towards the intruder as I made myself careful not to damage the tree. Halt, this is a forbidden area, try anything, and I won't hesitate to be hostile, Galacta. Mid-yell, our tree hugger finally let go and turned around, allowing me to see her face much more clearly. Wait, King Viltrum, I'm not Galactus. The girl proceeded to take off her helmet, causing long black hair to flow out well past her shoulders, trailing near her butt. No, of course not, because standing in my backyard on my land with my tree is Stan Galacta, the one and only daughter of the Planet Eater.